Chapter 1: The Golden Imperator. Terra, the final days of the Unification Wars. The killing fields of the Navian Peninsula. The Emperor, wreathed in orulent radiance, strode across the war-ravaged permafrost with measured pace, his countenance a mask of impassive judgment. His golden panoply turned aside the biting winds that howled across the wasteland, and at his side hung a great longsword in its scabbard. The weapon's power field lay dormant, its sacred circuitry cold and silent in the aftermath of conquest. Artillery craters scarred the earth like wounds in flesh, and the gray ash of irradiated snow fell from leaden skies. Around the master of mankind, the Thunder Warriors moved with ponderous stride, their archaic power armor humming with barely contained fury. They swept the battlefield with ruthless efficiency, salvaging the living amongst their brotherhood, delivering the Emperor's mercy to those enemies who yet drew breath. The Emperor passed amongst the fallen, his attention fixed upon neither the dying who called his name nor the still forms of the dead. His purpose lay ahead, where the custodian guard maintained their vigil around a solitary figure. Within their golden circle knelt a gray-haired man, broken and alone. Tattered robes of cloned flesh hung from his frame, and he trembled beneath the pitiless sky. Wounds marked his flesh, and his form was hunched with defeat and the weight of years spent in heretical pursuit. Moranson, supreme tyrant of the Moranson Federation, arch-heretic and devotee of the primordial truth, commander of fanatic legions and architect of blasphemous rites. He had been but one amongst the many warlords who had sought to deny the Emperor's ordained dominion over Terra. Like all who stood before the coming of unity, he had been cast down by the inexorable advance of imperial might. "So ends all earthly ambition," Moranson spoke, his voice cracked with bitter mirth as the Emperor approached. The master of mankind said nothing. Cold wind stirred his raven hair, and the pale sun caught the edge of his blade, wringing light from steel that had drunk deep of traitor blood. "Why," Moranson raised his eyes to meet the Emperor's gaze, "why visit such slaughter upon my people? Your people shall endure. You and your maddened zealots have forfeited that privilege." "Lord of Terra," Moranson spoke each word with deliberate mockery, his laughter a broken thing. The Emperor shook his head. "Nay, Lord of mankind." "Ha, all of humanity, does a single world not suffice your hunger? Will you not spare even the stars themselves? Your hubris knows no bounds." The Emperor offered no further discourse, his gaze sweeping across the field of victory. "The day is mine. Tyrant, butcher of civilized realms. I bring illumination. I shall kindle new fires in the darkness. Humanity shall ascend, and the galaxy shall know the dominion of our species as destiny intended. You bring damnation, cloaked in false salvation. While breath remains in my body, I shall curse your name. All that you build shall crumble to dust and ash." The heretic's malediction stirred the wrath of the custodian guard. One of their number stepped forward, the butt of his guardian's spear striking Moranson's skull with contemptuous force. The blow, though restrained by the warrior's discipline, carried such terrible power that bone and flesh gave way beneath it. The traitor's face collapsed in ruin, his eye bursting in its socket as crimson flowed from the shattered orbit. "Stay your hand, Sagittarius." The Emperor spoke the custodian's name, and the golden sentinel stepped back into formation. He knew the names of each custodian guard, every warrior who stood in his service. This was no feat of memory alone, for they were wrought by his own hand. Raised from infancy within the palace walls, each had been crafted into perfection itself. Sagittarius bore upon his helm a look of contrition, bowing low before resuming his place amongst the Golden Brotherhood. The Emperor gazed upon the writhing Moranson with something that might have been pity. His sight pierced all veils and pretense, revealing truth beneath mortal flesh. Where others saw only a broken man, the master of mankind beheld corruption absolute. Moranson's soul had long since putrefied, consumed by the malevolent entities of the warp. Beneath the guise of humanity writhed something obscene, obsidian talons that flexed with hunger, maws that slavered with unholy laughter, voices that shrieked blasphemies into the ether. Your essence has been devoured utterly by the dark powers, rendered sustenance for those abominations. I counseled you once to spurn the false gods. They care nothing for your faith nor your devotion. They desire only that you feed them with acts of madness, violence, and slaughter without end. Moranson raised his ruined visage, mouth working soundlessly as he sought to speak. The Emperor heard no more. His blade sang to life, power circuits igniting along the fuller as flames wreathed the sacred steel. The longsword descended in a single, perfect arc, and Moranson's head tumbled into the crimson snow. The assembled soldiery raised their voices in triumph. In that moment, the Vox channel crackled with the voice of Custodian Commander Valdor. My Emperor, there is something within the enemy's stronghold that requires your attention. The bunker complex lay in ruins. Rubble choked the corridors, and the broken forms of the dead sprawled amongst smoking wreckage. Companies of the Imperial Army labored to clear the fortress, their work servitors dragging corpses and charred debris beyond the walls. When the Emperor appeared, every soul present prostrated themselves in reverence. Custodian Commander Valdor waited alone within a chamber deep in the fortress heart. The sentries at the portal rendered the Aquila as their master passed. Within, the Emperor beheld what had summoned him. Upon a cylindrical plinth of unknown material, 1/2 meter in width, a full meter in height, rested a sculpture wrought in the likeness of a raven. The artifact seemed to drink in the light around it. Valdor offered the Aquila. Forgive me, my Emperor, I should have attended to you upon your arrival. The artifact possesses a most singular property. When one's gaze departs from it, all memory of its existence fades. Only upon direct observation do the memories return. Impossible. The Emperor's rejection was immediate. You possess absolute recall. Nothing witnessed by your eyes can be forgotten. I have tested this, my Emperor. When first I departed this chamber, all knowledge of it vanished from my mind. Only when I returned and looked upon it once more did remembrance resurface. The Emperor turned his gaze aside. At once, he felt the memory of the sculpture drain away like water through sand. First, the fine details dissolved, then its general form, until only a vague sense of something important lingered at the edge of consciousness. Before total oblivion claimed it, he fixed his eyes upon the raven once more. Memory flooded back in perfect clarity. Even he, the master of mankind, could not retain knowledge of this thing when his sight was turned away. The sculpture may be touched, yet when I attempted its destruction. Valdor drove his guardian's spear forward with killing force. The weapon's energy field crackled as the blade passed through the raven, as though it were naught but shadow. Yet even as the spear found no purchase, Valdor's gauntleted hand rested solid upon the sculpture's surface. It exists simultaneously as corporeal matter and immaterial phantasm, a paradox given form. The Emperor approached the raven effigy, his hand extending unbidden toward the enigmatic artifact. Prime subject detected, initiating revival protocol. Light erupted from the sculpture's obsidian surface, coruscating energies that banished shadow from the chamber's corners. When the radiance faded, the carved raven had become flesh and blood, or something approximating such. Its plumage was black as the void between stars, yet its eyes burned with intelligence that seemed to mock the laws of physics themselves. It stepped from its perch into empty air, gravity holding no dominion over its form. Would you forge a compact, mortal? Pledge yourself, and I shall grant you dominion absolute, power beyond measure, wealth beyond counting, authority without limit. The Emperor's countenance remained unmoved, no flicker of surprise disturbing his imperial composure at the sculpture's metamorphosis. A denizen of the immaterium, such artless subterfuge lacks even the merit of originality. The raven studied the figure before it with newfound interest. Black hair, obsidian eyes, towering nearly 4 meters in height, golden armor that seemed to drink in light and cast it back transformed. A circlet of thorns crowned his brow like some ancient king's diadem of suffering. Its gaze shifted to the custodian commander beside him, resplendent in auramite plate, guardian spear crackling with lethal energies, the very image of imperial might. Golden giant, auramite armor, guardian spear, power weapons, human, Terra is your jurisdiction, such psychic might as to dwarf worlds. The creature's voice trailed to a whisper as comprehension dawned. Its eyes widened with something approaching terror. By the infinite cosmos, you are the emperor of mankind. The emperor's blade sang as it cleared its sheath, golden flames racing along the fuller as the weapon's machine spirit awakened. The very air grew heavy with the promise of annihilation. The raven spread its wings and retreated, talons scrabbling for purchase on nothingness. Peace, brother, peace. Watch your hand. I have connections across the dimensional barriers. The risk is considerable, but the rewards are beyond your imagination. You might as well treat me as your equal. I treat not with demons. The Emperor's voice carried the chill of absolute zero. I am no demon, lord of humanity. I am a wanderer between realities, fundamentally distinct from the parasites that infest your warp. The creature's words gave the Emperor pause. His blade remained raised, yet he did not strike. Realities, your warp, do you claim origin beyond this entire universe? Chapter 2, Seeking Cooperation. Yes, I come from another universe. The myriad heavens are vast and boundless. There isn't just one reality like yours. And as a traveler, I've got the ability to hop between different universes. As the raven explained, it tilted back its head and opened its beak wide. In an instant, cascades of light erupted from its maw, streaming upward in brilliant torrents. The luminous threads wove themselves through the air, manifesting countless visions that hung suspended in the chamber's gloom. Some images burned with crystalline clarity, unfolding like chronicler reels of distant wars and alien worlds. Others writhed in temporal chaos, fractured glimpses that split into manifold perspectives, flickering and rewinding in endless cycles as their chronologies collapsed upon themselves. This occurred because most universes possessed linear time streams, flowing ever forward like the inexorable march of conquest. Yet some realities bore multi-dimensional temporalities, spawning parallel timelines and permitting passage through past and future alike. When displayed, such chronologies appeared as madness given form. The glory of the infinite cosmos surpasses all mortal comprehension. If you're willing to work with me, I can help you travel to other universes and claim their power and knowledge for your own. The Emperor's voice cut through the spectral display. What payment do you demand? I shall not believe you covet nothing. When you alter the predetermined fate of those universes, reality itself bleeds unique primordial energy. That's what I feed on. The raven's tone grew casual, conversational. It's a win-win deal, really. Nobody loses out. I do not treat with entities of unknown provenance. The Emperor's refusal rang with finality. You didn't say that when you made your bargain with the Chaos Gods to steal their secrets and primordial power. For the first time, the Emperor's impassive countenance shifted, a shadow of gravity darkening his features. How do you possess knowledge of this? The raven closed its beak. The cascade of light ceased, and the myriad visions dissolved into nothingness. Everything that's ever happened leaves traces in the fabric of reality. I can read those traces. When I entered this universe, I started downloading its information. You went into the warp on Malech and cut a deal with the Big Four, stealing chaos power and knowledge with their help to achieve your goals. You also tricked them pretty thoroughly. They're absolutely furious with you right now. The Emperor studied the creature before him, his eyes narrowing to slits of judgment. No taint of warp corruption marred the raven's essence. It bore none of the telltale spiritual rot that marked the ruinous power's servants. As for its claims of being a transdimensional wanderer, that remained to be verified through deed rather than word. Custodian Commander Valdor shifted beside his master, guardian spear crackling to lethal readiness as arcs of disruption energy wreathed its blade. His helm's auspex arrays swept the chamber in desperate search patterns, augmented senses straining to detect some invisible foe. From the moment the Emperor had touched the enigmatic sculpture, it had dissolved into coruscating light and vanished. Since then, his master had begun speaking to empty air, even drawing blade against an adversary that existed beyond mortal perception. Valdor stood mere meters away, yet perceived nothing. Regardless of the detection protocols he employed, the chamber remained barren of threats. What transpires here? To whom does my Emperor speak? Who threatens him? Those accursed chaos gods. Where do they hide? Why can I perceive nothing? Valdor raised his spear, Oromite helm turning as confusion and helplessness warred within his transhuman heart. To witness his gene-sire converse with nothingness bred unease in his engineered soul. My emperor, are you unharmed? The master of mankind emerged from contemplation, fixing his gaze upon the custodian. I am uninjured. Then why do you speak to the void? Valdor's concern bled through his vocal grills. Shall I summon the palace chirurgeons to examine you? The emperor glanced between Valdor and the raven that paced through empty air. You cannot perceive it. Perceive what, my emperor? Valdor's head swept the chamber, finding only stone and shadow. He can't see me. Only those who are chosen or those who have gotten permission from the destiny of the protagonist of destiny can see me. It's a protection mechanism for the protagonist, making sure our transaction stays private. The raven paused mid-stride, then added with a shrug. Of course, you're not really in that category. I mean, there aren't many things in this reality that could actually beat you, but the protection mechanism still works. The emperor's voice carried imperial authority. Can you render yourself visible to him? Sure, if that's what you want. The emperor nodded once. Make it so. A bewildered Valdor watched a raven materialize from nothingness before his very eyes. The creature regarded him with what might have been amusement. Hey there, Valdor, esteemed commander of the Imperial Custodes. Want to grab some fries down at the docks? Valdor's response was instantaneous. His form blurred with transhuman speed as the guardian's spear's point found the raven's throat in a movement too swift for mortal eyes to follow. Protection of the emperor was not merely the custodian's duty, it was their fundamental purpose, encoded into their very genetic structure. Never would Valdor permit any threat to approach his gene-sire. How rude! I offer friendly conversation and fast food, and this is how you respond. The raven adopted an expression of exaggerated hurt. Valdor remained unmoved, his voice a growl of barely contained violence. Demon, begone from this realm. Valdor, the emperor's hand pressed the spears half downward. It is no demon. It seeks to deceive you, Valdor insisted. My emperor, the parasites of the warp excel at such subterfuge. I perceive no taint of chaos upon its essence. The emperor's certainty brooked no argument. Seeing his gene-sire's resolve, Valdor reluctantly lowered his weapon. The emperor turned once more to the raven. You claim the ability to transport me to other universes, to grant power and knowledge. How can you guarantee this is not some elaborate snare? I can't give you a rock-solid guarantee, but this is your only shot at actually winning. The raven's tone grew serious. Those Primarchs you were using to anchor your new super soldiers, the Chaos Gods already stole them, but you haven't given up. You're still secretly continuing the project. Valdor's eyes widened behind his helm. This intelligence was classified at the highest levels, known to perhaps a handful of souls in all the galaxy. Yet this creature spoke of it as casually as one might discuss the weather. If the entity served the dark powers, then every stratagem they had devised likely lay exposed to their enemy's gaze. I can tell you straight up, those Primarchs you made aren't dead. They're scattered all over the place, going through trials of destiny. When you launch your conquest of the stars, they'll come back to your side. The Emperor studied the raven with growing silence, his thoughts turning inward like the gears of some vast cogitation engine. The creature knew too much, far too much. You've planned this beautiful future for humanity, but you're destined to fail. People caught in destiny's current can't change its course, no matter how hard they struggle. Everything you do leads to the same predetermined ending. You've got prophetic abilities, you should be able to see plenty of futures, and most of them are pretty dark and depressing. In the end, you'll lose everything. The empire you're building with your own hands, the custodians you personally trained, the friend who's always helped you, the humanity you've always wanted to protect, they'll all just face a slow death. You speak falsehoods to breed despair, Valdor interjected. Do I, though? The raven smiled with what might have been pity. Maybe you should ask the boss you serve whether he thinks my words are lies, or do you just not believe in his incredible power and foresight? The Emperor remained silent. His lack of denial served as acknowledgement of the raven's prophecy. To contend with the chaos gods was no simple matter. Should he fail, humanity's fate would be darkness absolute, eternal war without hope of salvation. Valdor stared at the raven, his grip tightening on his guardian's spear as killing intent radiated from his frame like heat from a forge. The raven continued its aerial stroll, utterly relaxed. It knew Valdor would never strike without the Emperor's command. The custodians never questioned their Sire, nor would they disobey his will. Valdor embodied this iron law made flesh. If you're willing, I'll send you to the first trial world. When you complete the mission, you'll return with a reward. I guarantee that reward will be massively helpful to your plans. Valdor looked to the Emperor, reading consideration in his immortal features. My Emperor, do not heed its honeyed words. Should this prove a trap, should you become unable to return, all our stratagems shall crumble to ash. The raven interjected, even if I'm lying, Terra's already unified. Even if the Emperor leaves, this place becomes a new cradle for human civilization. You haven't even fully mastered webway technology yet. If something goes wrong, all of humanity gets screwed. A gambler's desperate bet is worse than just giving up, at least that won't make things worse. Every plan the Emperor had wrought was founded upon the webway's promise. Whether the unification of Terra, the creation of the Primarchs, or the coming Great Crusade, all were merely means to an ultimate end. The webway, which would permit humanity to traverse the galaxy without risk, isolated from the warp's predations, represented the true goal of the Emperor's grand design. Both the Emperor and Valdor heard the raven's words, and for the first time, their eternally composed features betrayed shock. The Webway project was beyond classification. Only 3 beings in all the Imperium knew its full scope. Only from outside this universe can you get the power and knowledge to change it. If you're willing to cooperate, I can also help you get complete Webway technology from other universes. I need a day to recharge the energy required for universe hopping. You can think about it and give me a definite answer this time tomorrow. After speaking, the raven vanished with an audible pop, dissolving into wisps of white mist. Chapter 3, Let Me Show You the World. A magnificent gate of impossible architecture stood within a realm of rolling gray-white mist, its surface inscribed with geometries that hurt to perceive. When the raven disappeared from before the Emperor and Valdor, it returned to this ethereal space between realities. Hope they didn't figure out I'm totally winging this, the raven muttered, anxiety creeping into its voice. Despite the mysterious and otherworldly entrance it had made, the truth was far more mundane. It was just an ordinary person who had accidentally gained control of the mist space through circumstances beyond its understanding. In its previous life, it had been driving along a highway when a 100-ton freight truck, traveling at over 120 miles per hour, had rear-ended its vehicle with devastating finality. When consciousness returned, its soul had awakened within this strange dimensional pocket. It had taken considerable time to master the mist space's properties and obtain its current raven form, a shape chosen more for dramatic effect than any deeper significance. The mist space proved remarkably versatile, granting the raven abilities that bordered on the miraculous. It could distort physical laws within target universes, read the traces left by cosmic evolution, trace temporal currents backward through history, and navigate freely through spacetime in realities possessed of multi-dimensional chronologies. The ancient gate that dominated the space served as a gateway between universes, though its use came with strict limitations. The raven could only enter other realities by first binding itself to what the system termed a protagonist of destiny, a being whose actions would ripple across the cosmic order. Only by altering predetermined fates could it harvest the primordial energies that strengthened both itself and the space it inhabited. Without such a binding, the gate remained sealed, and the infinite cosmos lay forever beyond reach. Tricking the future Dark King right off the bat almost gave my little heart a seizure. I hope it works. If I stay here alone any longer, I'll really go crazy. The raven muttered to itself, pacing restlessly through the ethereal mist. The days spent within the mist space were sufficient to drive any consciousness to madness. It could venture nowhere beyond these gray boundaries. Unless some mortal summoned it and forged a pact, it remained trapped within this dimensional prison. Should the Emperor refuse cooperation, the Raven would be forced to seek another protagonist of destiny elsewhere in the cosmos. Until such a target could be located, it would remain confined to this colorless realm, repeating the same monotonous existence that had driven it to the edge of sanity. Since I brought up the webway, the Emperor will most likely agree. The Raven reviewed their recent exchange with calculating precision. The webway represented the ultimate objective of all the Emperor's grand designs, the key to preventing humanity's inexorable march toward damnation. The collapse of the Eldar Empire had birthed Slaanesh, youngest of the ruinous powers, and torn the Eye of Terror through reality's fabric like a festering wound. In the centuries to come, humanity would surpass even the Eldar, evolving into a nascent psychic species of unparalleled potential. When that transformation reached its apex, human souls would blaze within the warp like stellar beacons, drawing every demon and predator from the Immaterium's depths. Humanity would become sustenance for the dark gods and their endless legions, facing extinction in a manner 1,000-fold more horrific than the Eldar's fall. To shield his species from this fate, the Emperor had conceived the Webway Project, isolating humanity from the warp's influence entirely, freeing them from dependence upon its treacherous currents. Everything that followed served this singular purpose: the unification wars, the coming Great Crusade, the establishment of the Imperium itself. All were merely means to acquire the resources necessary for the Webway's construction. To the master of mankind, the Webway was salvation incarnate. He would sacrifice anything, even himself, to ensure its completion. The Primarchs were expendable. Should his own death guarantee the project's success, the Emperor would embrace oblivion without hesitation. The Raven's knowledge extended even to the distant future, when the arch-traitor Horus would unleash warp-born powers to deny reinforcements at Terra's final siege. As all hope seemed lost, Malkador's sacrifice would free the Emperor from the Golden Throne for one final confrontation. To defeat Horus, empowered by all 4 Chaos gods, the Emperor would be forced to abandon his self-imposed limitations. He would devour warp energy with ravenous hunger, bringing himself to the very threshold of true godhood, one step away from becoming the prophesied Dark King. In that moment of transcendence, his followers would become demigods in their own right, wielding power sufficient to battle greater demons as equals. Had he chosen to continue that apotheosis, even the united Chaos gods would have fallen before him. Their domains would have been scoured clean by his divine wrath. But the cost would have been humanity's complete annihilation. For his species' survival, the Emperor would ultimately reject godhood, dispersing the stolen power and facing Horus as a mere immortal. Such was his devotion to mankind's future, he would sacrifice even divinity itself. Where humanity's continuation was concerned, the Emperor would compromise on anything. Haha, my golden boy, you wouldn't want humanity to go extinct like this, would you? A classic line of persuasion surfaced in the Raven's thoughts, bringing a smile to its beak. What manner of heresy have I contemplated? The thought struck like a law's bolt through the Raven's consciousness. 10,000 years of torment beneath the light spears would be merciful punishment for such blasphemy. Yet truth remained immutable. The master of mankind's power transcended mortal comprehension. As one destined to stand against the ruinous powers themselves, perhaps even bearing the essence of a 5th dark god within his golden form, few entities across the infinite cosmos possess strength to match his will. Dude's strength is totally beyond doubt, though, the Raven mused, his thoughts momentarily slipping into archaic patterns before reforming into more proper cadence. If I could establish some kind of long-term, cooperative arrangement with him, the benefits would be considerable. The ancient being paused, feeling the weight of 30 millennia pressing upon his consciousness. I must locate a suitable realm, one that would demonstrate to him the advantages of traversing the infinite heavens. The Raven approached the towering gate that dominated this sacred space. Its surface bore the patina of ages, wrought from materials that predated humanity's first breath. His form dissolved into pure radiance, merging seamlessly with the portal's essence. Through the authority granted by the mist space, he cast his awareness across the boundless multiverse. Without a chosen protagonist as anchor, direct manifestation remained impossible, yet observation was permitted. Harry Potter locked in conflict with Voldemort? The Raven's thoughts carried faint amusement. The master of mankind could crush that pretender with a gesture. Besides, what use has he for parlor tricks when psychic might flows through his veins? A cultivation realm, perhaps? Nah, he already possesses psychic mastery and immortal essence. Why would the Lord of Terra seek what he already commands? The Captain America incident, acquiring the super soldier serum? A dismissive pulse echoed through his consciousness. Barely superior to baseline human enhancement. Compared to the might of the Adeptus Astartes, such augmentation would prove underwhelming. Now the Death Star incident, interest sharpened his focus. Construction techniques for planet-killing weaponry, that possesses merit. With such knowledge, Xeno's worlds could be reduced to cosmic dust, their inhabitants weeping for progenitors who can no longer hear their cries. Yet pragmatism tempered enthusiasm. Resource requirements would prove astronomical. The Emperor has only recently unified Terra. Such undertakings demand materials and foundries that do not yet exist. The super gene universe, however, the Raven's attention crystallized upon this possibility. Even basic gene engine technology could revolutionize the imperial war machine, transform his armies into instruments of divine retribution. Below, upon Terra's scarred surface, the final death throes of resistance echoed across the continents. The Morianson Federation, that last bastion of techno-barbarian defiance, had finally fallen before the Thunder Warriors' inexorable advance. Their leadership faced the executioner's blade, purged as all obstacles to unity must be. The innocent masses, freed from their leader's delusions, would be gathered into the growing fold of the nascent Imperium. Yeah, this could work, the Raven concluded, his thoughts once again sliding between millennia. Time to make my pitch to the master of mankind. The Raven's contemplation. Malkador the Sigillite arrived from the newly pacified territories, his convoy bearing essential supplies and cadres of administrators prepared to implement the Emperor's vision across the Navia Peninsula. The work of rebuilding would commence according to the master's design. Within a hastily erected command pavilion, 3 titans of the nascent Imperium gathered in council. The matter at hand, the entity known as the Raven. Through Valdor's precise recounting, Malkador learned of this mysterious being, a creature claiming mastery over dimensional barriers, offering passage between universes in exchange for cooperation. It had already begun its seduction of the Emperor, promising power and forbidden knowledge gleaned from altering the fates of alien realities. My lord, Malkador's voice carried the weight of millennia, his expression grave beneath his hood. Do you place trust in this entity of unknown providence? The Emperor's countenance remained impassive, yet his words carried the burden of terrible truth. We possess no alternative, old friend. It demonstrates knowledge of the Primarch's survival. It speaks of the Webway project with intimate familiarity. A pause, heavy with implication. It knows us completely. Should it serve the ruinous powers, our cause is already lost. Better to discover this truth now than face betrayal at the moment of ultimate triumph. Alternative strategies remain viable, Valdor interjected, his auramite armor catching the pale light. There exists no necessity to trust an entity of dubious origin. Time remains our greatest adversary, the Emperor replied, his psychic emanations carrying undertones of cosmic weariness. Decades of calculation went into each component of our design. To alter course now. Could we complete such works before humanity's psychic awakening renders all efforts meaningless? The master of mankind turned to his oldest confidant. The Morianson Federation lies broken. The petty kingdoms that remain pose no true threat. Terra's unification nears completion. The remainder falls to you, my most trusted friend. My lord, Malkador's entreaty carried desperate urgency. Even should this creature speak truth regarding dimensional travel, how can you guarantee your own preservation? Nothing in this universe, or any other, possesses the power to truly destroy me. After addressing Malkador, the Emperor's attention shifted to his custodian. Valdor, render what aid you may to Malkador in governing this emerging realm. Should I return, we shall forge new plans for stellar conquest. Should I not, ensure Terra endures as humanity's beating heart. The appointed hour arrived with the inexorability of fate itself. The raven materialized before the Emperor as promised, though this time Valdor did not stand alone. An aged figure in ceremonial robes accompanied the custodian, his ornate staff marking him as one of supreme authority. The entity's awareness swept over the newcomer, psychic senses probing. The power radiating from this mortal, second only to the Emperor himself, left little doubt regarding his identity. So Malkador joins the party, the raven mused, his thoughts settling into patterns both ancient and modern. The Sigillite himself, this just got way more interesting. The raven's attention returned to the golden figure before him. He flared his wings wide, the feathers twitching with anticipation as if they, too, were eager to launch into action. With a cheeky grin, he bounced on his taloned feet and adopted a crude boxing stance, wings half-curled like makeshift fists. He shadowboxed excitedly, throwing a few exaggerated jabs into the air. Well, have you made your decision? I'm fully charged and ready to rock. We can start this whole interdimensional road trip right now if you're game. The proposition holds merit, the Emperor acknowledged, yet one concern requires resolution. Shoot. Should I traverse these dimensional barriers? What temporal displacement occurs upon my return? If Terra suffers irreversible change during my absence, what value would alien knowledge possess? Ah, temporal mechanics, yeah, I can anchor the time stream for you. No matter how long we spend dimension hopping, only one day passes here. Think of it as cosmic time dilation, but way cooler. One solar day, the Emperor's psychic presence pulsed with consideration. Such parameters prove acceptable. I agree to this compact. Contract sealed, big guy. Time to show you what the multiverse has to offer. The raven's form dissolved into coruscating light, expanding into a spiraling vortex that defied mortal comprehension. The luminous maelstrom engulfed the master of mankind, reality bending around their merged essence. Then both were gone. Valdor observed this impossible sight, concealed concern flickering across his usually stoic features. For the first time in his existence, he could not stand guard at his master's side. What transpired here? Malkador's eyes swept the empty space where moments before the Emperor had stood. Where has our lord vanished? The Sigillite had perceived nothing, only the sound of the Emperor's voice speaking to apparent emptiness, followed by inexplicable absence. Chapter 4, The Super-Gene Universe. The immense portal within the mist space ground opened with ponderous inevitability, its mechanisms transcending mortal comprehension as it carved a passage through the manifold dimensions of existence. Light and shadow writhed together in patterns that defied reason, flowing like the fevered dreams of a dying god. The moment the Emperor stepped across the threshold, reality itself recoiled. He felt the sensation of ascension beyond all mortal constraints, beyond the limitations of flesh and spirit that bound lesser beings. Time became a lie, space a forgotten concept. Beneath the raven's aegis, the Emperor pierced the cosmic membrane and entered the void eternal. There, in that place between places, existed neither death nor time nor the familiar tyranny of physics. Only the endless, howling nothing that preceded and would outlast all creation. As he departed his universe, the Emperor cast his gaze backward with the terrible certainty of one who sees beyond the veil. Mortals required the crude mechanism of reflected light to perceive their surroundings, but he, the living avatar of mankind's apotheosis, the human manifestation of the fifth chaos god, scorned such primitive limitations. Even within the void's embrace, his sight penetrated all veils. He beheld the vast stellar archipelagos shrouded within their gossamer barriers, isolated islands of reality floating in the sea of nothing. Yet his vision revealed more, things that should not be, entities that existed in defiance of sanity itself. They coiled through the eternal darkness, their appendages spanning light years, embracing star systems in obscene caresses. The emperor recognized 4 among their number with the grim familiarity of ancient hatred. Korn, Tzint, Nurgle, and Slanesh, the malignant distillation of mortal excess given form and hunger, his eternal adversaries in the great game of existence. Yet another presence stirred in the void, its power rivaling that of the chaos gods themselves. It manifested as absolute negation, a darkness so complete that to perceive it was to understand the meaning of cosmic hunger, an appetite that would not be sated until the last star guttered and died. As the emperor's attention fell upon them, the entities stirred with predatory awareness. They turned their awful regard toward his position, but found only empty void. Already, he and his guide had plunged deeper into the abyss, approaching the membrane of another reality entirely. The crossing demanded its toll. As they breached the cosmic boundary, existence twisted around them like a serpent in its death throes. The emperor felt the fundamental structures of reality spinning, churning, as though reality itself were caught in the maw of some vast and hungry storm. When equilibrium returned, he found himself standing on an urban street corner in what appeared to be early 21st century Earth. Above, a massive rift tore across the blue sky like a wound in reality itself, strange energies crackling along its edges. From a nearby alley, angry voices carried on the afternoon air. "You little shit, do you know who I am? People call me head dog, and you think you can mess with me. Beat his ass." The emperor surveyed this new world with the analytical precision of one who had conquered countless realms. The technology appeared consistent with Terra's early 3rd millennium: automobiles with combustion engines, primitive communication devices, urban infrastructure that spoke of a civilization still bound to its homeworld. He closed his eyes and extended his consciousness toward what should have been the immaterium. Instead, he found calm. No demons clawed at the edges of reality, no chaos gods cast their malevolent influence across the psychic realm. The warp currents he had navigated for millennia simply did not exist here. A different universe entirely. Through the reflective surface of a parked car's window, he observed his transformed state. The golden artifice of his Terminator armor had vanished, replaced by simple civilian clothing, dark jeans, a plain shirt, sturdy boots. His towering 4-meter frame had compressed to merely 2 meters tall, still impressive by local standards, but stripped of his true divine majesty. The raven materialized on his shoulder, like a shadow given form. "All right, big guy," it began, its tone carrying that peculiar casual irreverence. "Let me break this down for you. The great universe consciousness, think of it like the cosmic OS running everything. It actually digs it when we mess with predetermined outcomes. Why? Because it needs to evolve, adapt, grow. But here's the thing." The creature paused, searching for the right analogy. "We can't just go in guns blazing like some Hollywood action flick. Too heavy-handed, and we corrupt the universe's source code. That pisses off the cosmic consciousness something fierce, and trust me, you don't want that kind of heat." The raven's speech shifted slightly, adopting a more formal cadence. "That is why thy divine panoply has been temporarily relocated, my lord. Only when thy alterations to this realm's destiny prove sufficiently significant shall thy power, armor, and blade be restored unto thee." The emperor regarded his guide with interest. Such knowledge of universal mechanics suggested depths he had not initially perceived. "Your understanding implies familiarity with cosmic principles beyond most entities' comprehension." "Look, big guy, my lord, you're crazy powerful, no doubt. Smart as they come, absolutely, but some stuff is just—" The raven caught itself, growing more respectful. "Above your current clearance level, if you will. For now, just trust my lead on this. We both get what we want. You gain access to new technologies and power systems. I get my objectives met. Win-win." The emperor inclined his head with the patience of one who had orchestrated 10,000-year plans. "Very well, I shall trust in this partnership." "Good, glad you're on board," the raven replied with satisfaction. "So, what's your first impression of this reality? Where precisely have we arrived?" This is what they call the super gene universe, though the locals just think of it as regular Earth, circa 2020-something. They're about to get a major wake-up call, though. This world's developed some pretty unique evolutionary enhancement technologies. Help me tweak the destiny nodes here, and I can hook you up with some of their innovations. What is required of me? Simple turnaround. The emperor pivoted and observed a scene of mundane urban violence. A nervous-looking college student squared off against a group of street thugs led by a powerfully built man with bleached hair and gang tattoos. Those two are major players in this universe's development. Change their trajectories, and everything else shifts with them. How shall this be achieved? Beat them down and make them acknowledge you as their boss. Street rules, you know. The timing was perfect. This moment represented the beginning of Earth's great transformation, when alien invaders would tear holes in space-time itself and humanity would awaken to its genetic potential. Super soldiers carrying advanced gene engines would emerge, their abilities manifesting as reality itself screamed in pain above. This was the fateful first meeting between the future galaxy power and Nox's hand, when the college kid would use his newly awakened abilities to stop the gang leader from terrorizing an innocent girl. Indeed, most direct. The Emperor, master of countless subtle strategies across millennia of warfare, found himself experiencing something approaching incredulity at the crudeness of the approach. Had Malkador witnessed such a moment, the ancient Sigilite would have questioned his sanity. The Emperor, he knew, was calculation incarnate, a being for whom every action served purposes within purposes. "Cease this at once," the Emperor called out, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to resonate in the bones of everyone present. "Who the hell are you, old man?" Liu Chuang, the gang leader, spun around with a brick already in his hand, hurling it at the Emperor's head with practiced violence. The Emperor simply raised one hand. Liu Chuang flew backward through the air as though struck by an invisible freight train, slamming into a dumpster with bone-rattling force. "Get him!" The remaining thugs rushed forward with crowbars and knives, their faces twisted with rage and desperation. They lasted exactly 3 seconds before joining their leader in a groaning pile beside the garbage. The Raven watched this casual display of overwhelming force with something like awe for the defeated gang leader. "Gotta give props to the future god of war," it mused internally. Guy just tried to brain the 5th chaos god with a brick. That's either the most courage or the most stupidity I've ever witnessed. Okay, we give up," Liu Chuang gasped from where he lay crumpled against the dumpster. "You win, man, you totally win. They couldn't fight this, nobody could fight this." "My children," the Emperor intoned in the archaic cadence of his true nature, "salvation lies yet within your grasp. Only through submission to my guidance shall you achieve true rebirth and—" Liu Chuang and his crew stared at him with blank confusion, their minds struggling to process language that sounded like it belonged in some ancient religious text. They had no idea what he was talking about. The Raven tilted its head, observing the Emperor's instinctive theological approach with obvious skepticism. Big guy, my lord, the whole messianic preaching thing isn't really connecting here. These are modern street punks, not imperial citizens. Maybe try something more contemporary." The Emperor adapted instantly, masking his authority beneath a veil of familiarity. "You may address me as the Emperor, but tread your word carefully." As one who had walked among humanity in every conceivable role across the ages, criminal hierarchies held no mystery for him. "Yes, the Emperor," Liu Chuang shouted immediately. "Yes, the Emperor," his followers echoed with desperate enthusiasm. Their capitulation was complete and instantaneous. The Emperor's attention shifted to the college student, Xuanhuan, who stood frozen with shock at what he'd witnessed. He gestured with casual command. "You, child, shall also call me as such." Xuanhuan's mind reeled with confusion and moral conflict. How can I, an upstanding citizen who believes in law and order, possibly submit to some criminal element? The Emperor clenched his fist. 20 meters away, the dumpster compacted into a perfect metal cube with a sound like thunder. Great Emperor," Xuanhuan declared with sudden fervor. "Once Emperor, always the Emperor. I'll live for you, die for you, and smash my head against walls for the Emperor." Destiny node altered by 1%. The Raven felt the confirmation pulse through the mist-space connection. Raw creative force flowed into its being, the fundamental energy that shaped reality itself, granting deeper insight into universal mechanics and the power to bend the laws of existence. "Return home, child," the Emperor told Xuanhuan with dismissive authority. "When the time's right, I'll come find you." He turned to Liu Chuang, who was still picking himself up off the pavement. "Take me to your place." "My place?" Liu Chuang's eyes went wide, then suddenly gleamed with desperate hope. Rose was still crashing at his apartment, the girl with the weird powers. Maybe she could handle this terrifying freak. "Lead the way." "Yes, sir, right away." Liu Chuang and his crew practically tripped over themselves, leading the way down the street. As the Emperor followed at a measured pace, he spoke quietly with his guide, their conversation pitched below human hearing. "How long must we remain in this reality? When we hit 5% destiny alteration, we get the first major reward. At that point, I can lock down this timeline and send you back with whatever we've gained. 5%, our current progress. 1%, both Xuanhuan and Liu Chuang are pivotal figures in this universe's development. Influence them, and the ripple effects spread everywhere. And if destiny changes, reach 100%. Total transformation. In the next cycle of universal rebirth, this reality will evolve completely new power systems, technologies, even physical laws. The universe itself transcends to a higher form of existence." Chapter 5, What is a True God? The Emperor contemplated the knowledge contained within the Raven's discourse. The concepts presented transcended even the vast understanding of Malkador the Sigillite, whose wisdom had guided the Imperium through its darkest hours. Universal evolution, reincarnation, rebirth. Each touched upon mysteries that dwelt in the deepest vaults of cosmic truth. Should he master such principles, perhaps the path to humanity's ultimate salvation would finally reveal itself. Perhaps the Great Crusade itself could transcend the limitations that had bound it to failure. Liu Chuang's dwelling proved to be a structure of remarkable simplicity, an abandoned industrial facility that served as both sanctuary and gathering place for his criminal collective. Upon reaching the factory's exterior, Liu Chuang hesitated, his posture betraying nervous calculation. "It's kind of a mess inside, you know. Maybe you guys could wait out here while we go clean up a bit first." Liu Chuang's attempt at deception carried the transparent quality common to lesser minds. His intent was obvious, to seek reinforcement from whatever ally awaited within. The moment he moved toward the entrance, invisible force seized him, binding his limbs with psychic restraint. Terror blanched his features to the color of ash. "Such haste proves unnecessary," the Emperor observed, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. His gaze fell upon Liu Chuang with penetrating intensity, the same scrutiny he had once turned upon primarchs and high lords alike, dissecting truth from deception with surgical precision. As an immortal who had waged war against gods and demons across 10 millennia, mortal duplicity held no mystery for him. Liu Chuang's crude stratagem was as transparent as Terran crystal. "Let him proceed," the Raven advised with casual authority. "Another significant player awaits within. Her defeat will advance our alteration of the destiny node." The Emperor released his psychic hold, and Liu Chuang stumbled forward with his followers, their retreat resembling nothing so much as rooted guardsmen fleeing from Chaos Space Marines. The moment they crossed the threshold, Liu Chuang's voice echoed from within. "Rose, we got trouble out here. Who the hell dares mess with my boys? I'll waste them." A striking female emerged from the factory's depths, wine-red hair cascading past her shoulders, leather jacket worn with the casual confidence of one accustomed to violence. This was Rose, wielder of space-time manipulation abilities that would have impressed even the Adeptus Mechanicus. "Damn, Rose is seriously hot," the Raven commented, its tone carrying that peculiar blend of modern casualness and growing formality. "I mean, she possesses considerable aesthetic appeal, my lord." The Emperor's expression remained as impassive as carved stone. Physical beauty held no more significance to him than the arrangement of dust motes in sunlight. He had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, had seen beauty and horror beyond mortal comprehension. Such trivial considerations were beneath his notice. What drew his attention was the subtle distortion in the air around the woman, the telltale signature of psychic potential, albeit channeled through mechanisms foreign to the immaterium he knew. The master of mankind assessed the situation before him with the calculating gaze of a conqueror who had unified Terra and launched his great crusade across the stars. To him, the value each being held for humanity's ascension was the sole measure of their worth. Rose sized up the golden giant and said nonchalantly, "You're quite the big guy. Apologize to my little brother now, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, you're definitely asking for trouble." The emperor offered no reply, maintaining his characteristic stoic bearing. His silence was not born of arrogance, but of purpose. He reserved his words for matters of true consequence. He cared nothing for the petty grievances of mortals. Only when humanity's destiny hung in the balance would he allow emotion to touch his perfect features. "It is her," Raven's voice whispered through their psychic communion. "Defeat her, make her acknowledge your authority, and we can shift the fate node." Only then did the emperor deign to focus his attention upon Rose, fixing her with a gaze that had cowed Primarchs and broken the will of Xeno's overlords. "Child," he spoke, and his voice carried the absolute authority of one who had commanded the Thunder Warriors and forged the Imperium from Terra's ashes. "Submit to my will, or suffer the consequences of defiance." "Pretty arrogant," Rose muttered. Without warning, Rose gestured sharply, and miniature spatial rifts tore open before the emperor. A flurry of throwing knives emerged, streaking toward him with lethal precision. The emperor raised his hand. His psychic might, the same power that had shattered the void dragon of Mars and illuminated the darkness of old night, manifested as an invisible barrier that effortlessly deflected the projectiles. "You possess some measure of skill," Rose acknowledged, but her words were cut short as the emperor made a casual gesture. An irresistible telekinetic force seized Rose, hurling her backward with contemptuous ease. Then, demonstrating the vast gulf between their capabilities, he drew her back through the air as though she were naught but a marionette. "Submit, child, or learn through suffering what your futile defiance will bring." "Dream on." The emperor's golden eyes flared with cold displeasure. With a thought, he lifted Rose high into the air and tore two shimmering portals into reality, manifestations of his mastery over the warp itself. Rose plummeted through the lower portal, emerging from the upper one only to fall again in an endless, screaming cycle. Her cries echoed across the industrial wasteland like the wails of those who had dared oppose the imperial truth. Having dealt with this minor irritation, the emperor turned his attention to Liu Chuang. The mortal's eyes darted between Rose's predicament and the towering figure before him, making the same calculation countless humans had made when faced with the emperor's overwhelming presence. "Big brother," Liu Chuang shouted, pointing at the perpetually falling Rose. "This woman attacked you first. She deserves whatever punishment you give her." The emperor withdrew his gaze, already dismissing the coward's existence. So long as mortals did not impede the Great Crusade or threaten humanity's advancement, their personal failings were beneath his notice. He had pardoned far greater treacheries when they served the greater design, even among his own Primarchs. Such was the burden of leadership, to see beyond individual weakness toward the species' ultimate triumph. After 30 minutes of continuous falling, Rose's defiance finally cracked. "Fuck my back," she gasped when he mercifully returned her to solid ground, her legs shaking like those of a terrified child. "You worthless backstabber," she snarled at Liu Chuang, striking him across the face. "I couldn't fight him," Liu Chuang protested. "What was I supposed to do?" "So you threw me under the bus instead." The emperor paid their squabbling no heed. He strode into the abandoned factory with the measured pace of one who had walked through the conquered palaces of Ursh and the fallen temples of the Ethnarchy. Selecting a chamber that met his requirements, he commanded solitude. None would dare disturb the master of mankind. Fate node alteration, 2%. Just 3% more for the initial reward, Raven's voice whispered through their mental link. "You're performing admirably, Emperor. We should celebrate with fries when this concludes. 2% achieved in a single day, the emperor mused, beginning to pace within his chosen sanctuary. The 5% threshold approaches swiftly. What manner of reward awaits at that milestone, Raven? Sleep had become unnecessary to the emperor, since his ascension beyond mortal limitations. Every moment of his existence was devoted to calculation and planning, preparing humanity for the trials that awaited among the stars. Rest was a luxury he had abandoned in service to the Great Crusade. He walked the chamber tirelessly, his mind processing thousands of variables and contingencies with each step. "Have you taken note of the girl called Rose?" Raven inquired. The emperor nodded, his enhanced perception having catalogued every aspect of her abilities. She manipulates spatial dimensions with considerable sophistication. The power resembles psychic phenomena, yet operates on entirely different principles. That ability stems from a gene engine, advanced technology that merges dark matter manipulation with genetic enhancement, Raven explained. Rose is an artificially enhanced supersoldier, wielding a space-time-class engine. Her current capabilities are rudimentary, but with proper development, she could tear wormholes across galactic distances, enabling instantaneous travel to any corner of known space. The Emperor's interest sharpened considerably. Such power rivaled the ancient technologies of the Dark Age, or even the reality-warping capabilities of the most dangerous Xenos races. "Remarkable," he observed. "Their science is refined, even efficient, but it lacks the breadth and depth of what was once ours in the golden age of mankind." True, each reality possesses unique evolutionary paths, Raven agreed. The super-god universe represents merely one variation among infinite possibilities. Once we achieve 5% alteration, I can provide complete first-generation gene engine specifications. Mass production of enhanced warriors becomes feasible. With such forces at my disposal, the Emperor contemplated, his strategic mind already envisioning new possibilities, the Great Crusade could achieve unprecedented success. Even without my gene sons, galactic conquest becomes not merely possible, but inevitable. New strategies crystallized in his thoughts. Gene engines could augment his existing forces, provide capabilities that even the most advanced Xenos had never encountered. The galaxy would witness the true might of unified humanity. The following day brought officials from the local government, bureaucrats seeking to recruit Rose and Liu Chuang into an organization called the Super Gene Academy. Following their evaluation procedures, even the Emperor received an invitation to join. The irony was not lost on him. The master of mankind, who had united Terra and launched humanity toward the stars, submitting to assessment by a primitive planetary government. In truth, he cared little for such institutions. The Emperor had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations during his millennia of existence. Most educational endeavors proved to be elaborate exercises in mediocrity, mortals playing at significance, while greater powers shaped the galaxy's destiny. However, the requirements of fate manipulation demanded adherence to established patterns. Dramatic deviations risked rejection by this universe's fundamental forces, expulsion from a reality they sought to influence. Only overwhelming power could force acceptance of their presence. Much as a conqueror might claim a rival's territory through superior military might, compelling acknowledgement through strength rather than diplomacy. "Your name is actually Emperor." The administrator reviewing his documentation looked genuinely perplexed. Such grandiose titles were typically adopted by delusional individuals seeking to compensate for their insignificance. "Perhaps you could employ one of your numerous aliases," Raven suggested through their mental connection, clearly exasperated by the situation. The Emperor did not respond verbally. Instead, he extended a minute fraction of his psychic might, the same power that had illuminated the Astronomicon and broken the will of the Chaos Gods during their first incursions. The administrator's eyes glazed briefly as local reality adjusted to accommodate the Emperor's presence. When awareness returned, the man found nothing unusual about either the name or its bearer. Both seemed perfectly ordinary, warranting no special scrutiny. Truly impressive, Raven observed silently. Such casual manipulation of perception and memory. Are you certain you're not dabbling in powers that would make the chaos gods envious? With psychic influence smoothing his path, the Emperor gained admission to the Super Gene Academy. There, he systematically defeated every student wielding gene engine technology in single combat. Their abilities, while formidable by the standards of this realm, paled before one who had honed warriors to conquer 1,000,000 worlds and forged legions to shape the fate of galaxies. This demonstration elevated the fate node alteration to 3%. So you're their leader. A new voice rang across the academy grounds, young, confident, and radiating barely contained stellar energy. The Emperor turned to observe the speaker, a woman whose very presence seemed to bend light around her form, as though she carried a captive star within her being. I'm Lena from Liang Star, inheritor of solar gene, she said, solar fire crackling around her. Let's fight, show them what real power looks like. The Emperor regarded this self-proclaimed solar deity with the same measured assessment he had once turned upon the chaos gods during their initial rebellion against reality. Here stood another being who had confused local supremacy with universal significance. Very well, he replied, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of one who had never known defeat. Let us discover what manner of goddess you believe yourself to be. The golden giant stepped forward, not out of challenge, but obligation. This sunlight was no threat, merely another flare in a dim sky. But even insects must sometimes be swatted, if only to remind the stars who rules them. Chapter 6, Reward Basic Version Gene Engine. The Black Hawk Military Academy had witnessed unprecedented upheaval the previous day. Instructor Ruiz and the senior faculty, seeking to demonstrate the true potential of the gene locks their cadets possessed, had summoned Lena, known as the Radiance of Liang Star. The teleportation's timing, however, was ill-considered. Due to her relaxed demeanor, she arrived during the bath, causing huge chaos. This sight sent Han Sen, Zhao Xin, Cheng Jiawen, and their compatriots into a frenzy of adolescent enthusiasm. They proclaimed grand delusions of conquering goddesses and surrendering themselves to divine punishment. Their reward was a thorough beating once Lena had donned her attire. Kaiyingwei, wielding her mastery over spacetime, had also challenged the solar deity. The encounter left her so thoroughly defeated that she questioned the very foundations of her existence. The following day, Lena sought an audience with the Master of Mankind directly. She harbored ambitions of establishing herself as the apex predator within the Super God Gene Academy's hierarchy. The Emperor's gaze fell upon the self-proclaimed goddess before him. With the dismissive indifference he reserved for the countless pretenders who had claimed divinity across the millennia, he chose to ignore her entirely. A petulant child seeking validation merited no consideration from one who had witnessed the birth and death of empires. This Lena possesses considerable aesthetic appeal, Raven observed from his perch upon the Emperor's shoulder, then muttered with a dry scoff. Seriously, kids these days, mortal goddess? What era are we living in, the 30th millennium? He fluttered his wings once before adding, her temperament burns as fiercely as the stellar energies she commands. Perhaps that's from the sunlight gene of the great sun in her genetic matrix. Still, someone should teach her that humility is not a deactivated gene. The Raven's commentary held merit. As the primary deity of Liang Star and bearer of the sunlight gene of the great sun gene engine, one of the triumvirate of god-making projects, Lena commanded power that would humble lesser civilizations. Her physical form had been sculpted by technologies that transcended human understanding of beauty. Yet to the Master of Mankind, she remained but another pretender just like those false gods and their worshippers. The Emperor dismissed both Raven's observations and the goddess's presence. His attention was already turning toward more pressing matters. He sought Instructor Ruiz, intent on continuing his systematic extraction of knowledge regarding the gene engine technologies. Since witnessing the true capabilities of these devices, the Emperor had devoted every moment to their study. His intellect, honed across millennia of conflict and creation, consumed information at a rate that left even the Academy's most learned scholars struggling to keep pace. The principles underlying the gene engine revealed themselves to his scrutiny with startling clarity. Through genetic encoding, these devices activated dark energy, granting organisms dominion over forces that lesser minds would deem supernatural. Should such technology be adapted for the Adeptus Astartes or his custodian guard, their already formidable capabilities would ascend to heights previously unimaginable. The conceptual framework underlying this technology demonstrated exceptional sophistication, achievable only when a civilization's mastery of science had reached its zenith. Whoever had conceived this technological path possessed genius worthy of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lena basked in the attention her divine presence typically commanded. With her flawless features, graceful form, and aura of barely contained stellar fury, she had grown accustomed to worship and genuflection. Her greatest pride stemmed not from her dominion over solar forces, but from her victory in beauty competitions, a public goddess crowned by mortal acclaim. Today, however, she found herself ignored, bypassed as if she were invisible. Lena, she pursued the departing figure with mounting indignation, positioning herself directly in his path. "I address you, mortal, look upon me." Lena widened her eyes, attempting to project the overwhelming presence that had cowed civilizations. Yet when she faced this enigmatic figure, an inexplicable sense of wrongness troubled her thoughts. Something felt fundamentally askew, though she could not identify its source. As the Emperor prepared to bypass this latest impediment, Raven spoke. "Defeat her, and we shall alter the fate node." The Emperor's attention finally settled upon Lena. He extended one hand with deliberate slowness. Lena tilted her head, observing his movement with growing confusion. A metaphorical question mark might as well have materialized above her perfect features. Was this strange individual reaching out in supplication? The next instant, psychic force erupted from his palm like a tidal wave of pure will. Lena found herself launched through the air, her divine form ragdolling across the Academy grounds. As she attempted to rise, invisible bonds seized her limbs, rendering movement impossible. Void energy detected, host under attack. Highest level alert. Host Lena's self-perception has been modified, suspected influence from secondary bioenergy, attempting repair. Repair failed, unable to parse secondary bioenergy signature from target. Activating self-protection protocol, establishing supertemporal communication, Liang Star connected, support standing by. Pan Zhen and Liang Star's high command had woven protective protocols into Lena's very being. Should she face mortal peril, they would manifest upon Earth itself. This power, Hansen breathed from his distant observation point. The goddess was defeated instantly, Liu Chuang added, his jaw threatening to dislocate entirely. They had experienced Lena's might firsthand mere days ago. To witness such overwhelming force reduced to helplessness by a single gesture defied comprehension. Lena, struggling futilely against her invisible bonds, began to question everything she had believed about herself. Could the primary goddess of Liang Star truly be nothing more than an elaborate deception? A native of this backwater world had rendered her powerless without visible effort. The Emperor approached his fallen opponent with measured steps, his presence casting a shadow across her prostrate form. "There exist no gods in this reality." His voice carried the weight of absolute authority. "Humanity requires no divine shepherds. Furthermore, you shall accept my guidance and address me as you would a master and emperor." "You're delusional," Lena spat, her pride refusing to bend despite her helpless state. The next moment brought immediate regret. The Emperor's fingers snapped once, a sound like breaking bones. Lena found herself suspended in midair, rotating slowly as invisible forces toyed with her form. Mortals who forget their place require correction. As his pronouncement echoed across the Academy grounds, the sunlight gene of the Great Sun gene engine within Lena's body screamed warnings. Warning: secondary bioenergy detected, base logic systems under modification, protection protocols engaged. Initiating countermeasures, attempting repair of rewritten base logic. Countermeasures failed, base logic successfully rewritten. Sunlight of the Great Sun engine entering shutdown sequence. Lena's eyes widened in horror. What manner of being was this? The sunlight gene of the Great Sun, a god-killing weapon that had taken millennia to perfect, had simply stopped, shut down as casually as one might extinguish a candle. Her scream echoed across the academy as she plummeted between two looping teleporter light tunnels, experiencing freefall from the perspective of an ordinary mortal. Xuanhuan watched this display with instinctive dread. The scene struck her as disturbingly familiar. "Elder brother," Lena gasped when she was finally returned to solid ground, her legs refusing to support her divine form. "Elder brother, I was wrong." Despite possessing a stellar-forged body, the shutdown of her gene engine had forced her to experience terror and helplessness through purely mortal senses. The fact that she hadn't dissolved into tears spoke well of her mental fortitude. Fate node changed 4%. "Excellent, 1 percentage point more, and you can return," Raven observed cheerfully. "Then we'll acquire some of those fried potato strips you're so fond of. Your power has increased since absorbing the shared origin energy. I expected this would require considerable time, yet you defeated the sunlight gene holder of the Great Sun instantly. Well, not surprising at all." Raven's chatter continued, though only the Emperor could perceive his presence. The master of mankind had long since grown accustomed to his companion's verbose nature. He chose to ignore the commentary and sought out Academy instructor Ruiz. His priority remained the systematic acquisition of gene engine fundamentals. This knowledge would prove invaluable when he returned to begin construction of the Imperium's own enhanced warriors. For the duration of their stay, the Emperor accompanied the Academy's faculty in their studies. He absorbed knowledge of the Kamigawa civilization, the ultimate fear, secondary bio-beings, and related technologies with the hunger of one who had witnessed the birth of human civilization itself. Hansen and his companions, under Lena's somewhat traumatized guidance, began their formal training regimen. To avoid the tedium of such rudimentary exercises, the Emperor dedicated himself entirely to academic pursuits. He employed subtle psychic manipulation to adjust everyone's perceptions, ensuring they found his absence from training perfectly natural and unremarkable. Several days later, emergency protocols were activated throughout Blackhawk Military Academy. Sun Wukong, the legendary simian warrior who had slumbered beneath Earth's surface, had awakened. His terrifying speed and strength created chaos for the military forces attempting to contain him. The newly trained super warriors received deployment orders to resolve this crisis. Initially, the Emperor had no interest in participating. How could combat with a single enhanced being compare to the systematic study of technologies that could revolutionize the Imperium's military capabilities? He harbored ambitions of intensive study and rigorous application. Upon his return, the Empire's Super Warrior project would commence immediately. Then Raven interjected with compelling information. "Assist Hansen and his team in defeating Sun Wukong, and the fate node alteration will reach 5%. At that threshold, I can send you back to assess the situation firsthand." The prospect of returning to evaluate Malkador and Valdor's progress, while simultaneously preparing to initiate the Imperium's Super Warrior project, convinced the Emperor to alter his priorities. "Stable Keeper," Lena's battle cry successfully provoked Sun Wukong from his concealment. The ancient warrior materialized with his Ruyi Jingu Bang, the legendary staff sweeping in a devastating arc that sent Lena careening across the battlefield, once again questioning her divine status. Sun Wukong's supernatural speed and strength methodically dismantled the super warrior's coordinated assault, leaving bodies scattered across the combat zone. Finally, the Emperor intervened. Psychic energy coalesced above the battlefield, manifesting as a colossal palm that pressed down with the weight of divine judgment. Sun Wukong found himself driven into the earth, held fast by forces beyond his comprehension. Hansen seized the opportunity, raising his greatsword and channeling the final judgment protocol. His blade's energy corrected Sun Wukong's corrupted data matrices, restoring the ancient warrior's rational mind. The crisis reached its conclusion with minimal casualties and maximum effectiveness. As celebration erupted around them, Raven received confirmation from the mist space. Fate node changed 5%. Before the Emperor's perception, a light screen materialized, visible only to him and his diminutive companion. Super Gene Universe Fate node modification has reached 5%, first stage reward unlocked. Basic version Gene Engine. Basic version Gene Engine. Through genetic programming, transforms the human body into a biological computation matrix, regulating dark energy utilization to grant enhanced physical capabilities and reaction speeds. Accompanying this revelation, origin power flooded the Emperor's consciousness, a torrent of fundamental force that elevated his already transcendent capabilities to considerable heights. The master of mankind distanced himself from the celebrating masses, seeking solitude with Raven. We have achieved the 5% threshold. Return beckons. Raven's tone carried satisfaction tinged with anticipation. At this stage, regardless of duration spent in your origin reality after temporal anchoring, only 1 day will elapse here. However, I must provide advance warning. As fate nodes shift and our interdimensional traversals multiply, the temporal flow rates between universes will gradually synchronize. This anchoring method will become increasingly ineffective. Eventually, temporal consistency will be achieved. Whatever duration passes in this universe will mirror exactly in your origin reality. Raven's explanation carried the weight of cosmic law. During initial crossings, the universes existed in complete isolation. Temporal anchoring could exploit this disconnection. As repeated traversals created dimensional bridges, universal laws would merge, synchronizing temporal flow and eliminating such exploits. Excellent, now we return to acquire those fried delicacies you've grown fond of. Raven opened the all-heavens space-time tunnel, granting the Emperor passage to his origin universe. Malkador and Valdor had maintained their vigil. They remained precisely where he had left them, pacing with growing anxiety as the hours progressed. The closer midnight approached, the greater their apprehension became. According to Raven's explanation, regardless of the Emperor's duration in the alternate universe, only 1 day would pass in their reality. Should he fail to return by midnight, it would confirm Raven's deception. Terror consumed them both, not the clean fear of battle or the honest dread of Xeno's threat, but something far more insidious. Terror that the Raven was indeed a deceiver of the most pernicious kind. Terror that their Emperor would depart and never again grace humanity with his presence. Terror that mankind would be abandoned forever in the darkness between stars. As the chronometer's final hand completed its rotation and time crossed into the new day, despair reached its absolute zenith in both hearts. Then, at the moment when hope seemed lost entirely, luminous energies coalesced before them. A swirling vortex of impossible geometries tore reality asunder. The master of mankind stepped forth from within. "My Emperor," Malkador's voice cracked with relief, his usual composure shattered by the overwhelming tide of emotion. The Sigilite, who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations with stoic acceptance, now shouted with unrestrained joy. "My liege." Even Constantine Valdor's eternally impassive features betrayed the faintest trace of elation, an expression so rare among the custodian guard that it might as well have been a miracle. "Forgive me the burden of uncertainty I have placed upon you both," the Emperor spoke, his voice carrying the weight of genuine contrition. The Raven spoke truthfully. Traversal between dimensional matrices is not only feasible, it has proven illuminating. His gaze swept between his two most trusted servants, noting the relief that replaced their carefully concealed anguish. "We must now craft an entirely new stratagem, a more perfect design that grants us a greater probability of ultimate victory. We shall forge warriors beyond even our current achievements. They will conquer not merely the stars of this galaxy, but the very cosmos itself and dimensions beyond counting. To rule across all realities is the manifested destiny of our species. Humanity's dominion shall know no boundaries, no limitations, save those we choose to impose." Chapter 7, the fate of the Thunder Warriors. The master of mankind returned from his sojourn within the super-gene universe, convened with his most trusted servants in the highest chambers of the nascent imperial palace. The Sigillite Malcador and Captain General Valdor attended him in council, two pillars upon which the future of humanity would rest. He shared with them the sacred knowledge of gene engine technology, laying bare the magnitude of what his dimensional traversal had yielded. Both Malcador and Valdor possessed intellects honed by centuries of conflict and study. They grasped immediately that the gene engine represented an entirely novel technological paradigm, one that diverged completely from the dark age of technology's corrupted paths and differed fundamentally from any science known to this galaxy. Through the programming of genetic sequences and the manipulation of dark matter, it could influence reality itself, bestowing upon the recipient enhanced corporeal form and devastating combat capabilities. The concept was nothing short of revolutionary. If we implant gene engines into the Empire's warriors, our conquest of the stars shall proceed with unprecedented velocity. Malcador's voice carried barely contained excitement. We must forge a gene engine unique to the Imperium, the Emperor declared, his words carrying the weight of absolute authority. It must be calibrated to this universe's physical laws to unleash the technology's maximum potential. I request permission to establish a research facility under custodian guard protection, Valdor stated with characteristic directness. The Empire must allocate resources and gather the finest minds to conduct this research. Such precious knowledge could not be permitted to fall into the hands of the ruinous powers, not again. The Captain General would accept no other guardianship save that of his own custodians. Once gene engine technology reached practical application, it must be prioritized for custodian integration. He would ensure that nothing could threaten the Emperor's reign or personal safety. The Emperor's gaze turned to the small figure perched upon a nearby table, methodically consuming fried potato strips. Master Raven. Both Valdor and Malcador followed their lord's attention to the diminutive creature. Upon his return, the Emperor had granted Malcador the sight to perceive their interdimensional ally. Raven looked up to find three of the Imperium's founding figures staring intently at him. A hint of embarrassment crossed his features as he pushed several fries forward with delicate talons. "What's the matter? Would you care for some fried provisions as well? I seek your counsel regarding the necessity of establishing this custodian-protected research facility with Imperial resource allocation." Raven appeared genuinely perplexed. Such matters surely fell within the purview of the Imperium's triumvirate. Why seek his opinion? Is it truly appropriate for me to offer guidance on affairs of such magnitude? Your intervention made this technology's acquisition possible, the Emperor replied with sincere gravity. You have earned the right to speak in this council. Witnessing the Emperor's genuine request, Raven's naturally verbose tendencies emerged. The current gene engine represents merely a basic iteration. As fate nodes shift sufficiently, we shall access various improved and advanced versions. I recommend moderate modification to ensure the technology functions optimally within this universe's parameters. Excessive resource investment would prove wasteful. Naturally, absolute secrecy remains paramount. Any breach would invite endless complications. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. If superior gene engine variants await us, then excessive research expenditure becomes unnecessary. Importing research data from the super gene universe and adapting it for local conditions will both conserve resources and facilitate containment. The research facility proposal has merit, but imperial investment shall remain limited. Only localization and specialized customization shall be required. After addressing Valdor's suggestion, the Emperor activated a holographic projector. Static-like pulse beams danced through the air, coalescing into a faintly luminous stellar cartogram. Terra stands unified, only minor concerns remain. Our vision must now encompass greater horizons. The Emperor's finger indicated Luna upon the holographic display. Intelligence reports confirm that terrifying entities still prowl the lunar surface. Those who dabbled in genetic manipulation have descended into madness. Yet they retain genetic knowledge and creations from the dark age of technology. Acquiring these resources will enable accelerated Legion warrior production and launch our great crusade across the galaxy. The Emperor's pronouncement caused Malkador's features to tighten, his lips pressing into a thin line. Legions, my lord, are you certain you wish to abandon the Thunder Warriors? The Thunder Warriors' psychological stability has deteriorated beyond acceptable parameters. They no longer serve our forthcoming plans. The Emperor's words held no hesitation. His demeanor remained coldly practical, as if discarding a tool that had outlived its usefulness. They conquered the entire world in your name, yet you would cast them aside. Xuanhuan will never accept such a fate. He will rally them in resistance against you. Sadness crept into the Sigilite's voice. No sacrifice is unacceptable. When necessity demands, Valdor shall lead the custodian guard in appropriate action. Perhaps new technology might salvage them, Malkador ventured hopefully. They are lost to bloodlust, unable to extract themselves from its embrace. Granting them greater power would only render them a more dangerous, destabilizing element within the nascent Imperium. The Emperor remained unmoved by his old friend's plea, his resolve absolute. The Thunder Warriors' loss of control had grown increasingly frequent. Recently, 2 Berserk Thunder Warriors had massacred over 300 loyal Imperial servants. When the Custodian Guard arrived, only mutilated corpses remained, a scene worthy of the warp's deepest hells. Such incidents represented merely the visible portion of the Thunder Warriors' degradation. In their frenzy, they had even turned upon their own battle brothers. Such an army could never be deployed in the Great Crusade. What a cruel decision, Raven observed, shaking his head after consuming a ketchup-dipped fry. You truly intend to abandon those loyalists, perhaps even eliminate them entirely. The Emperor's attention turned to Raven, maybe hesitation flickering across his features before he asked, "Raven, do you have an alternative counsel to offer?" "Emperor, your decision demonstrates perfect rationality, yet sometimes absolute logic becomes the root of greater evils. Since you must take Luna while also removing the Thunder Warriors, why not grant them honorable death? Let the Thunder Warriors be consumed in Luna's conquest, interred with honor and remembrance." After speaking, Raven shook his head once more. Politics truly represents cruelty incarnate, deciding others' fates with such casual ease. Perhaps we should simply enjoy these fried delicacies, at least they might bring momentary happiness. Honorable death, a good alternative proposal. The Emperor nodded approvingly. Let it be so. The Master of Mankind's gaze encompassed both Malkador and Valdor. Beyond securing Luna and subjugating the gene cults to our will, concurrent operations must proceed. Malkador, reconstruction efforts across all regions must intensify during this period. Existing power structures require purging, their assets claimed for the Imperium. Mobilize all available technical personnel. By any means necessary, I demand the orbital manufactorums restart immediately. The Imperium requires a vast fleet to launch our great crusade. Any who dare impede our progress, regardless of identity or station, must face absolute elimination. I shall permit no obstacles to humanity's destiny. To preserve humanity, the Emperor had never hesitated to stain his hands with blood. The council concluded. The Emperor departed with Raven to his private laboratorium, there to apply the knowledge and technologies acquired from the super gene universe. Malkador and Valdor dispersed to execute their assigned tasks. He places considerable trust in that Raven, Valdor observed, his tone carrying an uncharacteristic note of something approaching jealousy. Malkador turned to regard the Captain General Constantine Valdor, and after a moment, smiled knowingly. I believed you incapable of emotional fluctuation, Constantine. His gaze swept toward the majestic mountain ranges beyond the palace. His Majesty grants the Raven participation in governance to foster belonging and responsibility toward the Imperium. The Empire requires the Raven as surely as it requires you and myself. He has become indispensable to the Emperor's grand design. You must accustom yourself to this reality, Constantine. The Imperium's future shall no longer rest upon 3 voices alone, but 4, including now Master Raven. Chapter 8, The Empire's First Gene Engine. The Emperor lingered within the sanctum of his laboratory, where the sterile hum of ancient machinery bore witness to achievements that would reshape the fate of mankind. When at last he emerged, a rare expression crossed his features. Not joy, for such mortal emotions were beneath him, but something approaching satisfaction at a labor well concluded. When Malcador and Valdor came to render their reports, the Emperor revealed unto them his latest triumph. The Empire's first gene engine. Wrought from the fundamental principles of the super-god universe's biotechnology, refined through his own transcendent intellect, it represented a quantum leap in human augmentation. Once implanted, it would enhance every physiological parameter of its bearer beyond the limits of natural evolution. At last, Malcador breathed, his ancient eyes scanning the data scrolls the Emperor had provided. His voice carried the weight of millennia spent planning humanity's ascension. The gene engine coupled with the Astartes project, the Imperium shall possess warriors beyond compare. The stars themselves would bow before humanity's might. The galaxy would be theirs by right of conquest. All credit belongs to our new council, the Emperor said, his gaze falling upon the raven perched upon his shoulder. A creature whose knowledge and prowess to travel the universe beyond had proven invaluable in this and will be upcoming endeavors. No, it's your genius and knowledge that truly alone wrought this miracle, great Emperor, the raven replied, shaking his obsidian head with characteristic deflection of praise. The Emperor's lips curved slightly, the ghost of what might once have been called a smile, before he turned his attention to matters of war. All preparations stand complete, my lord, Malcador intoned, conjuring a hololithic display from the chamber's cogitator arrays. Though Terra had endured millennia of strife, certain spaceports yet functioned within acceptable parameters. The primary shipping lanes connected the inner system worlds, with a handful of secure warp routes extending beyond Sol's influence. In the name of the Terran Senate, Malcador had requisitioned every void-capable vessel within their reach. A grand armada now awaited the Emperor's command to bring Luna back into the fold. Then let us begin, the Emperor declared, his gaze turning skyward where Luna hung pale and scarred against the Terran night. The gene cults have had their time of independence. They shall submit or they shall perish. At his word, the Thunder Warriors assembled. They were giants among men, their frames enhanced far beyond mortal limits. Bronze ceramite plates covered their massive forms, while crimson plumes crowned their helms like the crests of ancient warriors. Thunder-marked banners snapped in the recycled air of the staging grounds, the lightning bolt sigil of their legion painted upon every surface. The Raven observed Ushaten, first captain of the Thunder Warriors, one of the earliest proto-Primar-class warriors, with something approaching sorrow. The warrior lord stood resplendent in his bronze power armor, its edges worked with crimson lacquer that spoke of countless battles. Battle scars marked every plate, a testament to campaigns fought in Terra's most hellish war zones. His helm bore the snarling visage of some ancient predator, while a massive chainsword and bolt pistol hung at his belt. A scaled cloak of some great beast draped across his shoulders, the lightning bolt of his legion etched deep into the pauldrons. Once, the Thunder Warriors had been the vanguard of the Great Crusade, the living embodiment of the Emperor's will made manifest. Children had played at being Thunder Warriors, acting out grand battles against mutants and gene witches. Poets had sung their deeds with reverence and gratitude. The Raven mourned what these brave souls would soon face. Yet he understood the grim necessity of, and his lack of resources to bring any change to it. The Thunder Warriors' genetic instability had reached critical mass. To allow them to continue would invite catastrophe upon the nascent Imperium. Death, slaughter. One of the Thunder Warriors suddenly convulsed, his augmented mind finally succumbing to the madness that claimed them all. Rage and corrupted memories consumed his thoughts as he swung his weapon at phantoms only he could see. 3 mortal attendants died in the space of heartbeats, their bodies torn asunder by ceramite gauntlets. Blood painted the staging ground's deck plates as other Thunder Warriors moved to restrain their maddened brother. This was no isolated incident. Such episodes had become commonplace as more and more of the legions succumbed to neurological decay. The very achievements that had made them legendary also made their breakdown a crisis of unprecedented magnitude. The Raven knew that in the Emperor's position, he too would have made the same cold calculation. Sentiment was a luxury the nascent Imperium could not afford. When the Emperor appeared before his assembled host, many warriors struck their breastplates in salute, respect, loyalty, and devotion, streaming down their scarred faces. The unification of Terra marks not an ending, but a beginning, the Emperor proclaimed, his voice carrying to every corner of the staging ground. Humanity shall reclaim its birthright among the stars. Our first conquest awaits above. Luna has languished too long beyond our reach. In Unity's name, it shall return to imperial hands. His words were crafted to inspire, each syllable calculated to stir the blood of his warriors. The assembled host responded with growing fervor. Let us fight for unity. Let us fight for humanity's future among the stars. The climax of his oration sent the crowd into rapturous acclaim. Unity, they roared, for the Emperor. The war horns sounded their brazen call. In perfect formation, the Thunder Warriors marched toward the loading ramps of their transports. From Terra's surface to orbital stations, then to the troop ships that would bear them to Luna's cold embrace. Each step brought them closer to their destiny. Soon, a vast armada hung in Luna's shadow. The gene cults had not been idle. Void shields shimmered over their cities as orbital defense platforms came online. Plasma beams and mass driver rounds carved brilliant trajectories through the dark, some finding their marks among the Imperial fleet. Explosions bloomed like newborn stars as reactors overloaded and hulls buckled. Men and women were consumed by fire or cast into the merciless void. Yet these losses barely registered against the overwhelming might of the Imperial host. Begin, the Emperor commanded. Drop pods launched in their thousands, burning through Luna's thin atmosphere like falling stars. They struck the surface with tremendous force, each impact crater marking another beachhead for the Imperial assault. Hatches blew open with explosive charges, disgorging their lethal cargo. For humanity, for the Emperor, Xuanhuan bellowed, his chainsword already singing as he charged into the fray. His warriors echoed the battle cry as they fell upon the gene-twisted abominations that defended Luna's surface. The sight was both magnificent and terrible, transhuman warriors wreaking havoc upon creatures that had once been men. Such was the price of progress, such was the Emperor's will. The Thunder Warriors secured their landing zones with characteristic brutality, allowing subsequent waves to reinforce the growing Imperial presence. Transport after transport descended through the tactical corridor they had carved with blood and bolt shells. Missiles screamed down from Luna's defense satellites, most intercepted by the flickering void shields protecting the landing zones. Those that broke through detonated against energy barriers, creating ripples of discharge across the protective fields. The enemy's desperate gambit had failed. The beachhead was secure. As the Thunder Warriors pressed their advance, the first defensive lines crumbled before their assault. Within a commandeered palace hall, now carpeted with the corpses of gene-twisted defenders, Xuanhuan gathered his senior officers for tactical planning. The custodians have not deployed, observed Vasula, one of Xuanhuan's most trusted lieutenants. Gore still steamed on his armor from the recent fighting. This anomaly troubles me. They have shadowed our every campaign, yet now they remain absent. Perhaps we have finally earned their trust, suggested another warrior. Trust, Vasula's laugh was bitter. The custodians trusted us not even when our minds were whole. Now, as more of our number succumb to madness, they suddenly approve. The jest lacks humor. Enough, Xuanhuan commanded, his voice cutting through the growing discord. Our liege's strategies are beyond our comprehension. We need only obey. My lord, Vasula pressed on, his agitation plain, self-deception serves no purpose. We have been betrayed, cast aside like a broken weapon. We gave everything in his service, only to face abandonment. I said enough. Xuanhuan's roar silenced the chamber. You swore sacred oaths of loyalty. You pledged to fight until death claimed you. Any who would break those vows shall answer to my blade. Though his subordinates fell silent, Xuanhuan could see the doubt festering in their eyes. When the others had departed to resume the assault, he activated a private vox channel. "Is this truly your will, my emperor?" Silence answered him, a cold acquiescence more damning than any words. "We suspected this day would come," Xuanhuan said quietly. "We knew you were crafted new warriors to replace us, yet we cherished hope." His laugh was hollow. How naive we were. He had served long enough to understand that the Emperor's vision extended far beyond Terra. The Thunder Warriors had been adequate for planetary conquest, but the galaxy demanded something more stable, more refined. "I shall not break the oaths I swore in youth," Xuanhuan declared. "The Thunder Warriors shall deliver Luna into your hands. This final service we offer freely." Without waiting for a response, he closed the private channel and opened the Legion frequency. "Warriors of the Thunder," he roared, "for unity, for humanity, advance." The assault resumed with renewed fury. Luna would fall, as the Emperor had commanded. The Thunder Warriors would see to that, even as they marched toward their own extinction. Such was their honor, such was their duty. Such was the price of the Imperium's birth. Chapter 9, The First Battle of the First Legion. "Luna shall be our final battle," Xuanhuan declared, his gauntleted fingers tightening around the grip of his power sword. "The Thunder Warriors shall never break their sacred oath." He gazed across the scarred battlefield, watching the distant flashes of weapons fire paint the lunar horizon in stark relief. The words were spoken to himself as much as to the Emperor he served, a final affirmation before the end. He had long known this day would come. Whispers had reached him from the mountain laboratories of the Himalayas, where the Emperor wrought new warriors in secret. These would be the successors, stable where the Thunder Warriors were flawed, enduring where they were ephemeral. The instruments of the great crusade that would carry humanity to the stars. Once he had harbored hope that his legion might find another path. That delusion lay shattered now, ground beneath the inexorable weight of necessity. "For unity," came the battle cry through the Voxnet, echoing from 1,000 throats across the war zone. "For unity," Xuanhuan responded, casting aside his doubts. He signaled to his remaining guard and surged forward through the smoke and thunder of the artillery barrage. The next defensive line awaited. Shells screamed overhead to detonate in blossoms of superheated plasma, casting geysers of pulverized regolith skyward. The entire battlefield had become a hell of intersecting fire. Las beams carved brilliant paths through the murk, while bolt rounds fell like burning hail. Fighter craft screamed past overhead, their passage stirring the slowly drifting clouds of debris and vaporized stone. At the spearhead of this mechanized apocalypse marched the Thunder Warriors, 10,000 strong in their bronze ceramite. They were the crest of the Imperial wave, tearing through the gene-twisted abominations that defended Luna's surface and smashing the automated defenses that barred their path. Here, in their final hour, the Thunder Warriors had cast off all restraint. The madness that consumed them in peace became their greatest weapon in war. They embraced the fury that was their birthright, channeling it into pure, directed violence. Combat raged in brutal melees across the lunar surface. The Thunder Warriors fell upon the Gene Cult's defenders with primal savagery, overwhelming one fortified position after another through sheer, relentless aggression. But when they reached the final defensive perimeter, the enemy revealed their most terrible creations. These were horrors that could only have sprung from minds touched by madness, towering amalgamations of corrupt flesh and twisted machinery that defied both nature and the Omnissiah's sacred patterns. They were living weapons, crafted by those who had surrendered their humanity in pursuit of transcendence. It was here that Vasula fell. The massive creature's talons carved through his ceramite plate as if it were parchment, opening his torso from sternum to pelvis. When Xuanhuan finally cut his way through the press of enemies, he found his lieutenant propped against a ruined wall, one hand pressed futilely against the grievous wound. "Brother," Xuanhuan said, dropping to one knee beside the dying warrior. Vasula's eyes fluttered open, a ghost of his old defiance flickering there. "Apologies, my lord, it seems I must depart first." He coughed, blood speckling his helm's vox grill. "Tell me truly, did he ever care for us as more than tools, Or were we always simply instruments to be discarded when dulled? Xuanhuan found no words. The emperor had fought beside them in the early campaigns, had spoken of the golden age that would follow Terra's unification. That same being now orchestrated their destruction with calculated precision. Perhaps it matters not, Vasila whispered, something approaching peace settling over his features. We are what we were made to be. His final breath rattled in his throat, and then first Captain Vasila of the Thunder Warriors was still. He had questioned the emperor's loyalty and named his actions a betrayal. Yet in the end, he had died as he had lived, in service to the throne. A bestial roar shattered the moment's quiet. More of the gene cult's monstrosities emerged from concealment, their hybrid forms rippling with unnatural muscle and crackling energy fields. The surviving members of Xuanhuan's command squad formed a defensive circle, their weapons tracking the approaching threats. Xuanhuan rose slowly, his power sword's energy field casting dancing shadows across his scarred plate. The burden of command weighed heavily upon him, yet he understood the mathematics of necessity that had doomed his legion. From a strategic perspective, the emperor's decision was not merely wise, it was inevitable. Understanding, however, did not ease the sting of abandonment. For unity, he bellowed and threw himself into the fray with berserker fury. His remaining warriors followed without hesitation, their war cries echoing across the battlefield as they met the enemy charge. The gene horrors struck back with cybernetic claws and barbed appendages, their alien strength enhanced by dark technology. One by one, Xuanhuan's guard fell. Each death carved another wound in his soul, yet still he fought on. When the last of his warriors collapsed, ichor streaming from a dozen wounds, only the first captain remained standing. His scaled cloak hung in tatters, his armor cracked and weeping coolant. The power field around his blade flickered intermittently, its machine spirit dying along with its wielder. The remaining monsters circled him like carrion birds, eight-legged horrors with arachnid grace, their carapaces gleaming with reinforced plating. Clusters of crimson sensors tracked his every movement, while razor-edged limbs that could cleave through tank armor flexed in anticipation. "Come then, abominations," Xuanhuan snarled, "face this son of Terra." As they leaped toward him, the last restraints on his sanity finally snapped. The madness took him as it had taken so many of his brothers, a cascade of corrupted memories that transformed reality into a nightmare. He was back on the Antarctic plateau, atomic fire raining from a poisoned sky. He was climbing Mount Ararat's slopes, his fallen comrades raising the lightning banner as they cried out in unison for unity. Past and present blurred together until only the warrior's instincts remained. His sword sang its death song as it carved through chitinous armor and synthetic flesh, guided by reflexes honed across 100 battlefields. This was the Thunder Warrior's greatest flaw made manifest, the inability to distinguish between memory and reality that had claimed so many innocent lives. But here, surrounded only by enemies, Xuanhuan could unleash his fury without restraint. When the last abomination's head struck the lunar dust, the first captain swayed and collapsed to his knees. His armor was a ruin of cracked ceramite and exposed cabling, his life's blood pooling beneath him in crimson rivulets. Even the finest chirurgeons of the Imperium could not have saved him now. The thunder of engines announced new arrivals. Transport craft descended through Luna's thin atmosphere like metallic rain, their landing thrusters carving craters in the regolith. Boarding ramps hissed open in clouds of venting atmosphere. Warriors in gray ceramite emerged with parade ground precision, their movements synchronized to an inhuman degree. They stood silent in the swirling dust, like statues given dreadful life. Upon their breastplates was emblazoned the numeral I, while their right pauldrons bore the winged sword of their nascent heraldry. These were destruction given human form, and armed with the finest weapons the Imperium could forge. Xuanhuan raised his head to study these new warriors, the Emperor's perfected angels of death. They possessed the Thunder Warrior's stature, but radiated a cold discipline that his own legion had never achieved. Here were warriors built to last, crafted for the long campaigns that would carry the Imperial banner to the galaxy's edge. A golden transport settled nearby with impossible grace. The Emperor himself emerged from its passenger compartment, his presence seeming to still the very air. He approached the dying first captain and placed one perfect hand upon a shattered pauldron. "Do you truly care for us?" Xuanhuan managed, his voice barely above a whisper. "Or were we always simply tools in your grand design?" The Emperor's expression was unreadable. His gaze encompassed eternities of possible futures. When he spoke, his words carried the weight of absolute truth. "You are heroes of humanity, not mere instruments. Yet you were forged for war, and there exists no path that leads you home again. To end as warriors, this is perhaps the most honorable fate available to you." The master of mankind's voice softened slightly, taking on an almost paternal tone. "The Imperium shall remember your sacrifices always. Every citizen will know the Thunder Warrior's glory, and children yet unborn shall speak your names with reverence." Hearing these words, something approaching peace settled over Xuanhuan's features. With his last breath, he spoke the oath that had defined his existence. "For unity." The Emperor stood in silent vigil for a long moment before addressing his entourage. "Gather their remains. When Luna falls, we shall raise a monument to their memory. The Imperium must never forget that the Thunder Warriors were humanity's first champions." At last a worthy end, the Raven observed from his perch upon the Emperor's shoulder, studying the still form of the fallen captain with the emotion of tears in his eyes. Better this than summary execution by firing squad. The creature's otherworldly senses detected the flow of power that sustained his existence. The origin force that rewarded him for each change wrought upon destiny's web. The super god universe had granted him strength, and now the altered fate of the Warhammer realm offered its own bounty. The Emperor turned his attention to the gene cult's final stronghold. Automated turrets bristled along reinforced walls, while energy shields shimmered with barely contained power. Behind those defenses waited more of the twisted creatures that had claimed so many Thunder Warrior lives, an unbreakable fortress that had turned the Emperor's finest into broken corpses. "Depart from Luna, you tyrant," came a woman's voice as a holographic projection materialized before the Imperial host. "Your reign of terror ends here." The Gene Witch's image flickered with electromagnetic interference, her augmented features twisted by decades of surgical modification. "Your resistance is futile," the Emperor replied with divine certainty. "Humanity's ascension cannot be stopped. Submit to imperial rule or face extinction." "Arrogance blinds you, usurper," the witch snarled. "If you persist in this folly, your new empire shall bleed its last upon Luna's stone. Activate the atmospheric processors, let winter fall." Luna had been humanity's first extraterrestrial colony, its harsh environment tamed by vast terraforming engines. Those same machines that had once brought life to the barren moon now served as weapons in the gene cult's final gambit. Energy beams lanced upward into Luna's thin atmosphere as the processors reversed their ancient function. The temperature plummeted within moments, and crystalline snow began to fall like ash from a funeral pyre. "You have earned a singular honor," the Emperor said, catching a snowflake upon his palm and watching it sublimate in his radiance. "You shall witness their first true battle." His golden eyes fixed upon the gray-armored warriors, and his voice carried across the battlefield with absolute authority. Chapter 10: The Conquest of Luna. The Legions Astartes surpassed their Thunder Warrior predecessors in every measure of war, stability of gene seed, lethality of purpose, and the cold perfection of their craft. Where the Thunder Warriors had been instruments of brute conquest, the Astartes were instruments of calculated annihilation. They were wrought for war in flesh and spirit alike. The gene cultists' defenses crumbled beneath the inexorable advance of transhuman might. Boltrons thundered in disciplined volleys, each shell finding its mark with the precision that only post-human reflexes could deliver. Defense turrets were silenced, their twisted machine spirits stilled by concentrated fire. The abominations birthed in the cult's gene forges, creatures that violated the sacred human form, were put to the blade without hesitation or mercy. The Selenar gene cult's final bastion, their pride and their folly, fell within the span of a single hour. Imperial forces pressed their advance toward the sacred precincts of the Gene cultists' primary temple complex, crushing the last vestiges of resistance beneath ceramite boots and the righteousness of unity. Within the sanctum of the Gene Core, Matriarch Heliosa 54, supreme hierophant of the Selenar cults, summoned her most cherished acolyte, Taleb Vita 37, to her presence. "The tyrant's legions have breached our final ramparts," the matriarch intoned, her voice carrying the weight of inevitable defeat. "Soon they shall stand within these very halls. You must depart, child, and bear with you the primordial mother gene." The ancient woman's gaze fell upon the young initiate before her, and in that look was both command and benediction. "Why does the tyrant seek our destruction?" Taleb Vita 37 asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "He does not seek our destruction," the matriarch replied, shaking her head with weary certainty. "He would have us kneel. He would bind us to his grand design, make us servants to his vision of unity." "Then why do you remain, matriarch? Why must I flee alone?" The matriarch extended one pale, needle-thin finger to touch the girl's forehead. At the point of contact, spiraling helixes of bioluminescent data flowed like liquid starlight, pouring the accumulated wisdom of centuries into Taleb Vita 37's mind. The young acolyte gasped as the vast repository of gene lore flooded her consciousness. The sacred knowledge of human enhancement, the forbidden secrets of genetic manipulation, the pure templates that had guided humanity's children since their exodus from Terra. The primordial mother gene contains the untainted essence of baseline humanity and all genetic wisdom gathered since our ancestors first looked beyond Terra's sky. The matriarch spoke, her words carrying the weight of prophecy. "It must never fall into a tyrant's grasp. The Selenar must endure, but the mother gene must remain free. I have given you all that I possess. Should the day come when the tyrant's madness consumes him, when his grand unity crumbles to ash, the mother gene may prove humanity's salvation." Taleb Vita 37 pressed her palms together and bowed deeply, the gesture formal and reverent. "I shall not fail you, honored matriarch." She turned to depart, but the matriarch's voice called after her one final time. "Remember us not as we were, child, but as we should have been." As the young woman vanished into the shadows, the matriarch turned to her neural interface and began the methodical erasure of all data pertaining to Taleb Vita 37. Every record, every memory trace, every whispered reference, all were consigned to the void, ensuring that no interrogation or psychic probe could reveal the girl's existence. When the last synapse had been severed and the final data fragment purged, the matriarch wept. She had loved Taleb Vita 37 as a daughter, and now she could no longer recall why tears fell from her eyes. The deed complete, she activated the sanctuary's voxcasters and broadcast across all frequencies. "Cease your assault, the Selenar cult surrender." Meanwhile, Taleb Vita 37, bearing the accumulated wisdom of her people and the precious burden of the primordial mother gene, made her way through hidden passages toward freedom. Yet her flight was destined to be brief. As she emerged from the concealed exit, golden-armored figures awaited her, custodian guard in their burnished auramite plate, silent as death and twice as inevitable. Their leader, Captain General Valdor, stood at their fore like a statue wrought in precious metal and deadly purpose. Taleb Vita 37 knew not how her escape route had been discovered, but the sight of the Emperor's chosen guardians filled her with primal terror. She had heard the whispered legends, that these were not merely warriors, but extensions of the Master of Mankind's will made manifest in flesh and gold. "I have no wish to cause you harm," Valdor spoke, his voice carrying the authority of Terra itself. "But you will surrender the artifact." "What artifact?" she managed, though her voice betrayed her fear. "The primordial mother gene." The word struck her like a physical blow. Taleb Vita 37 stumbled backward, clutching the precious vial to her chest. "Never," she cried, turning to her escort guards. "Protect me, stop them." Her guardians obeyed without question, launching themselves at the golden giants with desperate courage. Their loyalty was absolute, their skill considerable, and their deaths instantaneous. Custodian guardian spears moved in perfect arcs, and in less than a heartbeat, the defenders lay bisected upon Luna's ancient stone. The disparity was so vast as to mock comprehension. Even with her gene-enhanced reflexes and augmetic implants, Talab Vita 37 could barely perceive the custodian's movements. They were swifter than thought, more deadly than nightmares. The vial was plucked from her grasp with contemptuous ease. Golden gauntlets closed about her arms with implacable gentleness, and she was borne away to an imperial transport like a child in the grip of armored gods. How did you divine their intentions regarding the mother gene? Valdor inquired of the raven perched upon his shoulder guard, his tone carefully neutral. The universe unfolds before me like a scroll, the corvid replied, preening obsidian feathers with its beak. I possess the gift of reading its patterns. This woman now carries the complete genetic archives of the Selenar and possesses the mother gene. More significantly, the cults have purged all records of her existence. Her identity is unknown to any save us, making her ideal for the position you require. Indeed, Valdor acknowledged, though his tone suggested little enthusiasm for receiving counsel from such an unconventional source. Now that Luna's business is concluded, might we procure some of those fried tubers? They would serve to lighten the mood considerably. You possess an inordinate fondness for that particular foodstuff, Valdor observed. One must find pleasure in something, lest existence become unbearably tedious. The raven replied with what might have been amusement. One is born to fulfill duty. How could such a purpose prove tedious? Valdor's incomprehension was absolute. The concept of seeking enjoyment beyond the execution of orders was alien to his nature. The raven tilted its corvid head, studying the impassive Captain General with keen intelligence. Tell me, Golden Corn Cob, if you were no longer required to guard the Emperor, what would you do? Valdor considered this for a long moment before shaking his head. Such a day shall never come. Duty ends only with death's embrace. Ah, the raven sighed. I should have known better than to discuss philosophy with you. It is akin to reciting poetry to stone. Nevertheless, procure those tubers upon our return. The previous batch's sauce was inadequate. Find untainted tomatoes for the preparation. Your requirements grow ever more specific. As the advisor of the great Emperor, the master of all mankind, across this galaxy and soon all the multiverses, do I not merit properly prepared condiments? Fail me in this, and I shall speak unfavorably of you to the Emperor. Perhaps suggest you would be better employed guarding some distant reservoir. Very well, Valdor conceded with the faintest hint of what might have been amusement. I shall have the guard collect tomatoes from across Terra and prepare various sauces for your evaluation. Golden Corn Cob, that is precisely the attitude I hope to hear. When I have grown sufficiently powerful, I shall persuade the great master to take you beyond this reality, to broaden your rather limited perspective. The matriarch of the Selenar gene cults, alongside all surviving cultists, formally submitted to the Emperor's authority. The Imperium's dominion expanded once more, claiming another world for the cause of unity. Upon receiving word of victory, Malkador the Sigillite immediately dispatched reconstruction teams from Terra to Luna. Ancient machinery, dormant for centuries, was coaxed back to life. Specialized units cleared the gene-spawned abominations that roamed Luna's surface, while atmospheric processors labored to create a habitable environment once more. When Luna had been restored to productivity and proper imperial order, the Emperor convened his war council. The Selenar gene cults have sworn eternal fealty to our cause, the master of mankind declared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. With their genetic lore and bioforges, the mass cultivation of legions Astartes may commence in earnest. Yet warriors alone shall not suffice for the great crusade. We require vessels, a fleet to carry our legions across the void to reclaim humanity's scattered children. Our next conquest must be Mars. Chapter 11, The Arrival of Six Paths Demon Empress. The raven attended to his sustenance, whilst the Emperor outlined the next phase of his grand design. The creature knew well of the trap the master of mankind had prepared for the children of the Omnissiah upon the Red World, a pit carved deep into Martian stone, waiting to receive those who would one day pledge their flesh to the machine. Yet to comprehend this stratagem, one must first understand the nature of the Cetan, the star gods of ancient memory. Their origins stretch back to the primordial darkness before the galaxy's birth, when stars were young and the warp yet undisturbed by mortal thought. These beings were creatures of pure materiality, utterly divorced from the psychic realm, their power drawn from the fundamental forces of reality itself. They were gods in truth, the most potent non-psychic entities to stalk the void, masters of the physical realm absolute. The Cetan sustained themselves upon stellar fire, remaining aloof from the petty wars of lesser species. They cared nothing for the struggles of flesh and blood, viewing such conflicts as mortals might regard the movements of insects. This changed when the Necronter, ancestors of the soulless legions that would become the Necrons, gazed upon the old ones with jealous eyes. The short-lived Necronter coveted the immortality their enemies possessed, and in their spite, they kindled the first war in heaven. The old ones crushed them utterly. The Necronter Empire crumbled, its domains scattered, its people driven back to their dying homeworld beneath a malevolent star. There, in their desperation, they encountered the Cetan. These energy beings possessed knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, but they lacked corporeal form, existing as vast clouds of sentient force. The Necronter crafted bodies of living metal for their new gods, and in return, the Cetan revealed to them a more exquisite sustenance. The essence of souls and the vitality of flesh far surpassed the crude nourishment of stellar matter. Armed with this unholy alliance, the Necronter rose again. The second war in heaven erupted across the galaxy, and this time the old ones found themselves outmatched. Their ancient empire crumbled as the Cetan feasted upon their life force. Yet the Necronter's biological frailty remained their weakness. Seduced by promises of immortality, they underwent the Great Sleep, abandoning flesh and soul to pour their consciousness into mechanical shells. They became the Necrons, deathless, emotionless, and utterly without mercy. The old ones fell. The warp, roiled by eons of warfare, gave birth to the first demons. In their victory's wake, the Necrons turned upon their gods. They shattered the Cetan with weapons designed for deicide, imprisoning the fragments within tesseract labyrinths to serve as living batteries for their technology. One such fragment, the Void Dragon, master of all mechanical arts, somehow found its way to Terra. In the time of knights and kings, somewhere between the 11th and 12th millennia after Christ's birth, this shard fell near the Libyan city of Cyrene. There, a figure known to history as a mere knight encountered the wounded god. The man who would become emperor fought the Void Dragon for 7 days and 7 nights. Mortal legend remembers this as the tale of Saint George and his dragon, but truth surpasses myth. The emperor did not slay the creature. He bound it beneath Mars within a dimensional maze, setting immortal guardians to watch over its slumber. The Void Dragon's influence seeded humanity's mastery of technology, accelerating their climb toward the stars. Later, during the Age of Strife, when old night fell across human space, the Emperor walked Mars in the guise of a tech adept named Moravik. There, he delved into forbidden knowledge, the marriage of warp energy and machine craft, technologies that defied natural law, and the dark art of encoding souls within circuitry. He founded the Singularity Brotherhood, precursor to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and sealed potent archaeotech within the Moravik Vault. Upon his departure, he left prophecy: the Omnissiah would come to Mars. These preparations would make Mars's conquest simpler than Luna's. "Big guy," the Raven said quietly, "this batch of seasoning is excellent." His voice carried to all present, for each possessed senses far beyond mortal ken. The 3 humans displayed varying degrees of exasperation. During such momentous planning, the creature concerned itself only with condiments. "My thanks," Valdor replied with forced patience. "Perhaps you might attend to the gravity of our discourse. We speak of claiming Mars and laying foundation stones for the Great Crusade." "Such concerns are trivial for the revered Omnissiah," the Raven replied, alighting upon the Emperor's shoulder. "Mars now harbors a faith that worships technology. Since these cogitator-blessed desire a god, we shall provide one." The Emperor's expression shifted to surprise. The Raven had articulated precisely his own thoughts, plans years in the making. Grant the tech adepts their deity, Malkador mused. The suggestion has merit. We demonstrate a miracle, the raven continued. I understand rain has not blessed Mars for millennia. Transport the weather control arrays from Luna. When the big guy manifests as the Omnissiah, we activate the systems. Combined with your psychic might, Old One, we bring the rains for 3 days and nights. The Mechanicum will kneel. Malkador's eye twitched at being called Old One. The appellations this creature employed, Big Guy for the Emperor, Big Corn Cob for Valdor, Old One for himself. 4 of the Imperium's architects, and their dignity barely comprised a single whole person between them. Should the Martian natives resist submission? Valdor inquired. Simple, let it rain for 3 months until they drown. Those augmetic heavy tech priests cannot swim, too much metal weighing them down. Problem solved. Your counsel is noted, Valdor said dryly, reaching to silence the creature with gentle pressure against its head. Perhaps restraint now serves better. You dare handle me thus, Big Corn Cob. Big Guy, make this one stand guard duty. Before the raven could finish its protest, Valdor produced fresh sustenance and new flavorings. The Legio Custard serves the Imperium with absolute devotion, witnessed by Terra and Luna, the raven declared around mouthfuls. When I grow stronger, we must show Big Corn Cob the wider galaxy. The 3 leaders exchanged helpless glances before returning to their deliberations on Mars's conquest. The Assembly swiftly determined operational parameters and established a war committee to coordinate the Imperium's resources. Orbital platforms would be rebuilt, shipyards expanded, and vessels constructed for the coming campaign. Additionally, the Emperor added as the meeting concluded, initiate agricultural projects, cultivate multiple varieties of specialized crops. Excellent decision, Big Guy, the raven exclaimed, wings beating with excitement. The most sensible thing you've said all meeting. With imperial business concluded, the Emperor proposed returning to the super god universe to continue genetic engineering studies. Our previous crossing established a preliminary connection between realities, the raven explained. This transit may not maintain the temporal anchor of one day. What will be the differential? The Emperor asked. Perhaps a 5-to-1 ratio. 5 days there equals 1 day here. As crossings multiply and contact between universes increases, temporal flows will synchronize and travel to entirely new realities. Unknown universes maintain the 1-day anchor, lacking prior contact. Hearing this, the Emperor turned to his closest advisors. The Imperium rests in your capable hands. Proceed according to established protocols. I shall return when our forces stand ready. He placed a hand upon Malkador's shoulder. Guard 20 well, let none learn of his existence. Malkador nodded solemnly. It shall be done, my lord. Come then, Master Raven. The creature transformed into coruscating light, forming a dimensional vortex. This time, the Emperor did not await its embrace, but stepped forward willingly. Reality twisted. The familiar sensation of transit between worlds washed over him. When perception cleared, he stood once more within the super-gene universe. The entities that wandered the void between realities, eternal devourers of cosmos, stirred with vague presentiment. Yet still, they could not perceive the Emperor and his companion who had breached dimensional barriers. At the Blackhawk Military Academy, Hansen spotted the Emperor immediately upon his return. Boss, where'd you disappear to? Nobody saw you all yesterday. The instructors were searching everywhere. The young man wore his black armor with obvious pride. My great sword technique yesterday was pretty awesome, right? Adequate, the Emperor replied. Can't you show a little more enthusiasm in your praise? Whatever, I'm used to you being like this. Oh, Teacher Ruiz said if I saw you, I should tell you to find him. Hansen rubbed his forehead in familiar exasperation. Understood. After learning of the previous day's events, the Emperor sought out Teacher Ruiz. The instructor had no urgent matters, merely wished to commend the Emperor's exceptional performance in recent combat trials. The Emperor seized this opportunity, employing subtle psychic influence and carefully chosen words to guide Ruiz toward offering substantial rewards. This contains data on the Kamigawa civilization and their god creation projects. Ruiz said, producing data crystals. I honestly don't understand your fascination with such ancient history. Most students struggle to comprehend the genetic engines implanted in their own bodies, but you want to reverse engineer entire God-making protocols. The emperor accepted the precious knowledge with one of his rare genuine smiles. This information would prove invaluable, a key to humanity's resurgence and ultimate dominion. One day, he would lead mankind to conquer all realities and rule across infinite heavens. In the days that followed, the emperor immersed himself in study, while momentous events unfolded in the wider super-gene multiverse. Two developments would reshape everything. Death god Karl openly appeared, seducing humans across multiple worlds to embrace darkness, and Morgana, the self-proclaimed demon queen, descended upon Terra itself. Chapter 12, You Are Brave. The Black Hawk Military Academy served as a crucible for forging new gene warriors from raw human potential. I refuse deployment, the Emperor declared without hesitation when presented with the mission parameters. My presence is required here. The newest initiates require guidance that only experience can provide. Throughout his countless millennia of existence, he had assumed myriad roles: sovereign and knight, scholar and deceiver, criminal and crusader. Playing the hero who saves worlds held no novelty for one such as him. Yet time remained his most precious resource. The knowledge of the Kamigawa civilization awaited his complete mastery, the secrets of dark plane manipulation, sub-creature engineering, and void technologies. Only after absorbing this wisdom could he alter the destiny nodes and claim more advanced genetic engines. Since arriving at this academy, you have shown no interest in your classmates, yet now you speak of guiding newcomers. Instructor Ruiz rubbed his temples, sensing an approaching headache. You merely wish to continue your studies undisturbed. This individual surpassed even death god Karl's former obsessiveness. At least Karl had once harbored affection for Liang Bing, the angelic queen, and maintained social connections within the academy. This one cared for nothing save knowledge. More disturbing still was his learning capacity, which exceeded anything Ruiz had witnessed. Given sufficient time, this student would likely surpass even Ding Jiehe in scholarly achievement. Consider this proposal, Ruiz offered. Accompany the mission to Giant Gorge, and I shall share the Kamigawa civilization's research on the Pangu culture. The emperor's expression remained neutral. Furthermore, exceptional performance may grant you access to certain god-making project secrets and additional Kamigawa scientific achievements. A smile touched the emperor's features. Protecting Earth remains every citizen's duty. I shall comply with Academy directives absolutely. Ruiz stared in disbelief at the sudden transformation. Such rapid attitude shifts felt almost insulting to his intelligence. Big guy, you don't need to appear quite so eager, the raven muttered from his shoulder. Where had his stern, calculating, eternally serious golden overlord disappeared? The being before him resembled a tech addict incapable of restraint when presented with new knowledge. The emperor paid no heed to the raven's complaints. Having secured the desired information from Ruiz, he departed for Giant Gorge with evident satisfaction. Above, the dimensional rift continued expanding. Warships poured through the breach in steady succession. The Taudi civilization from the Dark Nebula had begun their invasion of Earth. Tiana City fell first. Flames consumed entire city blocks, while screams mingled with explosions in a symphony of destruction. How dare this primitive human civilization resist my god Karl? General Feng Lei, one of the Taudi army's principal commanders, ground his armored boot against a man's skull. Such ignorance deserves only suffering. Nearby, dozens of civilians cowered on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, trembling with terror. Taudi soldiers patrolled with weapons ready, beating or massacring any who showed the slightest resistance. Weak flesh, ignorant minds, such a species represents the universe's refuse, fit only for slavery, Feng Lei declared to his troops. These humans aren't even worthy of breathing the air my god Karl has blessed. Let them. Well spoken. A voice cut through his proclamation. The emperor emerged from the smoke, clad in the academy's black armor. His true warplate and weapons could not traverse dimensional barriers, forcing him to rely upon inferior substitutes. The Taudi soldiers displayed immediate panic. Their detection systems had registered no approach. The figure had materialized without warning. The raven, perched upon the emperor's shoulder, silently applauded the alien general's courage. Remarkable, it thought. This creature dares call humanity to refuse before the fifth chaos god, a being whose supremacist devotion to mankind borders on fanaticism. Such bravery exceeds even praising Korn's exotic dancing skills. A Jin warrior, Feng Lei's frown deepened. All of your kind should have been eliminated. The Taudi had thoroughly researched Earth's Xingbing company, crafting specific strategies to counter their strongest member, the sunlight gene of the Great Sun. Upon learning the company had deployed to Tian City, they had immediately struck, destroying all transport helicopters. One had apparently escaped their net. No matter, eliminating you presents minimal difficulty. Data light blazed in Feng Lei's optical sensors as the streamlined wings of his mech suit deployed. Consider death by my hand and honor. He charged. The next instant, a massive luminous palm slammed him earthward. His sleek mechanical form crumpled, damage warnings cascading through his control core. Terror flickered across Feng Lei's features before invisible force seized him, lifting him skyward. You. His words never finished. The general's mech body detonated, scattering fragments across the battlefield. Witnessing their commander's instantaneous destruction, the surviving Taudi soldiers fled in disorder. Why attempt combat when their strongest had fallen to a single gesture? They managed only a few steps before collapsing. Their lives ended with peaceful efficiency. Destiny node changed 8%. The notification appeared in the Raven's consciousness. Big guy remains big guy, it observed. Complete dominance without suspense. Honestly, it grows somewhat tedious. At least provide some back and forth. He strikes you, you strike back, flesh against flesh, truly exhilarating combat. 2 quick moves and finished. The audience won't pay for such brevity. The Emperor ignored his companion's commentary, turning instead to Han Sen and the others who had arrived. Escort these civilians to safety. What of you? Han Sen asked. The Emperor indicated the Taudi mothership hovering above. I must educate them regarding the universe's true refuse. We're teammates, we should act together. We are acting together. Civilian evacuation falls under your jurisdiction. The Emperor departed without further discussion. Han Sen and his companions regarded the panicked civilians with visible frustration. He's always like this, Lena complained. Zero team spirit. Who told us we can't match him in combat? Liu Chuang muttered dejectedly. What kind of gene does boss possess anyway? Han Sen examined the scattered mech fragments and corpses. With such overwhelming power, that Taudi general wasn't weak, yet he died instantly. How should I know? Lena rolled her eyes. He's completely mysterious. Might not even be a god-making project product, possibly from another Kamigawa civilization program entirely. Enough speculation, Rose interrupted, tapping Han Sen and Liu Chuang on their heads. Move the civilians first. We'll handle battlefield cleanup afterward. What the hell is this entity? The Taudi army can't even mount a counterattack. Liang Bing had been observing the Tian City battle from her concealed position. Watching the massive Taudi battleship's destruction by the Emperor nearly caused her optical implants to malfunction. This Emperor designation sounds unfamiliar. I've never encountered such an individual in any god-making project records. HUO initiate scanning protocols. Determine this being's background. Liang Bing attempted to probe the stranger's origins. The next moment, her demon engine issued critical alerts. Sub-biological energy, attack detected. Self-cognition modification in progress. Level 1 protection program failed. Please connect to demon wings for additional computational power. Level 2 protection program failed. Please connect to demon wings for additional computational power. Damn it, Liang Bing cursed. I merely wished to investigate his background and received an attack in response. Activate emergency communication. Contact that bastard Carl. We have a problem on Earth. Her expression shifted to alarm. How could such a malevolent existence operate on Earth? No malice detected. The highest level defense cannot activate. Underlying cognitive logic is being modified. Confusion clouded Liang Bing's features. Moments later, she returned to apparent normalcy. Chu, what was I planning to do just now? She asked, bewildered. Chu, her demon general replied, weren't you going to deal with the Xingbing company? Did I say I was going to deal with the Xingbing company? Liang Bing's confusion deepened. Yes, what else would you do? Chu scratched his head. I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Let's focus on handling the Xingbing company for now. Queen, Death God Carl is calling. Should I transfer the communication? Tell him to disappear. I'm not in the mood. In the distant dark nebula, Death God Carl stared at the terminated connection with bewilderment. Liang Bing was experiencing another episode of instability. She had initiated an emergency communication, yet now refused his response and told him to disappear. Was she bullying someone who cared for her? Chapter 13, Cocking Carl's Apprehension. The Tian battle reached its conclusion. The Emperor, acting alone, obliterated the invading Taudi Legion's primary battleship, demonstrating to these aliens from the dark nebula precisely who constituted the universe's true refuse. Stripped of their flagship, the surviving Taudi forces fell into complete disarray as Sun Wukong, Lena, and the Xingbing Company warriors pursued them without mercy. Following the victory, Ruiz honored his earlier promise to the Emperor. Outstanding performance would be rewarded with advanced knowledge. My gratitude for your generosity, the Emperor replied with genuine appreciation before departing with his newly acquired data. If this continues, I truly will have nothing left to teach him, Ruiz observed the Emperor's retreat with helpless resignation. He has nearly mastered everything Kirin provided, along with the God-making project's core principles. Soon, I may be calling him teacher. Du Cao, standing beside him, shared his concern. I previously acquired the knowledge treasuries of both Dexing and Nuoxing civilizations. They should suffice for now. Perhaps you should contact Kirin directly. He would surely appreciate such a remarkable student. Ruiz nodded. The only viable option. Kirin once collaborated with Ding Zhehe himself. His knowledge runs deeper than oceans. He could continue the instruction. After celebrating the Tian victory, Ruiz returned to the academy and transmitted a superdimensional message to Kirin in Faraz, using both his and Du Cao's authority to request the scholar's presence on Earth. With the battle's end, Earth experienced brief tranquility before being drawn once more into the cosmos's complex machinations. The Six Paths Demon Empress, Liang Bing, had Death God Carl dispatch her flagship, the Demon Wings, to Earth orbit. Soon after, her ancient nemesis arrived as well. The angels had descended. Above Giant Gorge, Angel Queen Keisha reclined upon her luxurious throne, observing the Xingbing Company members below with calculating eyes. Lena, wielder of the sunlight gene of the Great Sun, too young, ignorant. Cheng Yaowen, a descendant of Dexing's royal Guangdong lineage, has even battled Liang Bing's forces, commendable. You need not approach. Remain where you stand. Galaxy power, adequate potential but still immature. As Keisha evaluated the assembled warriors, Angel Yan, her sacred left wing guard, stepped forward with military precision. My queen, Liang Bing's precise coordinates have been acquired, requesting permission to execute great judgment. Keisha regarded her subordinate and nodded with regal authority. Proceed, for justice. Angel Yan spread her wings and soared skyward, rising above the cloud layer with flaming sword in hand. She began channeling stellar energies, preparing to unleash divine judgment upon the Demon Empress. The Demon Wings immediately detected the angel's movements. Liang Bing erupted in profanity that would make demon princes blush. That sanctimonious bitch Keisha actually intends great judgment. Immediately warp above a human population center. Let's see if she dares incinerate those mortals along with me. On Giant Gorge, the Xingbing Company exploded into outrage. What the hell is great judgment? How dare they act so recklessly with a human city below? This is Earth. The angels don't get to make these decisions. Du Cao received urgent communication from the Planetary Defense Council, stationed in the Eastern Federation Zone. Regardless of tomorrow's outcome, whether war erupts or apocalypse arrives, the People's Army will never betray the people. Sacrifice remains our mission, protection our sacred duty. Whatever justifications these angels possess, they are forbidden from bargaining with civilian lives. Our lives may be weighed and measured, but those we protect cannot. Understood. Du Cao terminated the call and turned to his staff officer. Retrieve the Emperor immediately. I don't care what he's doing, drag him out here before catastrophe strikes. Mencken gripped his greatsword and stepped forward, shouting at the Angel Queen. Hey, you on the throne, are you insane? This is Earth, not your personal playground. Galaxy power, executing great judgment upon Liang Bing, represents the optimal strategic choice. Your current strength proves insufficient to defeat her. Do you comprehend how many innocents will perish? Punishing evil always demands sacrifice. Then, who possesses the authority to determine who sacrifices? Another voice interrupted, familiar, reassuring, carrying absolute authority. Boss, finally. Ji Xiaolin's face brightened with relief upon seeing the Emperor's arrival. Du Cao and the others visibly steadied themselves, their earlier panic dissolving. You are, Keisha studied the Emperor, her perfect brow furrowing slightly. Her internal sacred engine activated scanning protocols, attempting to analyze the newcomer. Data error, failed to read target information. Data error, failed to read target information. Warning, subbiological energy attack detected. Target attempting to invade logic module and modify self-cognition. Warning, subbiological energy attack detected. Target attempting to invade logic module and modify self-cognition. Level 1 protection program breached. Level 2 protection program breached. Connecting to sacred knowledge treasury. Allocating additional computational power. Establishing logical dead loop. Constructing a defense system. Attack successfully resisted. The cascade of alerts caused even the eternally composed Keisha to display visible concern. The ability to distort reality and cognition at will, coupled with effortless sub-biological manipulation. The God-making project contains no such individual. Who exactly are you? Her gaze intensified, hand unconsciously shifting toward her heavenly blade's hilt. Big guy, you're exposed, the raven observed with mild amusement, wings fluttering. She's seen through the facade. Yet the creature felt no genuine concern. The Emperor represented the human incarnation of a cosmic evil god, the Darkness King incarnate. Many civilizations throughout the super-god universe had striven eternally to achieve godhood. For the Emperor, ascension remained trivially simple. Only his attachment to humanity prevented the transformation. Should humanity face extinction, the Emperor's divine ascension would herald universal destruction through the Darkness King's birth, a being capable of limitless growth through consuming both subspace and material reality. Even without godhood, the Emperor's power defied comprehension. Combined with the origin energies he had accumulated, confronting Angel Queen Keisha posed no significant challenge. Moreover, as an immortal perpetual, death held no permanent consequence. He would simply resurrect after brief intervals. My identity remains irrelevant, the Emperor stated with unwavering conviction. You need to understand only this. You lack qualification to determine the life, death, and fate of ordinary mortals. Keisha studied the Emperor intently, apprehension flickering in her ancient gaze. She realized her understanding of both Black Hawk Military Academy and Kamigawa civilization had been fundamentally incomplete. Since Black Hawk Military Academy has intervened, I cannot pursue this matter further. Yan, terminate great judgment. Angel Yan, suspended in the stratosphere, heard her queen's command and withdrew the stellar energies she had been gathering. Aboard the demon wings, Liang Bing exhaled with profound relief. What is this being's background? Even that sanctimonious bitch Keisha showed intimidation. Something feels wrong. Liang Bing regarded the Emperor conversing with Keisha, sensing important memories had been subconsciously suppressed. Connect to the demon wings supercomputer. Perform a complete self-diagnostic. Minutes later, thunderous profanity echoed throughout the flagship's corridors. Damn it, someone has distorted my cognition. In the Fares realm, among the Snafu tribe that had established hegemony over the northern continent, Kirin continued his work spreading knowledge and order, hoping to guide them from barbarism toward civilization. After completing another educational session, he received Ruiz's superdimensional communication. A diligent and studious pupil, one possessing the potential to surpass Ding Jehe and unlock the ultimate void secrets. Du Cao and Ruiz surely exaggerate. The demons, angels, and Carl, who stole the great clock, all focus their attention upon Earth. Perhaps I should investigate personally. Nothing remains to teach here. They must comprehend the remainder independently. Kirin prepared for departure to Earth, intending to evaluate this student whom Ruiz and Du Cao praised so extravagantly. He refused to believe anyone could rival the great inventor Ding Jie, a singular genius who had emerged only once during Kamigawa civilization's technological zenith. How could such brilliance arise from a weak, pre-nuclear civilization? Chapter 14, The Essence of the Emperor. Within the Demon Wing's core control chamber, numerous demons labored with evident tension. Morgana paced the command deck like a caged predator, her frustration palpable. "Have you located any intelligence on this individual?" she demanded. The demon monitoring the displays shook his head. "No historical records exist, my queen. He appeared from the absolute void." "Then what are his capabilities?" "From observed performance, complete mastery over void energies and dark plane manipulation, coupled with incomprehensible subbiological abilities. He demonstrates elemental control, wormhole generation, and reality distortion, including cognitive manipulation of others. So this bastard operates at divine tier power levels." Morgana's expression darkened with grim recognition. Void mastery and subbiological manipulation had been central to Black Hawk Military Academy's Great Schism. The universe had existed for over 13 billion years, yet the most technologically advanced civilization known, the Kamigawa, had endured less than 200,000. After reaching certain technological heights, the Kamigawa discovered that all known laws ceased functioning. No matter their efforts, a breakthrough became impossible. Regression inevitably followed. The Kamigawa civilization could not escape its destined destruction. Only scattered survivors like Kirin remained, carrying their civilization's crystalline achievement, the Great Clock, throughout the cosmos. They established Black Hawk Military Academy, disseminating Kamigawa technology while seeking to unravel universal mysteries. As research deepened, Death God Carl proposed theories of ultimate fear. Beyond the known universe lay the void, inhabited by creatures beyond observation. These entities, void creatures, subbiological beings, watched the known universe, harvesting advanced civilizations when deemed appropriate. "Queen, we are also gods," Hai Feng interjected. "The third-generation demonic frame nears completion. By Black Hawk Military Academy definitions, we qualify as divine entities." "Damn it, is that remotely comparable?" Morgana snarled. "My fourth-generation divine body and genetic engine lack this individual's void mastery, let alone advanced subbiological capabilities. The gap between gods exceeds the gap between gods and vermin. Contact that bastard Carl. I need answers about Earth's true nature." At once, my queen. Her subordinate activated supertemporal communication protocols. Carl's projection materialized before them. "Carl, you decrepit fool, did you investigate before dispatching me to Earth?" Carl displayed helpless resignation. What investigation does a pre-nuclear civilization require? Morgana transmitted footage of the Emperor's confrontation with Keisha. Would a pre-nuclear civilization produce such an entity? Earth harbors significant problems, Carl. I didn't even realize I'd been cognitively compromised until afterward. Carl frowned. You possess a demon engine and fourth-generation divine physiology. How could you suffer undetected brainwashing? Morgana raised her middle finger in response. How should I know? This entire situation defies logic. That emperor represents a fundamental anomaly. A female voice emerged from Carl's location. Are you conversing with Morgana? Carl, you have company. Someone Keisha dispatched for surveillance, Angel Zhaizin. These winged parasites prove remarkably persistent. Zhaizin's voice carried angelic authority. Morgana, prepare yourself. Evil faces inevitable judgment. Damn sanctimonious bitch, Morgana cursed. Carl, I don't care how you accomplish it, discover this being's origins. She severed communication, without awaiting response. Achuo inquired, My queen, what are our next moves? Continue human conversion and demon resurrection. Maintain holding patterns. First, determine the Emperor's identity. Conceal the demon wings, we cannot afford to remain exposed. Deploy reconnaissance units to assess his capabilities. Monitor that bitch Keisha's movements simultaneously. At Giant Gorge, several female angels received deployment orders from Keisha to establish contact with the Earth Federation's Supreme Military Command and coordinate with the Xingbing Company. Given the planetary military's resolute stance and the Emperor's deterrent presence, employing great judgment to eliminate Morgana definitively was no longer viable. Alliance with Earth against Morgana remained the only strategic option. Fate node changed by 10%. The Raven received notification from Miss Space as substantial origin power flooded his essence, creating profound satiation. His soul and corporeal form strengthened under origin energy nourishment. If this progression continues, I too shall become an existence mortals cannot directly perceive, the Raven murmured. His gaze deepened, revealing increasingly complex perceptions. Temporal flows, fate line entanglements, the intervals between life and death. The Raven observed the Emperor conducting genetic experiments with absolute focus, immersed in knowledge, seeking humanity's salvation path with desperate urgency. I wonder what the Emperor's true essence reveals, he mused, activating authority granted by Miss Space to examine the Emperor's fundamental nature. Unique runes flowed through his eyes as ethereal mist surged within his dark form. Through his enhanced vision, he perceived a brilliant golden sun of incredible luminosity. The specialized fate lines formed by time, destiny, and mortality were incinerated by its radiance. Yet beneath this golden stellar body, the Raven discovered a black sphere enveloped in writhing lightning, with intense light radiating from its edges. Infinitely smooth, flowing with absolute darkness, it seemed capable of consuming entire universes. This represented his true essence. Lord of the End, Darkness King, the conclusion of all things, the final word of existence itself. When humanity faced extinction, the golden sun would extinguish, and the Darkness King, embodiment of ultimate destruction, would descend upon reality. The Emperor remains the Emperor, the Raven reflected, incomprehensibly powerful. Fate node changed by 10%. Acquired God-making project technical knowledge, Kamigawa power, Nuoxing war god, and sunlight of the great sun. The Emperor, deep in experimental work, observed the notification's appearance. Dense origin power surged through his being as vast technical knowledge flooded his consciousness. Such power, truly divine manifestation within material reality. He could not conceal his excitement. Upon return to his own universe, priority would fall to launching the custodian-grade genetic engine project. With such capabilities, who could oppose his great work? I had not expected Black Hawk Military Academy on Earth to harbor such a dedicated student, perpetually sequestered in laboratory environments. A voice interrupted his research. Looking up, the Emperor saw Ruiz accompanying an elderly figure, white-haired, bearing a clock symbol upon his forehead, approximately 1.5 meters in height with a rotund build. Emperor, this is Kieran, Black Hawk Military Academy's founder and among the few surviving members of Kamigawa civilization, Ruiz introduced. Principal, the honor is mine, the Emperor replied with genuine sincerity. The Academy's founder, a Kamigawa survivor, this individual possessed knowledge exceeding even Ruiz's vast repositories. He must carefully consider optimal methods for acquiring, learning, such wisdom from this source. He's thoroughly exploited one resource, and now another arrives, the Raven observed privately. I estimate Black Hawk Military Academy will be completely stripped of knowledge before the Emperor departs. Ruiz and Kieran remained oblivious to the Raven's commentary, or they would surely reassess this seemingly diligent student's true intentions. Principal Kieran surveyed the Emperor's laboratory setup. What is your current project? I am attempting to optimize the basic genetic engine configuration for implantation into all ordinary humans, providing resistance against demonic genetic corruption. Morgana continued spreading demonic genes throughout human populations, using mortals to resurrect fallen subordinates while cultivating fresh recruits. Considering Earth's inevitable involvement in cosmic warfare, the Emperor sought to provide trump cards for this world's indigenous humanity. Even after his departure from the super god universe, they would possess self-defense capabilities. Human destiny should be determined by humans, not by self-proclaimed deities. He existed for 3 purposes alone: protecting humanity, and protecting humanity above all else. Upon hearing the Emperor's explanation, Kieran examined documents from the laboratory table. The more he reviewed the research, the more solemn his expression became. This young individual's understanding of genetic engine projects already surpassed many Black Hawk Military Academy instructors. Initially, Kieran had assumed the student might possess half the capability of his most gifted pupil, Carl. That would have been remarkable enough. Only through direct interaction did he realize Carl likely paled in comparison to this extraordinary being. Given sufficient time, this individual would surely achieve unprecedented heights that all would revere. The Raven attended to his sustenance, whilst the Emperor outlined the next phase of his grand design. The creature knew well of the trap the Master of Mankind had prepared for the children of the Omnissiah upon the Red World, a pit carved deep into Martian stone, waiting to receive those who would one day pledge their flesh to the machine. Yet to comprehend this stratagem, one must first understand the nature of the Cetan, the star gods of ancient memory. Their origins stretch back to the primordial darkness before the galaxy's birth, when stars were young and the warp yet undisturbed by mortal thought. These beings were creatures of pure materiality, utterly divorced from the psychic realm, their power drawn from the fundamental forces of reality itself. They were gods in truth, the most potent non-psychic entities to stalk the void, masters of the physical realm absolute. The Cetan sustained themselves upon stellar fire, remaining aloof from the petty wars of lesser species. They cared nothing for the struggles of flesh and blood, viewing such conflicts as mortals might regard the movements of insects. This changed when the Necronter, ancestors of the soulless legions that would become the Necrons, gazed upon the old ones with jealous eyes. The short-lived Necronter coveted the immortality their enemies possessed, and in their spite, they kindled the first war in heaven. The old ones crushed them utterly. The Necronter Empire crumbled, its domains scattered, its people driven back to their dying homeworld beneath a malevolent star. There, in their desperation, they encountered the Cetan. These energy beings possessed knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, but they lacked corporeal form, existing as vast clouds of sentient force. The Necronter crafted bodies of living metal for their new gods, and in return, the Cetan revealed to them a more exquisite sustenance. The essence of souls and the vitality of flesh far surpassed the crude nourishment of stellar matter. Armed with this unholy alliance, the Necronter rose again. The second war in heaven erupted across the galaxy, and this time the old ones found themselves outmatched. Their ancient empire crumbled as the Cetan feasted upon their life force. Yet the Necronter's biological frailty remained their weakness. Seduced by promises of immortality, they underwent the Great Sleep, abandoning flesh and soul to pour their consciousness into mechanical shells. They became the Necrons, deathless, emotionless, and utterly without mercy. The old ones fell. The warp, roiled by eons of warfare, gave birth to the first demons. In their victory's wake, the Necrons turned upon their gods. They shattered the Cetan with weapons designed for deicide, imprisoning the fragments within tesseract labyrinths to serve as living batteries for their technology. One such fragment, the Void Dragon, master of all mechanical arts, somehow found its way to Terra. In the time of knights and kings, somewhere between the 11th and 12th millennia after Christ's birth, this shard fell near the Libyan city of Cyrene. There, a figure known to history as a mere knight encountered the wounded god. The man who would become emperor fought the void dragon for 7 days and 7 nights. Mortal legend remembers this as the tale of Saint George and his dragon, but truth surpasses myth. The emperor did not slay the creature. He bound it beneath Mars within a dimensional maze, setting immortal guardians to watch over its slumber. The void dragon's influence seeded humanity's mastery of technology, accelerating their climb toward the stars. Later, during the Age of Strife, when Old Night fell across human space, the Emperor walked Mars in the guise of a tech adept named Morevik. There, he delved into forbidden knowledge, the marriage of warp energy and machinecraft, technologies that defied natural law, and the dark art of encoding souls within circuitry. He founded the Singularity Brotherhood, precursor to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and sealed potent archaeotech within the Morevik vault. Upon his departure, he left prophecy: the Omnissiah would come to Mars. These preparations would make Mars's conquest simpler than Luna's. "Big guy," the Raven said quietly, "this batch of seasoning is excellent." His voice carried to all present, for each possessed senses far beyond mortal ken. The 3 humans displayed varying degrees of exasperation. During such momentous planning, the creature concerned itself only with condiments. "My thanks," Valdor replied with forced patience. "Perhaps you might attend to the gravity of our discourse. We speak of claiming Mars and laying foundation stones for the Great Crusade." "Such concerns are trivial for the revered Omnissiah," the Raven replied, alighting upon the Emperor's shoulder. "Mars now harbors a faith that worships technology. Since these cogitator-blessed desire a god, we shall provide one." The Emperor's expression shifted to surprise. The Raven had articulated precisely his own thoughts, plans years in the making. "Grant the tech adepts their deity," Malkador mused. "The suggestion has merit." "We demonstrate a miracle," the Raven continued. "I understand rain has not blessed Mars for millennia. Transport the weather control arrays from Luna. When the big guy manifests as the Omnissiah, we activate the systems. Combined with your psychic might, Old One, we bring the rains for 3 days and nights. The Mechanicum will kneel." Malkador's eye twitched at being called Old One. The appellations this creature employed, Big Guy for the Emperor, Big Corncob for Valdor, Old One for himself. 4 of the Imperium's architects, and their dignity barely comprised a single whole person between them. Should the Martian natives resist submission? Valdor inquired. "Simple, let it rain for 3 months until they drown. Those augmetic heavy tech priests cannot swim, too much metal weighing them down. Problem solved." "Your counsel is noted," Valdor said dryly, reaching to silence the creature with gentle pressure against its head. "Perhaps restraint now serves better." "You dare handle me thus, Big Corncob. Big Guy, make this one stand guard duty." Before the Raven could finish its protest, Valdor produced fresh sustenance and new flavorings. "The Legio Custod serves the Imperium with absolute devotion, witnessed by Terra and Luna," the Raven declared around mouthfuls. "When I grow stronger, we must show Big Corn Cob the wider galaxy." The 3 leaders exchanged helpless glances before returning to their deliberations on Mars's conquest. The Assembly swiftly determined operational parameters and established a war committee to coordinate the Imperium's resources. Orbital platforms would be rebuilt, shipyards expanded, and vessels constructed for the coming campaign. Additionally, the Emperor added as the meeting concluded, initiate agricultural projects, cultivate multiple varieties of specialized crops. "Excellent decision, Big Guy," the Raven exclaimed, wings beating with excitement. "The most sensible thing you've said all meeting." With imperial business concluded, the Emperor proposed returning to the super god universe to continue genetic engineering studies. "Our previous crossing established a preliminary connection between realities," the Raven explained. "This transit may not maintain the temporal anchor of one day." "What will be the differential?" the Emperor asked. "Perhaps a 5-to-1 ratio. 5 days there equals 1 day here. As crossings multiply and contact between universes increases, temporal flows will synchronize and travel to entirely new realities. Unknown universes maintain the one-day anchor, lacking prior contact. Hearing this, the Emperor turned to his closest advisors. The Imperium rests in your capable hands. Proceed according to established protocols. I shall return when our forces stand ready. He placed a hand upon Malkador's shoulder. Guard 20 well, let none learn of his existence. Malkador nodded solemnly. It shall be done, my lord. Come then, Master Raven. The creature transformed into coruscating light, forming a dimensional vortex. This time, the Emperor did not await its embrace, but stepped forward willingly. Reality twisted. The familiar sensation of transit between worlds washed over him. When perception cleared, he stood once more within the super-gene universe. The entities that wandered the void between realities, eternal devourers of cosmos, stirred with vague presentiment. Yet still, they could not perceive the Emperor and his companion who had breached dimensional barriers. At the Blackhawk Military Academy, Hansen spotted the Emperor immediately upon his return. Boss, where'd you disappear to? Nobody saw you all yesterday. The instructors were searching everywhere. The young man wore his black armor with obvious pride. My great sword technique yesterday was pretty awesome, right? Adequate, the Emperor replied. Can't you show a little more enthusiasm in your praise? Whatever, I'm used to you being like this. Oh, Teacher Ruiz said if I saw you, I should tell you to find him. Hansen rubbed his forehead in familiar exasperation. Understood. After learning of the previous day's events, the Emperor sought out Teacher Ruiz. The instructor had no urgent matters, merely wished to commend the Emperor's exceptional performance in recent combat trials. The Emperor seized this opportunity, employing subtle psychic influence and carefully chosen words to guide Ruiz toward offering substantial rewards. This contains data on the Kamigawa civilization and their god creation projects, Ruiz said, producing data crystals. I honestly don't understand your fascination with such ancient history. Most students struggle to comprehend the genetic engines implanted in their own bodies, but you want to reverse engineer entire god-making protocols. The Emperor accepted the precious knowledge with one of his rare genuine smiles. This information would prove invaluable, a key to humanity's resurgence and ultimate dominion. One day, he would lead mankind to conquer all realities and rule across infinite heavens. In the days that followed, the Emperor immersed himself in study, while momentous events unfolded in the wider super-gene multiverse. Two developments would reshape everything. Death God Karl openly appeared, seducing humans across multiple worlds to embrace darkness, and Morgana, the self-proclaimed demon queen, descended upon Terra itself. Chapter 15, New Rewards. Principal Killen engaged the Emperor in an animated discourse regarding the gene god-making project, their conversation flowing with the ease of kindred, scholarly minds. The master of mankind had already absorbed the fundamental principles of genetic enhancement engines through their earlier exchanges. After the Raven had facilitated the alteration of 10% of this reality's fate threads, the Corvid had shared the technical specifications of 3 divine body configurations. Now the Emperor's comprehension of genetic manipulation rivaled that of any expert in this strange new cosmos. His vast intellect and innovative approaches left Principal Killen genuinely impressed, a rare occurrence for one who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Continue along this path, Killen said with undisguised admiration, and you will surpass every scholar I have known. The Emperor received the praise with characteristic composure, though inwardly he reflected on the irony. In my own reality, I have guided humanity's genetic evolution for millennia. Here, I am a student learning new applications of familiar principles. Given sufficient time, Killen continued, you might even eclipse the great inventor Ding Jehe himself. Perhaps you could become the spiritual leader this universe's civilizations require, one to guide them in exploring the cosmic frontier and unraveling the ultimate mysteries. What is your position on the ultimate fear? Killen asked, broaching the question that had tormented his colleague Ding Jiehe and ultimately fractured the Black Hawk Military Academy. The emperor's expression grew contemplative. In his own timeline, he had witnessed threats that made these local concerns seem quaint, yet he recognized the genuine terror such unknown forces represented to these civilizations. "I believe it exists," he replied with measured certainty. "When civilizations across the universe reach sufficient technological sophistication, they face elimination by some unknown agency." Killan's demeanor grew solemn. "You share this conviction?" "It is not mere belief," the emperor explained, his tone carrying the weight of eons. "The evidence presents itself plainly. The eldest civilization in your known universe, the Shen, has existed for merely 100,000 years. How brief their span compared to humanity's rapid march across the galaxy," he mused silently. "This cosmos has existed for over 13 billion years. In such vast temporal expanses, countless civilizations should have arisen, yet no trace of ancient predecessors remains. Save for systematic purging, no other explanation suffices." Ruizi, standing nearby, interjected with obvious unease. Could such power truly exist, a force capable of eliminating advanced civilizations so completely? The emperor's smile held grim knowledge. Before the Black Hawk Military Academy manifested on Earth, could mankind have conceived that beings you term gods existed? Could he have imagined obtaining power that transcends mortal limitations? "They know so little of true cosmic horror," the emperor thought. "They have never witnessed the birth screams of demons or felt the warp's malevolent attention." Ruizi fell silent, grasping the implication. The technological disparity between advanced and primitive civilizations represented an unbridgeable chasm. Angel King Keisha proclaimed no civilization more advanced than the angels existed, dismissing the ultimate fear and void entities as mere phantoms. Yet when primitive civilizations dwelt in ignorance of the stellar realm, they too claimed supremacy, only to face annihilation by cosmic powers like the Angels, Black Hawk Military Academy, and Liang Star. Perhaps to void entities, even the mightiest civilizations appeared as insignificant as insects, easily erased without a trace. Killan sighed softly. Let us set aside such grim speculation. He was reluctant to delve deeper into truths that offered only despair. The closer one approached ultimate knowledge, the more crushing its weight became. Perched upon the emperor's shoulder, the raven observed Killan and Ruizi with sardonic amusement. "Something far more terrifying than your ultimate fear stands before you," the corvid mused silently, "yet you remain blissfully unaware. Ignorance truly is a rare form of happiness." The ultimate fear represented by void civilization would at least leave emptiness in its wake. But the entity he served, the one these mortals called Emperor, embodied ending and consumption itself. Time, space, fate, matter, all would be devoured, transformed into absolute nothingness. Eventually, perhaps even that nothingness would cease to exist. Killan redirected their discussion toward the Gene Engine project. The discourse proved remarkably productive, with the principal even contributing to the emperor's research. Two supreme intellects working in harmony achieved remarkable results. Together, they completed the theoretical framework for a gene engine optimized for baseline humans. Killan's calculations revealed the design could achieve an extraordinary 70% compatibility rate, meaning 7 in 10 humans could become enhanced warriors capable of defending their world. Once implemented widely, weak Earth would ascend to stand among the universe's premier powers, equal to mighty civilizations like Liang Star and the Angels. General Dukao and several high-ranking Planetarian Federation officials arrived with unprecedented haste upon receiving word of this breakthrough. Their excitement was palpable. Such results could fundamentally alter humanity's disadvantaged position, granting them the strength to negotiate as equals with civilizations like the Taudi and Angels. The Emperor transferred the complete research data to them without reservation. "This is my gift to your people," he declared, his tone carrying both magnanimity and subtle authority. "Numerous alien civilizations have descended upon Earth. An age of conflict approaches. I would have your citizens possess sufficient strength to protect those they cherish. As I once protected Terra's children, he added silently, as I failed to protect them from the horrors that came after. Ducao's expression shifted with surprise. You simply give this to us without conditions. The emperor's smile held ancient sadness. I have witnessed your soldiers' dedication, men who know their weapons cannot harm the enemy, yet choose sacrifice without complaint or regret. Such courage moves even one such as I. They remind me of the imperial guard who face all abominations, with courage and honor. If you require terms to accept this gift with a clear conscience, then protect human civilization. Ensure its continuance. Big guy is big guy, the raven commented, gesturing approval with one wing. Protecting humanity will always remain the emperor's paramount concern in any reality. Fate node changed by 15%. As Duke and his officers departed with grateful hearts, bearing the emperor's revolutionary research, the Raven received another notification from the mist space. This breakthrough's impact proved enormous, shifting fate threads by 5% in a single stroke, several times greater than previous alterations. The predetermined destiny of the super god universe trembled on the verge of complete collapse. Aboard the Demon Wings Command Center, Morgana learned of Ducao's efforts to implement the adaptive gene engine throughout Earth's military forces. Her initial astonishment quickly transformed into profanity-laden rage. That old bastard shouldn't have come to Earth. Damn it, what kind of cursed place is this? Does this universe follow any scientific logic anymore? A pre-nuclear civilization develops an adaptive gene engine and plans to equip their entire army. Why don't they just ascend to heaven and challenge the sun itself? Damn it. Achuo interrupted his queen's tirade. Should I establish contact with Death God Carl? Connect him. Carl's holographic image materialized before Morgana, his skeletal features impassive. How progresses the Earth situation? Morgana slammed her fist against the command console. Ask me a little later, and these Earthlings will probably be marching on the Dark Nebula. Carl's expression showed mild confusion. Explain. See for yourself. Morgana activated the Earth surveillance feed. That bastard calling himself Emperor has created an adaptive gene engine and is preparing for planet-wide implementation. Currently, only resource limitations constrain them. Once they master nuclear fusion or equivalent energy sources, they'll possess a universal citizen army. Millions of gene soldiers. That bitch Keisha probably doesn't even have millions of angel warriors. Carl's demeanor shifted slightly before returning to calculated calm. Troublesome, but manageable. Once we eliminate Keisha according to plan and introduce the Void, humanity will pose no significant threat. Incidentally, you have a surveillance angel in custody. Carl glanced upward at Angel Jixin, crucified and suspended in his laboratory, offering a cold smile. The matter is resolved. The big clock stands ready. The initiative rests with you. Modify our original strategy. Send this Emperor to Emerald Star as well. Let him share Keisha's grave. Chapter 16, Conquering Mars. Big guy, these days drag on with such tedium, the Raven complained from its perch. Why don't we venture forth and explore? What occupies your attention in these experiments? The Corvid's tone carried a note of longing. I find myself missing Golden Corn Cob and the old man. At least they provided conversation. You barely acknowledge my existence. The Emperor maintained his characteristic silence, absorbed in the delicate work before him. In this strange reality, he had found unexpected kinship with Principal Killan, not as a peer from the golden age of mankind, but as a rare mind unbound by dogma. Though Killan lacked the technological mastery of humanity's zenith, his insights into metaphysics and dimensional theory offered an intellectual counterpoint worthy of the Emperor's attention. Their discourse touched upon matters that would have been heretical in his own timeline's future. How curious, the Master of Mankind mused, to find such clarity of purpose in a universe untouched by the warp's malevolence. Meanwhile, beyond the laboratory's confines, war continued its inexorable march across Earth's surface. General Ducao and his staff had initiated comprehensive screening protocols throughout the Federation's military body. identifying suitable candidates for the adaptive gene engine implantation. The prospect of mass-producing enhanced soldiers offered hope against the mounting alien threat. The Xingbing Company maintained its desperate struggle against the demonic and Taotie civilizations, fighting to prevent further territorial losses. Yet against the overwhelming scale of the Taotie forces and the insidious cunning of the demons, most of Earth's regions had fallen into chaos and ruin. Countless refugees flooded into the Federation's controlled territories, while demonic corruption spread like a plague through the population. The military found itself fighting fires on every front, completely overwhelmed by the crisis. Morgana seized upon this chaos to execute the plan she and Carl had crafted in secret. She first deployed her nightmare subordinates to torment Cheng Yaowen and Lena through psychic manipulation, turning their dreams into battlegrounds of terror and confusion. The constant mental assault left both warriors exhausted, unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare. When Lena's psychological defenses reached their breaking point, Morgana struck with devastating precision. Using computational power and wormhole technology far exceeding Earth's capabilities, she isolated each member of the Xingbing Company, systematically weakening Lena's defenses while depleting her energy reserves. At the critical moment, demonic infiltrators breached Lena's genetic systems, unlocking her core programming and seizing control of the sunlight's devastating power. Damn it, finally! Morgana's satisfaction was brief, quickly replaced by urgency. Execute the plan immediately. If that bastard realizes what's happening, we're all dead. Access the sunlight gene control interface. Her subordinate nodded, bringing up the weapon's command matrix. Radiation-free microflare bombardment, medium flare bombardment encrypted, large flare bombardment encrypted, supernova encrypted, solar avatar encrypted. What kind of monster did that hypocrite Killen create? Morgana stared at the interface in disbelief. This thing is a mobile stellar furnace, a walking apocalypse. Crack those encryptions. Contact Death God Carl. I'll handle Keisha while you locate the Emperor. Pin down his position and throw both those bastards onto Emerald Star. Let them burn together. The Emperor paused in his experimentation as reality twisted around him like molten glass. When the distortion cleared, he found himself floating in the cosmic void, facing a verdant star on the verge of catastrophic collapse. Nearby sat Keisha, the Angel King, her expression one of resigned annoyance rather than fear. "Oh ho, big guy, seems you've been outmaneuvered," the Raven cried with evident delight, wings flapping excitedly. "Finally aroused some proper attention from you, life grows interesting at last." Even here, in this alien cosmos, the patterns remain unchanged, the Emperor reflected with partial amusement. Enemies scheme, allies prove unreliable, and power invites betrayal. Keisha glanced at the dying star, then regarded the Emperor with curious respect. "I didn't expect you to earn Carl and Morgana's attention as well. They'll stop at nothing to usher in their precious void age." The Emperor remained silent, his enhanced senses analyzing their prison. This was sophisticated work, primitive by the standards of the dark age of technology, perhaps, but impressive for this reality's limitations. Reading his thoughts, Keisha smiled. "Rather than speculate, why not ask the architect himself? Carl, won't you explain your handiwork?" A holographic projection materialized, Death God Carl, his skeletal features animated by cold intellect. "I apologize for these crude accommodations," Carl said with mock courtesy. "Explain our transportation here," Keisha demanded, noting the Emperor's continued silence. Carl's smile held genuine academic pleasure. "From your perspective, space-time represents a stable structure. From the Void's perspective, it is chaos and disorder incarnate. You traverse the universe by manipulating wormhole corridors, but my methodology reverses this principle. Using the Great Clock's computational matrix, I altered the relative positions of the universe itself and your place within it." "Amusing," the Emperor murmured, stroking his chin. "Such a crude understanding of dimensional mechanics, yet effective within its limitations." Carl's attention focused on the master of mankind. "I have observed you extensively. Like me, you possess an almost obsessive hunger for knowledge. Under different circumstances, we might have been allies, even friends. Unfortunately, we stand as enemies. I cannot permit any force to impede the Void Age's arrival. As for humanity, they have evolved through your intervention. Perhaps they can survive the brutal competition that awaits. Your planning is thorough, the Emperor acknowledged, yet you have overlooked a critical factor. Carl's confidence flickered. Impossible. This space is sealed by the Great Clock's power. No wormhole technology can breach it. For you, this is certain death. The Emperor raised one hand, and eldritch energies danced across his palm, power that belonged to no science these beings understood. You are formidable, he conceded, but comparable to the mightiest entities I have known, the false gods of my own reality. And like them, blind to forces beyond material comprehension. Yet you share their fatal weakness. All your schemes account only for the material universe. Your greatest oversight lies in the very void you claim to understand. The void exists beyond your calculations. Your great clock cannot seal what transcends physical law. The Emperor gestured toward Keisha, and a shimmering portal tore through reality itself. Before the Angel King could protest, she vanished through the psychic aperture. Carl watched this impossible display with growing comprehension. My suspicions prove correct. To disregard universal constants so casually, you must be either a void entity, a Shen survivor who has mastered impossible sciences, or something far older. The Emperor ignored the speculation, redirecting the conversation. You remain determined to drag this universe into a void age. How much do you understand about those who periodically cleanse known civilizations? In the eyes of such hungry entities, your efforts are meaningless. You will never earn their alliance. Your schemes are destined for failure. Carl's expression hardened. If I cannot be their ally, then I shall control them. I will become the Void Age's supreme deity, master of all existence. Your arrogance mirrors somewhat my own, but lacks both wisdom and might to act against it, the Emperor said with something approaching mild sympathy, or not. Cease this folly. The pursuit of knowledge is admirable, but some truths should remain buried. The dying star's final convulsions sent waves of destructive energy across the void. Carl recognized his plan's failure, yet remained defiant. The Void Age comes regardless. Nothing can prevent it. Then let us see who speaks truly. The communication severed, leaving the Emperor alone with cosmic destruction approaching. Fate node changed by 30%, reward obtained. Great Clock celestial computer technology, void engine technology, sub-biological analysis data. Keisha's survival has shattered this reality's predetermined path, the Emperor realized. Now fate itself rushes toward uncertainty. We have lingered here long enough, he told the Raven. Let us return. The corvid required no encouragement, transforming into a corridor of multiversal possibility that allowed the Emperor's escape before the supernova's fury could claim him. The Raven did not immediately follow, instead returning to the mist space to catalog their achievements. The desolate realm had changed subtly. A luminous orb now floated above the mists, trailing gossamer threads of light that merged with the surrounding void. Through this connection, the Raven could access the super-god universe's accumulated knowledge and witness its continuing evolution beyond predetermined fate. More universes will be required, the corvid mused, before significant transformation occurs. Still condemned to endless labor, it complained before departing for the material realm. Terra, Imperial Palace. The Emperor had returned before the Raven, and already Malkador the Sigillite labored to assemble the legions. The time had come to claim Mars and commence the Great Crusade in earnest. Having witnessed the vast tapestry of infinite realities, the master of mankind's urgency had intensified beyond measure. Unity must be achieved swiftly. Humanity's scattered children must be gathered before darker forces can intervene. The galaxy awaited conquest. The webway demanded construction. The universe itself beckoned. Let the red planet feel the weight of Unity's purpose, the Emperor thought as he gazed toward Mars through the palace's armored viewports. Let the Omnissiah's children learn their place in the greater design. The Great Crusade would begin with the conquest of Mars. From there, the stars themselves would bow to humanity's ascendant will. Chapter 17. Omnissiah, the eternal god of all machines. During the master of mankind's sojourn in the super-god reality, Malkador the Sigillite had labored without respite. The burden of governing humanity's nascent empire fell upon his shoulders. From Terra's 7 continents to Luna's geneforges, every facet of imperial administration demanded his attention. He had established the High Lords of Terra and overseen the reconstruction of humanity's cradle world. Under his guidance, the War Council allocated vital materiel and war machinery, while orbital stations and void platforms rose from the ashes of the Age of Strife. The Sigillite had pressed the Selenar gene cults to commit their resources to the Astartes project, selecting worthy candidates for the first implantation of the Emperor's genetic modifications. Meanwhile, Captain General Valdor pursued dual mandates, executing the clandestine research protocols while purging seditious elements from the young empire's foundations. Terra remained a world birthed in violence, experiencing the agonies of transformation from chaos to order. The ancient powers defeated by the Emperor's legions had not submitted to Unity's will. They lurked in the wasteland's shadows and urban depths, marshaling strength for renewed rebellion. Some refused to acknowledge the new reality, clinging to delusions of the past's return. Others recognized the dawn's arrival all too clearly and vowed to strangle it in its crib, casting Terra back into the dark ages of perpetual war. Cultists of forbidden deities continued their blasphemous ministrations in secret, seeking to inject corruption's poison into the Empire's very foundations. Valdor found himself compelled to employ increasingly extreme measures to preserve the nascent order. Simultaneously, the Captain General supervised construction of the Imperial Palace, that monument to unity which would span the Himalayan range and the Tibetan plateau. The undertaking dwarfed all previous human achievements in scale and ambition. The mountain climate proved treacherous, its thin atmosphere and frigid temperatures requiring constant adjustment by atmospheric processors working beyond their design limits. The Tower of Hegemon and Imperial Senate, future seats of absolute power, existed only as foundation works, their completion lying years hence. Both servants of the Emperor labored tirelessly to defend and strengthen this new realm, while their master walked between realities. Upon the Emperor's return, they presented detailed reports of their stewardship, and, per his instructions, assembled the great host that would carry unity to the Red Planet. When the Raven materialized in real space, Terra's orbital sphere blazed with the assembled might of humanity's first interplanetary warfleet. Hundreds of majestic vessels hung in the void's embrace, their hulls scarred by millennia of conflict, yet restored to deadly purpose. Among them, one golden Leviathan commanded all attention, the flagship that would bear the Emperor's presence to Mars. "Behold the Bucephalus," Malkador announced, gesturing toward the magnificent vessel. A relic of the dark age of technology, abandoned incomplete when old night fell upon us. We have salvaged her from the void and restored her to glory. The Raven studied the golden aquila adorning the flagship's prow and nodded approvingly. She possesses appropriate majesty. The Emperor examined the vessel's specifications with satisfaction. The Bucephalus employed plasma drives for real space maneuvering and utilized the warp for faster-than-light translation, a necessity that troubled him greatly. Subspace navigation remains our greatest weakness, he reflected. To sail through the realm of chaos invites corruption with every journey. The wormhole technologies witnessed in the super-god reality had proven far more stable, their dimensional barriers protecting travelers from malevolent influence. The Emperor recalled Karl's displacement methodology, the ability to alter relative spatial positions without traversing the warp's treacherous currents. The super-gene universe's fate threads have shifted beyond 30% deviation, the Raven informed him. Predetermined destiny has collapsed entirely. Should you return there, your full power shall be unleashed. The Emperor nodded gravely. That reality faces grave peril, possibly serving as a breeding ground for void entities. I shall require maximum capability to confront such threats. Through careful analysis of accumulated intelligence, the master of mankind had reached disturbing conclusions regarding the ultimate fear. Either ancient evil gods maintained all known civilizations as cattle for periodic harvesting, or elder races systematically culled younger species for unknowable purposes. The Raven favored the latter hypothesis. Mindless entities lack the subtlety to erase all traces of their predation. Only advanced civilizations possessed such thoroughness. These elder races deny advancement to their successors, the Emperor observed with controlled fury. They maintain technological stagnation, keeping younger civilizations as captive resources for exploitation. The knowledge earned through countless sacrifices ultimately serves only their masters. When next we enter that reality, we shall unravel these mysteries, he continued, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. I will never permit humanity to serve as livestock for any entity, divine or otherwise. First things first, Emperor, the Raven interjected pragmatically. Mars awaits conquest. The Emperor turned to Valdor with imperial command. Make sail, set course for Mars. The Captain General acknowledged with crisp efficiency, signaling the fleet herald to transmit orders across all vessels. One by one, the warships ignited their drives, brilliant azure flames painting the void with humanity's purpose. Massive hulls accelerated along predetermined vectors, carrying Unity's message to the Red World where mankind's ancestors had first touched alien soil. Mars, Olympus Mons. The solar system's mightiest peak dominated the rust-colored landscape, its cliffs rising 30 kilometers above the ancient seabeds. During the Golden Age, terraforming had brought verdant life to these wastes, only to be consumed by the endless foundries and weapon forges that followed. The summit's atmosphere grew violent without warning. Wrathful storms gathered obsidian clouds that churned with supernatural fury, as though the world's ending had come at last. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, while golden radiance pierced the darkness, illuminating Mars' desolate surface in brilliant intervals. Such portents drew every inhabitant of the Red World to witness what must surely be divine intervention. Tech Guard knights piloted their mechanical steeds toward the mountain's crown, activating void shields and charging weapon systems in preparation for unknown threats. The roiling clouds began to weep, not the acid precipitation common to polluted atmospheres, but pure water that fell across the entire planet. For inhabitants who had never witnessed such phenomena, this could only be a miraculous intervention. As the faithful marveled at this blessing, the celestial thunder reached a crescendo. Brilliant illumination carved through the stormfront, casting radiance from on high while scarlet lightning danced across the sky in web-like patterns. A magnificent golden city descended through the clouds, its enormity beyond mortal comprehension. The vessel's hull blazed with divine luminescence, its massive aquila figurehead seeming to soar even while at rest. Towering spires and battlements extended the craft's full length, while engine arrays beneath generated the colossal energies required to maintain position within planetary gravity. This was the Bucephalus, the Emperor's chosen vessel. By the machine god's blood, whispered the Tech Guard knights, how can such mass maintain hover within gravity's grip? The enormous starship settled less than 100 meters above the surface. Engine thunder shook the very mountains while displaced atmosphere generated hurricane winds that scoured the ancient regolith. Piston mechanisms larger than Titan war engines hissed as they deployed a boarding ramp wide enough for entire Legion formations to march abreast. As the ramp descended, golden radiance poured forth, bathing the Martian landscape in warm, welcoming luminescence. A figure in aureate armor descended the ramp, and the light moved with him. When his foot touched Martian soil, the storms ceased their fury, and the celestial illumination faded. In the dimness that followed, only the golden aura surrounding this being provided illumination. All who witnessed this manifestation held their breath in reverent awe. The arrival carried perfection beyond mortal achievement, truly divine intervention made manifest. He wore no helmet nor breathing apparatus, yet Mars' toxic atmosphere posed no hindrance to his presence. The figure approached the foremost knight and spoke with a voice like honey and thunder combined. Your mount suffers damage, Timon Photocordia. Martian orbit. The Raven perched within a command vessel alongside Valdor and Malkador, excitingly orchestrating the theatrical elements of the Emperor's arrival. Look, look, old man, the Emperor has made planetfall. The great Omnissiah, eternal god of all machines, prepares to reveal his miracle, make those clouds churn with greater violence. Hurry, Constantine, increase precipitation patterns. Weather controllers to maximum output. We need atmospheric drama, but keep it clear around big guy's immediate vicinity. And the lightning, more lightning, fill the entire sky with electric fury. Can you incompetents manage this or not? Fail me and you'll spend eternity guarding water features. The scene must inspire awe. This is not just a show, it's presentation. Make it magnificent. The Raven's excited commentary continued unabated, its enthusiasm bordering on manic delight. Malkador stared in silent disbelief. Valdor maintained stoic composure. Your instructions make us sound like common charlatans orchestrating theatrical deception. Chapter 18, Machine Heal Thyself. Brother Photocordia commanded the 9-meter-tall war engine Ares vassal, a knight paladin of ancient and noble lineage. The machine's deep azure armor plates bore the scars of countless campaigns, while its armament, energy displacement field, hellfire cannon, pulse cannon, and missile arrays, marked it as a weapon of devastating capability. Through the knight's optical arrays, Photocordia beheld the golden figure standing before his towering mount. The being radiated luminescence that seemed to emanate from within, casting warm illumination across the rust-colored Martian regolith. Perfect, the night pilot thought with mounting awe, divine. The stranger's words echoed in Photocordia's mind, yet he found himself unable to respond through sheer overwhelming reverence. In the presence of such transcendent majesty, mere words became inadequate vessels for human expression. The figure placed one hand upon Ares' vassal's knee joint, his touch gentle yet carrying immeasurable authority. Machine, heal thyself. The command resonated through every cogitator and vox grill of the assembled knights, carrying power that suffused flesh and steel alike with renewed vitality. Golden radiance spread outward from the being's form, washing over the ancient war engine in waves of restorative energy. Photocordia felt warmth flow through Ares' vassal's entire frame, not mere heat, but something far more profound. Every component, every sacred mechanism, renewed itself as though freshly blessed by the forge priests. Battle damage vanished, where patterns disappeared, and corroded joints gleamed with pristine perfection. Deep within the knight's core, the machine spirit stirred with what could only be described as joy. Photocordia sensed the ancient consciousness awakening to unprecedented clarity, their neural interface strengthening beyond anything previously achieved. Who are you? Photocordia's voice carried through the knight's vox grill, tight with tension and barely contained wonder. I am the Emperor. The response carried such simple certainty, yet within those syllables lay the weight of epics and the promise of glorious destiny. Photocordia understood instinctively that he would never again hear words of such profound significance, not if he lived 10,000 years. Tears streamed down his face within the knight's cockpit as an inner voice, deeper than instinct, commanded action. Ares' vassal performed a gesture that stunned all witnesses. The mighty war engine dropped to one knee before the Emperor, pistons hissing as the noble machine lowered its armored head in submission. This was the genuflection imperialis, the offering of loyalty unto death, performed by a knight whose bloodline stretched back to the dark age of technology. In that moment of perfect clarity, Timon Photocordia recognized the truth of the being before him. Welcome to Mars, my lord, he intoned through the knight's vox amplifiers. All praise be to the great Omnissiah, the eternal god of all machines. The assembled knights followed their brother's example without hesitation, their war engines genuflecting as one while their voices rose in harmonized veneration. All praise be to the great Omnissiah, the eternal god of all machines. All praise be to the great Omnissiah, the eternal god of all machines. The Emperor's manifestation upon Mars sent shockwaves through every forge city and temple complex on the Red Planet. His arrival fulfilled precisely the prophecies left by Moravik, founder of the ancient Singularity Brotherhood, that sacred order from which the Adeptus Mechanicus had evolved. Countless tech adepts and menial workers regarded him as the physical incarnation of the machine god, savior of human civilization, and sole object worthy of universal devotion. When humanity's stellar empire had collapsed during the Age of Strife, Mars too had descended into chaos and technological regression. Yet through centuries of struggle, the Adeptus Mechanicus had restored order to the Forge world, building a mighty civilization founded upon worship of the Omnissiah. To the tech priests, science and technology were not mere tools but sacred mysteries, religious artifacts requiring proper ritual observance and sacrificial offerings to function. The Canticles Mechanicus proclaimed the machine god as the supreme deity, demanding absolute obedience from all who bore the sacred cog. Fabricator General Kelberhal led a procession of magos and lesser tech adepts to witness this unprecedented event. Unlike the common masses, these senior members of the priesthood maintained skepticism regarding the stranger's divine nature. How could a god manifest in mortal form? Kelberhal's optical mechadendrite focused intently upon the emperor, scanning for evidence of deception or technological trickery. Yet no matter how thoroughly his augmented senses probed, the being before him registered as transcendently perfect. All detection protocols failed, as though attempting to analyze pure divinity through mortal instruments. Moravik prophesied my coming, the emperor replied with serene authority, yet you question this truth. Does such doubt not constitute betrayal of the machine spirit? The assembled knights shifted ominously at these words, their war engines' weapon systems powering to readiness. Should the Magos prove themselves heretics, swift execution would follow without hesitation. These knight pilots had sworn binding oaths to the Omnissiah above all earthly authority. They would never permit any being to question their god's earthly avatar. Kelberhal sensed the crowd's mounting tension. To deny the emperor's divinity now would trigger schism across Mars. The populace and knights would assume such denial stemmed from selfish desire to maintain temporal power. The Adeptus Mechanicus had evolved from Moravik's Singularity Brotherhood, and faith in the Omnissiah formed the bedrock of their civilization. The Magos' authority itself depended upon this sacred belief. We would never betray the machine spirit, Kelberhal declared carefully, yet we require further proof of your divine nature. The revered sage Moravik sealed away his life's work before his departure, creating a hidden vault that none have located across the centuries. If you are truly the god of all machines, then you alone should be able to find it. The emperor's expression remained serene, naturally. Escorted by the Legio Custodes, the emperor led Kelberhal and his fellow tech priests into the labyrinthine depths beneath Olympus Mons. These tunnels represented remnants of the ancient megalopolis that had once crowned Mars' mightiest peak. Magnificent cities constructed during humanity's golden age, reduced to buried ruins by the Age of Strife's devastating conflicts. The passages stretched endlessly through Martian bedrock billions of years old, their walls thick with millennia of accumulated dust. Hundreds of hovering servoskulls provided illumination as the procession descended ever deeper, their metallic footsteps echoing through chambers that had known only silence for centuries. They passed through dusty catacombs lined with empty cells and alcoves filled with ancient bones, the remains of tech adepts who had sought sacred knowledge in these depths and never returned. Rusted machinery and scroll cases, containing forbidden lore lay, scattered throughout halls that had once housed the greatest libraries of human knowledge. Kelberhal and his companions grew increasingly excited as they penetrated deeper into the complex. The legendary Moravik Vault, rumored to contain secrets that could unlock the universe's deepest mysteries, lay somewhere ahead. The Fabricator General activated his data matrix and cartographic memory cores, recording every passage and chamber for future exploration. Already, he anticipated the technological marvels that might emerge from Moravik's sealed repository. After navigating a twisted corridor carved from living rock, they emerged into a circular chamber spanning 160 meters in diameter. The hall emanated soft luminescence despite lacking any visible light source, a phenomenon that spoke of technologies beyond current understanding. An ancient portal dominated the far wall, its surface covered in intricate runic patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when observed directly. A mechanical interface panel and rotating dials were embedded beside the massive doors, alongside text rendered in sacred binary cant. "This is Moravic's vault," the Emperor announced with quiet certainty. Kelberhal's optical sensors translated the binary inscription. "Only he who protects the Empire, the human lord, the earthly incarnation of the machine god, can find this place. All who worship the machine spirit must unconditionally obey the incarnation of Omnissiah, lest they be cast out by the machine spirit. The machine spirit, the secret of technology, surpasses all flesh and blood. Praising the machine spirit is our sacred duty, guarding the machine spirit is the basis of our peace, and appeasing the machine spirit is the foundation of your existence. Without dogma, the machine spirit will not assist. Ring the great bell once, push the lever, activate the piston, and pump. Ring the great bell twice. Press the button, start the engine, ignite the turbine, inject life. Ring the great bell thrice. Sing in unison, praise the God of all machines." Recognition of Moravic's authentic scriptural style sent waves of excitement through the assembled tech priests. Every eye turned toward the Emperor with mounting reverence and anticipation. "Noble Omnissiah," Kelberhal intoned through his vox-grill, "we beseech you, reveal unto us the sacred mysteries within." Chapter 19, I Am the Other Head of the Empire. The Moravic Vault contains forbidden knowledge that humanity must never possess, the Emperor declared with absolute finality. "It shall remain sealed for all time." Fabricator General Kelberhal and his fellow tech priests recoiled as though struck. "We seek only to study the sage's technological legacy," Kelberhal protested, his vox-grill crackling with barely suppressed anguish. "We can swear binding oaths never to misuse the knowledge within." "Do you dare question the machine spirit's will?" The Emperor's tone brooked no dissent, his golden radiance intensifying with divine authority. The assembled magos felt rage and bitter disappointment coursing through their augmented forms. Yet facing one whom all Mars acknowledged as the Omnissiah incarnate, they possessed no means of resistance. "The Moravic Vault must never be opened," the Emperor commanded. "You are forbidden from retaining any navigational data leading to this place. Should any among you attempt to breach these seals, such action shall be deemed heresy against the machine spirit, and heresy permits no mercy." How can this be? Kelberhal's thoughts churned with frustrated ambition. To bring us to the threshold of ultimate knowledge, then deny us entry, what cruelty is this? The Emperor approached the ancient portal and placed his hand upon its runic surface. Eldritch energies flowed from his fingertips, weaving protective seals that no mortal technology could breach. The vault would remain inviolate until the end of time itself. When they returned to the surface, Kelberhal immediately accessed his cartographic data stores, intending to organize secret expeditions to claim Moravic's legacy. His optical sensors registered only meaningless static. Every route marker, every navigational reference had been reduced to incomprehensible code. Is this truly the Omnissiah? Doubt gnawed at the Fabricator General's mind. Or merely a false god seeking to prevent humanity's technological ascension? Yet the Emperor had indeed located the legendary vault. No mortal being could have achieved such a feat. Mars had no choice but to acknowledge his divine nature and submit to imperial rule. Malkador the Sigillite descended to Mars' surface, accompanied by a full administrative cadre from Terra. The negotiations that followed would determine the Red Planet's integration into the nascent Imperium. The Imperium offered comprehensive protection to the tech priests, granting them rights to maintain independent military forces, prioritized access to archaeological sites, and exclusive authority over standard template construct recovery operations. Administrative control of Mars and all Forge worlds would remain with the Adeptus Mechanicus. They could preserve their faith in the machine god and maintain their sacred rituals without imperial interference. 6 navigator houses would be assigned to Martian service, replacing the long-extinct Psyker navigators who had once guided their vessels through the warp's treacherous currents. the Fabricator General of Mars would gain a seat upon the War Council, participating directly in imperial strategic planning. In exchange, the Adeptus Mechanicus would serve as the Imperium's manufacturing arm, providing continuous materiel support, constructing the massive fleet required for galactic conquest, and equipping the legions for the coming Great Crusade. Originally, the Emperor had intended to formalize this arrangement through an alliance treaty, with the imperial banner bearing a two-headed aquila, one head representing the Imperium, the other the Adeptus Mechanicus. In his initial calculations, Mars' monopoly on Golden Age technology and SDC patterns made such equality necessary. Only through their cooperation could the Great Crusade succeed. Yet the Raven's arrival had fundamentally altered these considerations. Access to super gene technologies and the promise of additional multiversal knowledge had diminished Mars' strategic value considerably. The Adeptus Mechanicus no longer merited equal partnership in the Imperium's destiny. Instead, Mars would be incorporated as a specialized imperial department, powerful and autonomous, yet ultimately subordinate to Terra's authority. This reduction in status sparked considerable resentment among senior tech priests. The Emperor's prohibition against research into artificial intelligence and archaeotech, deemed sorcerous, only deepened their dissatisfaction. Whispers of secession began circulating through the forge cities and temple complexes. Such seditious talk ceased abruptly when a custodian guardian, enhanced with the Empire's first-generation gene engine, demonstrated the futility of resistance. His guardian's spear cleaved a 15-meter Knight Titan cleanly in half, reducing the ancient war engine to smoking wreckage with contemptuous ease. Recognizing that the Legio Custodes could purge every forge on Mars within solar hours, Kelber Hal and his faction abandoned all thoughts of rebellion. Mars submitted to imperial rule without further protest. Terra, Imperial Palace. The Imperium's four most powerful figures gathered in council to discuss their completed conquest. "It appears our prepared Aquila banners shall go unused after all," Malcador observed with mild regret. "The imperial design remains unchanged," the Emperor replied. "The two-headed Aquila shall still serve as our symbol." Malcador's confusion was evident. Yet the Imperium no longer allies with Mars as an equal partner. Why retain the dual-headed design? The Emperor's gaze turned to the Raven, and for once, a genuine smile touched his features. "One head represents the Imperium of man, the other represents our ally in this endeavor. The Adeptus Mechanicus has proven unworthy of such honor, but you, Raven, have not." Captain General Valdor and the Sigillite followed the Emperor's gaze to where the Corvid was enthusiastically sampling various fried tubers. The Raven paused mid-bite. "No, big guy, isn't this just somewhat excessive?" If it concerns the Raven, he certainly possesses the necessary qualifications, Valdor acknowledged with characteristic stoicism. A being capable of traversing infinite realities, yet content to spend eternity perfecting fried potato recipes. Better such an ally than the oil-drinking tech priests with their dreams of independence. Everything follows his will, Malcador agreed readily. The Raven's contributions had already transformed their civilization beyond measure. His desires remained refreshingly modest, merely superior cuisine and proper condiments. "Then it is decided," the Emperor declared. "The Imperium of Man shall bear the two-headed Aquila as a symbol of our eternal compact. Raven, do you consent to this arrangement?" The Corvid studied his companion for a long moment before nodding. "Objections? PFF, of course, no objections. Oh, can only imagine our tales being told for ages, coming ha 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 ha, it's SUBARSHI. Thus was the Imperium of Man truly born, symbolized by the two-headed Aquila representing its indispensable components, the Emperor and his multiversal ally. Beyond the ceremonial changes, the Emperor instructed Malcador to organize trusted tech priests into a clandestine organization, the Unification Compact. Their initial project would be the construction of the Imperium's first astropathic cogitator. The celestial computers witnessed in the super-god reality possessed limited self-awareness, but tremendous computational capacity. The greatest among them, the big clock left by the Shen civilization, had demonstrated capabilities beyond current imperial technology. Given the Iron Men's rebellion during the Age of Strife, the Emperor could no longer trust fully sentient artificial intelligences. The super-god computers offered an ideal alternative. All human endeavors begin from Terra, the Emperor declared. Therefore, our first astropathic cogitator shall bear the name Terra. 1 week after Mars' incorporation, the Emperor departed the Red Planet to continue preparations for the Great Crusade. Super-Gene Universe, Earth. Despite the Emperor's intervention saving Angel King Keisha from death on Emerald Star, Death God Karl had prepared contingency protocols for such failure. Using void technologies and the Big Clock's computational matrix, he launched a secondary assault that left Keisha severely wounded and comatose, her sacred form entering extended regenerative stasis. Under Morgana's interference, Earth's angel forces lost contact with Merlot Heavenly Court. Multiple civilizations descended upon the embattled world, igniting fresh conflicts across every continent. The Xingbing Company had been transferred to North Star for the capital's final defense, humanity's last bastion against extinction. Demon, Taudi, Greedy Wolf, and other civilizations launched continuous assaults under Karl's coordination, seeking Earth's complete subjugation. The adaptive gene engine left by the Emperor enabled Earth to continuously replenish its gene soldier ranks, offsetting battlefield casualties through technological advantage. Angel allies provided nuclear fusion, dark dimension manipulation, and wormhole technologies. The United Earth's industrial capacity allowed rapid assimilation of these gifts, enabling it to single-handedly resist multiple alien civilizations. Incoming artillery strike, all units withdraw. General Dukau's command echoed through the Defenders' comm networks. The super soldiers retreated in good order, carrying their fallen comrades back within the protective barriers surrounding North Star. Angel provided energy shields, maintained constant protection against orbital bombardment as long as power reserves held. With Angel's assistance, Han Sen had integrated void and anti-void technologies, developing his Kainkun combat configuration and dramatically increasing his capabilities. Yet against such overwhelming alien forces, even his enhanced abilities proved insufficient. Concentrated enemy fire had left him unconscious. If Boss were still here, this war wouldn't be such a struggle, Rose observed wearily, her armor stained with blood and battle damage. Her words carried nostalgic longing for the man who had once made their entire academy submit to his authority. If that figure still walked among them, surely he would find some path through their current predicament. Do you think he really died on Emerald Star? Liu Chuang asked while dragging the unconscious Ji Xiaolin to safety. Rose shook her head uncertainly. I don't know. Keisha was the only one who knew the truth, and she remains comatose. Lena won't even see us because of her guilt over what happened. But I believe he's definitely not dead, just somewhere else. One day, he'll return and crush every alien civilization that dares threaten humanity. The war for Earth's survival continued, while across the dimensional barriers, the Emperor prepared to launch humanity's greatest crusade among the stars. Chapter 20. This is no longer humanity's home. The solar system, birthplace of mankind, cradle of the species that would one day claim dominion over 1 million worlds. It was the eldest of all the star systems that bore witness to humanity's glory, where the first tentative steps into the void were taken, where subspace travel was wrested from the immaterium's cruel embrace. In the golden age of technology, when man's ingenuity knew no bounds, vast megastructures were raised in the system's cold depths to bind the scattered children of Terra in common purpose. The most striking of these wonders was the Gates of Elysium, twin monuments to human achievement located beyond Uranus and Pluto, known throughout the scattered colonies as the Twin Gates. The gates defied the fundamental laws that governed subspace translation, where other vessels must emerge at a system's Mandeville point beyond the outer reaches, lest the competing realities of real space and the warp-tier hull from superstructure in catastrophic dissolution. The gates of Elysium permitted safe transition deep within the system's heart. To attempt such depths elsewhere would mean certain destruction, ship and crew alike consumed by the paradox of overlapping dimensions. These two permanent warp entry and exit points stood as strategic assets beyond price within the solar system. Having departed Mars' crimson orbital embrace, the Imperial fleet made course for the Uranian Gate with ponderous majesty. In the void surrounding that ancient wonder, approximately 3,000 kilometers from the gate itself, a halo of luminous particles drifted in eternal dance. Tiny motes forming ring belts that emitted soft radiance, Siren's dust, the locals called it, a beautiful byproduct shed by countless ships that had pierced the veil between dimensions. Since humanity's creation of the Gates of Elysium, every vessel entering or exiting subspace would produce and shed this soft, glowing gray substance. The luminous particles encircled the gates like floating smoke encased within a crystal sphere. Yet such wonders required constant vigilance. The star gates remained under perpetual guard, with several magnificent fortress monasteries suspended in the void's embrace, their weapons trained upon the threshold. Within their adamantium halls dwelt the hereditary guardians, men and women whose bloodlines had protected this sacred passage for generations unnumbered. They stood vigil against potential alien incursions and the ever-present threat of iron men who had betrayed their sacred oaths of loyalty. Even as the solar system descended into chaos during the eternal night crisis, degenerating through endless internal strife, these hereditary clan warriors maintained their watch unbroken. Their duty transcended the petty conflicts that consumed other worlds. When the human empire's magnificent fleet appeared within detection range of the major fortresses, widespread panic seized the Guardian clans. Since the Iron Men's rebellion and the advent of the Eternal Night Era, those dwelling within the fortress monasteries had never witnessed a fleet of such magnitude. The patriarchs of the various clans united in hasty council and dispatched an inquiry to the fleet's master. Their message bore wording that was cautious throughout, yet revealed unmistakable pride beneath formal protocol. Should the fleet's commander prove unwilling to explain his intentions, they would activate the ancient weapons left by their forebears. They would resist any invaders unto death itself, until the last drop of blood was shed by the various clans in defense of their sacred charge. "I come with peaceful intent," the Emperor's response echoed across the Vox networks, his voice carrying both the authority of absolute command and the warmth of paternal concern. "I come only that humanity's glory will once again illuminate the stars." The master of mankind possessed neither an impulsive nature nor a bloodthirsty temperament. With infinite patience, he communicated with the Guardians, declaring that worlds such as Terra, Luna, Mars, and Venus had already submitted to the newly forged human empire. This reunited realm had assembled an expeditionary army unprecedented in scale, sworn to restore the lost glory of human civilization across the galaxy. Then the Emperor demanded their allegiance. Under the twin influences of the powerful fleet's presence and his overwhelming personal charisma, the Guardians of the Gates of Elysium expressed their willingness to swear the oaths of fealty. The expeditionary force held a grand and solemn ceremony to welcome the local clan envoys with all due honor. As their ancient pattern spacecraft settled upon the flight deck of the Imperator Somnium, the ship's ceremonial band struck up a carefully arranged composition, the Human Heroic March. Its melody rang grand and stirring, expressing the unconquerable idea that humanity, though cast into deepest distress, remained brave and unyielding, persisting in righteous resistance against the darkness. The Emperor stood waiting in an aureate plate of magnificent craftsmanship, a long sword of ancient provenance at his side, and a bolt pistol secured at his thigh. Behind him ranged the Legio Custodes in their golden panoply, while numerous terra-born bureaucrats and administrators observed the proceedings with calculating eyes. Upon his shoulder, Raven perched in watchful silence, observing the clan envoys as they emerged from their vessel. The delegation bore faces and forms grown pale from generations spent far from Sol's warming light. Such was inevitable. Uranus lay 19.8 astronomical units distant from the Sun, nearly 20 times farther than Terra itself. The stellar radiance required more than 2 hours to reach the vicinity of Uranus, leaving the outer system's inhabitants marked by their harsh environment. The envoys were led by a tall figure clad in crimson robes of office. Half his visage remained flesh, half bore the cold perfection of mechanical augmentation, while his eyes gleamed as twin emeralds wrought from photoreceptive crystals. He leaned upon an exquisite golden scepter, its surface intricately carved with ancient guardian totems that spoke of authority inherited across the ages. The robed figure approached the emperor with measured steps, executed a precise bow, and offered a formal salutation. "It is an honor beyond measure to stand before the Lord of the human empire," he intoned with courtly precision. "Please accept our humble praise and absolute loyalty." "Rise," the emperor commanded, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "You have kept faith through the long night. Now witness the dawn of humanity's ascension." His acknowledgement greatly eased the tension visible upon the envoy's features, and the man straightened with renewed confidence. "Please permit me the privilege of introduction. I am Emery, War Consul of the Eye of the Ancient God Guardian Alliance. I bear the honor of representing all clans in welcoming your arrival to our domain." "I welcome your inclusion within the human empire's embrace," the emperor replied with regal bearing. "In the name of Imperium of Man, humanity's glory shall once again illuminate the stars." The negotiations between both parties proceeded with remarkable smoothness, absent the complications that might have been expected. War Consul Emery affixed his seal to the alliance documents, formally binding the clans to imperial service. Thus did the human empire reclaim the Uranus sector without a single shot being fired in anger. At Pluto's gate of Elysium, the situation proved even more accommodating to imperial interests. The outer system's guardians dwelt even farther from Sol's life-giving warmth, their settlements shrouded in ice and snow throughout the eternal winter of their distant orbit. Following the eternal night era's descent upon human civilization, the various colonies fell into fratricidal strife, rendering them unable to maintain supply lines to Pluto's hardy defenders. Deprived of material support and facing technological regression that made even basic self-sufficiency a challenge, the Guardians barely maintained subsistence levels. The heavy burden of protecting the gates of Elysium was sustained by faith alone, belief in duty that transcended mere survival. Fortune smiled upon them in that no alien forces attempted invasion during these desperate years. Else they would have discovered defenders reduced to ragged humans bearing worn-out weapons of dubious reliability. The Empire's arrival brought profound relief to the guardians of Pluto's gate. Regardless of the newcomers' ultimate motives, they at least bore the genetic heritage of humanity rather than Xeno's corruption. The isolated defenders welcomed imperial rule as liberation from their prolonged suffering. With both twin gates secured under imperial control, no strategic targets of comparable importance remained within the solar system proper. Under the prolonged torment of the long night era, residents throughout the various colonies yearned desperately for unification under stable governance. Wherever the imperial armies advanced, they encountered enthusiastic welcomes from populations desperate for order and purpose. Naturally, certain rulers of space cities and colonial habitats proved unwilling to accept this so-called new era of unity. To such individuals, the Empire offered enlightenment through more direct means. The Legio Custodes and the nascent legions Astartes easily overwhelmed local defense forces with contemptuous ease. They dragged the recalcitrant fools from their luxurious palaces and executed them before gathered crowds of their former subjects. The Empire's position remained crystal clear: submit and pledge absolute allegiance or face complete destruction. Under the terrifying offensive capability demonstrated by the Great Army, resistance forces throughout the solar system were swept aside like chaff before the storm. The chaotic solar system achieved unification once more under imperial rule. Such a magnificent accomplishment would represent the pinnacle of achievement for any ordinary mortal's entire existence. For the emperor, however, this represented merely the opening movement of a far grander symphony. The empire initiated large-scale conscription throughout the various colonies within the solar system's bounds. Mining facilities constructed within the asteroid belt, around the gas giants, and throughout the distant Uit cloud received reactivation orders and began efficient extraction of diverse resources from the void itself. As a spacefaring civilization, humanity had consumed merely a minute fraction of the solar system's immense material wealth, even after tens of thousands of years of exploitation. Vast quantities of raw minerals underwent extraction, refinement into useful metal components, and transportation to Mars' industrial complexes. The Red Planet's foundries operated at maximum capacity, their furnaces roaring without cessation throughout day and night cycles. They produced endless streams of weapons, equipment, and warships to fuel the Emperor's grand design. Under the master of mankind's iron will, a magnificent expeditionary force rapidly took shape and substance. Thousands of vessels assembled in formation near Uranus' orbital position, a spectacle of such grandeur that it defied adequate description. When the army achieved full readiness for departure, the Emperor once more addressed Malkador with final instructions. "Guard Imperium with utmost care," he commanded with paternal concern. "Protect this nascent empire during my absence." "I understand completely," Malkador responded with a solemn nod. "I shall never disappoint your trust in me." The Emperor acknowledged this pledge, and, surrounded by his custodian guard, boarded a hover shuttle for transport to his flagship. Upon reaching the command throne of the Imperator Somnium, he addressed the entirety of the assembled fleet through Vox transmission. "Set sail," his words rang with divine authority across thousands of vessels. "The Great Crusade begins at this very moment, and humanity's glory shall once again illuminate the stars." Under the watchful gaze of countless mortal eyes, the massive fleet departed Sol's embrace. They entered subspace through the gates of Elysium, the ancient mechanisms responding flawlessly to their intended purpose. Perhaps due to the Emperor's personal navigation guidance working in concert with his chosen navigators, the fleet's voyage proceeded with exceptional smoothness. Not a single vessel suffered damage during translation. 7 days after departure, they achieved emergence within their target destination. Comparison against star charts preserved from the Golden Age confirmed the expeditionary force had reached the Peta Khana's star system successfully. "Your Majesty," the fleet's senior information officer reported with formal precision, "we have received an incoming transmission." "What manner of message?" the Emperor inquired from his golden throne. "A warning transmission, my lord." "A warning?" The Emperor's expression remained impassive, though those who served him closely might have detected subtle changes in his demeanor. The information officer nodded respectfully and transmitted the received data directly to the Emperor's personal cogitation banks. As the master of mankind reviewed the warning message's contents, Raven, perched upon his shoulder, observed the text as well, reading its dire contents aloud with a synthetic voice that somehow made the human desperation contained within seem even more chilling. "To our human compatriots receiving this message, please do not proceed further into this system. Peta Khana's has become a charnel house of unspeakable horror, where twisted and evil things run rampant through every world and void station. This is no longer a home for humanity." Chapter 21. Humanity Never Yields. The master of mankind stood before the command console, his noble countenance darkening as he contemplated the implications of the Vox transmission. Having gazed upon the fundamental truths that underpinned reality itself, such warnings held no terror for him, yet the information they conveyed demanded careful consideration. Was this missive born of benevolence, sent to spare the Peta Khana system from the ravages of old night? Or had this distant outpost of humanity truly become a charnel house of the damned? "Raven," the Emperor spoke through the psychic link that bound them, his mental voice carrying across the etheric void to his companion. "What counsel do you offer?" "Not much thinking room up here on your shoulder, big guy," came the irreverent response, though the creature's tone carried an undertone of respect it had not possessed in their earliest encounters. But I say we drop in and sample the local cuisine. Been wondering if Demon World fries taste as bad as they smell. The faintest ghost of amusement touched the Emperor's features. A fleeting expression that spoke of humanity, preserved even in one who had transcended mortal limitations. "Then we shall descend," he declared, "and I shall ensure you taste whatever delicacies await us in this supposed hell." The Great Crusade had been launched to reunite the scattered children of Terra and restore humanity to its rightful place among the stars. Even should the Pedicana system have become a realm of the damned, retreat was inconceivable. If survivors yet drew breath in that distant hell, the Emperor would move heaven and earth to liberate them from their torment. If humanity had already been extinguished from those worlds, then those responsible would face the wrath of the master of mankind himself. "Information adept," the Emperor commanded, his voice carrying the absolute authority of 10,000 years. "Initiate immediate trace protocols on that transmission." "At once, my lord." The response came swiftly. The warning had been broadcast from an orbital platform in the outer reaches of the Pedicana system's second world, a satellite that should have been teeming with human life according to the fragmentary records salvaged from the dark age of technology. Pedicana's was a binary star system, twin yellow suns locked in their eternal dance, their combined gravitational embrace creating stable orbital paths for 5 worlds. 3 were terrestrial spheres capable of sustaining human life. 2 were gas giants whose moons had once hosted thriving colonies. According to the scattered archives of humanity's golden age, the second planet had been the crown jewel of the system, the most populous world, the commercial heart of a thriving stellar civilization. "Signal the fleet," the Emperor pronounced, his words carrying across the command deck with the weight of divine decree. "Advance at maximum velocity. All forces are to prepare for combat operations. If this warning proves false, the local authorities will submit to imperial authority. If the second world has indeed become a realm of the damned, then we shall wage war against hell itself." His golden eyes swept across the assembled bridge crew, each gaze a benediction and a promise. "Nothing shall prevent us from reclaiming humanity's birthright, not heretics, not Xenos, not even the denizens of the warp itself." The expeditionary fleet spread across the void in perfect formation, each vessel a cathedral of war blessed by the Emperor's own hand. The Bucephalus, flagship of the Master of Mankind, led the advance, its massive frame cutting through space like a golden blade. Plasma drives ignited in sequence as the fleet accelerated toward their destination, maintaining disciplined spacing as they approached the benighted world. Days passed in the cold silence of the void before the fleet achieved stable orbit around the second planet. What they discovered defied even the Emperor's expectations. Every human construct in the orbital sphere hung silent and lifeless. Massive space cities that had once housed millions drifted as tomb ships, their lights extinguished, their corridors filled only with the void. Orbital stations and defense platforms showed no signs of life, only the desiccated remains of what had once been a thriving civilization. Reconnaissance squads of Astartes and Mechanicum adepts were dispatched to investigate these derelict structures. Their reports painted a picture of horror that chilled even veteran warriors who had witnessed the worst depredations of Xenos and heretics. "The deceased shows signs of prolonged torture, my lord," reported Captain Valdor as he reviewed the initial findings. Based on atmospheric analysis and decay patterns, these deaths occurred during the earliest phases of Old Night. The dry, sterile environment has preserved the corpses in remarkable detail. The accompanying pic captures were difficult to look upon, even for those who had witnessed countless battlefields. Tens of thousands of human beings had been subjected to systematic brutality before their deaths. The expressions frozen on their faces spoke of terror and despair that transcended mere physical torment. The Emperor studied each image in silence, his features carved from granite. Even the raven, normally quick with sardonic commentary, remained respectfully quiet as the scope of the atrocity became clear. Below them, the second planet was shrouded in an unnatural miasma that confounded every augur and scanning array in the fleet. Neither blessed machinery, nor psychic perception, could pierce the veil that enshrouded the world's surface. "We cannot commit the full expeditionary force to unknown terrain," the Emperor declared after reviewing the sensor reports. "Deploy advance reconnaissance elements. Once we have established the nature of the threat, we shall determine the appropriate response." As preparations were made for surface operations, the Emperor turned to his personal guard. The custodians had served as his shield and sword since the earliest days of the Imperium's birth, and he would trust no others with this mission. "My lord," Valdor ventured, his concern evident despite his disciplined bearing. "Surely the risk to your person is too great. Allow us to conduct the initial reconnaissance." "No," the Emperor replied, his tone brooking no argument. "Even should this world crawl with the spawn of the warp itself, they pose no threat to me. We shall discover what calamity has befallen our children." The teleportarium's energies discharged in a brilliant cascade of golden light, depositing the Emperor and his retinue upon the surface of the benighted world. The sky above was the color of old blood, the twin suns reduced to sullen crimson orbs that cast wan light through the perpetual haze. The very air seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, the unmistakable taint of warp corruption that set every warrior's teeth on edge. This was a world where reality itself had been poisoned by the touch of chaos. A bestial roar shattered the oppressive silence. The creature that emerged from the mist was an abomination beyond easy description, a twisted amalgamation of flesh and fury standing 3 times the height of a man. Multiple eyes burned with unholy intelligence in its malformed skull, while fangs the length of combat knives dripped with venomous saliva. Constantin Valdor moved with fluid precision, his guardian spear punching through the beast's skull in a single, economical thrust. The creature's massive corpse crashed to the broken earth, its corrupt ichor steaming where it touched the ground. The Emperor gazed upon the fallen monstrosity with undisguised revulsion. "Warp spawn," he pronounced. "The corruption runs deep in this place." Extending his psychic senses, the master of mankind could perceive the true extent of the planet's fall. Dozens of similar entities prowled the wasteland, nightmares given flesh, their forms so twisted that only the most deranged minds could have conceived them. Yet the warp storms that had once raged through this region of space had subsided millennia ago. What force could maintain such pervasive corruption in their absence? "Emperor," the raven's voice carried a note of genuine curiosity, "there is a sign of settlement to the northwest. Might have some answers there." The creature's enhanced senses had detected what the Emperor's own perception had already noted: a walled city in the distance, its architecture reminiscent of Terra's medieval period. Smoke rose from its chimneys, and the Emperor could sense the presence of living beings within its walls. "Advance," he commanded. The custodians spread into tactical formation as they approached the settlement. The surrounding countryside showed signs of active cultivation. Crops grew in orderly rows, their health suggesting regular tending. Yet no workers labored in the fields, creating an atmosphere of unnatural quiet. "Strange that the fields stand empty during daylight hours," the raven observed. The Emperor made no reply, his attention focused on the city gates ahead. The guards stationed there were humanoid in general form, but their canine fangs and leathery wings marked them as something far removed from baseline humanity. The custodians struck without warning, their enhanced physiology and active camouflage allowing them to neutralize the sentries before they could raise an alarm. "What manner of creatures are you?" the Emperor demanded of the surviving guards. One of the captured beings snarled defiance until a custodian's halberd reduced its companion's head to bloody fragments. The sight of sudden death brought swift cooperation from the survivors. "You know nothing of us?" one gasped in evident disbelief. "You must be ancient ones, recently awakened from some forgotten vault. We are the blood descendants, noble servants of Viscount White, who rules these lands by right of blood and conquest. Release us now and swear fealty to our lord, and you may yet receive the gift of transformation." The Emperor's expression darkened as understanding dawned. "Warp-touched degenerates," he pronounced with cold finality. "Preserve 2 specimens for analysis. Execute the rest." The custodians carried out their orders with mechanical precision, snapping necks with casual strength that spoke of centuries of warfare. Passing through the city gates, the emperor and his retinue found themselves swept along by a tide of human residents, all moving toward the settlement's central square. The master of mankind employed subtle psychic influence to ensure their passage went unnoticed. To outside observers, they appeared as unremarkable citizens of the settlement. "Where are your offerings?" a young boy asked, genuine concern evident in his voice. "Today is the day of blood sacrifice. The priests grow wrathful when the proper tributes are not provided." The last man who came empty-handed was flayed alive, another resident whispered fearfully. "I can still hear his screams echoing in my dreams." "We shall face no such difficulties," the emperor replied gently, his voice carrying a warmth that seemed to ease the boy's distress. "I pray you speak truly," the child responded. "I have heard enough screaming to last several lifetimes." The crowd eventually gathered in a vast plaza dominated by an obsidian altar, stained black with the accumulated blood of countless sacrifices. The metallic stench of spilled life hung heavy in the air, a cloying miasma that spoke of systematic slaughter conducted over years or decades. "Today we offer another grand sacrifice to the blood god," shrieked a robed figure whose voice carried the fevered intensity of the truly mad. "Let the crimson tide flow freely, that our devotion might be made manifest." Before the altar knelt a dozen human prisoners, men and women whose defiant bearing marked them as different from the cowed masses surrounding the square. Their clothes were little more than rags, their bodies bore the marks of systematic torture, yet their spirits remained unbroken. "These heretics dared to raise arms against the blessed blood descendants," the priest proclaimed, brandishing a ceremonial dagger whose blade gleamed with unnatural hunger. "They sought to desecrate the sacred image of our patron deity. Such blasphemy demands the ultimate punishment." The first prisoner, a middle-aged man whose eyes burned with unquenchable hatred, was seized by the priest's assistants. The dagger slid between his vertebrae with practiced ease, severing his spinal cord and sending arterial blood cascading across the altar's surface. "Let this be a lesson to any who would dare resist the rightful order," the priest screamed, holding the bloody blade aloft. "Opposition to our divine masters leads only to agony and death." A second prisoner was selected for execution, her life snuffed out with the same casual brutality that marked this as routine rather than aberration. At that moment, one of the condemned, a woman whose spirit had been battered but not broken by years of oppression, raised her head and spoke with a voice that carried across the entire square. "My brothers and sisters," she cried, her words ringing with absolute conviction. "Do not fear these parasitic mockeries of life. Our ancestors conquered the stars themselves, while these self-proclaimed nobles are nothing more than opportunistic scavengers." Her voice rose above the crowd's murmur, cutting through their fear like a blade through silk. "The human will to resist cannot be extinguished by torture or terror. One day we shall reclaim our birthright and cast these abominations back into the hell that spawned them." The priest's face contorted with rage at this display of defiance. He stalked toward the woman, his blade dripping with fresh blood. "Humanity never yields," she shouted as he approached. "Long live the human race." "Then die, accursed wretch," the priest snarled, raising his weapon for the killing blow. He never completed the strike. Chapter 22. There are no gods in this world. The priest raised his ceremonial blade with sadistic reverence, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of the truly damned. The assembled masses watched in a mixture of horror and helpless rage, some stirred with the desire to intervene, yet none dared act. The terror instilled by the blood descendants ran deeper than courage, deeper than compassion. They knew that resistance in this moment would bring only bloody retribution upon their families and neighbors. Many turned their faces away, unable to witness another execution. "In the name of the blood god, die," the priest shrieked, his voice cracking with zealous fury. "There are no gods in this world," came a voice that cut through the square like a blade through silk. "Your so-called deity is nothing more than a parasitic aberration." The crowd's reaction was immediate and visceral. Expressions of shock, disbelief, and terror rippled through the assembly. Who would dare speak such blasphemy in this place of systematic slaughter? Did they possess a death wish? The priest's movement ceased as though he had been struck. His entire frame trembled with rage, the dagger wavering in his grip. He turned slowly, seeking the source of the heretical words, his eyes burning with the need to identify the blasphemer who would dare question his patron's divinity. What he saw defied his comprehension. The Emperor of Mankind strode through the parting crowd, his golden armor catching and amplifying what little light penetrated the benighted world's perpetual gloom. Radiance seemed to emanate from his very being, transforming the dim plaza into something approaching daylight. The assembled humans instinctively stepped aside, creating a path for his advance. If gods truly existed in this reality, those present understood they now gazed upon one. "What heresy do you speak?" the priest demanded, though his voice carried the hollow ring of a man whose certainty had been shattered. "You understand nothing of divine truth. How dare you question his existence?" "There are no gods in this reality," the emperor replied, his voice carrying absolute authority. "Your blood god is merely a warp spawn that adorns itself with stolen worship." The priest's composure cracked entirely. Pointing a trembling finger at the advancing figure, he screamed at the guards stationed throughout the square. "Seize this heretic, execute him immediately. His blasphemy cannot go unpunished." Blood-descendant warriors surged forward, their crude weapons glinting in the emperor's radiance. They moved with inhuman speed, fangs bared and leathery wings spread in intimidation displays that had cowed countless human rebels. They had never faced Legio Custodes. Constantin Valdor and his golden-armored companions activated their guardian spears in perfect synchronization, the blessed weapons humming with barely contained power. Conversion fields crackled to life around their armor as their enhanced physiology shifted into combat mode. "You dare show disrespect to the master of mankind," Valdor roared, his voice carrying the righteous fury of 10 millennia of service. The custodians moved with inhuman grace, their guardian spears describing lethal arcs through the air. Each weapon was a masterwork of archaeotech engineering, its disruption field capable of sundering molecular bonds with contemptuous ease. Against the blood descendants' primitive arms and armor, they were instruments of absolute destruction. The engagement lasted mere seconds. Bodies fell in pieces, their corrupt ichor steaming where it struck the ancient stones. The blood descendants, creatures that had terrorized this population for generations, were reduced to scattered remains with surgical precision. Not one custodian bore so much as a scratch from the encounter. The priest clutched his ceremonial dagger with white-knuckled desperation, his face a mask of absolute terror. He turned to flee, but Valdor's enhanced reflexes made escape impossible. The custodian seized him by the throat, lifting him from the ground as easily as a child might handle a doll. What are you?" the priest gasped, his arrogance replaced by primal fear. The emperor regarded him with cold judgment. "I am justice incarnate, servant of false powers." "You know not what you do?" the priest wheezed. "I serve the Crimson Church as a regional hierophant. To harm me is to challenge the entire ecclesiastical order. The blood god will not suffer such transgression." "Oh, this one still has fight in him," the raven observed, fluttering down to perch near Valdor's shoulder. The creature's dark eyes glittered with something approaching amusement. "Perhaps we should test his faith, Emperor. Crucifixion has such a classical appeal, let's see if his patron comes to collect him." The Emperor ignored his companion's sardonic suggestion, issuing a single word to Valdor. "Execute." The priest's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth working soundlessly as the implications struck home. Valdor's blade separated head from shoulders in one economical motion. The corrupt cleric's remains tumbled to the blood-stained altar, adding to the countless stains that marked this place of systematic murder. "The priest is dead," someone whispered from the crowd. "The Crimson Church will never forgive this transgression." "The entire settlement is doomed," another voice added, thick with despair. "They will massacre every living soul in retribution." "Flee," a third cried. "Perhaps the wasteland offers some chance of survival. Better to face the creatures in the wild than endure the blood descendants' wrath." Such was the depth of their conditioning that witnessing their oppressor's destruction brought not joy, but terror. Generations of systematic brutality had convinced them that resistance led only to greater suffering. Many turned toward the settlement's gates, preferring to take their chances with the warp-spawned horrors that prowled the wilderness. "You need fear no longer." The emperor's words carried across the square with magnetic authority. His form blazed with increasing radiance, banishing shadows that had not retreated in decades. The very air seemed cleaner in his presence, as though his light could burn away corruption itself. "I am the lord of the Imperium of Man," he declared, his voice reaching every corner of the plaza. "I have come to deliver you freedom from bondage." The divine radiance that surrounded him gave the terrified masses pause. They did not immediately trust. Decades of oppression had taught them to be wary of any who claimed to offer salvation. Yet something in his presence stayed their flight, offering a glimmer of hope they had not dared to nurture. "Big guy," the raven spoke through their psychic link, tilting its head in curiosity. "Aren't you concerned they'll simply replace one object of worship with another? To shatter faith in false gods, one must present an image more sublime than their crude idols," the emperor replied, his mental voice carrying notes of profound weariness. "Were I to appear as a common mortal, these people would dismiss my words as the ravings of another would-be tyrant." The truth of his situation was a burden he had carried for millennia. He remained a committed rationalist, a champion of scientific truth and human enlightenment. Yet humanity had been so thoroughly poisoned by warp influence that religious thinking had become inextricable from their psychological makeup. To destroy harmful faith, he was forced to display the very miraculous powers that would inevitably spawn new worship. He understood the irony intimately. This divine presentation would certainly trigger fresh waves of adoration among those he sought to liberate from superstition. But it represented the least harmful path forward. The alternative was to watch humanity destroy itself through ignorance and chaos worship. "I see," the raven responded, its tone carrying newfound understanding. "Your grasp of human psychology remains unmatched even after all these years." The creature had witnessed enough human behavior to appreciate the emperor's dilemma. This was not hubris or a desire for worship. It was tactical necessity employed by one who understood his species' fundamental nature better than any other. The blood-descendant overlord who controlled this settlement received word of the priest's execution within minutes. Rage consumed him as he gathered his personal guard, determined to demonstrate the price of defying his authority. These mortals would learn their place through blood and fire. The creatures that descended upon the square moved with preternatural speed and strength, their wings casting strange shadows as they swooped down from the settlement's towers. Enhanced physiology granted them reflexes and resilience far beyond baseline human capabilities. They had never faced defeat at mortal hands, their victims had always been helpless prey. Against the Legio Custodes, they were nothing more than vermin. The Golden Warriors moved through the attackers like a scythe through wheat. Guardian spears traced precise arcs that bisected torsos and severed limbs with mechanical efficiency. Conversion fields turned desperate strikes into harmless light displays. The blood-descendant supernatural advantages meant nothing against opponents who had been forged to battle the galaxy's deadliest threats. The square became a charnel house as dismembered corpses accumulated in growing piles. The air grew thick with the copper scent of spilled blood, though now it was the ichor of oppressors rather than innocent victims. The settlement's overlord attempted to escape using his membranous wings, seeking altitude that would place him beyond his enemy's reach. He managed perhaps 300 meters before Valdor's Throne Guardian's spear punched through his chest, the weapon's weight and velocity driving him back to Earth with bone-shattering force. The rest of the custodians converged on the fallen creature, their blades reducing him to unrecognizable fragments within seconds. With their oppressors destroyed, the condemned prisoners were freed from their bonds. The woman who had defied the priest despite facing certain death stepped forward, her bearing proud despite the evident signs of prolonged torture. Through careful questioning, the emperor learned that these individuals represented the remnants of an organized resistance movement. The woman, who gave her name as Lucina, served as one of their leaders, having inherited the role after her parents' execution years earlier. Interesting, the raven murmured, studying the woman with enhanced perception. She's a blank. Indeed, Lucina's soul appeared as a void in the warp, a null space that actively consumed psychic energy. Such individuals were invaluable against chaos-tainted foes, their very presence disrupting demonic manifestations and psychic powers. "Tell me," the Emperor commanded, his attention focused entirely on Lucina. "What calamity befell this world? How did these mutants come to rule over humanity's children?" Sorrow flickered across Lucina's features as she prepared to recount her people's fall. "It began during the earliest days of Old Night," she said, her voice heavy with the weight of inherited tragedy. "Our ancestors' own failures nearly doomed this entire civilization to extinction." Chapter 23, The Power of the Empire. Lucina's voice carried the weight of inherited sorrow as she began her tale. A chronicle of humanity's fall that had been passed down through generations of resistance fighters. The calamity began not long after humanity had quelled the rebellion of the Iron Men, she said, her words heavy with the bitter irony of their species' fate. The warp unleashed storms of unprecedented fury across the galaxy. Navigator houses fell silent. Astropathic communications ceased entirely. Every vessel that attempted translation into the immaterium simply vanished. The Emperor listened in silence, his golden features revealing nothing of the grief that such accounts always stirred within normal man. He had witnessed this pattern countless times, isolated human worlds falling to corruption and despair during the long millennia of Old Night. Human civilization fragmented, Lucina continued. Countless colonies found themselves severed from the greater tapestry of mankind. The Pedicana system shared this fate. Cut off from all contact with the wider galaxy, our messages cast into the void with no hope of reply. She paused, gathering strength for what came next. In those early years, our people maintained hope. Exploration fleets were dispatched to neighboring systems, seeking signs of surviving human colonies. The reports they brought back spoke only of death, worlds consumed by warp-spawned horrors, populations twisted into barely recognizable mockeries of their former selves. The familiar litany of humanity's decline during Old Night filled the air between them. The Emperor had heard variations of this story on 1,000 worlds, yet each recounting carried its own unique agonies. As the warp storms intensified, we began to see the first signs of change among our own people. Psychers emerged in unprecedented numbers, their abilities wild and uncontrolled. Physical mutations manifested in children who had been born seemingly normal. Our society began to fracture under the strain. Lucina's expression hardened as she reached the crux of her people's downfall. The planetary government recognized the threat these developments posed. They moved to implement containment protocols, quarantine facilities, registration requirements, mandatory screening. It was the rational response to an existential crisis. But there was resistance, the Emperor observed, already anticipating the familiar pattern of human folly. Vocal and widespread, Lucina confirmed bitterly. Human rights organizations mobilized in defense of the mutants and rogue psychers. Council members seeking popular support championed their cause, claiming that these aberrations were still human beings deserving of protection and respect. The Emperor's jaw tightened imperceptibly. This particular form of human self-destruction was one he had encountered repeatedly throughout the galaxy, compassion perverted into complicity with corruption. Public demonstrations erupted across our worlds, Lucina continued. The suppression operations were halted before they could achieve their objectives. We lost our only opportunity to contain the threat while it remained manageable. And the corruption spread, the Emperor stated rather than asked. Like a plague, she confirmed. As the warp storms reached their zenith, the psychers lost what little control they had possessed. They became conduits for entities that should never have touched our reality. Demonic possession became commonplace. Nightmare phenomena manifested in population centers. The very fabric of reality began to fray. Lucina's voice grew hollow as she described the systematic collapse of her civilization. By the time our leaders recognized their error, it was far too late. Paranormal catastrophes erupted across every settled world. Social order disintegrated. Entire cities were consumed by warp-spawned horrors that defied rational comprehension. It was during this period of chaos that the blood ancestor emerged, she continued, her tone carrying absolute loathing. A man who claimed to have received blessings from the powers beyond the veil. He promised immortality, power, and dominion over the dark arts to any who would serve him. The emperor nodded grimly. Such figures appeared on every world touched by chaos corruption, mortals who traded their souls for temporary power, becoming focal points for demonic influence. The transformation he offered proved irresistible to many of our ruling class, Lucina explained. High-ranking officials, military commanders, even planetary governors, all sought his gift of extended life and supernatural abilities. The blood descendants spread through our government like a cancer. The loyal forces attempted to resist, the emperor inquired. They tried, Lucina replied with bitter admiration. The planetary defense forces launched a coordinated strike against the blood ancestors' strongholds, but they had been betrayed from within. Military codes, deployment schedules, even safe house locations were compromised. The assault failed catastrophically. Her voice grew quieter as she recounted the final collapse. When the planetary governor was captured and subjected to ritual flaying before the assembled population, our government's authority simply evaporated. What followed was an age of absolute darkness. Entire cities became hunting grounds for monsters, while the surviving human population was reduced to cowering prey. The emperor absorbed this account with the patience of one who had witnessed countless similar tragedies. The orbital installations held out longer, he observed. The space habitats possessed superior defensive capabilities, Lucina confirmed. They resisted for decades, maintaining bastions of human civilization while the surface worlds fell to chaos. But even they could not withstand the sustained assault of the blood descendants and their demonic allies. She gestured toward the perpetually overcast sky. The warning transmissions we discovered were broadcast during their final days, a last desperate attempt to prevent other human expeditions from sharing their fate. The blood descendants systematically destroyed our technological infrastructure afterward, reducing our civilization to pre-industrial levels to ensure we could never threaten their rule again. The emperor considered this intelligence carefully. Yet you have maintained organized resistance despite their efforts. The blanks among our people proved immune to their worst depredations, Lucina explained with obvious pride. We became the natural leaders of any resistance movement, as we alone could stand against their psychic manipulations and blood sorcery. My parents died fighting these monsters, as did their parents before them. A noble legacy, the emperor acknowledged. Tell me, the warp storms that enabled this catastrophe have long since subsided. Why does this world still reek of immaterium taint? Lucina shook her head helplessly. I lack the knowledge to answer such questions, my lord, but there are others among our leadership who have studied this phenomenon. Perhaps they could provide the insight you seek. The emperor inclined his head graciously. Arrange the meeting. The gathering took place in a hidden chamber beneath the settlement's ruins, where the resistance had maintained their headquarters for generations. The assembled leaders represented the shattered remnants of human authority on this benighted world, survivors who had kept the flame of hope alive through centuries of oppression. Veronica, the regional resistance commander, stepped forward first. She was a powerfully built woman whose bearing spoke of countless battles fought against impossible odds. Beside her stood a tall, gaunt figure whose augmetic implants and ritual scarification marked him as one of the few remaining tech adepts on the planet. It is an honor to meet travelers from beyond the void, Veronica said, executing a formal bow that spoke of military training from a bygone age. I am Veronica, commander of the 3rd Regional Resistance Cell. I am the master of the Imperium of Man, the emperor replied with a grave voice. I have come to liberate this world from the darkness that has consumed it. The reign of these abominations approaches its end. Veronica's expression remained carefully neutral. We have heard such promises before, my lord. Many have come claiming to be our salvation, only to fall victim to the blood ancestors' power. We pledge our loyalty only to those who prove they can deliver on their words. A wise policy, the emperor acknowledged. What proof would satisfy you? The blood ancestor's head, Veronica replied without hesitation. End his reign of terror, destroy the source of this world's corruption, and you will have our complete allegiance. That shall be accomplished, the emperor stated with absolute certainty. But first, I require intelligence. Why does this world still writhe with warp energy long after the great storms have passed? The tech adept stepped forward, his voice carrying the mechanical inflection of heavy augmetic modification. I have studied this phenomenon extensively, my lord. Based on reconnaissance conducted within the blood ancestor's palace complex, I believe the answer lies in a pact he has forged with entities from beyond the veil. The emperor's attention focused entirely on the man's words. Regular sacrifices are conducted within his inner sanctum, the tech adept continued. Hundreds of our people are butchered monthly in rituals designed to maintain a permanent gateway between our reality and the immaterium. The death and despair generated by these ceremonies feed the demonic powers that sustain his rule. Only by destroying the blood ancestor and sealing this gateway can the world's spiritual contamination be cleansed, Veronica added grimly. The emperor was about to request additional details when a resistance scout burst into the chamber, his face flushed with exertion and fear. Commander, he gasped, Baron White advances on our position with a full battle company of blood descendants. They mean to purge every resistance cell in the region. The announcement caused immediate consternation among the assembled leaders. Veronica's face hardened as she calculated their limited options. We must evacuate immediately, she declared. Our forces cannot withstand a direct confrontation with that many blood descendants. Perhaps, the emperor said mildly, you would benefit from witnessing the might of imperial forces before making such assessments. He gestured toward an elevated position that overlooked the approaches to their hidden stronghold. Observe from there, and you shall understand why worlds across the galaxy rejoice when the Imperium's armies arrive to liberate them. The resistance leaders followed the emperor to the designated vantage point, their expressions mixing curiosity with skepticism. From their elevated position, they could observe the entire valley that stretched before the settlement. The approaching blood descendant force was indeed formidable, hundreds of winged humanoids advancing in organized formations, their weapons glinting in the sanguine light that filtered through the perpetual cloud cover. Many took to the skies, their leathery wings carrying them in aerial reconnaissance patterns that spoke of military discipline. Veronica and her companions watched with growing dread as the enemy host deployed across the valley floor. This was easily the largest blood descendant force they had ever witnessed, more than enough to eliminate every resistance cell on the continent. My lord, Veronica said quietly, perhaps we should consider a tactical withdrawal. No human force could stand against such numbers. The emperor's response was to gesture toward the valley, where 20 figures in golden armor had emerged from concealment. They advanced in perfect formation, their guardian spears gleaming like captured starlight. Observe, he commanded simply. What followed defied rational comprehension. The custodians moved through the enemy formation like avenging angels given form. Their guardian spears traced arcs of destruction that cleaved through armor, flesh, and bone with equal ease. Blood descendants that had terrorized human populations for centuries fell like wheat before the scythe. The engagement lasted perhaps 10 minutes. When silence returned to the valley, the blood descendant army had ceased to exist. Scattered body parts littered the ground in gruesome testimony to the custodians' martial prowess. Banners that had flown proudly above the enemy host now burned in funeral pyres, sending black smoke spiraling into the crimson sky. Baron White's head adorned the point of Valdor's guardian spear, planted in the center of the killing field like a macabre standard. Even in death, the creature's features were frozen in an expression of absolute terror. The emperor turned to regard the stunned resistance leaders, allowing himself a slight smile. This is the power of the Imperium, he declared. The raven chose that moment to add its own commentary, fluttering its wings with obvious satisfaction. Most impressive, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it's time to reconsider your allegiances, mortals. Veronica stared at the scene of devastation below, her worldview fundamentally altered by what she had witnessed. When she finally found her voice, it carried the tone of absolute conviction. "My lord," she said, dropping to one knee in formal submission, "the Third Regional Resistance Cell pledges its loyalty to the Imperium of Man. Command us, and we shall serve." Chapter 24, Forming the Silent Sisterhood and the Night Watch. "Your commentary makes me sound like some manner of tyrant," the Emperor observed through their psychic link, a note of dry amusement coloring his mental voice. "Only because the weak are unworthy of such dramatic fear," the Raven replied with characteristic irreverence. "Terror is a privilege reserved for the truly mighty." The Emperor fell silent at this backhanded compliment, while below them, Veronica and her companions stared at the killing field with expressions of absolute awe. Their worldview had been fundamentally altered by witnessing 20 custodians obliterate an army that had terrorized their people for generations. "Great Lord of the Imperium," Veronica said, her earlier skepticism replaced by profound respect. "Forgive our previous discourtesy. We pledge ourselves to your service without reservation." She gestured toward the scattered remains of Baron White's forces. "This world shall become your domain, and we shall obey whatever commands you see fit to issue. The resistance cells across every continent will hear of this day and understand that our salvation has finally arrived." The Emperor inclined his head graciously. "I accept your oath of fealty. The root of this world's suffering has been identified, and Imperial forces shall descend to purge every enemy of humanity from its surface." The Bucephalus thrummed with purposeful activity as the First Legion prepared for planetary assault. Cavernous, hangar bays echoed with the rhythmic march of Astartes companies boarding their Stormbirds, while Mechanicum adepts performed final blessing rites over war machines that had been blessed by the Emperor's own hand. Thunderhawk gunships lined the launch rails like predatory birds, their weapon systems gleaming under the harsh illumination of the deployment bays. Tech priests moved between them with ritual censers, anointing each craft with sacred oils while intoning canticles of destruction. "All resistance will be eliminated within 3 standard hours," declared Captain Astorlin of the First Legion, his words resonating through the Vox channels that connected every officer in the expeditionary force. The First Legion held a unique position within the nascent Space Marine legions. More than 30% of their number had received the prototype gene seed implants, making them among the most physically enhanced warriors in the Emperor's arsenal, second only to the Custodian Guard themselves. Yet despite their capabilities, they had seen limited action during the solar system's unification. Most resistance had crumbled at the mere sight of the Imperial fleet, while those foolish enough to oppose the Emperor directly had been swiftly crushed by overwhelming force. The Legion's only major engagement had been the recapture of Luna, where they had relieved the decimated Thunder Warriors in the final assault against the Gene Cult's strongholds. This would be their first true planetary conquest, an opportunity to demonstrate their worth to the Emperor and the chroniclers of the Remembrancer Corps who would record their deeds for posterity. As the assault order was transmitted, thousands of engines ignited simultaneously. The hangar bays filled with superheated plasma exhaust as strike craft launched in perfectly coordinated waves, their contrails forming geometric patterns against the darkness of space. The planetary assault commenced across every continent simultaneously. Stormbirds descended through the perpetual cloud cover like golden meteors, disgorging Astartes companies into blood-descendant strongholds that had stood unchallenged for millennia. The enemy possessed certain advantages: enhanced physical capabilities, mastery of blood sorcery, and intimate knowledge of their terrain. Senior blood descendants could channel enough warp energy to destroy armored vehicles or collapse building foundations. Against the Emperor's gene-wrought warriors, such powers proved pitifully inadequate. The slaughter was absolute and methodical. In settlements across the planet, human populations who had endured centuries of oppression watched in amazement as their tormentors were systematically exterminated by angels of death descending from the heavens. The emperor had chosen his personal target with characteristic precision. The Blood Ancestors Palace complex dominated the planetary capital, a sprawling edifice of black stone and crimson glass that pulsed with malevolent energy. Intelligence reports indicated that the fortress housed not only the creature's personal guard, but also the ritual chambers where he maintained his pact with the warp entities that sustained his power. The custodians advanced through the outer defenses with mechanical efficiency, their guardian spears carving through elite blood descendant guards like light through shadow. These were not the crude cultists that infested the outer settlements, but centuries-old vampiric aristocrats whose mastery of dark sorcery had been honed through countless battles. It made no difference. The palace's innermost sanctum was protected by a barrier of crystallized blood that shimmered with unnatural energies. Imperial heavy weapons had failed to penetrate its surface, their shots absorbed harmlessly into the crimson matrix. The Blood Ancestors' stronghold is warded by ancient pacts, the Resistance Tech Adept explained, his augmetic voice carrying notes of professional admiration. Only the null field generated by a blank could disrupt such protections. Unnecessary, the Emperor replied simply. He drew the sword at his side, a blade forged in the earliest days of Terra's unification, quenched in the blood of techno-barbarian kings and blessed with psychic resonances that made reality itself bend to his will. A single stroke severed the barrier completely, its constituent energies dissipating like morning mist before the sun. Throne of Terra, the tech adept whispered, his vocal modulators struggling to process such an impossibility. Even without military support, this lord could face the Blood Ancestor in single combat and emerge victorious. The palace guards within represented the absolute elite of the blood descendant hierarchy. They wore armor forged from crystallized gore and wielded weapons that wept crimson tears, their martial prowess enhanced by centuries of vampiric existence. The presence of Lucina and the other blanks disrupted their sorceress abilities, while the custodians' superior training and equipment made the outcome inevitable. Within minutes, the corridors ran red with ichor from the fallen defenders. The throne chamber defied rational description. Living walls pulsed with arterial rhythms, while overhead, the corpses of sacrificial victims hung from iron chains, their flesh carved with the 8-pointed star of chaos undivided. Braziers filled with green fire cast dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of their flames. At the chamber's heart lay a pool of blood so vast it resembled a crimson lake. The surface churned continuously, forming faces that screamed soundlessly before dissolving back into the roiling mass. Beside this obscene font stood the Blood Ancestor himself. He was a figure from humanity's darkest nightmares, tall and aristocratic, dressed in the formal attire of old Terra's nobility, yet possessed of features that marked him as something far removed from baseline humanity. Ivory fangs protruded from beneath pale lips, while his eyes held the cold intelligence of a predator that had fed upon human suffering for centuries. "So," he said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of ancient nobility, "you have finally arrived." "Today marks your execution," Veronica snarled, her hands clenched into fists. Too many of her brothers and sisters had died fighting this creature's spawn. The Blood Ancestor's expression shifted to one of amused condescension. "Death, what manner of delusion grants you such confidence? I am blessed by powers beyond your comprehension, chosen by entities that have existed since before your species crawled from the primordial mud." He raised his arms in ritual supplication, his voice taking on the cadences of formal invocation. "Descend, O Lord of the Crimson Tide, Master of the Sanguine Will, grant your devoted servant the power to crush these insects who dare defile your sacred domain." The temperature plummeted as a presence of vast malevolence pressed against the boundaries of reality. Shadows writhed with independent life, while the green flames guttered as though struggling against some cosmic wind. A voice like grinding bone and spilled blood echoed through the chamber. "Pathetic mortals, why do you disturb my contemplations?" The Blood Ancestor's confidence reached its zenith as he gestured toward the Emperor and his companions. "Great Lord of Blood, your faithful servant begs you to unleash your wrath upon these blasphemers who would dare challenge your authority. The demonic presence began to respond with obvious relish. Insignificant insects, how dare you presume to? The voice stopped abruptly, as though the entity had suddenly perceived something that filled it with existential terror. Anathema, it shrieked with such force that several braziers exploded. The cursed golden one, flee, flee before it is too late. The presence vanished so rapidly that the sudden absence created a brief vacuum, causing everyone's ears to pop. The blood ancestor stared at the empty air where his patron had been, his expressions cycling through confusion, disbelief, and dawning horror. This was not part of the arrangement, he muttered. Predictable, the raven observed with obvious amusement. Did this fool truly believe that allying with Warpspawn would grant him power over the master of mankind? Even demons possess enough survival instinct to recognize their betters. Realizing that his primary advantage had abandoned him, the blood ancestor attempted to maintain his dignity even as his situation became untenable. If I were to suggest that the previous display was merely theatrical entertainment, would you consider showing mercy? The Emperor's expression remained carved from granite as the custodians moved to surround their target. I can see that clemency is not an option, the vampire continued with resigned grace. His form exploded into a cloud of shadow and wings, hundreds of blood-red bats that scattered in all directions, seeking to escape through gaps in the palace's architecture. Ancient escape techniques will not preserve you, the vampire's voice echoed from the swarm. As long as this world endures, our conflict shall. The Emperor raised his hand, and psychic fire erupted throughout the chamber. The flames were not mere combustion, but pure anathema, golden light that burned away corruption at the molecular level. Every bat was caught in the conflagration, their death screams harmonizing into a single note of absolute agony. Within seconds, nothing remained but scattered ash. HMPH, such dramatic final words, the raven commented dryly on the pathetic last word of the damned. Was he auditioning for some form of theatrical performance? The blood ancestor's destruction triggered a cascade of psychic energy that rippled outward from the palace. The perpetual cloud cover that had shrouded the world for centuries dissipated like smoke, allowing natural sunlight to touch the surface for the first time in living memory. Across the planet, surviving blood descendants caught in the dawn light ignited spontaneously, their unnatural forms unable to exist without the warp energies that had sustained them. Their screams echoed briefly, before being cut short by complete immolation. Warp-spawned creatures prowling the wilderness suffered similar fates as reality reasserted its natural laws. Without the blood ancestor's palace serving as an anchor point for immaterium energies, the barriers between dimensions strengthened rapidly. Demons found their corporeal forms dissolving as they were forcibly returned to the realm of chaos. The nightmare that had consumed an entire world for centuries ended in minutes. Standing amid the ashes of corruption, the Emperor contemplated the implications of what he had witnessed. The ease with which a single mortal's pact with chaos entities could damn an entire civilization reinforced his growing concerns about humanity's vulnerability to warp influence. This experience has strengthened my resolve regarding certain institutional arrangements, he announced, his voice carrying the weight of irrevocable decision. I shall establish the Sisters of Silence, an order dedicated to recruiting and training blanks from across the galaxy. They will form the core of a night watch organization, tasked with monitoring psychic phenomena and suppressing chaos cults wherever they emerge. The raven tilted its head thoughtfully. An admirable foundation, great Emperor, but I believe your plan requires additional considerations. The Emperor paused, genuinely curious about his companion's perspective. What aspects require refinement? Nearby, Constantin Valdor observed this exchange with carefully concealed amazement. The master of mankind's certainty had always been absolute. He rarely solicited advice from anyone, including his closest advisors. Even Malkador occasionally found his counsel dismissed when it conflicted with imperial doctrine. Yet here he stood, genuinely interested in the raven's suggestions. For a being whose humanity seemed to diminish with each passing year, This display of intellectual flexibility represented a profoundly positive development. Chapter 25, Journey to the Three-Body World. Allowing psychers to manifest without guidance courts disaster, the Emperor spoke, his voice carrying the weight of 10,000 years of foresight. Yet brutal suppression alone cannot solve the fundamental problem. If those souls already dwell within torment's embrace, how can we expect them to resist the honeyed lies of chaos? His golden features bore the expression of one who had witnessed humanity's fall countless times across the ages. No mortal will defend a realm that brings them only anguish. They will seek its destruction by whatever means present themselves. If we were to have our people reject the ruinous powers, we must demonstrate what measure of fulfillment they might achieve through such rejection. As time progresses, humanity is destined to birth ever more psychers, until the entire species evolves into a new psychically awakened race. We must establish scholams to guide those blessed and cursed with psionic talent, that they might learn mastery over their own capabilities. Psychers gathered in concentration create vulnerabilities, the Emperor noted the flaw within Raven's proposal. Their souls burn bright within the sea of souls, drawing the attention of those entities that feast upon such radiance. Then gather them upon desolate worlds, watched over by the Silent Sisterhood, and deploy orbital extermination weapons, cyclonic torpedoes and their kin. Should any scholam lose containment and become a nest for warp spawn, these cleansing weapons shall scour the entire planet clean. In this manner, even should psychers lose control, the damage remains contained. Those students who successfully complete their training may be conscripted into specialized roles, strengthening the Imperium's capabilities. Warp navigation and astropathic communication both depend upon psychers. The Imperium's expansion requires these gifted souls who can harness the Immaterium's power. The Emperor studied Raven intently, conflict flickering within his ancient gaze. After long contemplation, he nodded with imperial resolve. "Very well, I shall implement your counsel." "Excellent, big guy," Raven said with undisguised excitement. The Emperor inquired, "What curriculum would you prescribe for these psionic scholams?" "Naturally, they must learn to control their gifts and master techniques for combating warp entities. They require instruction in divination and the crafting of psychically attuned equipment and weapons." When questioned about the scholam's organization, Raven's enthusiasm reached fever pitch. "I have even conceived a name for the academy, Hogwarts. We could employ a sorting hat to assign students to different houses based upon their personalities and aptitudes. We shall introduce harmless psychic creatures for students to practice upon, select the worthy to train as demon hunters, and teach them monster-slaying techniques and Gwent. Of course, all these academies must include one vital curriculum: the study of utilizing psychic powers to create the galaxy's most delicious condiments and fried sustenance. Any psycher who cannot produce exquisite sauces and fried foods remains fundamentally unqualified. As the Emperor and Valdor listened, expressions of profound bewilderment crossed their features. Everything prior had been mere preamble, hadn't it? Condiments and fried foods, those were your true objectives all along. The Emperor adopted Raven's suggestions, establishing the Silent Sisterhood and the organization that would become known as the Vigil Opertae, while constructing psionic scholams upon various barren worlds throughout the growing Imperium. He dispatched qualified instructors to guide those pure-hearted children blessed with psionic potential, screening the most strongest-willed students to form demon-hunting orders. Chapters of the Silent Sisterhood and Vigil Opertae would maintain stations near these scholams, ready to respond should containment fail. Following the complete liberation of the Patacana system, the Emperor directed accompanying imperial officials to work with resistance leaders in establishing new planetary governance. Simultaneously, he arranged for Adeptus Mechanicus contingents to provide technical support to these nascent administrations. His commands were absolute. The system must rapidly resume industrial production and rebuild civilized society, preparing to contribute to the Great Crusade and serve the burgeoning Imperium. With these arrangements completed, the expeditionary force prepared for departure. Under the watchful eyes of countless grateful citizens, the ships in low orbit ignited their drives in sequence, each vessel blazing with stellar radiance as they climbed toward the void. When the fleet departed low orbit and began its journey toward the system's edge, many among the populace wept openly. They understood with crushing certainty that they would never again witness the human lord who had delivered them from darkness and sworn to shield them from harm. The fleet required 2 standard days to navigate to the system's Manville point for safe warp translation. Raven calculated this interval sufficient for dimensional transit to a new universe, a journey that would anchor temporal flow such that, regardless of time spent in alternate realities, only a single day would elapse in their home dimension. Big guy, we have dwelt within this universe long enough. The time has come to venture forth into a new realm and fulfill our mission of altering destiny's course. Agreed. The Emperor raised no objection. He required additional technologies to compensate for the Imperium's deficiencies. With Raven's assistance, his grand design possessed a greater margin for error. No longer must he rush to conquer the entire galaxy through desperate haste. He could proceed with methodical certainty, taking whatever time proved necessary. Bring the Golden Custodian as well. Let him witness new worlds. Raven had not forgotten the grand promise made to Valdor during their earlier conversation. Valdor's eyes widened with surprise. He had not expected Raven to remember that pledge. He had assumed it mere casual conversation. The Emperor observed Valdor, sensing the anticipation radiating from his most trusted guardian, and nodded with paternal approval. Then he shall accompany us. Excellent, let us depart immediately, Raven proclaimed. His obsidian form erupted in brilliant luminescence, expanding into cascading light that formed a space-time conduit. Proceed, the Emperor gestured for Valdor to advance. After both figures stepped into the swirling radiance, they traversed the barriers between realities, emerging directly within an entirely new universe. The Chaos Gods felt the disturbance. Alterations to predetermined fate had long since captured their malevolent attention, yet they could never locate the source of such changes. When the Emperor traveled through spacetime, they sensed the dimensional breach and unleashed their collective might, seeking to identify the source of their frustration. Terrible power stirred the Sea of Souls, generating storm after storm of warp-born fury. But their efforts yielded nothing. The disorienting sensation of dimensional transit faded. The Emperor, consciousness restored, surveyed his surroundings. Yellow sand filled the air while the sky bore a hazy, oppressive quality. In the distance stood several ancient structures buried beneath thick layers of accumulated sand. As with his initial journey to the super-god universe, his physical form had diminished by half, leaving him merely 2 meters in height. His weapons and armor had vanished, replaced by slightly oversized civilian garments. He attempted to channel psychic power. The warp seemed solidified here, resistant to his will. In his native universe, a single thought could manifest psionic flames capable of consuming entire cities. Here, he could summon only meager sparks. Are this universe's physical laws so restrictive? The Emperor experimented several times before accepting the limitation. Valdor, the Emperor called out, Raven. Big guy, I'm here. Raven flew over from nearby, wings beating as he settled upon the Emperor's shoulder. Have you located Valdor? The Emperor inquired. He's over there, Raven indicated a direction. The Emperor walked over and discovered Valdor, who had also undergone physical reduction. The Captain General of the Legio Custodes had become a 2-meter-tall figure of powerful musculature, currently unconscious upon the sandy ground. Raven explained, it's a side effect of dimensional transit. His body requires several hours to adapt before he can function normally within this reality. Where have we arrived? The Emperor asked. We are currently on Terra within the 3-body universe, during the period of the Great Ravaging, when most regions began succumbing to desertification. What is our next objective? The Emperor continued. How do we alter the critical fate node? We must reach the nearest human settlement first, Raven replied. What distance must we cover? Is transportation available nearby? The Emperor glanced at the unconscious Valdor, then at Raven. Approximately 30 to 40 kilometers, I have located a vehicle. If you lubricate the chain mechanism with available oil, it should prove functional. Raven guided the Emperor to a human-powered tricycle within an abandoned structure, along with some expired lubricant. The Emperor stared at the rust-covered tricycle, profound dismay crossing his features. Raven, I am the master of mankind, supreme ruler of the Imperium, conqueror of worlds, the Omnissiah, god of all machines, emperor of all humanity. Raven quickly interrupted. Stop with the titles, big guy. The tricycle can't accommodate that many passengers. Don't complain like a spoiled noble. Even if you instantly ascended to chaos godhood right now, you'd still need to pedal this contraption to get Valdor out of this wasteland. The Emperor accepted reality with resigned dignity. He lifted the unconscious Valdor into the tricycle's cargo compartment, then with imperial fortitude began pedaling the vehicle toward the nearest human settlement, Raven perched upon his shoulder providing directions. Chapter 26, Conquering the World Even in Another Universe. Creak. Creak. Valdo stirred from unconsciousness, his gene-forged senses gradually returning to full awareness. The steady rhythm of bumping and grinding metal rang through his skull like the cadence of a battle chant. His augmented physiology purged the lingering torpor from his system as he pressed a gauntleted hand to his brow. When clarity returned, he looked upon a sight that filled his warrior's heart with existential dread. The master of mankind himself pedaled the crude tricycle, his golden form hunched over the primitive conveyance, carrying his guardian like some common burden-bearer. The sight struck Valdo's soul like a boltron to the chest. Loyalty to the Emperor was not mere duty. It was encoded into the very genetic structure of every imperial guard, burned into their souls like a brand of the throne. Yet here he sat, allowing the God Emperor of mankind to serve as his beast of burden upon this rusted contraption. By the Golden Throne. As leader of the Adeptus Custodes, how could he have failed so catastrophically in his sacred charge? The Raven turned in his perch, observing Valdo's awakening with obvious amusement dancing in his dark eyes. The creature's expression suggested it knew precisely what tormented thoughts plagued the custodian's mind. Easy there, big corn cob, the Raven said with characteristic irreverence. Big Guy already mentioned that once this little field trip wraps up, he'll ship you back to Terra to watch the pond. Valdo said nothing. The words only deepened the chill in his transhuman heart. Ignore the carrion bird's jest, the Emperor spoke without turning, his voice carrying that familiar tone of absolute authority even in this diminished circumstance. This marks your first passage through the dimensional barriers. Your physiology struggles to adapt to this reality's fundamental laws. The unconsciousness was merely temporary. My lord, Valdo's voice carried the weight of 10,000 years of shame. I beseech you, halt this conveyance. Allow me to bear this burden. Unnecessary, we have arrived. The Emperor applied pressure to the brake mechanism. The corroded tricycle ground to a halt with a screech of protesting metal. Before them stretched a settlement of some kind, though town seemed too generous a term. Everything lay shrouded in yellow sand and heat haze, a vision of desolation that reminded Valdo of the death worlds beyond the Imperium's borders. Come, let us investigate. The Emperor and his custodian advanced toward the settlement's perimeter. The streets lay largely abandoned, storefronts sealed behind rusted shutters and barricades. The few inhabitants they glimpsed moved like wraiths, gaunt figures with the hollow-eyed stare of the chronically malnourished. Someone died. The shout echoed across the empty thoroughfare. Within moments, more than a dozen figures emerged from concealment, converging on the sound's source with the desperate hunger of pack predators. The Emperor followed the commotion and witnessed a scene that would have seemed familiar on any feral world. Humans fighting over a corpse with animalistic desperation. Some had progressed beyond desperation into madness, tearing at raw flesh with their teeth. I am curious, the Emperor mused. This civilization has clearly achieved industrial-level technology, yet they resort to cannibalism. Explain. The Raven preened one wing thoughtfully. Humanity here reached the industrial age, sure enough. Problem is, they're facing an existential threat from an alien civilization. To counter the Xenos menace, they converted their entire economy to military-industrial production. Environmental concerns got branded as collaboration with the enemy, so they unleashed every form of toxic heavy industry imaginable. Result: global desertification. Greenhouse effects, climate collapse, agricultural failure, the whole ecosystem cratered. When there's not even grass left to eat, cannibalism becomes survival. The emperor surveyed the wasteland with the analytical gaze of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Their governance proves remarkably incompetent. The alien threat remains merely potential, yet their social order has already disintegrated. The raven shrugged with one wing. They never achieved planetary unification. Each nation-state guards its resources while eyeing the others with suspicion. This town's actually doing well. At least they're not actively murdering each other yet. The major population centers make this look like paradise. What would you counsel as our next course of action? What do you want to do? The raven deflected. The emperor examined their surroundings with the eye of a conqueror who had unified Terra through blood and fire. First, we gather intelligence. I must understand the full scope of this world's degradation. He moved toward the scattered belongings of the deceased, retrieving a communication device the scavengers had ignored in their feeding frenzy. His vast intellect quickly adapted to the primitive technology's operation. The information networks revealed a catastrophe, far exceeding even the Raven's bleak assessment. Footage streamed endlessly of massive population movements, millions of refugees trudging across dust-choked wastelands under scorching suns. When hunger claimed the weak, their corpses were immediately dismembered by their former companions. Riot, murder, and cannibalism had become the new normal as social contracts dissolved entirely. After absorbing sufficient data, the emperor lowered the device and fixed the raven with a stare that had once cowed the warlords of Terra. Unless you object, I intend to unify this world and guide its people toward salvation. The raven bobbed his head approvingly. Knock yourself out, boss. So long as the emperor avoided actions violent enough to trigger expulsion by the universe's governing forces, the raven had no concerns. This reality's physical laws prove remarkably rigid, the emperor noted. The warp and other psychic dimensions suffer heavy suppression here. My abilities remain limited to this immortal shell. I discovered that limitation upon awakening, the emperor confirmed. The raven shook dust from his feathers. Without psychic powers or established infrastructure, how exactly do you plan to conquer an entire world? This is the industrial age. You can't topple governments that control weapons and food supplies with simple peasant revolts. The emperor's expression shifted into something that would have been familiar to any who had witnessed his conquest of Terra. The look of a being who had mastered the art of civilization building through necessity and ruthless pragmatism. Irrelevant, I possess extensive experience in such endeavors. As for initial resource acquisition, the emperor paused, surveying the chaos around them. Social order has collapsed sufficiently that certain direct methods will attract no attention. The emperor's capacity for swift, decisive action remained as formidable as ever. Once he established an objective, implementation followed with terrifying efficiency. Step 1: acquire weapons. In a world where social contracts had dissolved and starvation stalked the land, even military personnel would trade armaments for sustenance. Black markets and criminal organizations provided the necessary contacts. The emperor possessed no currency, but he commanded something far more valuable: overwhelming force. Though this universe's laws suppressed his psychic might, his immortal physiology alone granted him combat capabilities that could crush ordinary humans like insects. Combined with Valdo's gene-forged prowess as a custodian, they represented a two-man army capable of dismantling most criminal enterprises. The emperor and his guardian carved through the underworld like a blade through parchment, seizing food stores, weapons caches, and monetary resources. Surviving criminals found themselves conscripted into service or eliminated as examples. With armaments secured and a core of hardened followers established, the emperor moved against industrial targets. Factory owners faced a simple choice: sell their facilities at the emperor's offered price, or discover what resistance meant in practical terms. The emperor restructured production lines with ruthless efficiency, implementing gene modification techniques to enhance crop yields. This world had developed fusion technology. He spent considerable effort acquiring the necessary materials and components to construct power generation systems. Fusion reactors powered the factories day and night, producing massive quantities of nutrient blocks and purified water. Months passed in a blur of conquest and consolidation. The emperor's influence spread like wildfire across the wasteland. He now commanded tens of thousands of armed followers, all fed and equipped by his industrial infrastructure. Starving refugees streamed toward his territories, drawn by rumors of food and order. Then came the inevitable response from the established powers. "We hope you'll consider transferring control of your military forces and nutrient production technology to federal oversight," the envoy explained with the practiced diplomacy of a career politician. "In exchange, you would receive a congressional seat and full recognition within our governmental structure. We have no desire for conflict, nor do we wish to see innocent lives lost. Accepting our proposal would benefit everyone involved." The federal states of America, this region's nominal government, maintained their grip on power through careful resource management and armed force. While social order crumbled around them, the federal elite preserved their comfortable existence by controlling what remained of civilization's infrastructure. The emperor's sudden rise as a rival power center had attracted their attention and concern. Their offer represented the standard approach: co-optation over confrontation, absorption rather than destruction. They hoped to bring the emperor into their existing hierarchy, gaining access to his revolutionary production methods while maintaining their privileged position atop the social pyramid. The emperor listened to their proposal with the patience of one who had heard similar offers from countless would-be partners throughout the millennia. "Your concern for innocent lives proves touching," he replied, his voice carrying undertones that made the envoys unconsciously step backward. "However, I believe you fundamentally misunderstand the nature of our relationship." The delegates exchanged nervous glances. "You see," the emperor continued, rising from his improvised throne to tower over the federal representatives, "I have not come here seeking accommodation within your failing system. I have come to replace it entirely." The golden light in his eyes promised that this conversation would be their only warning. The federal envoy's composure cracked slightly. "Sir, with respect, the situation offers opportunities for mutual benefit, the resources required for global reconstruction." "Ah," the emperor interrupted, his voice carrying the cold amusement of one who had witnessed every variation of human avarice across 10 millennia. "Now we approach the truth. You speak of saving lives while calculating the wealth to be seized from this catastrophe." He stepped closer, and the diplomats instinctively retreated before his presence. "These displaced masses starve in the wasteland while you deliberate in climate-controlled chambers. Now, faced with the erosion of your authority, you threaten war to preserve your comfortable fiction." The lead diplomat straightened, attempting to salvage his mission with practiced rhetoric. "The federal states of America represents freedom itself, sir. Our citizens possess the fundamental right to choose their own destiny." "Do they?" The emperor's gaze bored into the man until sweat beaded on his brow. "You construct a maze with a single exit, then proclaim magnanimously, 'Behold, freedom, you may choose your path.' They have never possessed true choice. They exist within the elaborate deceptions you have woven, perishing in despair while you profit from their suffering." The emperor's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. "Return to your masters. Inform them they shall receive nothing from me save what they have earned through their negligence. If they desire war, I shall accommodate them by dragging them from their gilded towers and drowning them in the sewers they have made of this world." The federal delegation departed in haste, their diplomatic mission revealed as the failure it had always been destined to become. When the emperor emerged from the improvised command center, he found thousands gathered in the settlement's central plaza. Young men and women, their faces bearing the gaunt marks of prolonged hunger, yet their eyes blazing with something the federal elites had never understood. Righteous fury born of injustice witnessed. Too many had perished in this manufactured famine, parents, siblings, children. The survivors had endured enough. They yearned for someone to give voice to their rage, to transform their desperation into purpose. The emperor surveyed the assembled multitude with the calculating gaze of one who had once stood before the techno-barbarian tribes of Terra and forged them into the instrument of galactic conquest. When he spoke, his voice carried across the plaza like thunder, reaching every ear with perfect clarity. They demanded our submission, that we accept their dominion as our ancestors did before us. I refused. Countless souls have perished, victims of their incompetence and boundless greed. They covet authority while spurning responsibility. They promised prosperity, yet delivered only elegant lies that led you into the abyss. You committed no sin, yet lost everything: family, friends, hope itself. To survive their manufactured hell, you were forced to abandon dignity, morality, every virtue that once defined your humanity. War approaches with grim certainty. Many of you will not survive what comes. Therefore, I grant you something your previous masters never offered: genuine choice. Remain and stand with me in the crucible ahead, or flee to whatever lingering existence awaits beyond these borders. The emperor's voice hardened, carrying the weight of absolute truth. I promise you neither freedom nor happiness. Such words are the currency of liars and fools. The only oath I swear is this: you shall live and die as human beings, with dignity intact. I have spoken. The choice remains yours alone. Will you abandon this place? A woman pressed forward through the crowd, young, hollow-cheeked, but with fire burning in her eyes. No, her voice cracked with emotion. I'm finished with this existence. I refuse to die like some scavenging animal. Damn the aliens, damn the federal states of America. I stand with you, another declared, stepping beside her. And I as well. One by one, they advanced, dozens, then hundreds, their voices joining in a thunderous chorus of defiance that echoed across the wasteland. The emperor smiled, not the cold expression of a conqueror, but something approaching warmth. Humanity, in all its contradictory glory, never failed to kindle something within his ancient heart. They were cowards and heroes, base and noble, selfish and selfless. With proper guidance, they would burn with the brilliance of stars. The raven spread his wings, cawing with unrestrained enthusiasm. 200 separate nations on one tiny planet. That's practically treason against basic efficiency. Time to raise an army, boss. Let's conquer this whole damn world. Chapter 27. Acquiring Hyperspace Communication Technology. The era of great suffering had descended upon this world like a plague of locusts. Famine stalked the land with relentless hunger. Bodies littered the streets with each dawn's breaking. Driven by starvation's cruel mathematics, humans devolved into carrion feeders, gnawing the flesh of former neighbors without shame or hesitation. In such times, the grand proclamations of civilization, freedom, democracy, and human rights became hollow mockeries, empty words spoken by the well-fed to the dying. The ruling castes, invoking the sacred duty of species survival against an alien menace, demanded indefinite surrender of all citizen rights. They granted a license to military-industrial complexes to poison air, water, and soil without restraint. Through armed force, they controlled every grain of food and drop of clean water, transforming a once-green world into a charnel wasteland. Into this manufactured hell stepped the emperor, a figure of terrible purpose who drew the desperate masses like iron filings to a lodestone. His words spread across the dying continents with viral intensity, igniting dormant rage in hearts too long numbed by despair. Where his voice carried, the spark of rebellion followed. The Earth Trisolaran Organization, those human collaborators who served alien masters, worked in shadow to fan these flames higher still. They sought endless fratricidal war among humanity, ensuring their species would be too weakened to resist when their true lords arrived. When the federal states of America's elite finally comprehended that the emperor would never bend knee to their authority, They responded with the desperate fury of cornered predators. The individual calling himself emperor stands accused of crimes against humanity itself, proclaimed their public declaration. At this critical juncture, when all mankind must unite against the alien threat, this seditious element spreads reactionary ideology. He serves as an unwitting pawn of extraterrestrial forces, seeking to drain our species' strength from within. The emperor's response carried the cold finality of a judge pronouncing sentence. These parasites speak of betrayal while they themselves have betrayed every citizen under their dominion. They invoke a greater good that exists only to justify their ruthless exploitation of the masses, leaving the people without sustenance, without shelter, without hope. His voice rang out across communication networks, reaching millions of desperate souls. Mark my words well, before any alien invader sets foot upon this world, these poor souls will perish at the hands of incompetent bureaucrats and ambitious schemers. The ruling class cares nothing for Earth's survival, less still for the lives of ordinary people. Should we permit their continued misrule, they will achieve what no alien force could accomplish alone: the complete destruction of both our world and our civilization. The Emperor's presence seemed to fill every screen, every speaker, every desperate heart that heard his call. My brothers and sisters, rise up and make your voices heard. Raise your hands in defiance. All who possess a conscience, take up arms. Save our world, preserve human civilization, secure a future for children yet unborn. We must cast down these parasitic governments and forge a new order, one of true unity and equality, prepared to face any external threat as one people, one species, one unbreakable will. His words proved devastatingly effective. Millions of young men and women answered his call, their voices raised in thunderous chorus, demanding the overthrow of the old order and the birth of a new age. They yearned for governance that would at minimum ensure their survival until the final war, and grant them the strength to strike back against the Trisolaran menace. Among those who flocked to the Emperor's banner came not merely desperate refugees, but social elites bearing vast resources and specialized knowledge. They brought wealth, intelligence networks, advanced weaponry, and equipment beyond price. Some even delivered nuclear warheads stolen from federal arsenals. Should the federal states dare unleash atomic fire against the Emperor's forces, they would face retaliation in kind. Even if such exchanges reduced the world to radioactive ash, the Emperor's followers would not hesitate to respond. Deep within Earth's digital labyrinth, the three-body virtual world operated in perfect silence. ETO members gathered in this hidden realm, discussing the approaching conflagration with the detached interest of carrion birds watching a dying animal. Following Evan's elimination during the Guzhang operation, the Earth Trisolaran organization had suffered catastrophic losses. Humanity's Wallfacer project had forced the threatened Trisolarans to reactivate their human collaborators. These Advent faction members, those willing to die for Trisolaran civilization, had reformed their broken ranks. The original ETO comprised three distinct philosophical branches: the Adventists, who welcomed Trisolaran arrival to cleanse sinful humanity; the Redemptionists, who sought alien salvation from human folly; and the Survivors, who merely hoped to serve as collaborators when the conquest came. Government crackdowns had shattered the Redemptionists entirely. The Survivors had splintered away to form independent cells. Only the Adventists remained within the ETO proper, fanatics who viewed humanity as a disease requiring surgical removal. Their deployed wallbreakers had already defeated two of humanity's champions, Ray Diaz and Taylor. Three opponents remained: the ongoing duel between Hinz and his wallbreaker, plus Luo Jai, the man their lords considered the greatest threat to Trisolaran victory. Humans display such predictable foolishness, declared the figure wearing Qin Shi Huang's digitized form, his virtual sword gleaming as he stood upon a rocky outcrop. I believed the great ravine represented their species' nadir. How wrong I was, it merely marked the beginning of their descent. Once open warfare erupts, we shall manipulate both factions into nuclear exchange. We'll transform Earth into a radioactive wasteland, ensuring complete civilizational collapse. Then our descending lords can claim the solar system without resistance, establishing their paradise upon our world's corpse. Caution remains paramount, Einstein's avatar interjected. This self-proclaimed emperor presents unprecedented variables. Initial sightings placed him in a wasteland region located within the disputed federal state's territory. From there, he entered a nearby settlement. Educational background, employment history, social connections all remain completely opaque. Confucius' digital form nodded thoughtfully. Has Xuanhuan discovered no additional intelligence regarding this individual? Einstein shook his head grimly. Xuanhuan monitors our entire world, but the sheer volume of data generated each second proves overwhelming. Moreover, it must simultaneously calculate restrictions upon human scientific advancement. Consequently, non-critical information undergoes periodic deletion to maintain operational capacity. Planetary surveillance represented no simple undertaking. The information Xuanhuan recorded every second reached astronomical proportions. Though quantum entanglement arrays could transmit data regardless of distance, physical laws still imposed bandwidth limitations. Infinite simultaneous transmission remained impossible. Furthermore, the data Xuanhuan transmitted required processing by trisolaran computers. Even their advanced civilization couldn't analyze such vast information streams in real time, nor monitor every individual simultaneously. Xuanhuan's existence resembled installing cameras beside every human. It didn't grant the trisolarans 24-hour observation of each person. Direct Xuanhuan to increase surveillance focus upon this individual, Xuanhuan commanded. Historical analysis becomes irrelevant now. From this moment forward, we must know every action this being takes. Comrades, remember our sacred purpose, ensuring our lords claim this world with minimal effort. Humanity cannot be saved. Earth belongs to the three-body. War erupted across the continents like wildfire. The federal states' elite applied relentless pressure, demanding the emperor's submission. Yet he had never considered peaceful coexistence. From the beginning, his path led inevitably toward total war. Conflict escalated rapidly from border skirmishes to full-scale continental warfare. Initially, the federal leadership maintained supreme confidence. Their integrated modern military would surely crush the emperor's ragtag revolutionary forces with contemptuous ease. That confidence evaporated within hours of the first engagement. The emperor's gift for inspiration proved devastatingly effective. Even within federal ranks, his followers operated as a shadow network, continuously feeding intelligence to revolutionary forces. One catastrophic defeat followed another, leaving the federal military in complete disarray. The federal states of America collapsed like a structure built upon sand, continuously contracting defensive perimeters while losing territory with each passing day. Desperation finally drove the president and his staff to ultimate folly. All personnel who have defected to this emperor stand guilty of treason against the United States of America, came the official declaration. Nuclear weapons are hereby authorized for deployment against all rebel concentrations. That order became the final catalyst for federal destruction. Nuclear weapons represented the ultimate escalation. Their deployment would inevitably cause massive civilian casualties. Soldiers who had maintained lingering loyalty to the federal government defected en masse rather than participate in such an atrocity. Generals receiving launch orders refused compliance, unwilling to bear responsibility for crimes against humanity. They understood that nuclear deployment would trigger global retaliation, potentially ending human civilization entirely. When the final army group chose surrender over complicity, the Federal States of America declared its dissolution, a mere 2 months after hostilities began. The emperor stood before assembled multitudes and proclaimed the birth of the human empire, issuing ultimatums to every remaining nation: submit to unification or face the consequences of continued division. Alternate universe human empire, the raven cawed with unrestrained excitement. Once we merge the two human empires, we'll achieve a Tier 2 classification. With the human empire's declaration, The emperor's influence over this reality's fate reached 5%, a significant milestone that granted the Raven's substantial primordial power reserves. A system notification materialized before the emperor's consciousness. Fate node altered by 5%. Acquired. Quantum sensing array communication technology, Xuanhuan manufacturing protocols and associated knowledge base, thought steel seal technology. The emperor examined this new knowledge with the analytical precision of one who had mastered the technologies of countless civilizations. These gifts would prove invaluable for the campaigns yet to come. Chapter 28, Traitor of Humanity, You Have Chosen Death. Primordial power flowed into the emperor's immortal form like molten gold through sacred channels, catalyzing profound changes within his divine physique. His already imposing stature grew more commanding still, radiating an aura of terrible majesty that marked him as something far beyond mortal comprehension. The psychic dampening effects of this universe's rigid laws began to weaken under the surge of metaphysical energy. Fragments of his true power stirred like embers beneath ash, granting him access to abilities long suppressed. The emperor closed his eyes, absorbing the technological revelations that flooded his consciousness with systematic precision. Quantum sensing array communication protocols, multi-dimensional Xuanhuan manufacturing techniques, thought steel seal methodology. These represented technological paradigms that echoed the unrestrained ambition of the golden age of technology. The principles were not unknown to that era's greatest minds, and while the foundation of such technologies had already been explored in their time, the integration and execution witnessed here reflect a maturity and polish that even they, constrained by their era's chaos, could rarely afford. These were not foreign miracles, but the natural continuation of paths once forged by humanity's apex minds. Concepts once dreamt by gods cloaked in human form, now made manifest in full. Properly implemented, such innovations would revolutionize imperial governance across the galaxy. Should sufficient quantum sensing array towers be constructed throughout the Imperium, he mused, our dependence upon astropaths could be significantly reduced. Communication delays that currently span months could be eliminated entirely. The implications proved staggering. The thought steel seal technology offered even greater potential, a method of ensuring absolute loyalty without the complex infrastructure required for traditional conditioning programs. Inexpensive, effective, requiring only basic manufacturing capability. The emperor analyzed with the calculating precision of one who had built an empire spanning 1,000,000 worlds. Applied to imperial guard regiments, it would eliminate morale collapse when facing chaos entities or Xeno's abominations. Having absorbed the acquired knowledge completely, the emperor turned his attention toward completing this world's unification. Earth's geopolitical structure remained dominated by two superpowers alongside numerous lesser nations. The Federal States of America had been the first major power. The second, a coalition of African and Asian states known as the Pan-Eurasian Concord, represented a more formidable challenge. The Pan-Eurasian Concord maintained marginally better stability than their fallen rival. Though food shortages plagued their territories, they had not yet descended into wholesale cannibalism. Their leadership retained structural coherence, if not competence. After careful consideration, the emperor elected to pursue diplomatic engagement rather than immediate conquest, calculation born not of weakness, but of strategic expediency. The continent spanning Concord could be more efficiently absorbed through diplomacy, sparing imperial forces for more critical campaigns. At the emperor's formal invitation, the Pan-Eurasian Concord's leadership arrived via military transport for direct negotiations. The establishment of a new order founded upon true equality represents the aspiration of every individual who yearns for justice. The emperor began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. While your administration suffers from inefficiency and corruption, it still retains a thread of concern for the masses. That alone distinguishes you from the parasitic regimes we have swept aside. Thus, I offer peaceful incorporation rather than forcible conquest. He leaned forward, golden eyes boring into those of the delegates with the intensity of a being who had judged civilizations and found them wanting. You will retain limited regional authority during the provisional integration phase. In exchange, you will submit to centralized imperial command. The Safan threat will be neutralized and your internal systems brought to standard. There were no offers of sovereignty, no poetic promises, only a contract. The emperor would wield absolute authority until the threat was ended. You are being granted inclusion, not favor, he declared. The inefficiencies and corruptions in your ranks will be tolerated only until the war's conclusion. Afterward, every traitor to humanity, whether cloaked in foreign ideology or domestic incompetence, will be purged. Faced with overwhelming force and uncompromising clarity, the Pan-Eurasian conquered submitted. They presented terms to save face. The emperor accepted them as formality. No oath was given, for his will required no binding but its own inevitability. With the two superpowers unified under his banner, the remainder of Earth's fractured nations crumbled before the tide. In population, technology, industry, and force projection, the new alliance dwarfed all opposition. The wise surrendered, the foolish were extinguished. Thus ended the Age of Nations. The human empire rose, unchallenged, indivisible, supreme. Humanity's technological development remains constrained by Safan surveillance, the emperor declared to his assembled advisors. Our entire civilization operates under constant enemy observation. This represents the first battle we must win. Armed with captured Safan manufacturing knowledge, and combining it with technologies gleaned from multiple universal paradigms, the emperor swiftly devised comprehensive countermeasures. We shall construct planetary ion barriers to sever Safan quantum communication links, rendering the three-body civilization effectively blind. The solution proved elegantly simple. Ion shields would absorb free nuclear particles from the atmosphere, while Trisolarans controlled Safans through dimensional manipulation and circuit etching. Certain physical laws remained inviolate even to their advanced science. Safans possessed insufficient mass to resist fundamental particle attraction. Within ion barrier range, atomic nuclei lacking protons would capture the quantum devices, simultaneously blocking their communication arrays. The result: complete Trisolaran loss of terrestrial surveillance capability. Under imperial directive, ion barrier transmission towers began construction across the globe, a planetary defense network that would create the first true blind zone in Safan monitoring. Within the three-body virtual world, that digital cancer festering in Earth's information networks, ETO members gathered in emergency session. The avatar-bearing Qin, Xuanhuan's likeness trembled with barely contained fury. Their strategy had been elegant in its simplicity. Manipulate the emperor into prolonged civil war, bleeding humanity's strength until Trisolaran arrival found only corpses to govern. Instead, this being had achieved the impossible, global unification without devastating internal conflict. Such an outcome violated every prediction, every carefully calculated scenario. Worse still, the establishment of planetary ion barriers threatened to sever their lord's connection to Earth entirely. Damned fool, the Qin Shi Huang avatar snarled. He dares challenge the cosmic order itself. Confucius' digital form maintained philosophical calm. Rage serves no purpose. We must act decisively to prevent their success. Failure means our lords lose all control over this world. How do we stop them? Another member demanded. Only one option remains, declared Noi, the first successful wallbreaker, her status within ETO hierarchy granting her direct communication privileges with their alien masters. We must request technological assistance from our lords. Success here takes precedence over all other operations. The suggestion received unanimous approval from the gathered fanatics. Qin Shi Huang's avatar froze momentarily, a sign of quantum communication with distant Trisolaris, before resuming animation. Our lords have granted the request, he announced. Excitement rippled through the digital assembly. With Trisolaran technology, we cannot fail. Annihilate human tyranny. The world belongs to the three-body. This mission supersedes even the Luo Jai assassination protocol. Qin, Xuanhuan commanded, striking the virtual stone beneath his feet with his blade. We must halt the human empire's consolidation and eliminate their so-called emperor. Success here will elevate our organization's standing immeasurably. Each of you represents elite expertise in various fields. Return to your domains, devise maximum disruption strategies within your areas of influence. Submit operational proposals through secure channels. Time grows short, we must act with devastating speed. The gathering dissolved as 3 virtual suns rose, their light reducing all participants to digital ash. In a fortified villa on the outskirts of the former American capital, a man removed his VR interface with grim determination. Bulletproof glass sealed every window. Steel plates reinforced the walls. Independent air purification and water systems granted complete autonomy. This was no mere residence. It was a fortress designed to withstand siege. The man who bore the Qin, Xuanhuan designation paced his secured domain, mind racing through possibilities for imperial disruption. Knock, knock. Who is it? He called with practiced caution. Plumbing inspection, sir. You filed a service request. The ETO operative checked external surveillance feeds. A single maintenance worker stood by the entrance. No other figures visible within scanning range. Satisfied with the apparent normalcy, he began disengaging security protocols, magnetic locks, pressure sensors, motion detectors. As the final lock disengaged, the reinforced door exploded inward with tremendous force, launching the man backward into the wall with bone-crushing impact. He collapsed in a broken heap, ribs shattered, unable to move beyond agonized groaning. Beside the false maintenance worker, the air shimmered and distorted. A figure emerged from concealment, massive, gene-forged, wearing the unmistakable crimson and gold of the Adeptus Custodes. Permit me the courtesy of introduction, Valdor spoke with the formal dignity befitting his station. I am Valdor, shield captain of the Legio Custodes. My sacred duty involves the elimination of vermin such as yourself. The raven perched nearby, fixing the broken traitor with eyes that gleamed with predatory satisfaction. Traitor to humanity, the corvid spoke with darkly amused relish, you have chosen death. Chapter 29, The Girl with Stars. Escape, he exploited surveillance blind spots and adaptive camouflage to evade detection. You are not his equal, withdraw immediately. Safan's emergency transmission flickered before the man's vision. My lord, The operative spat crimson, struggling unsuccessfully to rise from the pavement. Communicating with your masters, Valdor approached with measured steps. His enhanced hearing had intercepted the whispered exchange, despite its minimal volume. Tyrant's lapdog, the man glared at Valdor with defiant hatred. Then what does that make you? A species-betraying vermin. Valdor's expression remained impassive as he gazed down at his captive. Human civilization is beyond salvation. We merely pursue righteous action. Fool, Valdor felt no inclination toward debate with such delusion. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to Trisolaran civilization. The man screamed his organization's motto, fixing Valdor with provocative intensity, seeking to provoke swift execution through rage. From his initial decision to join the Earth Trisolaris organization, he had prepared for martyrdom in the service of noble ideals. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to the Trisolaran Great Lord, the raven echoed in sardonic mockery. Valdor ignored his companion, maintaining calm regard for the prisoner. Inexplicable fury ignited within the captive's chest. Had his captor resorted to abuse or torture, anger would have been expected. Yet this indifferent scrutiny generated profound helplessness, like striking cotton with closed fists. It made him feel grotesque, clownish. Do it, kill me, he shrieked. No, Valdor shook his head. For creatures such as yourself, death represents mercy rather than punishment. Forcing you to witness your faith's destruction constitutes the cruelest retribution. You have dreamed eternally of Trisolaran descent to cleanse humanity, but that day shall never arrive. Instead, you vermin will languish in captivity until the Trisolaran civilization crumbles beneath the human empire's righteous wrath. Then you will be escorted to Trisolaran ruins for execution by firing squad. Terra replaced defiance in the man's features. Impossible, you cannot achieve such a victory. Valdor regarded the man beneath his boot with something approaching pity. We can, and we shall. Once the Empire's ionic barrier activates, Trisolaran civilization will be rendered blind. The technological blockade will dissolve, and prolonged suppression will yield explosive advancement. Humanity enters a period of unprecedented development. Soon, you may witness the annihilation of the first fleet dispatched by Trisolaran civilization. No, horror consumed the prisoner's expression. Should Valdor's words prove accurate, it would exceed death in its cruelty. Oh, then we can visit the Trisolaran homeworld to cultivate potatoes and tomatoes, the raven interjected cheerfully. With an entire civilization as fertilizer, the vegetables will surely achieve unprecedented excellence. Valdor stared at his companion in disbelief. Did this creature's consciousness contain anything beyond fried sustenance and condiments? When they establish the Magic Academy, they should offer specialized courses in potato preparation and sauce creation. Even when contemplating Trisolaran destruction, his first consideration involved agricultural products. When the Empire moved to eliminate the evil gods lurking in the void, would this accursed bird's primary concern be experimenting with condiments derived from malevolent deity corpses? The operative was transported within the ionic barrier zone, where Safan surveillance proved impossible. There, he endured continuous high-intensity interrogation. Though his will remained formidable, experienced interrogation specialists extracted every secret from his consciousness. A great purge followed, dealing another devastating blow to the ETO. Numerous political and business elites faced arrest, creating temporary instability across human society. The Emperor unified humanity's resources, guiding civilization's development through supreme authority. Supported by the Pan-Eurasian Concord's formidable infrastructure, a coalition of post-national entities across Asia and Africa operating under imperial command. Ionic barrier transmission towers across the globe achieved completion within months. The protective system, designated NUA, officially came online. Although engineers from the Concord handled primary infrastructure and system compilation, their work was directed by imperial authority. Naming rights were granted not as an honor, but as a bureaucratic formality. Activate the NUA system. At the Emperor's command, researchers initiated the sequence. Ionic barrier towers worldwide were activated simultaneously. Gleaming, streamlined spires projected massive energy beams skyward, spreading at high altitude to form overlapping barriers. All barriers merged and connected, creating a comprehensive force field shield. 4 light-years distant, within the Trisolaran system, Trisolaris currently experienced the dark night of its chaotic era. A massive moon dominated the sky, casting cold radiance across the landscape. Most Trisolarans had dehydrated into hibernation. Even plant life instinctively desiccated into fibrous bundles clinging to the surface, devoid of vitality. The colossal monitor at Earth Surveillance Station flickered several times before dying completely. High-ranking Trisolaran officials observed this development in profound silence. The ionic barrier had severed quantum entanglement arrays connecting the Safans. Restored to 11 dimensions, the Safans possessed internal sensors and interfaces smaller than electromagnetic wavelengths. Without entanglement array support, they could neither perceive the material universe nor receive transmitted commands. Trisolaran civilization had permanently lost their Safans within Earth space and could no longer impede humanity's fundamental technological advancement. Originally, we could have achieved effortless victory in this conflict, the Trisolaran head of state observed, approaching the window to gaze upon moonlit wasteland. The military consul displayed equal dejection. Who could have anticipated human civilization producing a ruler of such formidable leadership and cunning, single-handedly altering humanity's destiny? This defies probability. Other officials nodded in agreement. Human civilization had teetered on collapse before this figure's emergence reversed their fortune entirely. He had turned the tide and defied fate itself. Such intervention seemed almost unfair. Are any options remaining? The head of state addressed the science council. Do we possess alternative means of constraining humanity? The science council shook his head. Our current technology finds it extremely difficult to impact human civilization across 4 light-years. One possibility remains. The military council's words drew universal attention. Extreme pacifist factions within humanity possess significant numbers. If we could organize them into a resistance movement fighting for democracy and freedom, we might curtail the human empire's development. But Sophons can no longer enter Earth's space, the head of state frowned. How would we support such resistance? While Sophons cannot enter Earth space, they can still transmit messages, conveying our commands and ideology to the ETO. The military council paused before continuing. We could provide the resistance with advanced weapons technology, granting them the capability to contest the human empire. This constitutes playing with fire, the science council warned. Any mistake could place these technologies in imperial hands. Playing with fire now surpasses annihilation later. Humanity's development rate demonstrably exceeds our own. Allowing their peaceful advancement might result in human warships appearing above Trisolaris within our lifetimes. The head of state silenced all debate. Execute the support plan, we have no alternatives. Additionally, prepare evacuation protocols. Should the war fail, Trisolaran civilization will flee outward. Within the hibernation center, every awakening hibernator asked the same question. Has the Doomsday War begun? The facility experienced unprecedented activity during this period, with daily awakenings becoming routine. Following the ionic barrier's successful establishment, long-suppressed human society could finally exhale. It provided desperate humanity with a genuine hope of defeating the Trisolaran civilization. For fairness and to demonstrate human unity while avoiding special privileges, the Empire introduced new legislation. Every human must serve in the war effort and could not escape to the future through hibernation. All hibernators required awakening and assignment to duties. Chengxin awakened among them. She remained hospitalized until her physical functions recovered completely. During this period, she learned of Earth's current situation. All nations had vanished, with humanity unified under an imperious man calling himself the Emperor. Earth had established an ionic barrier, blocking Trisolaran surveillance and lifting the blockade on fundamental science. Her former organization, the Planetary Defense Council's Strategic Intelligence Bureau, had been inherited and redesignated as the Imperial Strategic Intelligence Bureau. Though shocked by human society's transformation, Chengxin quickly adapted to these changes with characteristic equanimity. Following discharge, her life gradually normalized, and she assumed it would continue peacefully. Until a man approached her, revealing terrifying cosmic truth. Dark Forest, every discovered civilization suffers devastating strikes. Trisolaran civilization prepares for mutual destruction. Once war with human civilization fails, they will publicly broadcast both Trisolaran and Earth coordinates to the entire universe. Chengxin trembled at this revelation. Should Trisolaran civilization resort to mutual destruction, human civilization would face universal extermination. The man continued. Trisolaran civilization has always sought peaceful coexistence with human civilization, sharing the solar system harmoniously. Trisolaran civilization desires only survival and has never intended humanity's extinction. Miss Chengxin, join our cause. Together, let us halt that tyrant and preserve both civilizations. Should war erupt, no one can control the ultimate consequences. Chapter 30. Obtaining Droplet and Photons Technology. Chengxin did not answer the other party immediately. The other party also did not press her, simply handing her a website address. My codename is Sakyamuni. If you are willing to join the ETO, you can contact me using this website. There's one more thing I need to tell you. The three-body civilization has always been tracking the spacecraft carrying Yun Tianming's brain, and the First Fleet is ready to intercept it. If the two civilizations reconcile, you might have a day of reunion. Hearing news of Yun Tianming, Cheng Xin's eyes widened, and complex emotions like astonishment, joy, and excitement surged within her. The staircase program had encountered an error during its implementation phase. One of the space sails ropes had broken, causing the spacecraft to deviate from its intended direction. Everyone had thought Yun Tianming's brain was lost in the vastness of space. Who would have thought the three-body civilization had been tracking it all along and planned to intercept and capture it? Before Cheng Xin could ask more, Sakyamuni bid farewell and left. Cheng Xin fell into a complex mix of wistfulness and confusion. She thought about many things. She thought about Yun Tianming, about the staircase program, about the dark forest, and about how she should choose. Unable to find answers, she walked onto the street, wandering aimlessly. The Emperor will save us. All glory belongs to him. Praise him, sing his praises, abandon those pathetic false gods. Humanity has a living God. Deafening shouts echoed everywhere. Vehicles coming and going displayed the Empire's double-headed eagle flag. Propaganda posters of the Emperor were everywhere. Society's worship of the Emperor reached an unprecedented height in human history. People had come to regard him as a god who saved humanity. Cheng Xin gazed at the Emperor's propaganda poster, feeling no excitement, only oppression. There was no tenderness or love in this man's eyes. They were as cold as stone. Cheng Xin could feel his ruthlessness, savagery, and bloodlust. If sacrificing 100,000 lives could win a war, he was the kind of person who would give the order without hesitation. As for how many broken families and how many mothers' tears those 100,000 lives represented, he did not care. He had no love, only the absolute rationality of weighing pros and cons. "Are you the girl with the stars?" A voice interrupted Cheng Xin's contemplation. She looked up in surprise, towards where the voice came from. She saw a group of girls. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at her. A man gave everything to give the one he loved a star. What a romantic love story, so enchanting. In the crowd, there was a mother holding a child. She handed the child in her arms to Cheng Xin. "Hold her, girl with the stars." The adorable little baby gave Cheng Xin a sweet smile. Cheng Xin picked up the cute little bundle of joy and pressed the baby's soft, wet little face against her own. Her heart instantly melted. She felt like she was holding the entire world, holding love. This world needed to be protected. Love needed to be passed on. At this moment, Cheng Xin firmed her resolve. She would contact the ETO member, codenamed Shakyamuni, as soon as she returned. "I want to join you, to fight against the tyrant and protect both civilizations. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will not hesitate, because this universe needs love." Imperial Security, Strategic Intelligence Bureau. Thomas Vader stood at rigid attention, his bearing exemplifying the disciplined perfection demanded of all who served the throne. He was an exemplary intelligence operative, a weapon honed sharp by years of service, cunning as any predator that stalked the shadows between stars. The Trisolaran threat remained 4 light-years distant, yet the war had already commenced in earnest. The Earth Trisolaran organization festered in darkness like a malignant growth, gathering strength with treasonous intent to topple the rightful dominion of humanity. Upon the Raven's Council, His Imperial Majesty had deigned to grant Vader an audience, an honor that lesser men would consider the apex of their mortal existence. "I have reviewed your service record, Thomas Vader. Your capabilities are adequate. You demonstrate the competence expected of one who serves the throne." The Emperor's voice carried the weight of absolute authority, each word measured and final. The hunt for ETO heretics presents considerable challenge. These traitors occupy positions of influence, wielding resources and intelligence networks while receiving aid from alien powers. Yet I possess complete confidence in your abilities. You shall complete this sacred duty. Remember this truth above all others. Any wretch who seeks humanity's destruction forfeits their right to existence in this realm. They should all become nutrients for tomatoes and potatoes. The Raven perched upon His Majesty's shoulder declared with characteristic irreverence. "You shall become a blade wreathed in shadow, serving the light. For glorious ketchup and crispy fries, strike true, Vader." His Imperial Majesty endured the ravens. Unconventional proclamations with the infinite patience befitting one who ruled a million worlds, maintaining his aura of cold majesty despite the circumstances. Vader inclined his head in acknowledgement. I welcome this trial, my lord. Such challenges are the crucible in which true servants of the throne are forged. Earth Low Orbital Defense Platform. The revived Zhang Beihai accompanied Imperial Navy Commander Chang Yue through the orbital installations, observing the transformation that had occurred during his period of stasis. Gone were the petty squabblings between nation-states that had once plagued humanity like a cancer. No longer did corruption and self-interest drain resources that should have been consecrated to mankind's survival. While maintaining the welfare of imperial citizens, the unified world government could now dedicate resources to the space fleet that exceeded previous efforts tenfold. Massive endeavors, orbital shipyards, defense platforms, long-range detection arrays commenced with unprecedented coordination, each project a testament to humanity's resolve against alien oppression. The Empire advances the Nanshianmen defense grid, a component of the Celestial Court Strategic Initiative, Chang Yue declared, his voice carrying the pride of one who served a worthy cause. Behold the Kunpeng-class vessel currently under construction, a trans-system support platform of unprecedented scale. Chang Yue gestured toward the colossal warship taking shape in the void, 30 kilometers of reinforced hull length, 5 kilometers beam, 7 kilometers draft. A cathedral of war that would carry humanity's wrath to distant stars. His Imperial Majesty provided the blueprints personally. Sublight propulsion systems theoretically capable of achieving 80% light speed. The hull incorporates advanced alloy composites and spatial integrity fields, ensuring structural cohesion during acceleration phases that would pulverize lesser vessels. Once the Kunpeng achieves operational status, confronting the Trisolaran threat shall prove manageable. Furthermore, the Kunlun Mirror project enters preliminary phases. The Empire shall deploy quantum communication arrays beyond the Sol system's boundaries. Upon completion of the Kunlun Mirror detection grid, we shall command full tactical awareness beyond our system's limits, transcending the tyranny of relativistic constraints. This coordinated offensive shall ensure the Trisolaran menace neither achieves victory nor escape. Zhang Beihai nodded thoughtfully. Commander, these achievements are remarkable, yet I have one question. Speak freely. These imperial projects bear designations from Eastern mythology. How was this naming convention decided? Chang Yue's expression remained professional. The naming committee selected mythological references from various human cultures based on project characteristics and symbolic appropriateness. The Kunpeng represents vast journeys fitting for an interstellar vessel. Administrative efficiency guided these decisions. Zhang Beihai displayed understanding, a practical approach. Indeed, now let us discuss your duties, Chang Yue continued. As political commissar supporting the final war effort, your loyalty is beyond question. The ETO organization spreads its poison throughout imperial territory. High Command expresses concern that seditious ideologies may infiltrate military ranks. You must maintain absolute control over ideological purity and prevent reactionary elements from corrupting our forces. Zhang Beihai straightened. I shall execute these duties with unwavering dedication, living up to the expectations of command and the citizens of the Empire. Yet behind his determined facade, Zhang Beihai's thoughts turned toward darker considerations. The void stretched infinite and hostile beyond their small haven. Should humanity fail to break free of the Xuanhuan blockade, he would pursue escape by any means necessary. The Empire had constructed ion barriers, severing alien surveillance. The technological disparity between humanity and the Trisolarans remained, yet no longer represented an insurmountable chasm. As a soldier of the Empire, he could not choose the path of the coward. Following Imperial assessment, the Wallfacer project is hereby terminated. Humanity acknowledges your service. Hins and Luo Jai, recently awakened from cryogenic suspension, received news that brought immeasurable relief. The burden of a Wallfacer had proven too great for mortal minds to bear. Taylor had chosen the coward's path of suicide, while Ray Diaz met his end at the hands of his own people, beaten to death by those he had sought to protect. The deaths of two wall-facers had shattered the nerves of the survivors, filling them with dread over what judgment might await should their schemes be exposed. Now their duties had ended. Freedom had returned to them. I request audience with the supreme ruler of the Imperium. I possess knowledge that may influence the war's outcome. Luo Jai contemplated the weight of revelation before resolving to divulge the dark forest theory. The authorities required warning against excessive optimism. Even should the Trisolaran threat be eliminated, humanity's situation would remain far from secure. The Emperor's private laboratory. His Imperial Majesty remained sequestered within his sanctum of research and contemplation. Each universe presented unique variables. The same technologies required modification to function across dimensional boundaries. Extensive testing ensured any knowledge he bestowed upon the Imperial Research Adeptus would prove functional rather than theoretical. As he completed localization protocols for Nova Cannon technology, weapons capable of accelerating projectiles to light speed, familiar words manifested before him. Destiny node altered by 15%, acquired droplet detector technology, acquired light particle weapon technology, acquired microcosm construction technology. Well, the Raven commented from his shoulder perch, that's what I call productive multitasking, though I still say we should have grabbed some of that sci-fi coffee machine tech while we were at it. His Imperial Majesty maintained his eternal patience, though the corner of his mouth might have twitched, imperceptibly, of course. Chapter 31, Chengxin arrested. The Emperor's private laboratory. The droplet detector and light particle weapon technologies received cursory examination before the Emperor set them aside. His vast intellect had already absorbed their fundamental principles, impressive by this universe's standards, yet merely incremental advances compared to the technologies he had witnessed across the galaxy. His attention focused entirely upon the technical knowledge related to microcosm construction. The theories involved proved remarkably sophisticated. This universe existed as a bubble separated from the void by a supermembrane, what these humans termed the cosmic wall. Microcosm technology could breach dimensional barriers to create universes with reduced spatial parameters. In essence, opening smaller bubbles upon the surface of the greater one. Each microcosm possessed independent temporal and spatial dimensions. Even should the macrocosm face destruction, the microcosm would remain unaffected, a form of dimensional fortress that even the ruinous powers might struggle to breach. The limitation proved equally significant. Microcosms contained only physical laws, no resources. All materials required importation from the macrocosm. Furthermore, this technology inflicted measurable harm upon reality itself. Every universe possessed a critical threshold of matter loss. Exceed that boundary, and the cosmos would lose its regenerative capacity, condemned to eternal expansion until final entropy claimed all. Yet if such technology could be perfected, refined to its ultimate expression, humanity would wield authority approaching that of the Creator himself. The sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention from these profound considerations. Valdor entered the laboratory, offering the ritual salute of the Adeptus Custodes. My lord, the individual designated wallfacer, Liu Jai, requests audience. He claims to possess intelligence of critical importance to your person. Wallfacer, the Emperor's knowledge of this universe included awareness of their desperate stratagem. Faced with overwhelming technological disadvantage and constant Safan surveillance, Earth's previous leadership had implemented the Wallfacer project. These individuals required no accountability, no explanations. They could mobilize vast societal resources to formulate strategic plans against the Trisolaran threat. He insists upon personal audience. Valdor inclined his head. Indeed, my lord, he claims his intelligence concerns the survival of both civilizations. Looks like you've become part of someone's master plan, big guy. The raven observed with characteristic irreverence. The emperor considered this development with the patience of one who had witnessed countless schemes across 10 millennia. Grant him audience. Imperial Laboratory, secure conference chamber. Luo Jai was escorted through multiple security checkpoints, each scan confirming the absence of weapons, surveillance devices, or concealed threats. The laboratory's defensive measures surpassed anything he had witnessed, automated systems that could detect molecular-level anomalies. Upon crossing the final threshold, divine radiance filled his vision. A figure wreathed in golden light awaited his arrival, perfect in form, bearing an aura of absolute authority that spoke to something fundamental in the human psyche. Your Majesty. Luo Jai had been a committed atheist throughout his adult life. Scientific rationalism had guided his worldview, dismissing religious concepts as primitive superstition. Yet faced with this being's presence, doubt crept into his convictions. Perhaps divine entities did exist within this cosmos. Unconscious impulse drove him toward genuflection, seeking to offer eternal loyalty to this transcendent figure. Do not kneel. The emperor's gesture released psychic force that prevented Luo Jai's submission. With destiny nodes altered by 15%, the macrocosmic will's restrictions upon his power had loosened significantly, permitting limited psychic manifestation. Shock registered across Luo Jai's features. The empire's ruler possessed capabilities that exceeded scientific explanation entirely. What matter requires my personal attention? Have even you incorporated me into your strategic calculations? Hearing this familiar phrase, Luo Jai displayed profound shame, shaking his head repeatedly. During his early tenure as wallfacer, he had indulged in hedonistic pursuits, using that very excuse to deflect criticism from those who questioned his methods. Please forgive my previous absurdities, Your Majesty. This audience concerns genuinely critical intelligence. Yi Wenji, the woman who initiated first contact with Trisolaran civilization, shared two fundamental theorems that enabled me to establish cosmic sociology as a discipline. Experimental equipment hummed in the background. The Emperor retrieved a data tablet, reviewing instrument feedback while maintaining attention to Luo Jai's report. Fascinating, continue. Luo Jai recognized the Emperor's dedication to his research. This audience represented time carved from urgent experimental work. He proceeded directly to his central thesis. Civilization's primary imperative is survival, followed by growth and expansion. Yet the universe's total matter remains constant. Physical laws and species differences create chains of suspicion between civilizations that prove nearly impossible to break. Every civilization harbors potential for technological explosion, sudden advancement that can alter the balance of power. Therefore, when civilizations discover each other, peaceful coexistence becomes extremely difficult. The ultimate choice invariably leads to mutual destruction. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization represents a hunter carrying weapons. They move cautiously through darkness, and upon detecting any movement, they will fire without hesitation. Oh, big guy, the raven interjected with wing-flapping enthusiasm. A local villager named Luo Jai just shared the universe's fundamental truth with you, the dark forest theory. The emperor ceased his work, turning to regard Luo Jai with an expression that caused the man's thoughts to freeze entirely. The theory demonstrates considerable merit. However, I must ask, why should different species coexist peacefully? Luo Jai. In that moment, understanding dawned with crystalline clarity. He finally comprehended why the vast cosmos had devolved into a dark forest of mutual annihilation. It seems my concerns were misplaced and have provided you amusement, Luo Jai said quietly. Do not diminish your contributions. Your insights possess genuine value. The emperor set aside his data tablet. They complete certain conjectures I have been developing. Having delivered his warning, Luo Jai requested permission to depart. He no longer desired involvement in humanity's salvation, only to return to his wife and children, to find whatever warmth remained in this cold universe. After Luo Jai's departure, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. "What occupies your thoughts, big guy?" the raven inquired. The emperor fixed his corvid companion with a calculating gaze. "I am considering whether the dark forest represents a consequence of this universe's excessive suppression of the warp. Do the entities that wander beyond reality's boundaries serve another function within the cosmic ecosystem, specifically, cleansing civilizations to promote the cycle of existence? The warp and material universe maintain delicate balance. This cosmos suppresses psychic dimensions too severely, leaving only pure physical laws. Without malevolent forces to tempt civilizations toward self-destruction, their lifespans increase dramatically. Unable to escape their native universe, they wage constant war for resources and dominance, eliminating rivals through direct conflict rather than corruption." The raven grasped the emperor's implications immediately. Like the relationship between predators and prey, this universe lacks wolves, so the herbivores overpopulate until environmental collapse becomes inevitable. Fascinating theory indeed. Perhaps after sufficient multiversal exploration, we'll uncover the truth behind such cosmic mechanics. Earth Underground Resistance Network. Cheng Xin joined the Earth Trisolaran organization, adopting the codename Maria. Her unique status as the girl who owned the stars granted her tremendous influence among the general population. Many citizens rallied to the resistance specifically because of her involvement, transforming the movement into a significant force. They raised banners proclaiming freedom, democracy, opposition to dictatorship and tyranny, attempting to incite popular rebellion against imperial rule. Numerous families and regional power structures, unwilling to submit to centralized authority, responded to these calls. Conflicts erupted across continents as resistance cells struck imperial installations and supply lines. Videos and literature promoting Trisolaran civilization, while questioning humanity's motives, circulated widely throughout human society. The Trisolarans seek only a place to survive. They desire no war. Having endured over 200 chaotic eras purely for survival, such a resilient species deserves humanity's respect. Choose peace, not war. The Trisolarans never declared hostile intent. These claims represent deception by human leadership seeking centralized power. Similar propaganda spread like wildfire through underground networks and sympathetic media outlets. As the resistance movement reached its peak influence, Imperial Strike Force Alpha. Thomas Vader adjusted the respirator system of his matte black combat armor, a fusion of three-body world manufacturing techniques enhanced with Imperial modifications. The suit's angular plates and reinforced joints bore the aesthetic hallmarks of this universe's industrial design, yet subtle aquila etchings marked it as something far more dangerous. His hand rested upon the grip of his signature weapon, a plasma saber of his own design. In its dormant state, it resembled a traditional blade, curved like a talwar, yet straight-edged like a katana, its monomolecular edge capable of cutting through conventional materials with surgical precision. But with the activation of integrated plasma coils, the blade became something else entirely. Crimson energy wreathed the steel, raising its temperature to stellar core levels. In this mode, the saber could slice through virtually any known material: starship hulls, reinforced bunkers, even the exotic matter composites the Trisolarans favored. The respirator's mechanical rhythm gave his voice a distinctive modulated quality as he addressed his strike team through the comm system. Target acquired. High-ranking ETO operatives confirmed within the facility. Remember, we need prisoners for interrogation. The girl with the stars takes priority. Vader had located the primary stronghold through methodical intelligence gathering and systematic surveillance. His reputation for such operations had earned him recognition throughout the Imperial command structure, and a certain dark mystique among resistance elements who whispered of the black-armored hunter who moved like death incarnate. He led the Imperial task force in a coordinated assault, breaching the facility's defenses with overwhelming force. The engagement proved brief but brutal. Resistance fighters, despite their ideological fervor, found themselves outmatched by tactical precision, superior equipment, and the terrifying efficiency of their black-clad leader. Vader's plasma saber carved through defensive barriers like they were constructed from paper. Red light painted the walls as he advanced through the stronghold's corridors, his cape billowing behind him with each purposeful stride. When the smoke cleared, numerous resistance members lay dead, their stronghold captured intact. The surviving ETO leadership found themselves in Imperial custody, including Cheng Xin herself, who stared at the dark figure with a mixture of terror and fascination, unable to reconcile the almost mythical aura surrounding this enforcer of Imperial will. Chapter 32, Expedition to the Three-Body Star System. Imperial soldiers, encased in powered exoskeletons and bearing weapons that hummed with barely contained energy, advanced through the ETO stronghold with methodical precision. The traitors' resistance crumbled like parchment before flame. The engagement proved brutally one-sided. Bodies littered the corridors where they had fallen, their weapons useless against the transhuman efficiency of the Emperor's chosen. The surviving ETO leadership knelt in a circle of Imperial steel, trembling before their captors like penitents before the throne. Thomas Vader approached through the carnage, his matte black armor bearing the scars of recent combat. His respirator's mechanical rhythm gave his voice an inhuman quality as he surveyed the prisoners. Among them, he recognized a familiar face. Cheng Xin bore the marks of rough handling, her features bloodied, one leg bound where a law's round had found its mark. Yet she lived, which was what mattered for interrogation purposes. "Cheng, how the mighty have fallen." Vader's tone carried the cold satisfaction of a hunter who had finally cornered his prey. Cheng Xin raised her head, recognition dawning in her swollen eyes. Blood traced paths down her cheeks from where Imperial discipline had been applied. "Vader," the name emerged as barely a whisper. The soldiers who had taken this facility bore the thought steel seal, their loyalty to the Emperor absolute, their dedication to humanity's survival uncompromising. They showed no mercy to species traitors, as was appropriate. Vader had not witnessed their methods personally, but the results spoke for themselves. "I trust they left your mind intact. That would be unfortunate otherwise." He stood before her like an avatar of Imperial justice. The red glow of his plasma, saber's dormant emitters, casting hellish shadows across his features. "Did you orchestrate this?" Cheng Xin gestured weakly at the corpses surrounding them. "Command these pawns to slaughter innocents." "War recognizes no innocence," Vader replied with the certainty of one who had embraced that truth long ago. "If you believed these conspirators innocent, you should have remained in your comfortable delusions." Despite her injuries, defiance flickered in Cheng Xin's eyes. "I fight to preserve humanity, to protect the peace that could exist between our species." Vader retrieved a glow stick from his armor's utility pouch, inhaling its acrid scent before responding. "By conducting terrorist operations, creating civilian casualties, painting invaders as victims," his voice carried decades of accumulated contempt. "Your methods betray your true loyalties." "You understand nothing of the universe's darkness," Cheng Xin said, straightening despite her pain. "Humanity and the Trisolaran civilization share a common fate now." "Ah, the dark forest." Vader's laugh held no warmth. "You speak as though this revelation carries weight." Surprise registered across her battered features. "You know of it." Vader tapped his temple, where the thought steel seal's neural interface lay, hidden beneath armor plating. "All senior Imperial officials have been briefed." Luo Jai shared his theories with His Majesty, who deemed us worthy of that knowledge. "Then you know the danger." Cheng Xin's voice cracked with desperate hope. "Why provoke a war between civilizations when the stakes are so absolute?" "I must correct a fundamental error in your reasoning," Vader said, his tone growing colder still. "This war was initiated by the Trisolaran civilization. Their arrogance when victory seemed assured, none who witnessed it shall forget. Now, sensing defeat, they feign desire for peace. Do you recall their first public communication? 'You are bugs.' After that pronouncement, silence. They watched humanity's terror and despair with the detachment of scientists observing laboratory specimens." Cheng Xin turned away, unwilling to engage with truths that challenged her convictions. "Will you execute me now, Vader? Present my corpse to your master as proof of your competence." Death comes later, Vader replied. All significant ETO collaborators will be detained until humanity's victory is complete. Then you will be transported to the ruins of Trisolaris for final judgment. You will fail, she whispered. Resistance will endure. When the Dark Forest's truth spreads, the people will reject this war. They will tear you apart as they did Rey Diaz. Vader waited for her words to fade before delivering his response. Do you imagine this remains the era of Xuanhuan surveillance and human helplessness? The Empire controls all information networks. Data requires imperial approval before dissemination. If His Majesty deems the Dark Forest theory unsuitable for public consumption, no effort of yours will spread it. Dictatorial madmen, the curse tore from Cheng Xin's throat. Vader's amusement only deepened at her rage and frustration. Her powerlessness provided him with genuine satisfaction. Allow me to share additional intelligence, he continued. The mother and child you encountered the day Sakyamuni recruited you, that was entirely orchestrated. The ETO understood your psychological profile perfectly. They crafted that scene specifically to manipulate your emotions. Did you feel righteousness when you joined their cause? Did you believe yourself a protector of innocence and beauty? You were always a weapon, nothing more. The girl who owned the stars opposes human tyranny. Such compelling propaganda. Your actions were not born of love, but of stupidity masquerading as virtue. You murdered every person who believed in your fabricated nobility. Vader gestured toward a young woman's corpse nearby. Observe, 17 years old, 3 days from her 18th birthday. She died because of you. Your willingness to accept transparent lies cost her everything. If you had exercised even basic critical thinking, none of these believers would have followed you to destruction. The words struck Cheng Xin like physical blows. Her body shook as if gripped by palsy, tears threatening to overwhelm her composure despite her efforts. Vader savored her anguish. Death was mere mercy. True retribution lay in the destruction of everything one held sacred. Cheng Xin would not die quickly. She would witness the Trisolaran civilization's annihilation first, understanding fully the consequences of her betrayal. This was justice. This was the price of treason against one's own species. The ETO and its resistance cells, despite Trisolaran technological support, proved insufficient against imperial might and popular loyalty. The masses, having endured the Great Ravine's horrors, possessed no appetite for alien promises. They chose the Emperor's certainty over the aliens' false hope of coexistence. Under combined imperial and civilian pressure, the remaining conspirators fell quickly. Their attempts to disseminate the Dark Forest theory died stillborn, strangled by information controls that rendered their efforts meaningless. With internal threats eliminated, the human empire entered a period of unprecedented expansion. Lunar colonies flourished. Martian settlements grew from outposts to cities. The entire solar system became humanity's domain. Void fortresses materialized in the darkness between worlds. Silent guardians armed with weapons capable of cracking continents. Shipyards operated without pause, their foundries birthing vessels that would carry imperial wrath across the stars. War engines of terrible beauty took shape in the vacuum, each one a testament to humanity's evolved capacity for organized violence. Quantum sensing arrays spread throughout human space, their signals forming the Kunlun mirror detection grid. No alien approach would go unnoticed. Humanity began screening nearby systems for threats and opportunities. Extinction protocols stood ready, viral payloads and cyclonic weaponry prepared to sterilize any world that harbored enemies of mankind. The Trisolaran civilization watched this transformation with growing desperation. Their initial plan, fighting until defeat became inevitable, then broadcasting both civilizations' coordinates to trigger universal destruction, seemed increasingly hollow as human capabilities multiplied beyond their comprehension. When mysterious technologies appeared on human vessels, innovations that surpassed even Trisolaran understanding, the aliens tasted the same helplessness they had once inflicted upon humanity. Finally, through their remaining Sophons within the solar system, they requested negotiations. Peaceful coexistence remains possible. Non-aggression between our peoples. Should humanity persist in its aggressive intentions, both civilizations' coordinates will be transmitted throughout the galaxy. The Emperor's response consisted of 4 words that shattered Trisolaran hopes. Humanity fears no consequences. The reply carried such absolute certainty that it drove their society toward complete despair. Human expansion continued unabated. When the First Fleet achieved operational status and prepared for the expedition to Trisolaris itself, the Emperor received notification of his achievements. Fate node altered by 30%. Acquired: 2-dimensional foil technology, deadline technology, dimensional reversal technology. Our work here reaches its conclusion, big guy, the Raven observed from his perch. 30% alteration, the predetermined fate lies in complete ruins. The Emperor nodded slowly, his golden gaze fixed upon the stars. This reality's humanity has achieved maturity. The time for departure has come. Yet I shall return when circumstances permit. When that day arrives, the human empires of both realities will unite as one. All of humanity, across every dimension of existence, shall stand together beneath a single banner. Such is our species' ultimate destiny among the stars. His words carried the weight of prophecy, spoken by one who had guided mankind from Terra's ashes to galactic dominion. In this reality, as in countless others, humanity would claim its rightful inheritance. The dark forest of the cosmos would burn in the light of unbreakable human will. Chapter 33, The Return to the Stars. Within the strategic command chamber of his flagship, the Emperor had summoned those mortals who had proven themselves worthy in the crucible of the Trisolaran crisis. Hin Shido, Luo Jai, Thomas Vader, and Zhang Beihai stood before him, souls who had maintained their resolve when faced with species extinction, who had exhausted every stratagem in service of humanity's survival. Their personal strength in the face of despair, their unwavering loyalty to their species, these qualities had earned them recognition from the master of mankind himself. "Your Majesty," they intoned as one, offering the reverence due to their savior. The Emperor regarded them with something approaching warmth, an expression that would have shocked those who knew him only as the implacable conqueror of Terra. "Formality serves no purpose here," he said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority tempered by genuine regard. "I have gathered you because my work in this reality approaches completion. A new duty awaits, one that you must shoulder in my absence." Luo Jai felt ice crystallize in his veins. "Your Majesty." "The Trisolaran threat has been neutralized. Victory belongs to humanity, as it was always destined to. My purpose here is fulfilled, the time has come for departure." "No," the cry tore from Hin Shido's throat. "You cannot abandon us now." Vader's features twisted with incomprehension. "You have elevated humanity to heights we never dared imagine. How can you simply cast aside everything you have built? The supreme authority of a unified world, the adoration of billions, power that lesser men would kill to possess for even a moment." Yet the Emperor spoke of abandoning it all as though it were worthless. "Power and dominion are tools, nothing more," the Emperor replied with infinite patience. "I seek only humanity's ascension. Wealth and authority are as dust compared to that sacred purpose." He surveyed their stricken faces, his voice growing gentler still. "Do not mourn this parting. Separation serves only to make eventual reunion more precious. One day I shall return to guide humanity toward its ultimate transcendence. Until that time, you must serve as guardians of what we have built. The masses cannot be expected to maintain perfect wisdom in all circumstances. When the empire strays from righteousness, you must guide it back to the proper path. After the Trisolaran defeat, the expansion must continue. In this dark cosmos, only those who actively claim new territories deserve to survive. Before my departure, accept this final gift." The Emperor approached each man in turn, his towering form dwarfing them like an adult among children. His massive hand engulfed their heads entirely as he pressed his palm against their foreheads, fingers spanning from temple to temple. Gene engines, archaeotech of impossible sophistication, flowed from his touch, merging with their cellular structure and rewriting the very foundations of their biology. "You now possess lifespans measured in millennia, intellects enhanced beyond mortal limitations, and physical capabilities that transcend human norms. The price is absolute. You must abandon all personal desires and dedicate your existence to humanity's welfare until the final moment. When next we meet, I trust you will not have disappointed me." The emperor paused, his expression growing uncharacteristically thoughtful. "There is one additional matter of utmost importance. Ensure that tomatoes and potatoes are cultivated throughout human space. Research into optimal seasoning preparations must also be prioritized." The raven, perched upon his shoulder, offered an enthusiastic wing gesture of approval. Valdor, standing at attention nearby, permitted himself the smallest possible eye roll. He harbored dark visions of future Imperial Guard charges accompanied by battle cries of "for superior condiments and properly prepared tubers." After establishing his chosen guardians, the emperor addressed the empire through every communication network simultaneously. "As promised, I return to you those freedoms I once asked you to surrender: democracy, individual rights, the privileges of self-governance. Use them wisely. Love your fellow humans, not abstract ideals that may lead you astray." The announcement struck human civilization like a thunderbolt. None had anticipated that the emperor would voluntarily relinquish his authority at the moment of ultimate triumph. Across every world, every habitat, every void station, citizens wept openly at the news. Millions converged on the imperial capital, desperate to prevent his departure. In this cold and merciless universe, they had found in him the protection of a father, the guidance of a god. Their pleas proved futile. Before the crowds could reach him, the emperor and his custodian had vanished through the dimensional portal opened by the raven. In the months following his departure, grief settled over human space like a shroud. Citizens openly mourned in the streets, unable to contain their anguish when confronted with his statues and portraits. Many had assumed him to be merely another tyrant drunk on power, another despot who had seized control through force and charisma. His voluntary abdication shattered those cynical assumptions entirely. The universe bore witness to a truth that transcended mortal understanding. Everything he had done had been born of love for his species. As time passed, sorrow transformed into determination. Humanity gazed toward the stars with new resolve, vowing to fulfill his vision and establish their species as the galaxy's dominant force. The expedition order was issued. The assembled fleet prepared for departure, thousands of vessels arranged in perfect formation, their fusion drives igniting simultaneously to birth artificial suns in the void. They moved with solemn purpose, displaying humanity's power and dignity to any who might be watching. The armada accelerated steadily until achieving 70% of light speed, its destination the Trisolaran home system. Intelligence estimates suggested contact with the alien First Fleet within 3 years. When that moment arrived, the first battle between civilizations would commence. Myth space. The Raven observed the sphere of light representing the three-body universe merge with the dimensional nexus, its energies flowing into the swirling cosmos that surrounded them. Primordial power cascaded through the ethereal realm, causing the mists to coalesce briefly into magnificent structures before dispersing once more. More fuel for the engine, the Raven mused, studying the changes before departing the dimensional space. He returned to find the Emperor's flagship approaching the Manville Point at the edge of the Petacana system. Time flowed differently between realities. Their extended campaign in the three-body universe had consumed mere hours in their native dimension. The fleet prepared for warp translation, ready to tear through the barriers between real space and the immaterium. New conquests awaited, new worlds to bring into imperial compliance. The expeditionary force had grown magnificent in its power. Titan war engines that strode like gods of battle, custodians and Astartes enhanced with gene engines, auxiliary forces numbering in the millions. Most isolated human colonies lacked the strength to resist such might. More importantly, the majority welcomed imperial reunification, recognizing the opportunity to reclaim their birthright among the stars. During the campaign, several systems still maintaining void-capable fleets offered their vessels to the cause, swelling the expedition's numbers beyond initial projections. As the armada expanded, the emperor divided it into separate battle groups, each assigned to reclaim different sectors of human space simultaneously. The primary limitation remained faster-than-light travel. While alternative methods existed, none matched the efficiency of warp transit. Until revolutionary breakthroughs emerged, the Immaterium would remain their primary highway between stars. In the expedition's early phases, the Emperor personally navigated each translation, his psychic might ensuring safe passage through the Sea of Souls. Lesser navigators lacked such capabilities. Without proper guidance, entire fleets could vanish into the warp's endless storms. During humanity's golden age, navigation beacons had spanned the galaxy, providing reference points for safe travel. The Iron Men Rebellion and the Age of Strife had destroyed most of these installations, leaving vast regions effectively unreachable. Salvation arrived in the form of communication from Terra. The Imperial Palace, carved from the Himalayan peaks and the Tibetan Plateau, had achieved a crucial milestone. With Mechanicus' expertise and the Empire's boundless resources, several critical installations had reached operational status. Chief among these was the Astronomicon, the Emperor's original design for providing galactic navigation coordinates. The beacon integrated Golden Age technologies with his own psychic power, creating a lighthouse capable of illuminating every corner of the galaxy. Any psyker could perceive the Astronomicon's radiance. Following its guidance, warp travel would become dramatically safer and more efficient. The Great Fleet divided into more than a dozen battle groups, each bound for different sectors. Mechanicus exploration vessels accompanied them, using the Astronomicon to venture into uncharted regions of space. The Great Crusade had begun anew. As the campaign reached full momentum, a Vox transmission arrived from the exploratory forces. Tech-adept Gamma 77's voice carried across the void, distorted by vast distance and warp interference. Priority communication to Imperial Command. We have located the 16th Primarch. He has taken the name Horus. Loop Oracle. Chapter 34, The 16th Sun. The discovery of the 16th Primarch was tidings of profound import to the master of mankind. In the dark epics of genetic manipulation, the touch of the warp could twist noble purpose into abomination. During the Age of Strife, countless horrors had been birthed from the hubris of those who sought to improve upon the human form. Some were the deliberate creations of madmen drunk on forbidden knowledge. Most were mere accidents, experiments that slipped their creators' leash and devoured all in their path. To forge a stable superhuman force capable of reclaiming the galaxy, the Emperor had first wrought the Primarchs as anchors against the tides of chaos. From their template, he had then crafted the Legions Astartes, 20 armies to serve 20 suns in the conquest of the stars. Yet even as he labored to perfect his greatest work, the ruinous powers struck. They invaded his most sacred laboratorium, scattered his children across the void, and left him with empty gene vaults and the bitter taste of defeat. Bring him to me at once. The Emperor's command echoed through the halls of the inner palace. The return of the 16th filled him with a satisfaction that transcended mortal joy. Within each Primarch burned fragments of power stolen from the very heart of the warp, divine essence bound within mortal flesh. They were as gods walking among men, yet anchored to reality by their human forms. Have you considered what words you will speak to him? The raven perched upon the arm of the golden throne, his obsidian eyes fixed upon his companion. You're not planning some grand speech about duty and destiny, are you? About how he must bear the weight of humanity's salvation? Should he not? The Emperor turned his golden gaze upon the raven, seeking counsel from the only being he considered an equal. They were bound together, two aspects of a single symbol, neither able to exist without the other. We are not gods, the raven said quietly. Children born to save the world exist only in myths and legends. He tilted his head, studying the Emperor with ancient eyes. Unless you seek to emulate those very myths, to arrange the fates of mortals like pieces on a regicide board, if so, what meaning is there in your constant denial of divinity? Treat him as you would any man. If he cannot comprehend the suffering of ordinary humans, how can we expect him to champion their cause? The emperor's expression grew troubled. But they are mighty beyond measure, to waste such power when the galaxy burns. We possess the knowledge to elevate any human to greatness, the raven interrupted. Have you forgotten your experiences beyond the veil? Those weak mortals you once knew, they faced enemies far superior to themselves and prevailed through will alone. If we truly seek humanity's ascension, then we must have faith in human potential. The emperor was silent for a long moment. Had this counsel come from Malcador or Constantine, he would have dismissed it without consideration. But the raven's words carried weight that none other possessed. "You speak wisdom," he said at last. "I shall consider carefully how to approach this reunion." Horace Lupercal was escorted into the throne room by a phalanx of custodians, their auramite plate gleaming like captured starlight. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, his presence filling the vast chamber with an aura of barely contained power. Within his gene-forged frame lay strength enough to shatter mountains. After the Chaos Gods had torn him from the Emperor's care, the infant Primarch had fallen upon Cethonia, a gang-ruled world within the Sol system's sphere. His gestation pod had ruptured upon impact, leaving the child broken and bleeding among the hive's refuse. A butcher had found him first, a creature wearing masks of human skin who dragged the injured Primarch to his slaughterhouse with thoughts of fresh meat. But fate, or perhaps the subtle influence of a Primarch's psychic presence, intervened. Hagden, a gang lord of considerable brutality, had passed by the abattoir and claimed the child for reasons he never fully understood. They named him Narig, the Nameless One, in the ancient tongue of Cethonia's first colonists. To earn a true name, the young Primarch had ventured to the planet's radioactive surface, where he discovered the remains of his gestation pod and killed a Mechanicus explorator who had come seeking the same prize. The tech priest's augmetics had recorded Horus's features before his death, and the Omnissiah's servants had recognized the Emperor's lost creation. But Horus had claimed the fallen priest's weapon as a trophy, hoping to earn recognition from his adoptive father. Hagden had struck him down for his foolishness. "You have doomed us all, nameless boy," the gang lord had snarled. His words proved prophetic. The Adeptus Mechanicus came in force, their Skidari legions burning through the hive's undercity like cleansing fire. As his tribe died around him, Hagden had pressed a blade into Horus's hands. "Do it," the old killer had whispered. "To earn a name, you must spill the blood of those who raised you." So Horus had driven the blade home, and with his adoptive father's dying breath came the name that would echo through history: Horus. In that moment of patricide, dormant genes had awakened. The Primarch's body had reshaped itself, transforming from youth to demigod in mere heartbeats. The Mechanicus had found him thus, a giant among corpses, bearing the face their cogitators had marked for retrieval. Such presence, the raven mused silently, studying the towering figure before the throne. A god wearing mortal flesh, no wonder the dark powers covet them so. He did not speak of what he knew, of futures where this son would raise his hand against his creator, of the galaxy burning in civil war. The threads of fate had already been rewoven by his presence. What was to come remained unwritten. "Who are you?" Horus's voice carried the authority of one born to command, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes as he gazed upon the Emperor. "You may consider me your father," the Emperor replied, his voice resonating with power that made the very air tremble. "For I shaped you with my own hands, before enemies stole you from my side." The raven watched the reunion with mild interest, then spread his wings and took flight. He had seen enough. The Emperor would not repeat the mistakes of the original timeline by immediately granting Horus command of the 16th Legion. He alighted upon Constantin Valdor's shoulder, where the Captain General stood guard beyond the throne room's massive doors. "I have a task for you, Big V," the raven said, his tone shifting to casual familiarity. Valdor's expression remained impassive behind his auramite helm. "Have you developed another craving for exotic cuisine from distant stars? The Custids stand ready to procure whatever delicacies you desire." "I appreciate the sentiment, but I prefer your old brooding demeanor," the raven replied with amusement. "This is more important than snacks." He produced a data slate containing stellar coordinates. I'm giving you a star chart. Take custodians, strike teams to each marked world and retrieve the Emperor's property. Meeting Horus had crystallized the Raven's understanding of what the Primarchs truly represented. Even the most advanced civilizations of other realities paled before the Emperor's mastery of genecraft. These were not mere superhumans, they were living gods bound in flesh. While he had no intention of allowing the Primarchs to lead the legions and plant the seeds of future rebellion, such beings could not be permitted to fall into the hands of the ruinous powers. You had best take this seriously, the Raven continued, his tone growing sharp. Failure will see you reassigned to guard the palace koi ponds. Understood, Valdor replied without emotion. What is our first objective? New Syria, the Raven said, and something dark flickered in his ancient eyes. We have a gladiator to collect. Chapter 35, The Silent World. After delivering his instructions to Constantin Valdor, the Raven spread his wings and returned to the Emperor's side within the throne room. The master of mankind barely acknowledged his return, his attention focused entirely upon the towering figure of his recovered son. He held Horus's hand with a tenderness that seemed almost alien coming from one who commanded the stars themselves. You were wrought for greatness, my son, the Emperor said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. In my design, you would have learned at my side until you possessed the wisdom to lead the 16th Legion in humanity's name. But the ruinous powers tore you from me and cast you into the darkness of Sithonia. His golden eyes dimmed with what might have been regret. I know not what trials you endured, nor how you survived to become what you are now. I rejoice in your return, yet I cannot simply grant you command of 20,000 gene-forged warriors. Such haste would be folly, dangerous to the Imperium, and to humanity itself. The Emperor's grip tightened almost imperceptibly. You must prove yourself worthy of such trust, learn what it means to be human, understand why we fight and for whom. Only then will you earn the right to lead my angels of death. If you find this burden distasteful, you may choose a different path. I will not compel you. The acquisition of technologies from beyond, the veil had given the Emperor new perspective. If his sons rejected their destined roles, he would grant them the freedom to live as mortals. Disappointment flickered across Horus's noble features, quickly replaced by something darker. For a moment, hatred burned in his eyes, not for his father, but for the powers that had stolen him from his rightful place. I shall prove myself worthy of your trust, father, he said, mastering his emotions with visible effort. I will earn the right to stand at your side. The Emperor nodded, satisfaction evident in his timeless features. I await that day eagerly, my son. When you are ready, we shall fight as one, sharing both triumph and burden in our crusade to restore humanity's birthright. Under the Raven's counsel, the Emperor chose not to personally oversee Horus's education. Instead, the Primarch was enrolled within the Scali, aboard the expeditionary fleet, institutions established to educate the children born during the long years of void travel. Even among the brilliant minds that served the Great Crusade, Horus's abilities were exceptional. What required years of study for baseline humans, he mastered in mere days. His combination of intellect and natural charisma soon made him a figure of legend among his fellow students. Yet this was but a brief interlude in the greater symphony of conquest. The galaxy awaited, and the Emperor's forces pressed ever outward, claiming world after world for the Imperium. Resources flowed back to Terra in vast streams, while Magnus Makadu oversaw the construction of projects that would bind the growing empire together. Astropathic relays, quantum communication arrays, and the great works that would make a true interstellar civilization possible. It was during transit through the warp that fate intervened. A spatial anomaly forced the expeditionary fleet from its planned course, the roiling tides of the immaterium driving them toward an uncharted system. Reality tore like parchment as the fleet breached the Mandeville Point, ethereal energies bleeding into normal space before the Gellar fields could fully stabilize. Emergency klaxons wailed throughout the massive vessels as thousands of crew members rushed to their stations. Raise void shields, all stations report status. Plasma conduits in section beta showing stress fractures, repair teams dispatched. Augury sweeps initiated, scanning to 160,000 kilometers. The organized chaos of a fleet emergency filled the command decks until order was restored. When the reports reached the Emperor aboard his flagship, they painted a puzzling picture. "The system is designated Arctes in our star charts," reported the fleet's master of Vox. "Multiple human colonies detected, though most have devolved to feudal or early industrial states. The third planet maintains advanced technology, orbital platforms, space elevators, industrial complexes. They possess interstellar capability, yet," the officer paused, consulting his data slate. "They have made no attempt to expand beyond their world. Most peculiar, my lord." The Raven tilted his head thoughtfully. "Perhaps circumstances unique to their world have kept them bound to it. We should investigate." The outlying colonies fell without resistance, their primitive weapons useless against the might of the imperial war machine. Each world was brought into compliance and integrated into the growing imperium. Only Arctes III remained. Rather than resort to orbital bombardment, the Emperor chose the path of diplomacy. A carefully crafted message was transmitted to the planet's surface, explaining the Imperium's origins and its grand vision of human unity. The response was immediate and utterly mechanical. "You are trespassing upon the private property of citizen 13,145,209,527. Withdraw immediately or face lawful retaliation under Article 1 of the Codex. Private property is sacred and inviolable." The imperial diplomat tried again, speaking of peaceful intentions and mutual benefit. The same message repeated verbatim. "We seek dialogue with your leadership," the negotiator persisted. "Surely we can reach an accord between our peoples." "You are trespassing upon the private property of citizen 13,145,209,527. Withdraw immediately or face lawful retaliation under Article 1 of the Codex. Private property is sacred and inviolable." No matter what words were spoken, the response never varied. A world of obvious technological sophistication continued to treat the mightiest fleet in human history as common trespassers, responding only with the cold voice of artificial logic. "There are billions of human lives on that world," the master of Vox reported with confusion. "Yet only machines will speak with us. Then we must see for ourselves what manner of prison they have made of their world," the Emperor declared, his psychic might already reaching out to pierce the planet's mysteries. The Emperor materialized within one of Arctes III's sprawling cities, accompanied by a squad of his custodian guard. The transition from void to surface was seamless, a testament to his mastery over the fundamental forces of reality. What they found defied immediate comprehension. Every citizen walked the pristine streets encased within transparent helmets, their faces hidden behind curved crystal. The air itself showed no signs of contamination. Indeed, atmospheric readings indicated perfect breathability. Yet none dared expose themselves to it. "Curious," the Raven mused, perched upon the Emperor's shoulder. "They act as though the very air might poison them, yet our sensors detect no threat." Before the Emperor could respond, alarm tones echoed through the city streets. Spherical drones descended from hidden alcoves, while the citizens fled in obvious terror. Sleek automatons emerged from side passages, their photoreceptors fixed upon the Imperial interlopers. "Warning: theft of citizen 13,145,209,527's private property detected. Cease and desist immediately." "Warning: theft of citizen 13,145,209,527's private property detected. Cease and desist immediately." The mechanical chorus continued without variation, dozens of artificial voices speaking in perfect unison. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he studied the approaching machines, his mind already calculating the true nature of this world's peculiar tyranny. What manner of civilization had humanity wrought here? And who, or what, was citizen 13,145,209,527. Chapter 36, The Red Angel's Chains. These machines regard us as criminals, the raven observed, his obsidian eyes fixed upon the encircling automatons. He perched upon the Emperor's shoulder with casual interest, watching as the enforcement units continued their mechanical chorus of warnings. If I'm not mistaken, this is a world that has surrendered all authority to artificial judges. The Emperor's thoughts touched the raven's mind like whispered thunder. And what manner of being is this citizen 13,145,209,527? Does he truly own an entire world? The raven's memories turned to the diplomatic exchanges at the fleet's arrival, the same sterile phrases repeated without variation or understanding. When their warnings went unheeded, the enforcement units attacked with programmed precision. The custodian guard responded with the swift brutality of their calling, power fields igniting along the edges of their guardian spears. Within heartbeats, the machines lay in sparking ruin. Violent resistance to lawful enforcement detected, requesting additional units from central authority. The final automaton's transmission ended as a custodian's blade found its neural core. Soon, more formidable enforcement would arrive. Are you from the void beyond? A figure approached cautiously, a man encased within a transparent breathing apparatus despite the perfectly breathable atmosphere. One of the custodians moved to intercept, answering with military precision. We come from distant stars. The stranger nodded as though this revelation carried no weight. I observed fleet movements in orbital space through the data networks. Most assumed it was fabricated entertainment, but clearly they were mistaken. He paused, studying the golden giants with curious detachment. Have you come to claim dominion over this world? We seek only to return humanity to its rightful unity, the custodian replied with practiced diplomacy. The distinction matters little, the man said with a dismissive gesture. I hope you succeed in your endeavor. The raven's curiosity was piqued. He spread his wings and alighted upon Constantin Valdor's shoulder, prompting the Captain General to continue the interrogation. You know nothing of our intentions, yet you offer blessing to potential conquerors. Do you not fear we bring devastation in our wake? The man's expression remained utterly neutral. My possessions are negligible, my connections non-existent. Whether you transform this world into paradise or damnation changes little for one such as I. Perhaps it merely shortens a life already devoid of purpose. What has become of this world? Valdor pressed, his tone carrying the authority of millennia. Observe what surrounds you, the man replied. This is capitalism evolved to its ultimate expression. The foundational law of our society declares private property sacred and inviolable above all other considerations. Every resource, every molecule of air, every drop of water belongs to someone. Usage requires payment. The very ground beneath your feet demands tribute. The privatization of existence itself, the raven mused darkly. How utterly grotesque. The stranger continued, oblivious to the corvid's silent commentary. Automated systems maintain our legal framework with absolute impartiality. Rich or destitute, all face identical judgment before their artificial courts. Your transgression against citizen 13,145,209,527's holdings triggered their response. Payment would cease their pursuit, though I counsel against such folly. Better to reduce this world to ash and cinder. Will none resist such conquest? Valdor inquired. The man's eyes widened before he erupted in bitter laughter. Resist? 99% of all wealth belongs to citizen 13,145,209,527. Why would we die defending another's property? Logical to the point of nihilism, the raven thought with grudging respect. Perhaps we might engage in discourse. A spherical projection device descended, casting the holographic image of a well-dressed individual before the imperial party. I am citizen 13,145,209,527, proprietor of this world's abundance, the figure announced with practiced smoothness. I have submitted documentation to the enforcement authority, adding you to my guest registry and compensating for damaged property. The automated systems will no longer perceive you as threats. How accommodating, the stranger said with acidic amusement. Does terror drive such generosity? Citizen 13,145,209,527's expression soured slightly. Your hostility is unwarranted, citizen. My ancestors began with a modest enterprise in personal hygiene products and expanded through legitimate enterprise. Every acquisition was lawful, every transaction recorded and taxed appropriately. Yet you regard success with venom. Should prosperity be punishable by death? I bear you no envy, the man replied evenly. I merely suggest these visitors claim what little I possess along with your considerably more substantial holdings. The hologram's face darkened with indignation. Such counsel is unconscionable, inciting honorable individuals to commit theft against a law-abiding businessman. No civilized society tolerates such villainy. At the emperor's unspoken command, a custodian stepped forward. What would you have our lord do? Acknowledge the legitimacy of my holdings. Citizen 13,145,209,527 said without hesitation. Pledge your protection of property rights established through generations of lawful commerce. In exchange, I offer absolute loyalty to your regime. Thus you achieve conquest, while I retain the fruits of ancestral labor. Nuceria. Arena of the Damned. Hundreds of servoskulls danced through the polluted air above the killing floor, their crimson photoreceptors recording every moment of carnage for the entertainment of the masses. From the stands came the bestial roar of 30,000 voices, raised in bloodthirsty approval. They had witnessed something magnificent, a display of martial prowess that would be spoken of for generations. Angron and his adoptive father Onomaus stood amid the corpses of their enemies, chests heaving with exertion. Gore painted their scarred flesh, while the crowd screamed for more. Another triumph for the Red Angel, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. But the noble spectators hunger for a greater spectacle. Let them witness the birth of a true champion. The crowd's approval became deafening as they understood the implication. The two gladiators who had fought as brothers, who shared the bond of father and son, would now face each other unto death. No, Angron's voice cut through the cacophony like a blade. I will never raise arms against him. No, a servoskull descended, until its artificial eye was level with the Primarch's blood-stained features. The voice that emerged from its voxgrill was cold as the void between stars. You were bred to bleed for your betters, slave. Your existence has no value beyond our entertainment, a hound trained to fight and die at its master's whim. A disobedient hound requires correction until it remembers its place. The mechanical voice paused as the crowd's anticipation reached fever pitch. Citizens of Nuceria, what fate awaits a slave who defies his purpose? The NAILS, 30,000 voices united in terrible harmony. The NAILS, the NAILS, the NAILS. Angron's hands clenched into fists as he stared up at the blood-drunk masses. In that moment, something pure and noble within him began to die, not from the butcher's devices they would soon implant, but from the simple, crushing realization of what humanity had become on this world. He had been noble once, compassionate, a protector of the weak and defender of the enslaved. But Nuceria would not suffer such goodness to exist. Chapter 37, The Price of Empathy. That offer sounds remarkably generous, the Raven observed, his tone carefully neutral. We could claim this world without spilling a single drop of blood. Generous? The Emperor's thoughts carried the weight of divine indignation. Why would I permit him to trade my possessions with me? The Raven fell silent for a moment, then tilted his head with sardonic curiosity. Did you extend the same courtesy to the Four when you visited their realm? No, I simply took what was required. The Raven's obsidian eyes widened as understanding dawned. The ruinous powers had been content in their eternal games when the Emperor had simply arrived, uninvited, unannounced, and proceeded to steal fragments of their very essence. No wonder they united against you, the Raven mused. You didn't just rob them, you planned to obliterate their entire realm. Even gods have limits to their tolerance. Constantin Valdor stepped forward, his voice carrying the absolute authority of the throne. Your proposition holds no merit whatsoever. I am the rightful owner of this entire world. Citizen 13,145,209,527 protested, his holographic form flickering with indignation. Valdor's expression remained carved from marble, though disdain leaked through like poison from a cracked vial. For my master, the only treasure of value upon this world, walks on two legs and breathes with human lungs. As for the resources and technologies you claim, whether you consent or not, they shall serve the Imperium. Why should the master of mankind permit you to trade his rightful inheritance back to him? The corporate oligarch's face contorted with rage. Everything I possess was acquired through lawful commerce. How dare you claim ownership through naked aggression? All our actions conform to established law, Valdor replied with glacial calm. According to the Imperial Constitution, we possess absolute authority to chastise those who would obstruct humanity's rightful ascension. Surrender your holdings unconditionally, or the Imperium shall claim them by force. The local citizen who had initially approached them burst into delighted laughter. Truly a satisfying conclusion, justice at last. Citizen 13,145,209,527 trembled with impotent fury. You accursed pirates! You invade my domain and then declare me a criminal. The human Imperium are no mere raiders. The local man interjected with obvious satisfaction. We welcome their arrival and pray for humanity's renewed glory under their guidance. Observe, Valdor continued with merciless logic. Every soul upon this world save yourself embraces imperial rule willingly. I shall never yield to brigands. The oligarch's fists clenched as he turned to the local citizen. They steal from me through violence. What prevents them from robbing you by the same means? Your sympathy for thieves defies comprehension. The man's grin widened with malicious satisfaction. They demonstrate perfect fairness, much like your beloved enforcement machines. We merely choose superior management. The Imperium offers greater benefits than your regime. Why should we not embrace them? Your losses are irrelevant to our prosperity. His voice took on a mocking tone that dripped with years of accumulated resentment. If you cannot adapt to changing circumstances, it merely proves insufficient effort on your part. Personal responsibility, as you've always preached. Have you forgotten your own teachings? The corporate magnate shook with volcanic rage. Bandits, all of you, I shall never surrender my patrimony. If you desire war, then war you shall have. The Imperium remains indifferent to your choice, Valdor pronounced each word like a funeral bell. Regardless of your decision, this world shall serve the Golden Throne. The transmission severed abruptly, as Citizen 13,145,209,527 terminated the connection. Immediately, the distinctive whine of repulsor engines filled the air from every direction. Thousands of enforcement units emerged from concealed positions throughout the city, converging on the Imperial Party with mechanical precision. The custodian guard activated their gene-enhanced physiology, superhuman reflexes and strength flooding their transhuman frames as they entered combat protocols. Carnage erupted across the pristine cityscape. The order for general engagement reached the fleet maintaining low orbit above Arctes III. It cascaded through the command structure to Astartes Legion commanders and auxiliary force leaders who had maintained combat readiness since planetfall. Imperial warships opened their gun decks, unleashing torrents of lasfire, plasma charges, and macrocannon shells upon the planet's orbital defense network. Torpedo salvos and missile barrages followed in devastating waves. Within 11 minutes, the orbital fortifications were reduced to drifting debris fields. Then came the real assault. Drop pods screamed through the atmosphere like avenging meteors, their ceramite hulls glowing cherry red from atmospheric friction. Each impact crater marked the arrival of Astartes warriors, gene-forged angels of death armed with bolt and blade. Their primary objective was the planetary AI control nexus. the mechanical brain that governed the enforcement systems. The battle lasted precisely 23 hours and 14 minutes, less than a single Terran rotation. Arctes III was declared fully compliant with imperial doctrine. Citizen 13,145,209,527 was dragged before the Emperor in adamantine shackles, courtesy of 1st Legion veterans, including the decorated Estellan. Despite his apparent middle age, deep scans revealed extensive genetic manipulation throughout his cellular structure. His enhanced physiology granted him a potential lifespan exceeding 2 millennia. "Criminals, pirates, bandits!" he shrieked, spittle flying from his lips as rage consumed what remained of his composure. Who truly deserves such titles? Valdor stood over the fallen oligarch like an avenging statue. You attempted to steal imperial property and resisted lawful imperial authority. Shameless, utterly shameless, the magnate's voice cracked with hysteria. By unanimous planetary referendum, Arctes III has declared absolute loyalty to the Golden Throne, Valdor continued implacably. Imperial law now supersedes all local statutes. Therefore, you are the criminal. The local citizen who had aided them throughout the crisis stepped forward, brandishing a data slate displaying voting results. The planetary population had endorsed imperial rule by 99.999% margin, the sole dissenting voice belonging to the man now chained before them. Regardless of what hardships imperial governance might bring, none could exceed their current misery. At minimum, they could breathe freely without paying tribute for each lungful of air. Following a brief military tribunal, Citizen 13,145,209,527 received summary execution for crimes against humanity. Arctes III immediately abolished its previous legal framework, establishing new constitutional principles. Natural resources would remain public property in perpetuity, forever beyond private appropriation. Rational thought possesses undeniable importance, the Raven observed, studying the oligarch's corpse swaying from the gallows. Yet human society encompasses complexities that pure logic cannot address. Rationality alone guarantees misery, not happiness. I find that observation personally offensive, Valdor murmured. No need to feel offense, I intended it as such, the Raven replied cheerfully. Though you needn't take umbrage, since my criticism encompasses you, the Emperor, and indeed most of our endeavor. Both Valdor and the Emperor maintained diplomatic silence. New Syria. The killing fields. The gladiatorial arena announced indefinite closure following what officials termed gladiator disturbances. In reality, dozens of high riders lay butchered in the arena's shadowed corridors, their advanced power armor rent and torn like parchment. Crimson viti pooled beneath their mangled corpses, staining the ancient stones with noble blood. New Syria had inherited substantial technology from humanity's golden age, including sophisticated augmentation techniques and weaponry. The planetary aristocracy's personal guards underwent extensive cybernetic enhancement and genetic modification, wielding weapons that could shatter ceramite with ease. Yet before Angron's righteous fury, they had been torn apart like children's dolls. You should not have acted so rashly, my son, Onomouse whispered, studying the fresh wounds that decorated Angron's scarred flesh with paternal concern. I had no alternative, father. Angron's knuckles whitened around his combat axe's haft. They have stolen everything from us. I would not permit them to steal you as well. My child, tears traced silver paths down Onomouse's weathered cheeks. This man had survived countless death matches, had witnessed horrors that would shatter lesser minds, had forged his heart into adamantine through necessity and pain. Yet now he wept openly for the young giant before him. He had watched Angron mature from wounded child to noble warrior, had witnessed the extraordinary compassion that burned within that transhuman frame. The Primarch spoke with the dying, granting them peace in their final moments. His psychic gifts allowed him to commune with his fellow gladiators, offering solace to tortured minds. Each night, he drew their pain into himself so that they might find rest. How different your fate might have been, Onomouse whispered through his grief, had you fallen upon a world of peace instead of this blood-soaked hell. In a kinder universe, Angron would have been humanity's greatest champion, a protector of the innocent, an advocate for the downtrodden, a beacon of hope in darkness. Instead, cruel fate had delivered him to Nuceria, where nobility was punished and compassion rewarded with brutality. Disobedient cur, a voice boomed through the arena's address system, dripping with aristocratic venom. You shall rue this day's folly. Immediately, thick anesthetic gases began flooding the gladiator pits through hidden vents. The strongest fighters collapsed within seconds, their enhanced physiology no match for concentrated soporifics. High riders in full environmental armor entered the gas-filled arena, expecting to find Angron helpless and unconscious. Instead, they discovered a Primarch, whose gene-forged constitution had metabolized the drugs almost instantly. The battle that followed became legend among the arena staff. Angron carved through a full century of enhanced warriors, his axe rising and falling with metronomic precision until exhaustion finally claimed him. Only when his superhuman endurance reached its absolute limits did the Primarch finally succumb, collapsing among the corpses of his would-be captors. They dragged him away like a dying beast. Later, after the carnage had been cleared, Lord Tarkus of the High Riders had Onomouse awakened and brought before him. The aristocrat gazed down at the old gladiator with undisguised satisfaction. This catastrophe stems from your misguided influence, Tarkus proclaimed with imperial disdain. But soon, your precious Angron shall correct this error personally. When the butcher's nails bite into his brain and his hands drip with your blood, he will pass beyond all possibility of redemption. Once you perish by his hand, he shall descend into permanent damnation, the greatest and most savage killer in arena history. Onomouse strained against his bonds with desperate fury, longing to tear the smirking noble limb from limb. But iron chains held him fast, forcing him to watch helplessly as Lord Tarkus departed with mocking laughter. Angron, the old warrior's voice broke with absolute despair. He had witnessed gladiators controlled by the butcher's nails, had seen noble souls transformed into rabid animals by constant agony. The thought of those accursed devices violating Angron's mind filled him with horror beyond description. Gods of Terra do not permit such cruelty. The void between stars. Reality twisted and contracted in the lightless depths between worlds, space-time bending like heated metal under impossible forces. A whirlpool of unreality began forming, consuming photons and matter with indiscriminate hunger. Ethereal flames of psychic fire erupted from nothingness, their spectral radiance burning holes in the fabric of existence itself. Through the resulting tears, brilliant warplight spilled forth like liquid starfare. From this dimensional breach emerged a vessel of impossible grandeur, a battleship whose prow bore the golden aquila of the Imperium, its hull gleaming with the authority of the throne itself. Translation complete, target acquisition confirmed. The ship's machine spirit announced their arrival with mechanical precision, while custodian guards in aureate battleplate assembled at the observation deck's armored viewports. Their inhuman gazes fixed upon the distant world with predatory intensity, studying the planet that had claimed one of the Emperor's sons. 3 hours remained until they reached optimal insertion distance. 3 hours until Nuceria learned the price of torturing a Primarch. Chapter 38, Let Nuceria Drown in Blood. The golden battleship Sanguine Majesty decelerated with majestic grace, settling into low orbit above Nuceria like a predatory raptor claiming its perch. The world's orbital surveillance networks immediately detected the vessel's presence. Its hull, bearing the sacred aquila, gleamed with reflected starlight, a herald of coming judgment. Nuceria's noble houses observed this celestial interloper through their ancient monitoring stations, remnants of humanity's golden age that still functioned despite millennia of decay. Several High Lords attempted to establish communication, their messages transmitted through crackling vox arrays toward the silent giant above. No response came. The warship maintained its orbital pattern with mechanical precision, its augury arrays methodically scanning the planet's surface like the searching gaze of an angry god. The planetary aristocracy dared not fire upon the intruder. Most void-capable defenses had been reduced to scrap over the long centuries of decline. Those few orbital platforms still operational could barely threaten a merchant vessel, much less a ship of the line bristling with weapons and protected by void shields. They could only wait and pray to whatever powers they still acknowledged that diplomacy might spare them from annihilation. Within the battleship's command bridge, the symphony of war preparation echoed through vaulted corridors. Hololithic displays cast pale illumination across control stations, while the constant murmur of machine spirits filled the sacred spaces. A rapid staccato of cogitator activity punctuated the background noise as targeting systems achieved lock-on. The master of augurs rose from his station and approached Ra, the custodian tribune who commanded this expedition. He presented a data slate with reverential care. "We have located the 12th Primarch's biosignature and achieved sensor lock," the officer reported with military precision. However, his vital signs demonstrate extreme instability. Fluctuating heart rate, elevated stress hormones, he appears to be under active assault. Ra accepted the slate and studied its contents, his expression carved from marble beneath his aureate helm. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. How utterly ignorant these mortals prove themselves. They dare lay hands upon my master's creation and attempt its destruction. He raised his eyes to encompass the bridge crew, every soul hanging upon his words. "Signal the auxiliary forces to prepare for planetary assault. We shall not merely retrieve the 12th, we shall claim this world entire as tribute to the Golden Throne." New Syria's surface. The Black Tower of Screams. Dark Age technology spires pierced New Syria's polluted sky like infected needles, their surfaces crawling with blasphemous engravings and pulsing with eldritch energies. Within these monuments to forbidden knowledge dwelt the tech adepts who served the noble houses, fallen priests who had long ago abandoned the Omnissiah's light for darker pursuits. Their unholy crafts knew no bounds. They fashioned the bodyguards of great houses into mechanical horrors, grafting weapon limbs and armor skin onto human frames. They birthed chimeric abominations for arena sport, weaving flesh and steel into forms that defied natural law. They disciplined rebellious slaves with neural conditioning, reducing proud spirits to groveling automata. And now, within the Tower of Screams, they sought to break the greatest prize of all. Angron had shattered his restraints yet again, his gene-forged strength turning adamantine chains to twisted metal. The Primarch carved through the tower's depths like a living avalanche, his bare hands reducing enhanced guard to pulped meat and shattered bone. The High Riders who served as personal executioners for the noble families deployed every weapon in their arsenal, but Angron's fury transcended mortal comprehension. Biochemical horrors that had terrorized gladiator pits for decades were obliterated with single blows. Cyber-augmented killers armed with power weapons fell like wheat before his wrath. "Deploy atmospheric suppressants," screamed the tower's commanding officer, his voice cracking with panic. "Initiate containment protocols." The defenders unleashed their final gambit, directed energy weapons that could punch through tank armor. Beam after beam struck the Primarch's flesh, each impact burning away skin and muscle with surgical precision. Even Angron's superhuman physiology had limits. His cellular regeneration consumed vast amounts of energy, and repeated healing cycles drained his superhuman endurance. When the 12th Primarch finally collapsed, it was not from his wounds but from simple exhaustion. Immediately, the High Riders swarmed their fallen prize, binding him with chains forged from rare metals and secured with molecular locks. Their fear had transformed into vicious satisfaction as they gazed upon the unconscious giant. "This beast feeds no more," snarled one of the guards, delivering a vicious kick to Angron's ribs. "Starvation rations from now on keep him weak, keep him chained like the animal he is." General Tarkus, the operations commander, placed his boot upon Angron's skull and threw back his head in triumphant laughter. The sound echoed through the tower's blood-soaked halls like the cry of a scavenging carrion bird. Behold the futility of resistance, he proclaimed to his cowering subordinates. Divine strength means nothing without divine wisdom. A slave remains a slave, regardless of the power dwelling within his flesh. Drag this creature to the surgical chambers, crack open his skull, and drive the butcher's nails deep into his brain meat. His eyes gleamed with sadistic anticipation. From this day forth, he shall serve only pain and madness, forever enslaved, forever damned. Cracked, cracked. The air itself began to fracture, tiny forks of lightning dancing between the molecules like ethereal serpents. Reality groaned under impossible pressure as the fundamental forces of existence bent toward a single point. A sphere of incandescent energy erupted into existence, expanding with the brilliance of a newborn star. Then it collapsed inward, before exploding outward in a cascade of golden radiance. Lightning-wreathed figures materialized within the aftermath, 20 warriors whose presence made the very air sing with power. Each stood nearly 3 meters tall, their aureate armor gleaming like captured sunlight. Crimson cloaks flowed from their shoulders like rivers of spilled blood, while guardian spears crackled with barely contained energies. Ra stood at their head, his helm's photoreceptors sweeping across the carnage-strewn chamber. His gaze fixed upon the unconscious Primarch, chained like a beast and bleeding from a dozen wounds. The Primarchs were the Emperor's gene-forged sons. This much had been confirmed when Horus addressed the master of mankind as father. And these mortals had dared to torture and degrade one of the throne's own blood. In that moment, questions of guilt or innocence became irrelevant. Only the sanctity of imperial honor mattered. "Kill them all," Ra commanded, his voice carrying the finality of a death sentence. "In my master's name." The genetic enhancement engines within each custodian activated with synchronized precision, flooding their transhuman physiology with combat stimulants and neurological accelerants. They were already the Imperium's apex warriors. Now they became avatars of divine retribution. The slaughter that followed defied description. High riders in power armor were rent asunder like parchment dolls. Tech adepts shrieked prayers to their dark patrons as guardian spears pierced their augmented flesh. The abominations they had created lasted mere seconds before being reduced to component atoms. 5 minutes. That was all the time required to transform a fortress of cruelty into a charnel house of the damned. When silence finally returned to the Tower of Screams, every surface dripped with gore. Dismembered corpses carpeted corridors that had once echoed with victims' anguish. The stench of death permeated air that had previously carried only the ozone scent of torture devices. "Identify yourself," demanded a surviving noble, his voice quavering between outrage and terror as he beheld the golden giants. "By what right do you assault lawful citizens of Nuceria?" Ra's response was wordless, a single sweep of his guardian spear that bisected the man from crown to groin. The noble's remains toppled in opposite directions, painting the floor with noble blood. A custodian medic examined the unconscious Primarch with practiced efficiency. The 12th remains intact, no permanent modifications detected. "Rouse him," Ra ordered. The massacre at the Tower of Screams sent shockwaves through Nuceria's noble houses within minutes. Spy networks and communication webs carried word of the Golden Warrior's arrival to every great family on the planet. Yet none dared order artillery strikes against the facility. That magnificent warship in orbit possessed enough firepower to reduce continents to molten slag. The connection between vessel and warriors was obvious. Any assault would invite retaliation that would end their civilization. Emergency councils convened across the planet as the High Lords sought to comprehend this unprecedented crisis. "Every tech adept in the tower is dead," reported one family's intelligence master, his hands trembling as he read casualty reports. 20 golden warriors swept through their defenses like angels of death. "Clearly they came for Angron," observed another lord, studying orbital surveillance data. "His physiology shows signs of advanced genetic manipulation. He must be the creation of some stellar empire." "Release the gladiator to them," declared the assembled council's eldest member. "Negotiate whatever additional terms they demand. Offer tribute, offer obeisance, anything to avoid total war. The Tarkus family patriarch sat in brooding silence throughout these deliberations. Angron represented his house's greatest asset, a prize fighter worth more than starships. Surrendering such wealth without compensation galled him beyond measure. But even his pride had limits when measured against extinction. When the council selected diplomatic envoys to treat with the Golden Warriors, representatives from every major house volunteered. They approached the ruined tower under flags of truce, their hearts hammering with barely controlled terror. "Honored guests," the lead envoy began, his voice carefully modulated to convey respect without servility, "the noble houses have reached unanimous agreement. We hereby present Angron Tarkus as a gift to your august persons. He is our finest gladiator, valued beyond price." Ra regarded the speaker with undisguised contempt, his helm's vox grill crackling as he prepared his response. "The 12th belongs to the Imperium already. Why would we require your permission to reclaim Imperial property?" The envoy's face went pale as the implications registered. Imperial property? But surely. "You tortured my master's son," Ra continued, his tone dropping to subsonic menace. "You treated a Primarch of the Blood as chattel and livestock. Such crimes against the Golden Throne demand absolute atonement." He gestured dismissively toward the cowering delegation. "Return to your masters. Inform them that honorable suicide represents their only hope of limiting the consequences. Perhaps their families might be spared if they demonstrate proper contrition." The Guardian's spear in his hands crackled with building energy as his patience reached its end. "If the Imperium must act directly, this world shall drown in crimson. Every noble house, every bloodline, every servant who participated in this blasphemy, all shall burn." His voice rose to a roar that shook the tower's foundations. "Let Nuceria run red with blood." Chapter 39, The Red Angel's Chains. "You cannot treat us with such barbarity." The envoy's words cracked like breaking glass, terror rendering his voice shrill and desperate. "Whatever purpose brings you here, wealth, dominion over our world, name your price. We are reasonable men. Surely we can reach an accord without bloodshed." Ra Endymion stepped through the twisted wreckage of what had once been a proud spire, his auramite boots crushing pulverized rockcrete beneath their weight. Each footfall echoed with the finality of judgment rendered. Before him lay the sleeping form of the 12th Primarch, and even in slumber, Angron resembled some primordial god of war made flesh. His massive frame spoke of power barely contained, muscles like steel cables wrapped in scarred flesh, each breath a promise of violence yet to come. "The 12th was intended as a gift," Ra spoke, his voice carrying the weight of imperial decree. "Every world blessed with a Primarch's arrival receives the bounty of the Imperium, resources, technology, elevation from barbarism to civilization." Casonia was thus transformed. Nuceria could have shared that glorious fate, could have become a jewel in the crown of our domain. His golden helm turned toward the cowering delegation, and though his features remained hidden, the condemnation in his stance was absolute. "Instead, you made a slave of my lord's son." Ra's gauntleted hand closed around a butcher's nail, that blasphemous instrument of neural desecration, its silver filaments gleaming with malevolent purpose. The envoy flinched as though struck. "You would have driven this abomination into a Primarch's skull. You would have unmade the Emperor's creation for your amusement." The general who had so recently stood triumphant upon Angron's prone form now knelt amidst the ruins, his arrogance stripped away like armor before a plasma beam. The custodians possessed methods of extracting truth that made conventional interrogation seem like gentle discourse. Every secret, every shameful intention, all had been laid bare with surgical precision. 12, a gladiator slave, the butcher's nails poised to lobotomize a son of the Emperor himself. That Ra had not already issued the order for Nuceria's complete sterilization spoke only to his restraint. The envoy's frame shook with barely controlled terror. His mouth worked soundlessly, forming words that died before reaching his lips. "Such desecration demands blood in equal measure," Ra continued, unmoved by the man's distress. "By this time tomorrow, The bodies of every slave master who participated in this atrocity will be delivered here. Should you fail in this simple task, we shall collect them ourselves." The outcome of these negotiations cast Nuceria's nobility into the depths of despair. How swiftly their fortunes had reversed, from masters of 10,000 fates to condemned men awaiting execution. The same cruel arbitrariness they had once wielded against their subjects now fell upon them like the shadow of a descending blade. What recourse remains to us? The words hung in the chambers recycled air like incense at a funeral. Every family present had wagered fortunes on Angron's victories. Every house had contributed guards to his eventual capture. Now the golden-armored angels of death had come to collect their due, and none would escape the reckoning. "We cannot yield to their demands," declared Lord Tarka, his voice steady despite the sweat beading upon his brow. "Better that Nuceria burn to ash than we submit to such humiliation. I propose immediate orbital strikes against their position. They are formidable, granted, but they possess only a single vessel. War will drain their supplies swiftly, endure their initial assault, and the initiative becomes ours. Then we may dictate terms, or continue the conflict as we see fit." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. Fear, it seemed, could birth courage as easily as cowardice. The vote was unanimous. Nuceria would go to war. In the depths of Morpheus's embrace, Angron relived the day his chains were first forged. A child still, he had stood with hundreds of other wretches in that damned pit, iron shackles cutting into young flesh, slave brands still weeping from the cauterizing iron. The architecture of suffering surrounded them. A great pyramid rising from the pit center, tiered seats carved into the walls above, filled with the jeering faces of those who found sport in mortal agony. The rules were elegantly simple. Acid would flood the pit from drainage channels, rising steadily until only the pyramid's apex remained above the caustic tide. Only one could claim that final sanctuary. At first, the slaves maintained their humanity. They helped one another climb higher, shared what little strength remained to them, hurled curses at the spectators who fed upon their desperation like carrion birds upon a battlefield. But as the acid rose, slowly, inexorably, space became precious. Compassion became liability. The first death shattered whatever unity had existed. The man's screams as the acid dissolved flesh from bone would haunt Angron's dreams for decades hence. Above them, the crowd's euphoria reached fever pitch, their applause thunderous as a storm front. In that moment, young Angron learned a truth that would define his existence. Some beings found ecstasy in the suffering of others. The transformation was immediate. Allies became obstacles. Desperation birthed brutality. Bodies plunged into the acid with sickening regularity, each accompanied by screams that seemed to please the audience more than any symphony. Even then, even as a child possessed of transhuman might that could have cleared the pyramid with ease, Angron chose mercy over murder. Each death wounded him. Each scream carved another scar upon his soul. When he acted, it was for survival alone, never for the joy of ending another's existence. Of the hundreds who entered the pit, barely a dozen reached the pyramid's upper tiers. Only one could claim the summit. Angron was that sole survivor, not through malice, but through a Primarch's refusal to embrace the darkness that his captors demanded. Escape proved futile. The slave masters wielded technologies from humanity's golden age, devices that could humble even a son of the Emperor. Chains of energy and neural subjugation rendered his incredible strength meaningless. Thus began his servitude in the fighting pits, a living weapon for the masses' entertainment. The dreams shifted, and Angron found himself remembering Onamaus, the gladiator who became more than trainer, more than ally. Father in all but blood. The man who spoke of worlds beyond Nuceria's poisoned sky, who offered comfort when the arena's brutality threatened to break what remained of Angron's humanity. But dreams have a way of becoming nightmares. In his sleeping mind, Angron saw himself changed, neural implants driven deep into his skull, sanity bleeding away like life from a severed artery. He watched in horror as his own hands ended Onamaus's life, as madness made him desecrate the corpse of the only father he had ever known. Around the arena, The nobility laughed and wagered, counting profits earned from patricide. "No, I will not let them take you as well." Angron's cry of anguish tore through sleep's veil, dragging him back to consciousness. His hand moved instinctively to his skull, searching for the dreaded implants that existed only in Nightmare's realm. "You have awakened, 12th. The voice carried authority absolute, not cruel, but implacable as gravity itself. Angron turned to find a figure in gleaming oromite, a warrior whose very presence spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. Ruins surrounded them, the shattered remains of some technological spire, debris scattered like offerings before an altar of destruction. "Who are you?" Angron demanded, his voice hoarse from sleep and torment. "Where are those bastards who held me?" "I am Emp." Ra's words were cut short as another custodian descended from the broken heights above, his landing causing the rubble to shift beneath augmented weight. Ra missile formations detected, inbound. Ra's helm turned toward the gaping wound in the spire's wall, his enhanced senses already tracking the approaching threat. In the distance, exhaust trails painted the sky with lines of impending doom. "I know not what delusion grants these fools the courage to bear fangs at the Imperium," Ra spoke, his tone carrying dark amusement. "Signal the fleet, deploy all available forces. This world requires cleansing." He turned back to Angron, drawing a massive power axe from his belt, a weapon whose disruption field hummed with barely contained destruction. 12th, there is no time for lengthy discourse. Take up your weapon. Battle comes to us." Ra raised his guardian's spear, and from its blessed mechanisms sprang a dome of coherent energy, a barrier of light that could turn aside the fury of stars themselves. The other custodians followed suit, their combined shields creating an overlapping aegis of protection. The weapons of the Legio Custodes represented the pinnacle of human achievement, technologies that merged the wisdom of multiple eras into instruments of divine wrath. Each guardian's spear could serve as both devastating weapon and impenetrable shield, crafted by artisans whose skills bordered on the supernatural. Their shields formed an inverted bowl of radiance, sheltering all within from the storm about to break. Seconds later, hundreds of missiles shrieked earthward, their exhaust creating a canopy of fire above the ruins. The explosions came like the fists of angry gods, nuclear fire blossoming in perfect spheres of annihilation, turning sand to glass and air to plasma. The heat was such that it should have reduced flesh to vapor and bone to ash. "Are they dead?" Those warheads carry compressed fusion charges, enough destructive force to atomize a hab block. They may be superhuman, but they are still creatures of flesh. Nothing could survive such bombardment. High above, in the safety of their orbital platforms, Nuceria's nobility watched through auger feeds and sensor displays. Their hands trembled as they waited for confirmation of their enemy's destruction. When the smoke cleared to reveal 20 figures in gleaming gold, and beside them the towering form of Angron himself, despair settled over the watchers like a burial shroud. They knew, with the certainty of the condemned, that their world's fate was sealed. From the void came judgment. The Imperial warships hanging in Nuceria's orbit spoke with voices of plasma and promethium. Lance batteries carved through the planet's defenses like scalpels through flesh, while macro cannons reduced military installations to craters of molten stone. Torpedo spreads bloomed against population centers, each explosion a star birthed in violence and dying in seconds. Fighter craft swarmed from the fleet's bellies like insects from a disturbed hive, their engines screaming as they dove toward the surface. Behind them came dropships and assault landers, carrying the instruments of the Imperium's wrath. Within half an hour, every major city on Nuceria burned. Angron moved through the chaos like an avatar of vengeance, his path leading inevitably toward the slave pens where his brothers and sisters in bondage awaited liberation. Each step carried him closer to the reckoning that had been too long delayed. His first target was clear, the Tarka estate where his torment had begun. The wheel had come full circle, the slave had become the destroyer. And Nuceria would burn for its sins. Chapter 40, The Red Sands of Brotherhood. The dying light of Nuceria's sun cast crimson shadows across the burning husk of Dacia. What should have been the gentle embrace of dusk was instead a hellish tableau painted in flame and blood. The city that had once stood as a testament to the Tarka dynasty's cruelty now served as a monument to their destruction. The screams of the dying echoed through smoke-choked streets where justice wore the face of vengeance. Angron moved through the carnage like a force of nature given terrible purpose. His fury burned pure and righteous, unencumbered by the torturous devices that had claimed so many of his brothers and sisters. Every blow struck down an oppressor. Every life taken balanced the scales of suffering that had weighed upon his people for too long. Behind him came the gladiators, his brothers and sisters in bondage, now free to write their names in the blood of their tormentors. They wielded stolen weapons with skills honed in the killing pits, turning the very arts forced upon them against their former masters. "Blood for blood," snarled Yachuka, his blade still dripping from a guard's opened throat. At 16, he should have known the innocence of youth. Instead, the Tarka had fed him to their arena, transforming a child into an instrument of death for their amusement. Kister, the huntress whose face bore the scars of 7 years in the fighting pits, lifted a speared guard high above her head. Blood cascaded down the weapon's haft, baptizing her ruined features. She had been robbed of beauty, of softness, of everything that might have defined her womanhood, all sacrificed to satisfy the bloodlust of decadent nobles. Among the vengeful gladiators moved Onamaus, the old trainer who had been father to them all. His weathered hands, which had once guided young fighters in forms and stances, now guided them in the art of retribution. This day had lived in his dreams for decades, the day when chains would break and accounts would be settled. Even death held no terror for him now. They would die as free men or live as free men. Either fate was victory. The slaves fought with fury refined in the crucible of the arena, their skills turned against the highborn who had cheered their suffering. Knights and nobles died like rabid dogs in the streets they had once ruled. "Angron, please, I was mistaken, I know that now." A young knight, perhaps Yachuka's age, fell to his knees before the advancing Primarch. Silver-white tendrils of his augmetic implants writhed desperately, forming barriers of living metal. These silver vine enhancements marked him as nobility, granting him strength and protection that had made him untouchable among lesser mortals. Angron had felt the bite of such technology before, when he fought alone and weaponless. But those days were ended. The power axe gifted by the custodians hummed with barely contained energy, its disruption field eager to taste noble blood. "You do not know you were wrong," Angron growled, his massive fist connecting with the youth's skull. He seized the knight's head and drove it into the rockcrete with bone-crushing force. "You merely know you are about to die." The silver vine barriers collapsed under the Primarch's assault like paper before flame. "Is this not what you desired? Slaughter, cruel and absolute, was this not the spectacle that pleased you?" Angron's voice carried the weight of 1,000 deaths witnessed, 1,000 humiliations endured. "Now the entertainment is ours, and you find it lacking? How terribly selfish." The knight's pleas dissolved into gurgling as Angron's fingers closed around his throat. With a sound like breaking timber, the Primarch twisted, ending the noble's protests forever. "I will kill every last one of you," Angron whispered to the corpse. "Your children, your bloodline, all of it." The Tarka stronghold, for all its defensive measures, could not stand against the fury of the enslaved. When the gates fell, no quarter was given. The pain inflicted upon the gladiators over long years demanded payment in kind. A child's cry pierced the din of battle. "Father," the boy could not have seen more than 4 summers. The Tarka patriarch, fleeing with his personal guard, turned to see a slave hoist his youngest son high before dashing the child against the stones. Small limbs twitched once, then stilled. "You damned butchers," the Lord's voice cracked with grief and outrage. He was innocent, 4 years old. The slaves showed no mercy. If anything, the Lord's anguish seemed to fuel their cruelty. They impaled the small corpse upon a spear and paraded it through the burning halls, their laughter echoing off smoke-stained walls. Even the mighty could bleed, even the noble could weep. The revelation intoxicated the former slaves with its justice. Angron did not intervene. Blood for blood, It was humanity's oldest covenant, inscribed in the very marrow of the species. The Tarka had authored this tragedy with every lash, every forced battle, every life spent for their entertainment. None of the highborn survived. Acid baths, impalement, the beasts they had kept for sport all became instruments of execution. The patriarch himself was dismembered while still drawing breath, his screams joining the symphony of justice that echoed through Dacia's ruins. The war raged from dusk to dusk, 24 hours of reckoning that painted the broken city crimson. Black smoke shrouded the sky like a funeral shroud, and in its shadows, history itself was being rewritten. Ra, commander of the Custodian Guard Squad, observed the carnage with tactical detachment. The Emperor's will was clear. No word of the 12th Primarch's enslavement could reach the wider Imperium. Such knowledge would tarnish the Emperor's divine image, undermine the myth of the Primarchs as perfect, gene-forged demigods. The nobles of New Syria would die. Their civilization would be cleansed in blood and flame. Only ash and carefully crafted lies would remain. When the killing finally ended, the surviving aristocrats knelt in chains before their conquerors. Pride had been stripped away along with their finery, leaving only terror and the sharp scent of voided bowels. "Their fate rests in your hands, 12th," Ra intoned, approaching Angron with the measured steps of a predator. "As the Emperor's son, judgment is your prerogative." The kneeling nobles looked up with desperate hope, praying that mercy might yet save them from their slaves' fury. Angron's smile was a terrible thing to behold. "Send them to the arena," he commanded. "Let New Syria witness one final game, the last gladiatorial contest this world will ever know. One may survive to bear witness to the end of the slave epic." Despair replaced hope on noble faces as the gladiators surged forward, dragging their former masters toward the killing pits. Every cruelty, every humiliation, every death would be repaid with interest. "It is finished here, 12th, Ra declared. "The time has come to depart." "To where?" Angron gazed across the burning city, reluctance flickering in his dark eyes. "To the stars, to meet your gene-sire and your brothers." Ra's voice carried the weight of imperial decree. "Go with them, my son." Onamaus stepped forward, his scarred hands coming to rest on Angron's massive shoulders. "From the moment I first saw you, I knew your destiny lay beyond New Syria's blood-soaked sands." But the Primarch's reluctance was plain. These gladiators were his family, forged in shared suffering and tempered in the fires of the arena. "New Syria will be rebuilt," Ra interjected smoothly. "The Imperium will ensure your people no freedom. You need not concern yourself with their welfare." The promise, hollow though it was, swayed Angron's decision. He embraced Onamaus, bid farewell to his gladiator brothers and sisters, and departed with the golden-armored custodians. An auxiliary force remained behin, not to liberate, but to ensure compliance with imperial doctrine. As his transport climbed toward the stars, Angron's mind churned with questions and fears. What manner of men are my father and brothers? The Emperor's flagship, Bucephalus, thrummed with the barely contained energies of the Great Crusade. In its training decks, warriors honed themselves into instruments of imperial will, their augmented forms pushing the boundaries of human capability. Cheers erupted as Horus, bare-chested and gleaming with sweat, threw an Astartes warrior whose gene seed had not yet fully matured. The 16th Legion's chosen son had made these training sessions his daily ritual, and his prowess grew with each passing day. "Your skills improve beyond measure," called one of the warriors, stepping forward with genuine admiration. "We eagerly await the day we fight at your side." Warriors from other legions watched with poorly concealed envy. Their own Primarchs remained lost among the stars, their return dates unknown. The 16th Legion's fortune seemed almost cruel in its abundance. Horus basked in their praise, hoping word of his achievements would reach the Emperor's ears. Recognition from his gene-sire mattered above all else. "I long for the day you take command of the Legion, Horus." A new recruit pushed through the crowd, his eyes bright with hero worship. The words pleased Horus greatly. "What is your name, brother?" "Ezekiel Abaddon, my lord. Like yourself, I hail from Sithonia." Horus would have continued the conversation, but the arrival of custodian guards cut short all discourse. They bore an imperial summons, The emperor commanded his presence immediately. Reluctantly abandoning his conversation with Abaddon, Horus followed the golden-armored figures through the ship's baroque corridors. They led him to a magnificent audience hall, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadows that seemed to pulse with barely contained power. A figure stood at the chamber's center, broad-shouldered, scarred, radiating the barely leashed violence of the arena. The moment Horus laid eyes upon him, recognition flared. This was kin, this was brother, another son of the emperor. The knowledge should have brought joy. Instead, it kindled something darker, a territorial instinct that made Horus's jaw clench and his eyes narrow. "Your hostility is plain to see," the gladiator observed, his voice carrying the rough edges of Nuceria's fighting pits. "Do you seek to challenge me to combat?" The question hung in the air between them like a blade, waiting to fall. Two sons of the emperor, meeting for the first time, already sizing each other for weakness. In the shadows above, the very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what manner of brotherhood would emerge from this first, fateful encounter. Chapter 41, What We Fight For. The first meeting between Angron and Horus crackled with barely restrained violence, like the moment before a plasma reactor breach. When Angron's scarred lips formed the words, "Do you seek to challenge me, brother?" Horus responded not with words but with action, launching himself forward with the fluid grace of a born warrior. "Show me what strength you possess." Years of blood-soaked sand and roaring crowds had honed Angron's instincts to a razor's edge. Combat was not merely his profession, it was his essence, carved into his very soul by 1,000 victories and the screams of the fallen. As Horus closed the distance between them, Angron's expression shifted from wariness to something approaching joy. Here, at last, was an opponent worthy of his fury. Both were the Emperor's finest work, perfect fusion of reality and the Immaterium's dark gifts, vessels of power that transcended mortal comprehension. They wielded no weapons save those the God Emperor had crafted into their very bones. Each blow carried the force of thunder, each movement spoke of annihilation barely leashed. Horus's fist connected with Angron's jaw, a strike that would have pulverized a normal man's skull. The impact sent the Red Angel tumbling across the chamber's adamantine floor, his massive frame carving grooves in the blessed metal. "Your reputation appears somewhat exaggerated," Horus observed, allowing himself a smile of satisfaction. In the depths of his gene-forged heart, he harbored a desperate hope that their father would witness this moment, would see which son proved superior in the crucible of combat. Angron spat crimson upon the deck, the taste of his own blood awakening something primal within his transhuman physiology. Rising with deliberate slowness, he rolled his neck until vertebrae cracked like breaking stone. "Premature words, brother, this contest has barely begun." The prospect of facing such formidable opposition sent fire coursing through his veins. Too long had he fought lesser beings, slaves and criminals whose deaths brought no satisfaction. Here stood a true challenge. "Standing merely prolongs your inevitable defeat," Horus declared, advancing with measured steps. His next assault came like a thunderbolt, fist cutting the air with a sound like tearing silk. But Angron had not survived countless arena battles through strength alone. Subtlety guided his movement as he shifted aside, allowing Horus's strike to pass harmlessly by. His own hand shot out, seizing his brother's elbow and using momentum against him. "An old gladiator taught me this technique before the crowd took his life. I hope you appreciate its elegance." With Horus momentarily off balance, Angron struck, his boot connecting with his brother's midsection and sending him flying across the chamber like a launched artillery shell. The Red Angel pursued without hesitation, leaping high to bring both fists down in a finishing blow that would have cratered the deck plating. "I have never known defeat upon the sands. No matter the opponent's strength or skill, victory has always been mine. You fight well, brother, but this day shall be no different." Horus rolled desperately aside, Angron's strike creating spiderweb fractures where his head had been moments before. Springing to his feet with feline grace, the future War Master lowered his center of gravity and charged, his shoulder taking Angron in the torso and driving him backward. "Then today, you shall taste humility for the first time." What followed was not mere combat, but art, two perfect killing machines testing every technique, every stratagem their enhanced minds could conceive. Neither could claim definitive advantage. Where one excelled in raw fury, the other countered with tactical precision. The chamber echoed with the percussion of superhuman blows. Enough! The voice that interrupted their duel carried the weight of absolute authority, not raised, yet somehow more commanding than the roar of macro cannons. The Emperor emerged from the chamber's shadows, his form wreathed in psychic radiance that made the air itself seem to bow in reverence. Behind him strode Constantine Valdor and a full squad of Legio Custodes, their auramite armor gleaming like captured starlight. With casual application of his will, the master of mankind separated his warring sons, invisible chains of psychic force holding them apart despite their continued struggles. Even restrained, Angron and Horus locked gazes across the intervening space, each seeking some sign of weakness, some opening for renewed assault. Neither found what they sought. "You are brothers," the Emperor declared, his words carrying the finality of natural law. "Your destiny lies not in fraternal conflict, but in unity of purpose, the elevation of humanity to its rightful throne among the stars." He moved between them with measured steps, each footfall seeming to reshape reality around him. "Horus, behold Angron, Lord of Nuceria, undefeated champion of 10,000 arena battles. He is your brother in blood and purpose." The Emperor's gesture encompassed Angron before shifting to indicate the other Primarch. "Angron, this is Horus, Lord of Cethonia, architect of 100 victories in my name. You share the same genetic genesis, forged to serve as humanity's salvation." With visible effort, Horus extended his hand in greeting, his expression carefully composed. "It is an honor to meet you, brother. I foresee a profitable alliance between us." Angron regarded the offered hand for a long moment before grasping it firmly. To any observer, the gesture spoke of reconciliation and acceptance. Yet the white-knuckled grip and tensed muscles told a different story entirely. "Competition breeds excellence," observed a rasping voice from nearby. "Though perhaps you might consider channeling such energies toward our enemies rather than each other." For the first time, both Primarchs became aware of the raven perched upon their father's shoulder, a creature that seemed to shift between states of existence, present yet somehow apart from reality's normal flow. Confusion clouded their enhanced minds. Neither recalled seeing the bird moments before. How had it simply appeared? "Greetings, both of you, Lord Horus and the Arena King. Perhaps we should adjourn for refreshments. I understand Terra produces excellent processed tubers with fermented tomato extract." The raven's casual tone contrasted sharply with the formal atmosphere, its words carrying undertones of amusement that seemed almost heretical in the Emperor's presence. Following Angron's rescue and the alteration of his fate, the cosmic mechanisms governing their reality had shifted. The third node of possibility had stabilized, granting new freedoms to those who walked between worlds. Protective veils that once concealed certain truths from mortal perception had lifted, though other safeguards remained in place. "What manner of creature is this?" Horus demanded, his enhanced senses struggling to categorize what defied easy classification. "This is the Raven," the Emperor replied, his tone carrying subtle warning. "Another guardian of our realm. In my absence, his counsel carries the weight of my own will." The corvid spread its wings in mock ceremony. "Come now, young ones, surely you can acknowledge your second paternal figure." The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. Even the custodians shifted uncomfortably in their armor. Merely attempting to lighten the atmosphere, the Raven added hastily, noting the Emperor's expression. "Please, continue your discussion." With a flutter of wings, it relocated to Valdor's shoulder, and as it passed from direct sight, both Primarchs found their memories of the exchange growing strangely dim. "I spoke these words to Horus upon our first meeting, and now I must repeat them for you," the Emperor said, his attention returning to Angron. "The original design called for you to command the 12th Legion in my Great Crusade, to serve as one of humanity's primary instruments of conquest. But circumstances conspired against us. Shortly after your birth, our great enemy stole you away and cast you upon Nuceria's cursed soil. While I bear responsibility for failing to protect you, know that it was never my intention to abandon you to such fate." The Emperor's gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, examining something deeper than mere physical form. "We cannot yet determine what taint our enemy may have left upon you. To grant you immediate command of the 12th Legion would be unconscionably reckless, both to the Imperium and to humanity itself. Therefore, I offer you two paths. The first, prove yourself worthy through service with our expeditionary forces. Demonstrate that you remain untainted, and the Legion shall be yours by right. The second, abandon this calling entirely. Your strength ensures you will require supervision until the Great Crusade concludes and our realm achieves stability, but afterward you may claim true freedom." Horus studied his brother carefully, hope flickering in his enhanced hearts. "Choose the second path," his thoughts urged. "Return to your arena world and your gladiator companions. Leave this burden to those better suited to bear it." Angron fell silent, his mind turning inward. Images flashed before his enhanced consciousness, the slave pits of his youth, the screaming crowds that fed on suffering, the countless worlds throughout the galaxy where similar horrors played out on grander scales. The weight of that knowledge pressed upon him like a physical force. "What do we fight for?" he asked at last, the question emerging from the depths of his tormented soul. "For processed tubers and fermented tomato extract, naturally," the Raven interjected. "What measure of civilization can a world claim if its people cannot enjoy such simple pleasures?" A ghost of a smile crossed the Emperor's features. "For humanity's manifest destiny among the stars, for the restoration of our species' rightful dominion, and yes, for the simple joys that make existence worthwhile." Constantine Valdor's jaw tightened imperceptibly. His worst fears were manifesting, the Emperor's speech patterns slowly incorporating elements of the Corvid's irreverent philosophy. How long before imperial battle cries included references to processed foodstuffs? Angron nodded slowly, his decision crystallizing like cooling adamantine. "I accept the first path, Father. I shall prove myself worthy of your trust." Horus's expression carefully concealed his disappointment. Another rival for their father's attention, another obstacle to overcome. Following the formal conclusion of their meeting, Angron found himself assigned to study alongside Horus, an arrangement that lasted precisely until the Emperor departed the chamber. Within moments, both Primarchs had agreed to continue their interrupted duel in the training grounds. Word of their Primarch's return spread through the 12th Legion like wildfire. Warriors who had served without their Gene Father for decades rushed to witness this momentous occasion. Not to be outdone, the sons of Horus also converged upon the combat arena, their loyalty to the 16th Legion's master compelling them to show support. What began as a contest between two demigods inevitably devolved into something far more chaotic. "For Angron and the Emperor," roared Khan, one of the 12th Legion's newest inductees, as his fist connected with Ezekiel Abaddon's jaw. The impact sent the future first captain sprawling, and Khan followed up by driving his opponent to the ground. "For Horus and the Emperor," Abaddon snarled in response, reversing their positions and seizing Khan's head. The sound of skull meeting adamantine wall echoed through the arena like gunshots. The massive brawl that erupted required intervention from both custodian guard and Imperial disciplinary units. When order was finally restored, every participant found themselves sentenced to solitary confinement for reflection upon their conduct. Yet none expressed regret. Instead, they wore their punishment like badges of honor, regaling their battle brothers with tales of the legendary melee. Far from mockery, the other legions regarded the affair with barely concealed envy. The longing for their own lost Primarchs had never burned more intensely, particularly among the First Legion, who bore the distinction of being first created, yet remained fatherless still. The Emperor learned of the interlegion conflict, but dismissed it as inconsequential. His attention had turned to matters of far greater import. Malkador had delivered a quantum communication array, its design enhanced by the finest tech adepts of Mars. Instantaneous communication across galactic distances, independent of the warp's capricious currents, had become reality. The Great Crusade was about to accelerate beyond all previous limits. Chapter 42, The Hydra's Path. Imperial Flagship, Emperor's Grand Design. Beyond the Manville Point. Segmentum Solar. Within the sacred confines of the circular domed hall, the air thrummed with the resonant chanting of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Tech adepts bearing smoking sensors moved in ritualistic procession around the towering construct that dominated the chamber's heart, their binary cant echoing through the vaulted space as blessed oils anointed the machine's blessed form. The acrid tang of incense mingled with the sharp ozone scent of activated plasma conduits. Is this the superluminal communication array? The raven, perched upon the Emperor's armored shoulder, cocked his head to regard the technological marvel before them with curious eyes. His voice carried the faint irreverence that had become familiar to those who served in the master of mankind's presence. The quantum communication tower represented the apotheosis of technologies salvaged from the trisolaran sphere, arcane sciences that the Emperor had acquired during his sojourn beyond the veil of known space. Upon his return to the material realm, these sacred patterns had been transmitted back to Terra with utmost priority, entrusted to Malkador's capable stewardship for integration into the Imperium's growing technological arsenal. Now, the fruits of that endeavor stood manifest before them. The array's base resembled nothing so much as an ancient Terran fusion tokamak, its toroidal chamber wreathed in containment fields that bent light itself. Above this foundation rose a sealed hemisphere of blessed adamantium, its surface crawling with complex cable networks and conduit arrays of varying calibers, all converging upon the sphere's geometrical heart like the devotional offerings of a mechanized shrine. The primary tower structure soared upward in elegant curves reminiscent of Terra's ancient architectural traditions, specifically the great spires once raised along the Pearl River by the dynasties of Old Earth. Surrounding this central pillar, smooth obsidian support columns formed a defensive matrix, their surfaces inscribed with the blessed canticles of the Omnissiah. This singular device had been escorted from the Sol system under the protection of a full custodian guard cohort, accompanied by a procession of the most senior tech dominus available to the Mechanicum. Its value to the Imperium could not be overstated. Under standard protocols, quantum communication arrays require planetary installation and represent massive infrastructural undertakings, intoned the mechanical sage who had accompanied the device's delivery. His voxcaster crackled with the weight of accumulated wisdom. Their design parameters demand considerable tolerance margins. Excessive precision in their construction often results in cascade failures, whilst their maintenance requirements render widespread deployment economically prohibitive. The aged tech dominus gestured toward the compact marvel with one mechadendrite. This iteration represents the collaborative efforts of 17 Forge World's most gifted savants. It achieves superior communication fidelity whilst remaining compact enough for installation aboard capital vessels or heavy transport craft. His tone grew more measured, acknowledging the inevitable compromises. Naturally, such advancement comes at considerable cost. The resources required to manufacture a single mobile communication tower could establish hyperspace communication networks across an entire subsector's fixed installations. Furthermore, he continued, should this mobile array enter regions of quantum interference, what we term communication shadow zones, it will lose connection with the greater network. Re-establishing such links requires considerable time and resources. The universe harbored numerous such dead zones, territories corrupted by chaos taint, the ruins of ancient Xenos civilizations, derelict battlefields where reality itself bore scars from wars long past. These regions, where the very fabric of spacetime rejected quantum communion, posed constant challenges to imperial communication networks. The Emperor nodded once, his golden features impassive as he processed the sage's briefing. When he spoke, his voice carried the absolute authority of 10 millennia. Activate it. The mechanical sage performed the ritual genuflection. Your will shall be done, Omnissiah. Binary cant flowed from his Vox grill as he transmitted activation protocols to his subordinates. Throughout the chamber, tech adepts raised their voices in sacred song, their augmetic vocal cords producing harmonies impossible for unmodified human throats. Praise the Omnissiah, praise the machine spirit. The great bell of activation tolled once, its resonance felt through deck plating and bulkheads alike. Plasma reactors hummed to life as the device's heart began to beat with barely contained energies. The reaction matrix blazed with captured starfire, whilst electrical discharges danced across its surface in complex patterns. Reality rippled. The air itself seemed to thicken as quantum fluctuations propagated outward in expanding spheres. Threads of coherent light began weaving themselves through three-dimensional space, sketching the boundaries of a projection field with mathematical precision. Seconds later, the familiar features of Malkador the Sigillite materialized within the light screen, his ancient face creased with excitement barely contained by centuries of discipline. "My Emperor, do you receive this transmission clearly?" The excitement in the ancient psyker's voice was unmistakable, a rare display of emotion from one who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. The Emperor inclined his head slightly. "Yes, old friend, the connection is perfect. We have achieved success beyond our projections, my lord," Malkador continued, his words tumbling forth with uncharacteristic urgency. The hyperspace communication network now spans 7 star systems in Sol's immediate vicinity. The Imperium's communication efficiency has increased by several orders of magnitude. We are no longer solely dependent upon astropathic communion for routine transmissions. Though not entirely, the Emperor knew. Should Imperial forces venture into the shadow zones where quantum signals could not penetrate, the telepathic abilities of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica remained humanity's only link to the wider galaxy. "You have exceeded expectations, Malkador. What progress can you report regarding the celestial computation engines?" "Construction proceeds ahead of schedule, my lord. We anticipate completion within 5 standard years. Smaller computational devices have already entered widespread deployment, significantly reducing the labor requirements for numerous administrative functions across multiple sectors." The Emperor's expression grew stern, his voice carrying the weight of absolute prohibition. "These computational engines must remain eternally subservient to human oversight. Under no circumstances are autonomous artificial intelligences to be granted access to significant processing capabilities." His golden eyes seemed to burn with inner fire. "Intensify screening protocols. Should any research team attempt to cross that threshold, they are to be terminated immediately." "Understood completely, my Emperor." Malkador's nod was grave, acknowledging the stakes involved. "I have already initiated covert monitoring protocols to ensure no research projects violate this fundamental restriction." "And the Microcosm Project?" "Our finest Adeptus Mechanicus sages continue analyzing the technological frameworks you provided. They assure me that detailed construction schematics will be available shortly." The Emperor's expression grew solemn, his next words carrying prophetic weight. "Microcosm technology represents nothing less than the key to ascension itself. It must receive absolute priority. Through it, humanity may yet claim the Creator's own authority." "The microcosm projects have been granted unlimited resource allocation and administrative priority," Malkador assured him. "They shall not fail to meet your expectations." The Emperor paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully before continuing. "What of those other weapons?" Understanding flickered in Malkador's ancient eyes. "A suitable research cadre has been selected and subjected to thought steel seal implantation. The weapons development programs remain absolutely secure." "Good," the Emperor's approval was evident. "The power of these weapons transcends conventional destruction. They possess the capability to permanently alter the fundamental laws of reality itself." His voice dropped to barely above a whisper, yet each word carried terrible import. Should knowledge of their existence reach the wrong entities, it would certainly provoke the ruinous powers and other ancient enemies to desperate action, inviting catastrophe upon us all. These operations maintain absolute secrecy, Malkador confirmed. Every participant undergoes multiple loyalty assessments. Only after passing these trials are thought steel seals implanted to ensure unwavering dedication to the Imperium. The Sigillite's expression grew troubled. However, my lord, I must report one concerning development. The 20th departed Terra without authorization. According to the message he left behind, he has embarked upon a quest to locate your current position. The Raven's head tilted sharply upon hearing mention of the 20th. He knew that designation well, Alfarius Omgon, the Lord of the Hydra, the Primarch whose loyalty existed in quantum superposition, simultaneously absolute and suspect. The Alpha Legion's motto echoed through his mind: never attempt to locate Alfarius, for all are Alfarius. You are Alfarius, he is Alfarius, I am Alfarius, every soul contains the potential for deception. The Raven muttered to himself, reciting the paradoxical mantras associated with the twin Primarch. When one head falls, two more emerge to take its place, eternal and multiplying. The Hydra wrestles with itself across the void. Let us observe which aspect claims ultimate victory. The Emperor regarded his companion's mutterings with patient tolerance before addressing Malkador. I am aware of his departure. This failure does not reflect upon your stewardship. Captain General Valdor's jaw tightened imperceptibly. The implications were clear. If Alfarius could evade Terra's most comprehensive security apparatus, what hope did they have of detecting his infiltration of the Emperor's grand design? During his residence on Terra, the 20th had made a sport of penetrating custodian security protocols. His success rate had been disturbingly high, forcing Valdor to implement the Blood Games, intensive counter-infiltration training designed to sharpen his warriors' vigilance. If the enhanced custodians aboard the flagship proved vulnerable to such deception, Valdor grimly acknowledged he might find himself reassigned to pond-watching duties back on Terra, as the Raven had once irreverently suggested. The Emperor and his Sigillite continued their discourse, addressing various aspects of imperial governance and policy refinement. They corrected administrative errors, ensured civilian welfare programs remained adequately funded, and coordinated resource allocation across multiple sectors. Eventually, their communication concluded with ritual formality. With the completion of our hyperspace communication networks and the deployment of advanced technological assets, the strategic initiative has shifted in our favor, the Emperor observed, his voice carrying quiet satisfaction. For too long, he had possessed only a single viable path to humanity's salvation: the restoration of the ancient webway network left behind by the old ones. That monumental undertaking had demanded desperate haste, exploiting the brief respite provided by Slaanesh's birth scream that had temporarily calmed the warp's turbulence. Time had been short, the task overwhelming, and the pressure had bred impatience in even his transhuman psyche. Now, however, he possessed the gene engine, hyperspace communication, and numerous other technological marvels. Even should the warp storms return with their previous intensity, human civilization would no longer face complete fragmentation. At worst, interstellar navigation would become more challenging. The Emperor's gaze pierced the viewing ports, passing through the brilliant stellar formations to focus upon the immaterium itself. Within that roiling realm of psychic energy, the chaos gods felt his attention and roared their impotent fury in response. Witnessing their rage, the Emperor allowed himself the faintest suggestion of a smile. Now the advantage lies with humanity. Let us observe what desperate gambits our enemies attempt in their growing desperation. Chapter 43, Matrix in WARHAMMER 40K. Xeno System. Imperial Fleet Deployment Zone. Date, M. The dark void writhed beneath the lash of immaterial forces as reality tore asunder. A massive rent appeared in the fabric of spacetime, disgorging hundreds of Imperial warships from the roiling depths of the Empyrean. Gellar fields flickered and died as the fleet translated back into real space, their protective barriers immediately replaced by the rising crescendo of void shields powering to full strength. Each vessel bore the sacred Aquila upon its prow, the golden double-headed eagle that proclaimed humanity's dominion over the stars. Along their flanks stood towering cathedral spires and devotional sculptures, interspersed with the gaping maws of macro-cannon batteries. The fleet carried with it an aura of absolute authority, the weight of 10,000 years of human ambition made manifest in adamantium and ceramite. Plasma drives ignited in brilliant azure cascades as the formation adjusted course, vectoring toward the system's primary star at maximum sustainable velocity. The flagship Emperor's grand design deployed its sensor arrays like a vast invisible net, drinking in every scrap of data the system had to offer. The harvest proved meager. Beyond basic astronomical readings, planetary masses, orbital mechanics, asteroid distributions, the system revealed little of strategic value. Database cross-referencing identified their destination as the Sino system, marked in ancient charts as supporting multiple colony worlds. Augur sweeps confirmed what the archives had suggested: technological regression on a catastrophic scale. The colonies had fallen far from their ancestors' achievements, their histories fragmenting into myth and superstition. The Imperial Crusade had encountered such worlds countless times, human settlements that had weathered the age of strife by forgetting their past. Compliance operations proceeded with textbook efficiency. When the legions of Astartes descended from the void, the primitive colonists hailed them as divine messengers. Local potentates prostrated themselves before the emperor's representatives, offering submission without even the pretense of resistance. All proceeded according to standard protocols, save for the anomaly-designated Sinos III. Orbital debris fields and derelict space stations bore witness to the world's former technological sophistication. Now, however, the planet lay shrouded beneath roiling clouds of electromagnetic interference. The atmospheric disturbance created a barrier impenetrable to conventional sensors, isolating the surface from orbital observation and trapping any inhabitants beneath its veil. Repeated augur sweeps yielded only fragmentary data through the interference. Tech adepts employed vast computational matrices to filter signal from noise, eventually confirming massive mechanical activity and human biosignatures across the planet's surface. Fleet Command initiated standard compliance protocols, broadcasting offers of peaceful integration into the Imperium. The message emphasized humanity's glorious destiny among the stars, the Emperor's vision of unity and prosperity for all human worlds. The response shattered such hopes. Human error purge. Human error purge thought. The transmission repeated endlessly, its mechanical cadence devoid of any trace of human warmth or recognition. Fleet anchorage was established in high orbit as command staff deliberated their next course of action. Permission to attempt surface contact, my lords, requested Captain Hadrian Vex of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's Diplomatic Corps. His voice carried the measured confidence of one who had negotiated compliance from dozens of recalcitrant worlds. While communication proves challenging, the possibility of peaceful resolution should not be abandoned without direct contact. The War Council weighed his proposal carefully. The captain's record spoke to his competence: 17 successful negotiations, minimal casualties, resources preserved for the Great Crusade rather than wasted in unnecessary bloodshed. Authorization was granted. Captain Vex's gilded diplomatic shuttle descended through the electromagnetic maelstrom, escorted by a squadron of Stormbird interceptors. As they breached the cloud layer, pictaptures revealed the transformed landscape below. Sino's III had become a world of metal. Endless spires of black iron stretched to every horizon, their surfaces unmarked by vegetation or exposed soil. Some towers pierced the atmospheric veil entirely, while others sprawled across continental plates in vast industrial complexes. Crimson warning lights dotted the megastructures like baleful eyes, their glow painting the perpetual twilight in shades of dried blood. Mechanical entities moved between the spires, serpentine craft-trailing clusters of manipulator arms, weaving through the urban canyons with purpose incomprehensible to human observers. This represents a considerable technological achievement, Captain Vex transmitted to the fleet. Such infrastructure suggests advanced manufacturing capabilities that could serve the crusade well once properly directed. His voice carried the enthusiasm of a true believer in the imperial truth, convinced that reason and fellowship could bridge any divide between human settlements. The ground-based defense batteries provided their own response. Lance strikes and missile salvos erupted from concealed positions, engulfing the diplomatic mission in overlapping fields of destruction. The shuttle's void shields collapsed under the barrage's intensity, hull breaches venting atmosphere and crew alike into the toxic sky. What remained of the vessel plummeted earthward, impacting with sufficient force to carve a crater through several city blocks. Captain Vex and his entire retinue perished without exchanging a single word with Xeno's III's inhabitants. The bridge of the Emperor's grand design fell silent as damage assessments filtered through the command network. The diplomatic shuttle had carried no weapons, posed no conceivable threat. Even the most xenophobic human cultures typically honored parley traditions. This was something else entirely. "Enlighten them," the Emperor commanded, his voice carrying the finality of absolute judgment. The Imperium had offered Xenos III the gift of compliance. They had chosen to respond with unprovoked murder. Now only the cleansing fire of imperial justice remained. Lance batteries, macrocannons, and torpedo tubes trained upon predetermined target coordinates. The orbital bombardment commenced with methodical precision, each salvo calculated to maximize structural damage while preserving whatever human population might remain below. Plasma lances carved molten trenches through the metal landscape. Macrocannon shells punched through spire walls in thunderous percussion. Many structures collapsed into smoking ruin, their twisted remains a testament to imperial firepower. Other installations proved more resilient. Energy barriers flickered to life around critical facilities, deflecting or absorbing the bombardment's fury with technology that matched or perhaps exceeded imperial standards. Auger arrays tracked defensive responses continuously, cataloging shield generators and anti-orbital emplacements. Once enemy air defenses had been sufficiently degraded, the invasion would commence. Dropship Hangar Bay 66, Imperial Flagship. Emperor's Grand Design. I shall claim this victory in the Emperor's name. Witness the Ascendant Legion of Horus. Horus Lupercal stood among his Luna wolves, conducting final equipment inspections with the meticulous care that had made the XVI Legion legendary. Each bolt shell was counted, each power cell tested, each blade honed to molecular sharpness. The War Master's ambitions burned bright. This campaign would demonstrate once more why he stood first among the Primarchs. 3 hangar bays distant, another son of the Emperor prepared for war with equal intensity, but markedly different temperament. Whether in arena sand or battlefield mud, Angron knows no defeat. The Red Angel growled to his World Eaters. His legion shared their Primarch's anticipation, viewing the coming battle as merely another gladiatorial contest writ large across a planetary stage. Angron's fingers traced the crimson cords woven into his war harness, each thread representing victory in the fighting pits of Nuceria. Red for triumph, black for defeat. His cord had remained unbroken since the day of his first kill, an unending testament to martial supremacy. The drop pod assault commenced at the appointed hour. The XVI and XII legions spearheaded the assault, their orbital descent tracked by thousands of defensive batteries. Point defense turrets filled the sky with intersecting fire lanes, but Astartes drop pods were built to survive such attention. Most punched through to successful surface deployment, disgorging their superhuman cargo into the heart of the metal city. What awaited them defied expectation. The enemy possessed no fear of death because they had never lived. Purely mechanical constructs emerged from concealed positions, humanoid in general configuration, but clearly artificial in origin. They moved with inhuman coordination, their targeting systems acquiring space marine signatures with mechanical precision. No battle cries echoed from their ranks, no hesitation slowed their advance. They simply executed their programming with absolute dedication, seeking to eliminate the intruders through focused application of overwhelming firepower. The ensuing battle tested both legions severely. On one side stood the emperor's finest warriors, gene-forged for war and tempered by countless campaigns. Opposite them marched enemies that knew neither pain nor fear, guided by logic matrices that calculated optimal casualty ratios with dispassionate efficiency. Combat stalled into brutal attrition. Bolter fire shredded mechanical chassis while return volleys punched through ceramite plate. Flamers reduced enemy formations to molten slag, only for fresh units to advance through the cooling remains. Plasma weapons carved through enemy ranks, their shots answered by energy beams that could sever an Astartes in half. Imperial reinforcements shifted the balance. Titan war engines descended via heavy-lift craft, their god machines striding through the cityscape like wrathful avatars of human supremacy. Plasma annihilators and volcano cannons carved paths of destruction through the opposition, their firepower sufficient to level entire city blocks. Gradually, inexorably, Imperial forces established expanding beachheads. The mechanical defenders fought with unwavering determination, but sheer weight of numbers and firepower told. Drop zones were secured, fortifications established, supply lines open to orbital support. Victory seemed certain when Angron's assault squad breached a massive domed structure near the city center. What they discovered within defied all expectation. Thousands upon thousands of suspension pods filled the cavernous interior, arranged in neat rows that stretched beyond the limits of their helmet lamps. Each pod contained a human being, infants, children, adults, elderly, every age and demographic represented in this vast archive of slumbering humanity. Data cables snaked from each pod to central processing nodes, their purpose unclear but certainly sinister. The occupants showed minimal life signs, their bodies sustained by automated systems while their minds remained trapped in artificial comas. The discovery was immediately relayed to Fleet Command. Bridge of the Emperor's grand design. The Matrix, the Raven muttered instinctively upon reviewing the pic captures transmitted by the XII Legion reconnaissance team. His avian head tilted thoughtfully as he processed the implications. The comparison to ancient Terran entertainment media seemed apt initially, but practical considerations quickly dismissed such speculation. Biological systems represented hopelessly inefficient energy sources. No civilization capable of planetary engineering would resort to such crude methods. No, these humans served some other purpose entirely, one that likely proved far more disturbing than simple energy harvesting. The question remained, what exactly had the people of Xenos III become, and what had been done to them in the process? Chapter 44, The Golden Sun Rises. Xenos III. Surface Primary Landing Zone. 6 hours post-initial deployment. With the Vanguard forces establishing orbital supremacy, heavy transport craft descended through the electromagnetic storms in relentless waves. Each vessel disgorged its cargo of Imperial war machines. Night suits stalked from their cradles like awakening titans, while formations of Predator tanks and Rhino APCs thundered down deployment ramps with engines growling. Massive cannon barrels traversed across arc ranges as target acquisition systems locked onto mechanical formations. The combined firepower of an Imperial armored spearhead was unleashed in coordinated salvos that turned entire city blocks into molten slag. The machine tide that had seemed so inexorable now broke apart under sustained bombardment. Mechanical chassis sparked and died in heaps of twisted metal, their optical sensors darkening as power cores went critical. Explosions bloomed across the battlefield like deadly flowers, their flash illuminating the perpetual twilight in stark relief. From orbit, the bombardment continued without cessation. Plasma lances, torpedo spreads, missile batteries, and macro-cannon shells rained down in precisely calculated fire missions. Stormbird interceptors screamed through the smoky atmosphere, their contrails weaving brilliant patterns against the darkened sky. At the spearpoint of the assault, the Legion's Astartes proved themselves the Emperor's finest weapons. Enhanced beyond mortal limitations, They carved through defensive lines that would have stopped conventional armies cold. Fortified positions fell to their advance like wheat before the scythe. Horus Lupercal led from the front, as was his nature. Even without the additional enhancements that elevated some of his brothers, the Primarch remained a force of destruction incarnate. His movements defied tracking by enemy targeting systems, too swift for heavy weapons, too resilient for light arms fire. He was primordial fury given form, a tempest of violence that swept across the battlefield, leaving only wreckage in its wake. His lightning claws, wreathed in disruptor fields, sheared through mechanical limbs as though they were parchment. Each swing of his power maul conjured azure energy discharges that reduced enemy chassis to component atoms. Where Horus walked, the battlefield became a graveyard of broken machines. Behind him stretched a trail of molten metal and sparking debris, testament to transhuman martial supremacy. Such displays of power inevitably drew retaliation. The enemy deployed increasingly sophisticated hunter-killers against him. Bipedal constructs armed with conversion beamers and Volkite weapons that could threaten even Primarch physiology. They proved insufficient to the task. A Primarch stood beyond mortal comparison, a fusion of the Emperor's own genetic mastery and 10 millennia of accumulated warfare knowledge. No matter what the mechanical horde deployed against him, Horus adapted and overcame. It was during one such engagement that unexpected allies revealed themselves. A dozen raggedly dressed humans emerged from a storm drain access, their improvised weapons smoking from recent use. They had assisted in destroying a particularly resilient hunter-killer, their combined fire disrupting its targeting matrix long enough for Horus to close and deliver the killing blow. I had believed all human inhabitants confined within the suspension facilities, Horus observed, genuinely surprised by their appearance. "It would seem you are our lost kinsmen returned from the void," replied an aged man bearing obvious augmetic replacements. "I welcome you in the name of all who yet draw free breath. I am Horus Lupercal, beloved son of the Master of Mankind and Primarch of his great crusade," the Primarch replied with formal dignity. "We have come to liberate this world, to destroy these abominations utterly, and to reclaim human civilization from shadow." The elder performed a respectful bow before continuing. "I am Rona, speaker for the survivors. It brings great joy to witness your arrival." "What calamity befell this world?" Horus inquired, his enhanced senses already cataloging the tactical situation. "Why do these machines hold our people captive?" "All stems from the madness of our planetary governor." Rona's voice carried the weight of terrible memory. "He was once a man of virtue, but corruption claimed him as it has claimed so many." "Speak plainly." Horus surveyed the battlefield as he listened. The mechanical resistance was crumbling under sustained assault. Complete victory was now merely a matter of time and ammunition expenditure. He could spare attention for intelligence gathering. Rona held nothing back, revealing the tragic history of Xenos III in its entirety. When the age of strife descended upon humanity, psychic anomalies and genetic deviance multiplied exponentially across the galaxy. Xenos III suffered particularly severe manifestations, reality tears, demon incursions, and mass hysteria events that claimed thousands of lives. Governor Matthias Kine, desperate to protect his people, made the fateful decision to reactivate a sealed abominable intelligence, a thinking machine from the dark age of technology that should have been destroyed millennia ago. Rather than simply activating the AI, however, Kine chose to upload his own consciousness into its databanks, believing human will could direct mechanical efficiency toward beneficial ends. Initially, his gambit succeeded. The AI legions suppressed the psychic uprisings, restored civil order, and returned Xenos III to productive function. But the uploaded consciousness of Governor Kine soon encountered malicious code fragments embedded deep within the AI's core programming, viral data constructs that had lurked dormant for centuries. These digital parasites corrupted his human essence, transforming the benevolent governor into something far more sinister. When planetary officials recognized the threat Kine had become, They attempted to purge his consciousness and format the AI core entirely. Their efforts came too late. The corrupted governor struck first, initiating what he termed the Final Judgment Protocol. Extinction-level weapons were deployed across the planet's surface. Atmospheric processors were overloaded, tectonic destabilizers activated, and viral plagues released from research archives. Within months, Sino's III became a tomb world where only machines could function. The surviving human leadership, recognizing their civilization's doom, chose to activate emergency protocols. They deliberately overloaded the planetary climate control systems and destabilized the polar magnetic fields, shrouding Sino's III in perpetual electromagnetic storms. The sacrifice trapped the corrupted AI on-world, preventing its spread to other systems. Governor Kine, now styling himself the Dark Governor, found himself master of a dead planet, unable to extend his malice beyond the electromagnetic barrier his own victims had created. Initially, he had simply ordered the mechanical legions to hunt down surviving humans for extermination. But as years passed, mere slaughter no longer satisfied his corrupted psychology. He developed a far more insidious form of revenge. Rather than killing the survivors outright, his machines began capturing them alive. The captives were placed in sophisticated suspension pods, their consciousness linked to a vast virtual reality matrix the Dark Governor had created, a digital realm he termed Nightmare Paradise. Within this artificial environment, human minds were subjected to endless scenarios of hope and despair. They would struggle to escape nightmarish situations, achieve momentary success, only to be plunged into even deeper horror. The cycle repeated indefinitely, grinding away at sanity and soul until madness or death provided the only release. When this intelligence reached the Imperial fleet, even the Emperor's transhuman composure was tested. The systematic psychological torture of an entire population represented depravity beyond conventional military atrocity. Imperial forces pressed their advantage with renewed fury. The mechanical city became a smoking ruin, its spires toppled and foundations cracked. However, the facilities containing human captives received strict protection orders. These structures would be secured intact, their precious cargo preserved at all costs. Tech-adept analysis of the suspension systems revealed a critical complication. These humans have existed within virtual environments for decades, reported Magos Biologus Hereticus after comprehensive scans. Forcible disconnection would likely cause massive neurological trauma, potentially rendering the entire population catatonic. He paused, consulting additional data streams before continuing. The artificial reality matrix must be collapsed from within, allowing the captive minds to achieve natural disconnection. Only thus can we ensure successful revival. "I shall enter this nightmare paradise personally," the Emperor declared, his voice carrying absolute finality. "I will locate the architect of these atrocities and deliver appropriate justice." "Surely such direct involvement carries unnecessary risk, my lord," Captain General Valdor interjected, his concern evident despite his stoic bearing. "No force in creation can match my will," the Emperor replied. His golden eyes seemed to burn with inner fire. "This abomination ends now." The Raven offered no objection to the plan. Indeed, he found himself curious about virtual reality environments. Perhaps he might finally discover what digital representations of food and beverage might taste like to one of his unique senses. Digital Realm, Nightmare Paradise Administrative Sector 7 Gamma Real Time. 17 minutes post-Imperial intrusion. A corroded hover transport drifted through perpetual mist like a ghost ship of the ancient seas. 12 figures occupied its worn seating, 5 women, 7 men, their faces bearing the haunted expressions of those who had witnessed too much horror. They were players in the Dark Governor's grand game, condemned to participate in endless scenarios of terror and false hope. Each failure brought unspeakable punishment until the next trial began. The cycle would continue until madness claimed them or death provided merciful release. The transport's anti-grav systems hummed with mechanical persistence, the only sound in a realm designed for psychological torment. Eventually, it arrived at a desolate settlement, gray buildings stained with what might have been blood, empty windows staring like dead eyes. A tall, gaunt figure waited at the transport terminus. It wore a corvid mask and bore replacement limbs of rusted metal, surgical shears where one hand should be, meat hooks instead of fingers on the other. Current scenario: township exodus, objective: acquire transit permits while evading nightmare entity. The transport doors hissed open. Passengers disembarked with obvious reluctance, knowing that survival depended on completing objectives that seemed designed for failure. "Welcome, my delectable morsels," the nightmare entity hissed, its tongue tasting dried blood on hook point. "How I anticipate our interaction." Game restrictions still held the entity in check, preventing immediate violence. But its words and movements promised suffering beyond imagination once those restraints lifted. The veteran players understood precisely what awaited them should they fail. Death would be a kindness compared to the nightmare's attentions. Scenario initializing @##. Scenario initializing @##. System error detected, correcting yen. The status displays flickered with cascading errors, their normal progression interrupted by some form of external interference. Then the impossible occurred. The perpetual twilight began to brighten. Above the horror town, a golden radiance pierced the digital clouds, not the sickly illumination of the game's artificial lighting, but something approaching true solar brilliance. The players stared upward in amazement as a golden sun rose over their nightmare world, its light banishing shadow and mist with divine authority. Chapter 45 of Lions and Wolves. Digital Realm, Nightmare Paradise. Central Processing Core. Moment of divine intervention. Within the perpetual twilight of the artificial realm, an impossible dawn began to break. The golden radiance carried with it a pressure beyond mortal comprehension, not merely light, but authority made manifest. The ever-present mist that had shrouded this digital hell for decades began to dissipate like morning frost before the Emperor's fire. A figure wreathed in aureate luminescence approached through the dissolving shadows, his form clad in armor that seemed forged from captured starlight itself. Upon his shoulder perched a familiar corvid companion. "So this is the nightmare space," the raven observed with characteristic irreverence. "Fascinating architecture. I wonder if the digital representations of consumables possess any flavor profile worth investigating." Several of the trapped players registered surprise at hearing the avian speak, but their attention immediately shifted away. Some cognitive protection preventing retention of details regarding the Emperor's companion. "You do not belong within my domain," hissed the entity calling itself Nightmare. Its usual sadistic confidence had evaporated, replaced by genuine unease as it beheld the golden figure. "Paradise should contain no presence such as yours." The Emperor offered no verbal response. Instead, he raised the blade in his hand, a weapon that seemed to capture and focus the very essence of stellar fusion. Golden flames crawled along its edge, radiating waves of purifying heat. The sword descended, sacred fire swept forth in a cleansing tide. The masked nightmare entity became a pillar of burning agony, its screams echoing through digital space as false flesh was consumed by true flame. Within moments, it had been reduced to scattered ash particles drifting on non-existent wind. The raven's perception, however, revealed a different truth. Where others saw simple immolation, he witnessed the entity's dissolution into component elements, streams of corrupted binary code, black and crimson data fragments that dispersed into the underlying matrix structure. Even within a virtual environment composed entirely of programmed instructions, his power remains absolute, the raven mused quietly. As befits the Omnissiah made manifest. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus traced its ultimate origins to the void dragon imprisoned beneath Mars, the Emperor clearly held dominion over all technological endeavors, digital realms included. The grim township began to burn as the Emperor advanced through its streets. Reality itself bent and twisted around his presence, hairline fractures appearing in the fabric of the constructed space. Nightmare Paradise resembled nothing so much as a crystal sphere struck by a divine hammer, spiderweb cracks spreading outward from each point of impact. Intrusion detected, alert status, critical ~@, intrusion IGP0 VRBT. Throughout the vast digital complex, players trapped in countless scenario chambers found their interface displays erupting in cascading error messages and strobing alert indicators. What is happening to this place? Nightmare Paradise is being invaded. The entire system is collapsing. Panic spread among the captives. In their understanding, Nightmare Paradise represented an inescapable hell governed by entities of unimaginable power. The mysterious architects who had created this realm of impossible physics and perverted resurrection had seemed utterly beyond challenge. Now, something far greater was dismantling their prison with casual contempt. The SSS classified City of Strange Tales scenario, considered among the most lethal challenges within the digital maze, began its spectacular destruction. This particular construct had housed dozens of nightmare entities operating under reality-warping protocols that made survival nearly impossible for human participants. All such considerations became irrelevant as divine fire descended from the constructed heavens. Golden flames consumed everything they touched, reducing elaborate horror architectures to digital ash. Nightmare creatures that had seemed invincible fled screaming, as their governing algorithms were forcibly rewritten. The players bore witness to a golden sun rolling across their artificial sky, like the wheel of some cosmic chariot. Where its radiance fell, purifying flames surged forth in vast tidal waves. The grotesque entities that had tormented them for so long proved less substantial than smoke before such magnificence. Mere proximity to the Emperor's presence was sufficient to reduce them to constituent particles. Instance after instance collapsed in sequence. Digital space stretched and warped under stresses it had never been designed to accommodate. The cracks widened exponentially, and the entire Nightmare Paradise matrix teetered on the edge of complete systemic failure. You have no right to exist within this realm. A writhing shadow form materialized before the Emperor, attempting to bar his advance. The entity possessed no fixed configuration, merely a mass of twisted darkness, punctuated by crimson optical sensors that burned like forged coals against the ink-black surface. The Emperor's response was silence. His gaze carried the weight of absolute judgment, cold and implacable as the void between stars. Rage flared within the shadow entity's corrupted psyche. Such dismissal represented the ultimate insult to one who had styled himself lord of this digital domain. "This realm belongs to me," it shrieked, launching itself toward the golden figure. "I am its god, its omnipotent ruler. Regardless of your identity, you lack the authority to challenge my supremacy." Reality began shifting around them as the entity deployed its full arsenal of psychological warfare. The environment transformed into a hellscape of impossible geometries and blasphemous imagery, designed to fracture sanity and break the will of any sentient being exposed to its influence. The Emperor remained unmoved. His expression showed neither fear nor disgust, merely the patient tolerance of one who had witnessed far worse corruption across 10 millennia of existence. When he spoke, his voice carried the finality of universal law. "There are no gods in this reality. There have never been gods. There are no gods now. There shall never be gods." His blade swept forward, trailing golden fire. The shadow entity was engulfed by purifying flames, its screams echoing through every layer of the digital matrix as corrupted code was systematically purged. The Raven observed cascading data streams within the entity's dissolving form. Crimson and black programming fragments breaking down into basic binary components before dispersing entirely. The shadow construct's destruction triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. Nightmare Paradise convulsed as fundamental support structures collapsed. Terror scenarios that had persisted for decades were consumed by spreading fires, their elaborate programming reduced to scattered data fragments. From the deepest layers of the artificial realm came sounds of ultimate agony, the death screams of malevolent code that had been infused with warp taint during its creation. As these corrupted subroutines disintegrated, they released violent psychic discharge waves that accelerated the Matrix's dissolution. Xuanhuan. Surface simultaneous real-time events. The digital apocalypse manifested devastating effects in the material realm. Energy shockwaves erupted from every data processing facility across the planet's surface. In their wake, the remaining mechanical resistance forces simply ceased all activity, optical sensors darkening, weapon systems powering down, defensive protocols terminating without warning. Imperial forces seized the opportunity to complete their victory. Every inactive machine was systematically destroyed, defense networks were compromised and rewritten, and complete planetary control was established within hours. Digital realm collapse sequence. As Nightmare Paradise disintegrated into chaotic data fragments, the corrupted shadow reverted to its original configuration. A gaunt, malnourished human form draped in the tattered remnants of once magnificent gubernatorial robes. He lay among ruins that flickered between states of existence, his image unstable as underlying code structures failed to maintain coherent definition. Death approached with every passing moment. The Emperor approached the fallen figure, his expression touched with something approaching compassion. "What have I done?" the man whispered, his voice barely audible above the sounds of digital collapse. "I sought only to preserve them. How did it become this abomination?" Tears traced down his hollow cheeks, carrying the weight of decades of accumulated horror and self-recrimination. "The fault is not yours alone," the Emperor replied, his tone gentling slightly. "The ruinous powers possess infinite patience when corruption serves their designs. They take what begins in righteousness and twist it into damnation." The former Governor Kine looked up at his executor, tears flowing freely. "Stranger, I beg you, end this nightmare once and for all." The Emperor inclined his head gravely. "It shall be done. Find peace in whatever realm awaits beyond." His blade descended with perfect precision, penetrating the digital construct's core. Golden flames enveloped the dissolving form as Governor Kine smiled with genuine relief for the first time in decades, his consciousness finally finding release from corrupted imprisonment. The Raven observed the scene with uncharacteristic solemnity, understanding better why the Emperor regarded chaos as an enemy beyond all possibility of negotiation or compromise. "May your journey lead to better realms," he murmured, "where the cuisine exceeds all expectations and refreshment flows without limitation." Xuanhuan. Surface medical rehabilitation facilities. 12 hours post-liberation. As Nightmare Paradise collapsed entirely, human consciousness throughout the facility began returning to physical forms. Those who had spent their entire lives within artificial constructs awakened to discover the shocking truth. Not only had their torment been digitally generated, but their previous lives had been equally false, manufactured memories implanted during initial processing. Some minds, too fragile to accept such a revelation, chose self-termination rather than face reality. The survivors, however, demonstrated remarkable resilience. With Imperial assistance, they began the long process of building authentic lives upon the ruins of their mechanical prison. Battleship Terra's glory. En route to rendezvous simultaneous timeline. The massive vessel Terra's glory represented one of the Imperium's finest achievements. A battleship extending over 20 kilometers from prow to stern, essentially a mobile city fortress capable of independent operation across multiple star systems. Its commander, Captain Tribune Diocletian of the Custodian Guard's Heikenat Shield Host, had successfully completed his assigned mission with characteristic efficiency. The scattered Primarchs designated as priority recovery targets had been located and secured. Both the 1st and the 6th now traveled aboard his vessel, en route to rendezvous with the Emperor's main expeditionary force. The success should have filled Diocletian with satisfaction. Instead, he found himself dealing with an entirely unexpected complication. Combat Training Deck. Sigma 7-hour 23 of current engagement. 2 demigods were attempting to murder each other with their bare hands. The sheer kinetic force generated by their conflict had reduced the specially reinforced training chamber to scattered rubble. Lemon Russ of Fenris and Lion L. Johnson of Caliban fought with the fury of natural disasters, their enhanced physiology allowing for combat intensities that would have killed normal Astartes within minutes. The origin of their mutual antagonism remained frustratingly unclear. Both Primarchs had taken an instant dislike to the other upon first meeting, Russ finding the Lion insufferably pompous and rigid, while Lion considered Russ a crude barbarian whose behavior disgraced their shared lineage. "For the All-Father," Russ bellowed, his massive two-handed axe cleaving toward his opponent's torso with enough force to bisect a rhino transport. "For knightly honor," Lion responded coldly, his longsword intercepting the strike with perfect technique despite the tremendous impact involved. The Wolf King possessed significant advantages in raw physical power, allowing him to employ devastating overhead strikes that could overwhelm most defensive positions. The Lion, however, exceeded his brother in speed and technical skill, utilizing precise parries and counterattacks that exploited momentary vulnerabilities. Russ brought his weapon down in a massive overhead chop. Lion deflected the blow with his crossguard, creating an opening that Russ immediately exploited. His boot caught the Lion in the chest, sending him flying across the chamber to impact against the far wall with bone-jarring force. "Abandon your superiority complex, you pretentious fool," Russ growled mockingly. "Yield now, and I might consider reducing the severity of your beating." Lion rose from the rubble with murder in his eyes. He charged forward, flowing around Russ's next axe swing to drive his elbow into his opponent's face with enough force to stagger even a Primarch. "Overly excitable savage," the Lion replied with icy contempt. "Your constant posturing grows tiresome. Perhaps you should rename yourself the Hound of Fenris. It would better reflect your actual behavioral patterns." "Lion of Caliban," Russ spat, wiping blood from his split lip. "These pathetic attacks suggest your title should be revised to Kitten of Caliban. It would more accurately represent your combat effectiveness." Both Primarchs continued their verbal sparring, while exchanging increasingly vicious physical blows. Eventually, their weapons, damaged beyond repair by the sustained abuse, were discarded in favor of pure close-quarters combat. They grappled with desperate intensity, each seeking to gain a decisive advantage over the other. Russ managed to seize Lion's head, driving it downward into the marble flooring with sufficient force to shatter the reinforced stone entirely. Lion twisted free of the hold, grabbed both of Russ's legs, and hurled him bodily across the chamber. The Wolf King's trajectory terminated when he collided with a decorative sculpture, reducing the artistic piece to scattered fragments. The training deck bore increasing resemblance to a war zone as their battle continued. Both combatants accumulated significant injuries, cuts, bruises, and muscle strains that would have incapacitated normal humans entirely. Neither showed any inclination toward surrender. Russ momentarily lost focus, allowing Lion to tackle him to the ground and begin delivering targeted strikes to his face and torso. The advantage proved temporary. Russ reversed their positions with a powerful kick, sending Lion sprawling before following up with his series of punishing blows. As the fight entered its 24th hour, Russ experienced a moment of clarity. The entire conflict had begun with nothing more than an exchange of glances when they'd first entered the training chamber. Such a trivial catalyst for such sustained violence seemed absurd. Laughter began building in his chest, first a chuckle, then full-throated guffaws that echoed through the ruined chamber. "What amuses you, barbarian?" Lion demanded, his dignity offended. "We are engaged in formal combat, not participating in some crude entertainment." To the Lion's martial traditions, dueling represented a sacred observance of skill and honor. This savage's laughter constituted the gravest possible insult to such traditions. "Forgive me, brother," Russ managed between fits of laughter, "but I suddenly realized the magnificent stupidity of our entire endeavor." His chest heaved with continued mirth, the pain only adding to his amusement rather than diminishing it. Lion's expression darkened further with rage. He delivered a contemptuous kick to his still-laughing opponent, rose to his feet, and strode toward the chamber exit with offended dignity. "Savage remains savage," he declared coldly. incapable even of respecting proper dueling protocols. Do not provoke me again, next time I shall not exercise such restraint. The lion departed, leaving Russ alone among the ruins, still chuckling at the absurdity of fraternal warfare over such meaningless provocations. Chapter 46, The Order of Precedence. Sino System. Imperial Fleet. Anchorage Primary, Rendezvous Coordinates. The battleship Terra's Glory, under Captain Tribune Diocletian's command, translated from the Empyrean with textbook precision, emerging from the warp's roiling depths to rejoin the Emperor's primary expeditionary force. Word of the vessel's precious cargo spread through the fleet with the speed of thought. The 1st and 6th Primarchs had been recovered and now traveled among the Emperor's chosen. Throughout the assembled flotilla, the legions Astartes of the 1st Legion and the rout erupted in celebration. For too long, they had endured the barely concealed superiority of their brother legions. The Luna Wolves and World Eaters had recovered their gene-sires early in the Great Crusade, leading to insufferable displays of pride and accomplishment. Particularly galling had been the conduct of certain newly elevated warriors, Ezekiel Abaddon of the XVI Legion and Khan of the XII, who seemed incapable of casual conversation without extolling their Primarch's virtues to any who would listen. Their behavior bordered on the evangelical, as though their gene fathers' names were sacred mantras requiring constant repetition. Now, with their own Primarchs restored, the I and VI legions anticipated their moment of vindication. They would demonstrate to their rivals that the return of a Primarch was hardly extraordinary. After all, who among the legions Astartes did not possess such a birthright? The reunion was arranged within one of the flagship's most opulent reception chambers, a space normally reserved for diplomatic functions and high ceremonial occasions. Imperial Flagship. Emperor's Grand Design. Reception Chamber Aurelius. Post-recovery briefing session. Lemon Russ occupied his assigned position with characteristic disregard for formal protocol. The Wolf King hunched over the ornate dining surface, ignoring the precisely arranged ceremonial tableware in favor of direct consumption. Meat filled one massive fist while Emjad occupied the other, both being consumed with the enthusiastic vigor that marked all Fenrisian cultural expressions. Occasional belches punctuated his meal, interspersed with booming laughter that echoed through the chamber's vaulted ceiling. Lion Eljonson, seated adjacent to his brother, maintained rigid composure despite the visible tension in his jaw. The Lord of Caliban sat with perfect posture, consuming his meal with the measured dignity befitting a knight of the order. Every gesture reflected centuries of courtly training, creating a stark contrast to his companion's barbarian enthusiasm. Horus Lupercal and Angron arrived before the Emperor's scheduled appearance, their presence announced by the measured tread of transhuman footsteps. "It brings great joy to meet you both, my brothers," Horus declared, advancing with the confident bearing that had made him legendary across 100 worlds. "I am Horus Lupercal, first among the recovered sons, and our father's most trusted lieutenant in this great crusade." Lemon Russ looked up from his meal, fixing the newcomer with a predatory stare that seemed to measure combat potential rather than diplomatic worth. "So you would be the favored son we have heard whispered of," Russ observed, his tone carrying the casual challenge that marked all Fenrisian discourse. An interesting claim for one of merely middle rank. "The term favored son perhaps lacks precision," Horus replied with diplomatic care. "Perhaps proven son or eldest brother would better reflect our relationship." "I am the first," Lion Eljonson interjected, his words cutting through the conversation with absolute finality. Horus turned toward the lion, his expression subtly shifting as an unexpected emotion stirred within his transhuman psyche. Here was a brother whose very designation challenged something fundamental to Horus's self-perception. The 1st Legion, the 1st Primarch. That numerical designation carried weight beyond mere administrative convenience. It implied precedence, priority, perhaps even preference in their father's estimation. When future chroniclers recorded the deeds of the Primarchs, when imperial remembrancers composed their epic verses, This pale knight's name would be spoken first by virtue of simple numerical order. But I was here first, Horace thought with growing irritation. I proved my worth while this one slumbered in ignorance on some backwater world. Numerical designation reflects nothing more than arbitrary classification, Horace stated, his diplomatic training barely containing his annoyance. We were created simultaneously. No hierarchy of birth exists among us. I am the first, Lion repeated with the implacable certainty of natural law. This designation carries meaning beyond mere convenience. Priority belongs to accomplishment, not accident of naming, Horace replied, patience wearing thin despite his best efforts. I am first recovered, first proven, first in our Father's confidence, thus first in truth. I am the first, the lion stated again, each word delivered with the precision of a sword thrust. The repetition shattered Horace's diplomatic composure entirely. I have no desire to engage in a pointless argument. Let deeds speak louder than titles, let honor determine precedence. I shall prove my position beyond question, Lion replied, his tone suggesting the matter was already settled by forces beyond negotiation. Tension crackled between the two Primarchs like barely contained electrical discharge. Combat seemed moments away when an unexpected interruption shifted the chamber's entire dynamic. Ah, my beloved Gene sons, your secondary progenitor has arrived. The voice carried notes of irreverent humor, entirely inappropriate to the occasion's gravity. Valdor, have the staff prepare some of those fried tuber strips with the tomato-based condiment, specifically the new variant with enhanced capsaicin content and the smooth textural profile. All four Primarchs turned toward the chamber entrance as the Emperor approached, surrounded by his custodian guard in their full ceremonial panoply. Captain General Valdor strode at his right hand, golden armor gleaming beneath the chamber's illumination. Upon Valdor's shoulder perched a familiar corvid, its talons scratching thoughtfully at the custodian's helmet plating. Father, Horace and Angron spoke in unison, performing the ritual salute of acknowledgement. Lion and Russ rose from their positions, mimicking the gesture with varying degrees of precision. Formality is unnecessary here, the Emperor replied, his voice carrying genuine warmth. First, sixth, it brings me great satisfaction to witness your return to the fold. The raven flapped from Valdor's shoulder to perch upon the Emperor's, fixing the newcomers with intelligent black eyes. Greetings, Wolf Prince and Lion Knight, the avian declared with casual familiarity. I am your secondary progenitor, as mentioned. Should you find the concept agreeable, we might share consumption of those delightful fried tubers and their accompanying condiment. Angron and Horace received this announcement with complete equanimity, their expressions suggesting nothing unusual had occurred. The moment they observed the raven, memory seemed to slot into place, knowledge of its significance and role appearing as though it had always existed. Russ and Lion, however, stared in open astonishment. Though their travels had exposed them to countless xenobiological specimens and technological marvels, a conversing corvid represented an entirely novel experience. The Emperor provided the necessary context for his newly recovered sons. This is Master Raven, co-regent of the Imperium. One head of our sacred Aquila represents his authority within our domain. I could not help but overhear your discussion regarding precedence. The Raven continued with academic interest. Such concerns are entirely unnecessary. Whichever among you can acquire the most exceptional fried tubers and tomato condiment in the galaxy, that individual shall be designated eldest son, future War Master, and Imperial Regent. Valdor, Horace, Angron. Russ widened his eyes in frank disbelief. Was this imperial hierarchy truly a legitimate governmental structure? What manner of organization selected its supreme military commander, based primarily on culinary acquisition capabilities? The Emperor smiled slightly, clearly accustomed to his companion's unconventional declarations. Anyone who had experienced the treacherous currents of political maneuvering would recognize the value of an ally whose ambitions extended no further than gastronomic excellence. The Raven sought neither power, nor glory, nor wealth, only the perfect combination of fried sustenance and flavored accompaniment. Consider this carefully, the raven continued, warming to his theme. How can a Primarch unwilling to seek out the simple pleasures, enjoyed by common citizens, hope to govern them effectively? The people of the Imperium represent our sacred charge, not mere instruments for achieving grand objectives. If Imperial citizens cannot find happiness in small things, what value do our greatest victories possess? To elevate a Primarch incapable of understanding ordinary human joy would constitute disaster, bringing misery rather than prosperity to those we are sworn to protect. The four Primarchs found themselves genuinely considering these unexpected words, each recognizing kernels of wisdom wrapped in apparently frivolous packaging. "You are manipulating them again," the Emperor observed via psychic communication. "I am providing ideological guidance to the Primarchs, establishing proper moral frameworks," the Raven replied with wounded dignity. To characterize this as manipulation constitutes slander of the most egregious sort. Furthermore, given this unjust accusation, I demand compensation in the form of several new varieties of tuber and tomato cultivation. Failure to comply will result in the termination of our alliance, leaving you bereft of my invaluable counsel. The reunion proceeded with the Emperor engaging each of his sons in detailed conversation regarding the Imperium's future and the tremendous responsibilities that accompanied their enhanced capabilities. He presented Lion and Russ with the same choice previously offered to Horus and Angron: a life of comfortable anonymity within the Imperium, or acceptance of trials that would qualify them to lead their respective legions. Both chose the path of testing without hesitation. The call of destiny burned too brightly within their enhanced souls to accept peaceful obscurity when the galaxy offered infinite opportunities for glory and achievement. As the Great Crusade prepared for another lengthy translation through the Empyrean, the Emperor and his corvid companion engaged in strategic planning. "We should return to the super-god universe for reconnaissance," the Emperor mused, recalling his first interdimensional sojourn. Multiple hostile civilizations had begun targeting Terra before my departure. Though I left behind adapted gene engine technology, their technological superiority remains concerning. During this lull in Crusade operations, direct observation seems prudent. If circumstances permit, I shall work from shadow to guide their development and establish necessary infrastructure. Once the Imperium develops reliable interdimensional capabilities, integration into our domain will proceed smoothly. Should the situation prove untenable, however, direct intervention will become necessary. The Emperor's golden gaze turned toward the viewport, contemplating the infinite possibilities that awaited beyond the boundaries of their current reality. Chapter 47, The Physics of Faith. Earth. The war raged with unrelenting fury. Humanity, the angelic forces, and the coalition known as the Super God Academy had forged an uneasy alliance against the stellar invaders commanded by the entity called Karl. After the brutal victory at the North Star Theater, a grinding meat grinder that had consumed thousands, the military leadership planned to construct a defensive network they termed the Black Great Wall within the solar system's boundaries. Yet before Han Sen and his comrades could draw breath from their Pyrrhic triumph, a more terrible enemy emerged from the void. Hua Yi, the exiled former ruler of the Heavenly Palace, cast out by the triumvirate of Keisha, Hexi, and Liangbing in ages past. His lineage traced back to Hua Kue, the first angel king of the ancient celestial civilization. But Hua Yi had murdered his own father to claim dominion, hoarding resources and establishing a regime of hedonistic tyranny within the Heavenly Palace. The oppressed angels, rallying beneath the banner of three rebel queens, Keisha, Hexi, and Liangbing, had risen in righteous revolt. After the decisive battle of the Raging Sea, Keisha had shattered Hua Yi's dominion, cast down the old order, and erected the Merlot Heavenly Court, spreading their concept of justice across the cosmos. But now Keisha lay wounded, ambushed by Karl's machinations during her mission to Earth, fallen into deep stasis. Her Lieutenant Yan had assumed the mantle of the Heavenly Blade King, yet without Keisha's overwhelming presence, Huayi had marshaled his forces, a host of triangular entities, touty devourers, and fallen male angels backed by Karl's technology. The assault on Angel City had been swift and merciless. Heavenly, Sovereign Hexy had fallen defending her realm, grievously wounded by artificial black hole weaponry. Queen Yan, for all her skill, could not match Huayi's experience and superior armament. The Merlot Heavenly Court had collapsed, its survivors retreating to the fortress world of Pharez. Having crippled angelic civilization, Huayi now turned his attention toward the solar system, intent on crushing Earth's resistance with overwhelming force. The Xingbing Company marshaled every available asset for the void engagement. In the dark between worlds, two armies clashed with desperate fury. Han Sen found himself locked in single combat with Huayi, a duel of champions that would determine the fate of worlds. As the bearer of the galaxy power, having successfully integrated void and anti-void technologies while developing the Qiankun primary system and the combat-focused Xingxin protocols, Han Sen ranked among the most formidable warriors of the known civilizations. Yet Huayi wielded Karl's latest genetic enhancement technologies, coupled with millennia of combat experience. The ancient king pressed his advantage relentlessly. Han Sen's great blade shattered under the assault, his Qiankun system overwhelmed and forcibly disconnected. A devastating blow sent him careening into a nearby asteroid. Die, pathetic insect, Huayi snarled, raising his weapon for the killing stroke. Time ceased. Atomic motion suspended. Light hung motionless in the void. Arterial spray from wounded combatants formed crimson arcs frozen in space. Projectiles stopped mid-flight, muzzle flashes captured like photographs in the darkness. The entire battlefield had become a tableau of suspended violence. Only Han Sen retained freedom of movement. He stared at the blade hovering mere centimeters from his throat, relief flooding through him as death's proximity registered. What in that? Movement caught his peripheral vision. His head snapped around, eyes widening in disbelief. Two towering figures wreathed in golden radiance materialized in the void, standing like gods among the frozen carnage. One seemed familiar, impossibly tall, and bearing an aura of absolute divinity that made the air itself feel heavy with reverence. "Boss," Han Sen called out tentatively, his voice small in the cosmic silence. Xiaolan, the sacred, majestic golden figure, spoke, warmth underlying the imperial tone. "I see you have grown. The stubble suits you." "It really is you, boss." Confirming the newcomer's identity, Han Sen's face lit with desperate joy. He spread his wings and launched himself toward the Emperor. Valdor moved to intercept, his guardian's spear rising, but the Emperor's mental command stayed his hand. Han Sen folded his wings and landed before his former instructor, a motion threatening to overwhelm his composure. "Boss, you're alive, that's incredible. After you disappeared to Emerald Star, we thought, everyone assumed you were dead. And how did you get so massive?" Even with the galaxy power's enhancements bringing Han Sen to 2 meters in height, he felt like a child before the Emperor's towering presence. "I am not dead," the Emperor replied with divine certainty. "I merely attended to other matters of import." The mask of stoic leadership that Han Sen wore when facing cosmic threats like Huayi crumbled entirely. Raw emotion poured forth. "Boss, when you weren't here, everyone came after us. The North Star campaign. We loaded the dead onto cargo transports daily. Even the Xingbing Company lost so many good people." Han Sen was barely past his 20th year, yet bore the responsibility for Earth's defense under the title of Galaxy Power. In truth, he often felt lost, uncertain which path would lead to salvation. But before his people and comrades, he projected unwavering confidence, promising victory with conviction he rarely felt. Yet before the Emperor, he became once again the uncertain student from the Super God Academy. He gestured toward the suspended form of Huayi. "That bastard destroyed the Merlot Heavenly Court, crushed the angels, and now he's here calling humans insects. Says he'll turn Earth into a slave farm, women for his pleasure, men for bondage labor in his heavenly palace. He's terrifying, boss. Shattered my sword, shut down my Qiankun completely. I can't match him." The Emperor's expression softened with paternal warmth as he placed one massive hand upon Han Sen's shoulder. "Peace, he shall soon discover which of you is truly the insect. Stand aside now, I shall handle the remainder." Time resumed its flow. Suspended objects continued their trajectories as if nothing had occurred. Huayi's blade met empty space where his target had been. Surprise flickered across his features. By all calculations, Han Sen should not have been able to evade that strike. His gaze swept the battlefield until he spotted his quarry, standing beside an enormous golden figure. "The galaxy power has some tricks after all, escaping my blade. Next time you will not be so fortunate." Han Sen raised his middle finger toward the ancient king, his earlier composure replaced by defiant bravado. "Talk to my boss if you've got something to say, you relic." Huayi's attention shifted to the towering golden presence, his expression darkening. Clearly, this battlefield newcomer explained Han Sen's sudden confidence. "If I am not mistaken, you are the human that gives Carl pause, are you not?" The Emperor offered no response, studying his opponent with calm assessment. Huayi's fury ignited at the perceived slight. Sometimes silence cut deeper than any insult. "Are you mute? No matter, you need only die." Huayi raised his hand, activating his genetic engine. A sphere of absolute darkness materialized in his palm, a miniature black hole that devoured light itself. He hurled the gravitational weapon toward the Emperor. The artificial singularity expanded rapidly, consuming matter and energy as it flew. Everything in its path collapsed inward, space-time itself warping under the immense gravitational field. Die. This technique had crippled heavenly Sovereign Hexi and forced even Demon King Morgana to retreat. Huayi's confidence was absolute. Nothing could survive direct contact with such cosmic force. The black hole grew exponentially, its event horizon devouring asteroids and debris. Across the battlefield, combatants fled in terror from the expanding sphere of annihilation. Once caught in its grip, even advanced genetic enhancements became useless. Nothing could escape, everything would be erased. Even Han Sen felt anxiety creep up his spine as he watched the weapon grow. If it continued expanding unchecked, it would consume the entire star system. "Quite interesting," the Emperor observed with academic appreciation. Huayi recoiled. Not only did his opponent show no fear of the ultimate weapon, he praised it. Such contempt was insufferable. "A black hole?" The raven perched on the Emperor's shoulder called out in theatrical amazement. "I wonder if we could plant potatoes in it, maybe some cherry tomatoes." "We shall discover the answer momentarily," the Emperor replied. The black hole was indeed a formidable weapon in this universe, but the Emperor had ascended to cosmic significance as a divine entity. He had absorbed knowledge from the raven's multiversal wanderings, including comprehension of forces beyond this reality's physics. The power he now wielded transcended local limitations. The Emperor extended his hands, golden flames cascading outward like liquid light. With a gentle motion, he compressed the spacetime before him. Reality collapsed from 3 dimensions into 2. The entire region containing Huayi's black hole flattened like a painting on canvas. Under countless watching eyes, the expanding sphere of destruction became merely an image, a 2-dimensional representation of annihilation. The Emperor tore this painting into fragments and scattered them into the void. When spacetime snapped back to its proper configuration, the black hole's fundamental structure had been destroyed. It simply ceased. The matter it had consumed scattered harmlessly into space. Huayi stared in absolute incomprehension. His mind reeled with impossibility. The black hole had been torn apart like paper. Did the laws of physics mean nothing anymore? Chapter 48, The Consolidation of Power. Silence descended upon the battlefield like a shroud. After witnessing the casual annihilation of Huayi's ultimate weapon, every combatant struggled to process what they had observed. The fundamental laws of reality had been bent, twisted, and ultimately discarded as mere suggestions. Han Sen had always known the Emperor possessed incredible power and mysterious capabilities. Yet he had never conceived that his solution to an artificial black hole would be to simply tear it apart like parchment. converting spacetime itself into a two-dimensional plane, then destroying it entirely. Lena, Liu Chuang, and the other members of the Xingbing Company stared in slack-jawed disbelief. Such methods transcended even their understanding of advanced physics, making these enhanced soldiers, these beings who called themselves gods, feel like primitive tribesmen wielding stone axes. The surviving angels participating in the battle, Jixin, Lingxi, and their sisters, remained equally stunned. Heavenly King Hexi had fallen into critical stasis, attempting to counter Hua Yi's artificial singularity weapon. Yet this human called the Emperor had simply erased it from existence. Sumali, Ryuning, Titan, and Mewtwo, all those pledged to Hua Yi's cause, felt ice crystallize in their veins. An overwhelming sense of futility washed over them, deeper than any they had experienced facing even cosmic-tier entities like Holy Angel Keisha. The Emperor's methods defied comprehension. They operated beyond the constraints of physical law itself. This was divinity made manifest. This was what it meant to be a god. Hua Yi swallowed hard, his confidence cracking as he forced a smile. Indeed, you are the one Carl fears, truly terrifying. It seems I can no longer afford restraint. Witness now my ultimate technique. Hua Yi extended his hand, pupils flooding with cascading streams of data, zeros and ones interspersed with complex runic algorithms. Another lightless void began forming before him, expanding with predatory hunger. The Emperor's stance shifted, preparing to erase this second manifestation of gravitational weaponry. Then the black hole transformed. Darkness gave way to brilliant radiance as the singularity became something else entirely, a wormhole gateway pulsing with escape velocity. Hua Yi spread his wings and dove through the portal without hesitation. He abandoned everything, his subordinates, his invasion fleet, even the heavenly palace that had reached the system's edge. Naked retreat was preferable to annihilation. Sumali and the other loyalists stared in shock for precious seconds before following their master's example. With such overwhelming power defending Earth, victory had become impossible. Survival demanded immediate withdrawal. Don't let them escape. Lena recovered first, her voice cutting through the stupor, gripping her comrades. She punctuated her command with a searing beam of stellar energy that vaporized a fleeing male angel entirely. The others snapped to attention and resumed the pursuit. With their leadership fled, the remaining enemy forces proved no match for the Xingbing Company's coordinated assault. A crisis that could have extinguished human civilization was resolved through the simple expedient of the Emperor's return. After the rout concluded, Liu Chuang, Chen Yaowen, Zhao Xin, and others swarmed around the Emperor. They bombarded him with questions about his absence, his well-being, the reasons for his prolonged silence. I'm sorry, Lena approached differently. She offered no queries, only an apology weighted with months of anguish. This is all my fault for being too presumptuous. Everything that happened on Emerald Star, my mistake. The Xingbing Company members exchanged glances, falling silent at her words. The Emerald Star incident remained Lena's deepest wound, having driven her to the brink of self-destruction before her comrades pulled her back from that abyss. Do not apologize, Lena. The Emperor moved through the gathered warriors to stand before her, placing one massive, gauntleted hand upon her shoulder with surprising gentleness. This matter was not your failing. You simply underestimated our enemies. Furthermore, Emerald Star's destruction had no lasting impact upon me. If anyone should apologize, it is I, for departing without word and causing such distress. Lena looked up, her eyes bright with unshed tears. For countless days and nights, the Emerald Star incident had consumed her thoughts. When Earth faced invasion from multiple civilizations, when North Star became a charnel house, when Xingbing Company comrades made their final sacrifices, when desperate people remembered better days under the Emperor's protection. Self-recrimination had been her constant companion. The Emperor's return and absolution finally allowed her to release that burden. Suppressed emotions flowed freely. I knew you wouldn't die, you impossible man. You had us all terrified. Returning to the Xingbing Company's void-based stronghold, Du Cao's excitement at learning of the Emperor's return was palpable. The old commander ran to greet him, a display of emotion rarely seen from the veteran officer. Du Cao clenched his fist and threw a celebratory punch at the emperor's chest. The impact against golden power armor left him shaking his bruised knuckles ruefully. Earth's Super God Academy had relocated to the same void station for security. News of the emperor's return brought faculty members streaming from their quarters, eager to meet the legendary figure who had emerged from their institution. The emperor surveyed the assembled academics, noting one significant absence. "Where is Principal Killen?" he asked Ruis directly. The elderly survivor of the God River civilization had provided invaluable assistance during his time at the academy. Humanity's successful genetic enhancement programs owed much to the principal's guidance. Now the emperor had returned, with matters of cosmic significance to discuss. He intended to establish a human empire within this universe as well, a foundation that could eventually merge with its counterpart through interdimensional channels. As the Raven had eloquently explained it, create enough human empire offshoots, then synthesize them all together, and you'll get one really impressive multi-universe superpower. The emperor planned to convince Principal Killen to rally the scattered God River remnants and assist Earth civilization in building this imperial foundation. Ruis's expression darkened with sorrow. After the Emerald Star explosion, when you vanished without trace, life or death unknown, Principal Killen took it badly. He became deeply depressed. Eventually, he concluded that the struggles between civilizations were meaningless. He chose to dedicate himself entirely to exploring universal truths, transforming into cosmic consciousness. The emperor's expression tightened slightly. He had not anticipated his departure would trigger such consequences. Future interdimensional travels would require more careful preparation. Can we still establish contact? Ruis nodded slowly. It's possible, but difficult. We can usually only communicate when he chooses to manifest. If he doesn't wish contact, there's typically no response. But for you, Principal would likely make an exception. Arrange the meeting, the Emperor commanded. I have matters of utmost importance to discuss before my next departure. Everything must be properly ordered. Hua Yi and his surviving loyalists fled until they reached the Dark Nebula before daring to stop. The shadow the Emperor cast over them was absolute. A being who could casually tear apart black holes would find their destruction trivial. Such battles could not be fought, such enemies could not be faced. Why are you here already? Carl regarded the disheveled Hua Yi and his retinue with confusion. The solar system engagement should have lasted much longer according to his calculations. No word of defeat had yet reached him. Hua Yi bore the expression of one who had glimpsed the abyss and barely escaped. If I hadn't fled immediately, I would never have had another chance. That accursed Earth harbors horrors beyond imagination. No wonder Liangbing withdrew her demon legions after eliminating Keisha. Carl, you duplicitous wretch, were you intentionally setting me up for destruction? You called that thing merely concerning. In the known universe, nothing approaches that level of terror. Carl's mind raced, processing implications. If Hua Yi had been rooted so completely, so quickly, then his calculations regarding the Emperor's capabilities had been catastrophically inadequate. The game had changed. The Emperor was no longer merely a variable to monitor. He was a force that could reshape the cosmic order itself. Chapter 49, Another Empire. How dare you show such disrespect toward my god, Carl? Snyu stepped forward to defend his master deity, his black cloak billowing as the skull mask concealed his features. Though his face remained hidden, Hua Yi and his retinue could feel the weight of his furious gaze. Snyu restraint. Carl's voice cut through the tension as he regarded Hua Yi. What exactly transpired? See for yourself. Hua Yi transmitted the relevant combat footage from the solar system war directly to Carl's personal database. The data transfer was swift, painting a complete picture of the engagement. Carl processed the information with mechanical efficiency. Soon, he grasped the full scope of the disaster, the Emperor's return, the effortless defeat of Hua Yi's forces, the catastrophic rout that followed. His expression grew troubled. This being converted a black hole into a two-dimensional construct, then tore through the fabric of space itself. Such methods defy all known scientific principles. Carl had dedicated his existence to studying void phenomena and forces capable of warping reality's fundamental laws. Yet the Emperor's demonstration transcended even his most advanced theories. "I share your assessment," Xuanhuan replied, still pacing with barely contained anxiety. "This entity makes our supposed divinity appear primitive by comparison. Fortunately, I maintained tactical awareness. A moment's delay would have meant complete annihilation. Deploy every void engine and anti-void material in your arsenal for my enhancement. I require immediate upgrades if I am to stand against this being." Xuanhuan's demands came rapidly. "And the Phantom Body Project, I want access to that technology as well." Carl fell silent at these words. The Phantom Body represented the pinnacle of his research, vast knowledge and resources invested into a singular breakthrough. The process would elevate the subject's consciousness into higher dimensional space, leaving only a projection to interact with baseline reality. It offered theoretical invincibility through dimensional displacement and true immortality through the severance of soul from flesh. Once Xuanhuan possessed such power, Carl's ability to control him would become questionable at best. "Withhold nothing," Xuanhuan pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. "That entity's capabilities render all our previous advantages meaningless. Do not forget your actions against Earth, Angel City, and Lisun Star. Do you believe they will not seek retribution? While mainstream civilizations remain helpless against your phantom body, can you guarantee that being possesses no countermeasures?" Xuanhuan's words gave Carl pause. The Emperor's various demonstrations had indeed proven deeply unsettling. His scientific capabilities appeared to surpass even Carl's own achievements. Under such leadership, Earth civilization would undoubtedly launch a devastating counteroffensive. That impossible method of tearing apart a black hole. Honestly, Carl possessed no confidence in his ability to defend against such power. "I cannot provide the complete phantom body, but I can upgrade your black hole engine with some of its capabilities." Xuanhuan's expression darkened with displeasure. "Damn it, we're already bound together by fate, yet you still guard against me." If he didn't still require Carl's technology, he would have considered open hostility. Carl remained unmoved by Xuanhuan's emotions, his tone as calm and indifferent as ever. "The choice is yours to accept or decline." Xuanhuan had no alternative but to nod in grudging agreement. "Very well, it is better than nothing." Through Ruiz's assistance, the Emperor established contact with Principal Killan, who had ascended to become the cosmic consciousness. After his transformation, Principal Killan no longer possessed a physical form, manifesting instead as a luminous, ethereal presence of pure thought. Learning of the Emperor's safe return, Principal Killan's tone resonated with genuine joy. "It brings me great relief to know you have returned safely. I should have provided adequate notice before my departure," the Emperor stated with divine finality, acknowledging the oversight without diminishing his authority. "Think nothing of it. Your return is what matters," Principal Killan responded. "Your wisdom surpasses even Ding Jehe's. Perhaps with your guidance, the mainstream civilizations of the known universe can finally address the ultimate fear." The Raven, perched upon the Emperor's shoulder, studied Principal Killan with keen interest. No physical form, yet maintaining perfect self-awareness, truly a fascinating evolutionary path, the Raven observed with casual curiosity. "This is my companion, Raven," the Emperor introduced with formal dignity. "Your companion possesses most unusual properties." Principal Killan attempted to scan Raven's information and found, like with the Emperor, that the data remained completely inaccessible. Clearly, this creature's origins lay far beyond conventional understanding. Raven tilted his head with mild amusement. "In this state, can you still taste the simple pleasures of fries and ketchup? The sensation of taste requires physical form. Without a body, such experiences are no longer possible." "Then what's the bloody point of existence?" Raven exclaimed with genuine horror. The thought of losing access to delicious ketchup and fries seemed worse than any conceivable hell. The pursuit of truth and knowledge provides the greatest fulfillment, Killen replied with philosophical certainty. Raven remained unconvinced. People always romanticize what they've lost access to, but when you actually encounter ultimate truth and ancient knowledge, you'll find it's nothing special compared to a good plate of fries. This debate regarding life's meaning can wait, the Emperor interjected with divine finality. I have matters of critical importance to discuss. The Emperor then presented his vision, the unification of all Shen body civilizations within the known universe under a single imperial banner. He sought Principal Killen's influence to rally the Shen survivors and assist in this monumental undertaking. Form an empire, Killen's tone carried hesitation. Such an endeavor may prove problematic. This is not for the pursuit of tyranny or personal power, but to concentrate resources against the ultimate fear, the Emperor declared with unwavering conviction. This universe contains no civilizations older than 200,000 years. Having ascended to cosmic consciousness, surely you have observed the pattern. Once any mainstream civilization breaches a critical threshold, it attracts cleansing from unknown forces. Like countless predecessors, they are completely eradicated, leaving no trace of their existence. The Emperor's words carried the weight of terrible knowledge, of truths glimpsed across the span of galaxies and eons. Principal Killen found himself persuaded by this reasoning. Gaining his approval effectively secured the support of the Shen survivors and Super God Academy. Next came negotiations with Lisun's Star, Angel Civilization, and other major powers. For the Emperor, Earth proved the simplest conquest. He easily convinced the Xingbing Company and Huaxia's leadership of the necessity. In the war's early phases, Earth's fractured nations, state under global federation, had stood alone, resulting in devastating defeats against alien civilizations. This had led to an exceptionally brutal planetary defense campaign. With Karl continuously advancing the Void Era's arrival, future conflicts would prove even more savage. Only through unity could they achieve final victory. Lisun's Star presented no significant obstacle. Karl's previous deployment of Nusa to destroy the Heavenly Dao Tower had already shattered their civilization. The survivors had migrated to Mars, where they labored to rebuild their homeland. Lena readily accepted the Emperor's proposal. Having experienced Karl's machinations firsthand, she understood the futility of standing alone. If the Shen body civilizations could be unified under a single political entity, it would prove a blessing for all mainstream civilizations. The Angel civilization presented the greatest challenge. They had once ruled as the most powerful force in the known universe, celebrated by countless civilizations across the stars. With their two kings, Keisha and Hexi, now in slumber, the angel race's strength had diminished significantly. Murloc Heavenly Court had fallen, forcing the surviving angels to retreat to Phares. Yet even in decline, they remained a formidable civilization of terrifying capability. When the Emperor first presented his unification proposal, the new queen, Yan, rejected it outright. Angels will never bow to any external authority, Yan declared with absolute conviction. Even when the Emperor offered to preserve the angels' autonomy within the imperial framework, Yan remained unmoved. Recognizing the futility of direct negotiation with the new Angel King, the Emperor chose an alternative approach, direct contact with the sacred angel, Keisha herself. Though Keisha remained in slumber, her consciousness stayed alert and aware. The Emperor employed psychic energy to enter her mental realm for direct communication. He had expected prolonged negotiations, but to his surprise, Keisha agreed immediately after hearing his proposal. During this period of slumber, I have projected my consciousness throughout the universe and witnessed things of terrible significance, she explained with grave solemnity. The Void Era that Karl promotes will bring catastrophic disaster to the known universe. Only through the unity of all Shen body civilizations can we hope for ultimate victory. With Keisha's support secured, Yan could only acquiesce to the greater wisdom. After convincing all parties, the Emperor began establishing the new empire, mobilizing resources from various civilizations to create revolutionary technology. Drawing upon dimensional science, subspace knowledge, and other acquired technologies, he commenced development of an entirely new class of gene engine. Chapter 50, The Price of Dominion. The master of mankind devoted himself wholly to the forging of the new engine. Long had he contemplated this undertaking. The theoretical frameworks had been wrought in the depths of his mind during the earliest campaigns of reunification. Now came the crucible of manifestation, to birth theory into reality through will and artifice. The celestial computers of the angel civilization, Liang Star's divine calculation engines, and the Super God Academy's astrocomputers bent their considerable processing power to his design. For 2 months and more, the Emperor labored, weaving dimensional lore with the chaotic essence of the immaterium itself. When at last the work was complete, he gazed upon an engine that integrated the forbidden knowledge of dimensional manipulation with the raw, terrible power of the warp. Such was its potency that he would not suffer its proliferation among the masses. One guardian alone would bear this burden, one sentinel to stand watch over his new empire until the day when all realities would kneel beneath the Aquila. He summoned those of worth. Holy Kesha's successor, Angel Queen Yan, whose wings bore the authority of Merlot heaven. Lena, the living son of Liang Star, Han Sen and the warriors of the Xingbing Company, and General Dukao, among other high-ranking officials of Earth civilization. "Behold the dimensional engine," the Emperor declared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. Data streams cascaded through the chamber's hololith displays. It grants dominion over dimensional ascension and descent, wedded to the immortal power of the immaterium. What this universe terms the void, we name the warp, the sea of souls that exists beyond dimensional barriers. Within its roiling depths, consciousness endures beyond the death of flesh. When the corporeal form is destroyed, the soul finds sanctuary in that realm, awaiting resurrection when new matter is shaped. The assembled mortals absorbed his words as he transmitted the sacred data, packets directly to their minds. The power of this engine surpasses any super gene or divine body enhancement wrought in the known cosmos, he continued. Yet such power demands absolute dedication. The chosen bearer must accept the thought steel seal, an unbreakable covenant to defend both the Shen body civilization and the human empire. This seal shall bind both flesh and spirit in eternal service. Once forged, it can never be undone. Du Cao's weathered features creased into a frown. To strip away a person's emotions, their very self, is this not too severe a price, even for the protection of civilization and empire? The Emperor's golden gaze fixed upon the mortal general, with the patience of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of species beyond counting. "We know not the form the ultimate fear shall take," he replied. "Should these void-born entities possess powers of corruption beyond mortal comprehension, what then? If our chosen guardian succumbs to their whispered promises and turns the very weapon meant to protect us against us, the gene engine that should shield civilization would become the blade that pierces its heart. The thought steel seal is insurance against such catastrophe. This is why the dimensional engine shall not be granted to many. We require but one, a devoted martyr who shall bear this burden alone." Silence claimed the assembly. None dared step forward beneath the weight of such terrible responsibility. The thought steel seal was no mere duty, it was the death of the self in service to something greater. "I will do it." The voice cut through the quiet like a blade. All eyes turned to Han Sen as he stepped forward, his young face set with grim determination. "I am the galaxy power, the blade that cuts through fear itself. Was this not the purpose of my creation, to stand against the void-born?" "Han Sen," Zhao Xin whispered urgently, "consider this carefully. There can be no retreat from such a path." "I have considered it," Han Sen replied, his voice steady as ceramite. "War demands sacrifice. Better that one should fall than all should perish. I have witnessed too much death, lost too many comrades. In North Star, I wondered when my time would come. Perhaps that time is now. None are better suited. None have greater need." His resolve was adamantine. He strode past his companions to stand before the Emperor. "Upgrade me, boss, I am ready." The raven materialized before Han Sen, and with its presence came the cessation of time itself. The chamber fell into crystalline stillness, all save the young warrior held in temporal stasis. "Think carefully, Han Sen," the raven spoke, its voice carrying echoes of distant worlds. "Once you don the golden crown, love itself becomes a stranger to you. No warmth of affection, no tender regard, only the cold fire of duty shall remain." Han Sen's eyes widened at the sight of the speaking corvid. "How can this bird talk?" "He is my companion, Han Sen," the emperor explained, his voice carrying across the frozen moment. "His words carry wisdom. Can you truly cast aside all that makes life sweet? To know only loyalty and guardianship until your final breath." The young warrior fell silent, wrestling with the magnitude of the choice before him. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of absolute conviction. "I can." The raven studied him for a long moment, then nodded. It had said what needed saying. Time resumed its natural flow, and the creature faded from perception, unwilling to create unnecessary distraction among the mortals. After deliberation, the assembly confirmed Han Sen as the chosen recipient. He was escorted to the enhancement laboratories, where for 2 full days the emperor's artifice worked upon his mortal frame. When Han Sen emerged, he had been transformed. To demonstrate his new capabilities, he raised his hand, and brilliant radiance bloomed in the air before him. Within a 20-meter radius, reality itself collapsed into 2 dimensions, a feat that defied comprehension. With a casual gesture, he restored the flattened space to its proper configuration. Stunned silence gripped the observers. "Han Sen, that's incredible," Chen Yaoan breathed. "Absolutely devastating. Huey won't stand a chance against this," Zhao Xin added with fierce pride. "This time I'll crush that bastard," Han Sen replied, and though his words echoed his old bravado, something fundamental had changed. Kai Wei noticed it first, the way his gaze had transformed. Where once his eyes had held desperate longing whenever they fell upon her, now there was only calm. The awkward desire, the fumbling attempts at courtship, all had been burned away, leaving only serene purpose. She had never truly considered accepting his affections, yet inexplicably, she felt a hollow ache at their absence. It was a loss she could not name. With the empire established, and Han Sen ascended to his new role as guardian, the emperor turned his attention to one final task before departure. Death God Karl required settling. The architect of so much suffering skulked within the dark nebula, plotting fresh atrocities. Left unchecked, he would surely sow more chaos across the cosmos. Even if total destruction proved impossible, he must be crippled beyond recovery. More importantly, the emperor desired that Raven study Karl's space displacement technology, the art of achieving instantaneous travel through positional manipulation rather than transit through the warp. Such knowledge might prove superior to immaterium-based faster-than-light travel. The Angel civilization possessed coordinates to the Dark Nebula. Using their navigation data, they opened a wormhole to the netherworld, intent on bringing Karl to account. The wormhole collapsed. They found themselves adrift in the void, the target planet visible in the distance, a world shrouded in midnight mists. The Nether civilization has activated a space-time interdiction field, Xuanhuan reported, her voice tight with frustration. The computational requirements to breach it are enormous. We would need to commit celestial-grade cogitators for extended periods, all while defending against Karl's interference through the big clock. Any disruption would force us to begin anew. "Can we not simply blast through?" Zhao Xin suggested. Xuanhuan shook her head. "The barrier draws power from a stellar source through wormhole conduits. The energy supply is effectively infinite." The emperor stepped forward, extending one gauntleted hand toward the distant star that burned like a crimson eye in the darkness. "Riene is too slow. I shall handle this." According to relativistic principles, even the smallest mass, when accelerated to sufficient velocity, can shatter stars. For the master of mankind, stellar destruction was trivial. He could snuff out suns with psychic force, hurl them into the warp's depths, or unmake them through pure physical law. A mote of light gathered at his fingertip, then streaked toward the distant star at light speed. "Do you know what day it is?" Raven asked suddenly, perched upon Valdor's ceramite pauldron. By Terra's reckoning, it should be the 4th day of the weekly cycle. By Earth's calendar in this reality, the 5th day, the Captain General replied with characteristic precision. Wrong, Raven shook its head. Valdor remained silent for a moment, his pride in his perfect recall stung. My memory is absolute, I cannot err. The sun is about to be shot out by the big guy, Raven observed with dry amusement, so today should be Monday. Valdor. Chapter 51, The Tyrant's End. Space stretched vast and boundless, a realm of darkness and bitter cold. Yet today, the netherworld blazed with unholy radiance. Under the collective gaze of mortals and angels alike, the particle of light condensed by the emperors will struck the distant star at the speed of illumination itself. It pierced through layers of stellar matter, convection zone, radiation zone, until it reached the burning heart and carved a void where no void should exist. From that impossible, hollow erupted brilliance beyond description, as though the gates of some celestial forge had been torn asunder. Deep radiation hemorrhaged through the wound like molten blood from a titan's heart, forming geysers of plasma that stretched hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the void. The expelled stellar matter burned at temperatures that could unmake worlds, tens of millions of degrees of pure annihilation. Its light banished shadows from the cosmos itself. Some fell back to the star's surface, enslaved by gravity's inexorable pull. The rest achieved escape velocity and fled into the infinite dark. From their vantage point, the dying star appeared to have grown a tree of fire, its branches carved from pure destruction. As ejected matter bled away the star's internal pressure, fusion reactions faltered and dimmed. The stellar surface darkened to a pallid outline, making the towering flames appear even more stark against the cosmic void, like scars burned into reality's flesh. With insufficient radiation pressure to maintain structural integrity, the star began its death throes. The outer shell contracted, compressing the inner core beyond all tolerance. What followed was inevitable. The star exploded. Violent expansion birthed light that shamed supernovas, and a shockwave that could shatter worlds swept outward like the wrath of vengeful gods. We should seek shelter behind the planet, Jixin advised, her voice tight with concern. The stellar wind and particle streams from this explosion exceed even what super warriors can endure. She remembered the Great Judgment, how angel forces had once drawn power from stars through flame swords to rain devastation upon Morgana's demon legions. That attack had been sufficient to threaten third-generation divine bodies. This stellar death surpassed such weapons by orders of magnitude. At this distance, only sacred bodies or fifth-generation divine bodies could hope to survive direct exposure. Unnecessary, Hansen declared, wings of energy unfurled as he positioned himself before the group. I shall be the shield of the galaxy. A luminous barrier materialized, vast beyond measure, a bulwark against cosmic fury. The torrential wave of stellar death crashed against it moments later. Superheated plasma, lethal radiation, the very substance of a star's demise. The shield held absolute, channeling the destructive energies into the void world's dimensional space. Let there be light, Raven muttered, watching the apocalyptic torrent with sardonic amusement. Make them blind. Valdor maintained his stoic silence. The Captain General had grown accustomed to the creature's cryptic observations. Netherworld. Death god Karl stood upon his palace's obsidian steps, bearing witness to stellar murder. For the first time in eons, despair touched his ethereal heart, and with it, fear. Too powerful, so powerful it beggars comprehension. He had believed Lena's solar flare represented the pinnacle of destructive capability. Before the Emperor's casual genocide of starlight, such power seemed childish, a mortal playing with chemical explosives while a god wielded nuclear fire. The great clock suspended above his domain worked frantically, calculating defensive algorithms and redistributing energy to resist the approaching catastrophe. Ironically, the star's violent death had temporarily strengthened the netherworld's shields through increased wormhole energy input, a blessing born from devastation that would preserve this realm and its inhabitants. Without this fortuitous surge, the stellar explosion would have scoured all life from the netherworld. Only Carl himself, with his phantom body, and Hua Yi, blessed with a fifth-generation divine body, would have endured. In the void, Zhao Xin, Jixin, and their companions fell silent, faces etched with shock and awe. Even Lena, she who commanded the power of solar flare, watched in muted reverence. Her own stellar manipulation required complex calculations, careful preparation, intricate cooperation between multiple celestial computers. When Emerald Star had been destroyed, it had taken the combined efforts of Morgana's demon wings and Carl's great clock, assisted by the star's natural senescence, to achieve detonation. The Emperor had murdered a star in its prime with a gesture. Confronted by such absolute power, Lena felt truly insignificant for the first time in her divine existence. The master of mankind paid little heed to his audience's stunned silence. His golden gaze fixed upon the netherworld, where protective shields slowly dimmed to manageable levels. "Come," he commanded with imperial authority, "let us settle accounts with our enemies." The words broke the spell that held them. As one, they turned toward their destination. "Death God Carl," Jixin called out as she soared toward the netherworld, her voice ringing with righteous anticipation. "I have returned." She remembered her original mission, Holy Kesha's command to monitor Carl, and, should he transgress, deliver the great judgment upon his head. Her carelessness had led to ambush and near death. Since then, catastrophe had followed catastrophe: Kesha's fall, her own forced slumber, the siege of Angel City. The angel forces had suffered grievous losses and entered decline, while Carl reached the zenith of his power. She had believed vengeance would never come. How wrong she had been. The Emperor's return had transformed inevitable defeat into crushing victory with the ease of breathing. The nether world's defenders, subordinates cultivated by Carl over millennia, supplemented by Hua Yi's refugees, represented a force capable of conquering any known civilization. In the cosmic hierarchy, they ranked among the highest tiers of power. Such strength crumbled like sandcastles before the Emperor's presence, not through weakness on their part, but through the simple, crushing reality of encountering something beyond all comprehension. "Our business remains unfinished, Hua Yi." Han Sen's wings carried him in pursuit of the fleeing tyrant. Upon seeing his approach, Hua Yi's face drained of color, and he fled deeper into the netherworld's twisted landscape. As he ran, his eyes desperately searched for any sign of the Emperor. "My lord will not interfere," Han Sen called after him. "This is between us alone. Face me like a warrior, Hua Yi, if such courage still exists within you." Only after confirming the Emperor's absence did Hua Yi dare halt his flight. When he turned to face Han Sen, his customary arrogance had returned. "You pathetic worm," he snarled. "You still dare seek death. Were it not for that bastard's protection, I would have torn you into 18 pieces long ago." "Would you?" Han Sen's response carried deadly calm. "Here is your chance. Let us discover who shall be dismembered." "Killing you is as simple as crushing an insect," Hua Yi declared, his wings spreading wide as he activated the upgraded black hole engine. His form became living shadow, pushing a sphere of absolute darkness toward his opponent. "Then die," Han Sen whispered, and brought his hands together in a thunderous clap. Reality collapsed around Hua Yi. The very fabric of spacetime flattened into 2 dimensions, dragging everything within its influence into impossible geometry. The black hole in Hua Yi's grasp sagged and warped like melting matter, becoming a drawing without depth or substance. "How did you master this power?" Fear cracked Hua Yi's voice as he comprehended his doom. He attempted flight, but escape from 2-dimensional collapse required light speed, a threshold beyond even his enhanced capabilities. Wormhole generation proved impossible. The fundamental structure of flattened spacetime rejected such manipulation. Hua Yi watched in mounting horror as dimensional forces dragged him inexorably downward. His 3-dimensional form compressed and distorted until he became a twisted abstract painting floating in the void. "It is finished," Han Sen observed with clinical detachment. A casual gesture shattered the grotesque artwork into component fragments. When dimensional stability returned and space resumed its proper configuration, Hua Yi existed only as unrecognizable debris. Two-dimensional collapse had unmade him at the fundamental level, a destruction so complete that even a fifth-generation divine body could not regenerate from such absolute dissolution. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Karl faced each other across the threshold of the Nether Palace, two titans of vastly different philosophies preparing for final resolution. "Your wisdom indeed surpasses that of primitive minds," Karl acknowledged with scholarly calm. "We could have joined forces to welcome the Void Era together. Do you not see the fundamental flaws inherent in main universe creatures? They are destined never to comprehend cosmic truth, destined for destruction when the ultimate fear arrives." "I am well aware of creation's limitations," the Emperor replied, his voice carrying the weight of 10,000 years' experience. "But I am even more cognizant of the hunger that drives your so-called void entities. I warned you once, Karl, these creatures are not the salvation you imagine them to be." "I have no intention of debating philosophy with you," Karl responded. "Time itself will validate my theories." "Stubborn to the end," the master of mankind observed with something approaching pity. "But such matters are irrelevant. Today, everything concludes." "You believe you can destroy me?" Karl asked, genuine curiosity coloring his spectral features. "If we don't kill you, are we supposed to keep you around to eat my fries and ketchup, or what?" Raven interjected suddenly, materializing with characteristic irreverence. Karl's expression registered surprise at the talking corvid, but his composure quickly returned. "You cannot kill me," he stated with absolute certainty. "No force within the material universe possesses the means to truly destroy my existence. How does one kill that which is already dead?" "In the eternal march of eons," Raven replied, its voice carrying echoes of cosmic truth, "even death itself shall perish. Embrace true oblivion, fool." The Emperor's hand moved to a weapon that had never been drawn in this reality, a blade that had tasted the blood of gods and the essence of nightmares. Golden fire wreathed the metal as it cleared its sheath, and the very air seemed to recoil from its presence. Terror gripped Karl's immortal consciousness. From some impossible distance, he heard voices, countless, mournful, crying out in languages that predated civilization itself. 3 words echoed through the cacophony, spoken in unison by the damned. "Curse." "End." "Calamity." Chapter 52, The Weight of Truth. Terror consumed Karl, and in that consuming he struck first, the desperate gambit of cornered prey. His gene engine roared to life, systems cascading through activation sequences with mechanical precision. Initiating void engine, constructing conceptual strike parameters. Establishing time corridor, generating a spatiotemporal death spiral, blocking dimensional egress. Activating concept strike, erasing target biological matrices. Launching dimensional assault, analyzing soul data architecture, executing termination protocols. Reality bent around them as fundamental laws rewrote themselves according to Karl's will. Conceptual weapons that could unmake gods themselves struck the Emperor with force enough to shatter worlds. Time fractured into infinite regression. Space folded upon itself in impossible geometries, creating loops within loops, trapping all within their confines. Yet the gene engine's responses filled Karl with mounting dread. Warning: insufficient computational capacity, unable to parse target parameters. Alert: concept strike construction failure, target data incomprehensible. Temporal manipulation interference detected, time corridor establishment impossible. Target demonstrates immunity to psychic assault, cognitive rewriting protocols ineffective, requesting additional computational support. Emergency klaxons shrieked through Karl's consciousness as system after system failed catastrophically. Since joining the Super Gene Academy, since ascending to his current state of phantom existence, he had never known such helplessness, such absolute futility. Every weapon in his arsenal, every technique perfected across millennia, proved useless against this golden figure who stood unmoved amidst the storm of impossible forces. "What are you?" Karl's voice cracked with terror he had not felt since mortality. The Emperor remained as serene as a statue carved from divine marble, untouched by the chaos raging around him. "You have spent eons yearning to usher in the Void Era. he spoke with the patience of one addressing a willfully ignorant child. Yet you comprehend nothing of what you seek to unleash. You dwell within the material realm, grown comfortable with this mundane existence governed by natural law, physical constants, logic, order, and reason. You believe all things can be quantified, analyzed, controlled. But the void you worship, what we call chaos, shall forever remain beyond mortal dominion. Before those eternal terrors, the greatest horrors of the material plane are as dust before the storm. All physical laws, all rational principles, become meaningless delusion when chaos stirs. Your power within this reality means nothing to forces that laugh at reality itself. Did you truly believe yourself the wisest? Did you imagine you could leash the void to your will? And look at yourself, Raven added with characteristic irreverence. What are you really? Cease your theatrics, Carl screamed, phantom form flickering with desperate energy. If you cannot destroy me, then I cannot be killed. The Emperor's gaze remained cold as the void between stars. The longsword wreathed in golden flame rose with deliberate ceremony, then fell with the inevitability of divine judgment. Fire that could unmake existence itself swept outward, passing through Carl's ethereal form like a cutting wind through mist. You cannot kill me, Carl repeated, though uncertainty crept into his voice. I am merely a projection. My true essence resides in. The words died as golden cracks appeared across his being, spreading like spider webs through glass struck by hammer blows. Impossible! Carl's scream echoed across dimensions as he felt his carefully constructed immortality crumbling. You know nothing of true power, Raven cackled with soul-deep amusement. Even you, who style yourself the god of death, in the eternal march of ages, even death itself shall perish. Carl's gene engine erupted in cascades of crimson warnings. Critical error, fundamental data corruption detected, core matrices dissolving. Emergency protocol, essential architecture compromised, total systemic failure imminent. Carl's phantom body collapsed, dissolving into motes of fading light. Even his soul, carefully preserved in higher dimensional space, protected by layers upon layers of safeguards, unraveled along with the rest. Angel Queen Yan witnessed the impossible sight. Carl's phantom form, which even holy Kesha had deemed merely suppressible rather than destroyable, undone by a single stroke of the Emperor's blade. The terror in the eyes of Hua Yi, Carl, and their followers before death claimed them spoke volumes about the despair of opposing such absolute power. Carl was eliminated, at least, his phantom body and soul construct were erased by the Emperor's will. Whether the cunning death god had prepared contingencies for resurrection remained unknown. Given his paranoid nature, such precautions seemed likely. The super-god universe harbored many secrets, and even the Emperor could not guarantee Carl's complete annihilation. But for now, the threat was neutralized. Even should Carl return, he would emerge drastically weakened, incapable of challenging the new empire during its crucial formative years. Once the empire achieved sufficient strength to contend with void entities, even a fully restored Carl would pose no meaningful threat to their expansion. Snow, Nusa, and Sumali were likewise purged, executed outright or stripped of their gene engines to become prisoners for interrogation. The great clock, Carl's most prized possession, became a trophy of war. The Emperor graciously presented this divine artifact to the Super Gene Academy, returning it to the descendants of its creators, the Shen civilization. With Raven's assistance, the Emperor claimed Carl's research archives, spatial displacement technology, phantom body techniques, and years of accumulated knowledge. Carl's studies had encompassed space, time, gravitational manipulation, black hole engineering, soul mechanics, and conceptual rewriting. The Emperor claimed it all, intending to strengthen the human empire through integration of these discoveries. With Carl and Hua Yi eliminated, only the triangle bodies remained as threats to the new empire within known space. The Great Clock's archives contained comprehensive data on their biology and weaknesses, sufficient intelligence to ensure their defeat when the time came. Satisfied that the new empire would endure and prosper, the Emperor prepared for departure. Though he yearned to uncover the dark secrets lurking within the super-god universe's hidden depths, time pressed too urgently. His absence from the primary reality had already stretched longer than wisdom advised. The unification of the human empire required his oversight, and only with sufficient accumulated power could he begin the great work of interdimensional integration. Before departing, the emperor summoned Han Sen, now the most powerful individual in known space, for private audience. "Boss, you're leaving again?" The young man's disappointment was evident despite his best efforts at stoicism. "Greater duties call," the emperor replied with something approaching gentleness. "This universe is entrusted to your guardianship. Do not disappoint us. I must share knowledge of the utmost importance with you. These truths may only be revealed to those willing to accept the thought steel seal." "What knowledge?" Han Sen asked. "You shall glimpse the darkest reality," the emperor warned, placing a gauntleted hand upon the young man's shoulder. Despite Han Sen's enhanced mental resilience, his mind strengthened through the God-making project to withstand psychic assault, the visions shared by the emperor filled him with existential terror. He witnessed wars that consumed galaxies. Universes burned in the fires of unending conflict as planets became ash and stars shattered like glass. Twisted entities from the void poured into reality like a tide of living nightmare, bringing indescribable horror and wholesale slaughter. Bloodshed and cruelty beyond imagination painted every world crimson. Pain, despair, and corruption spread like plague across creation. Everywhere he looked, cruel indulgence, rivers of blood, mountains of bone. Death was not release, but the beginning of eternal torment. Countless souls plunged into abyssal darkness, their screams echoing across eternity, while immortal monstrosities enslaved universe after universe. Every civilization met its end in unthinkable agony. What is this?" Han Sen's voice trembled with horror. "The future," the emperor replied with terrible calm. "The ultimate fear for which you have long sought answers. The void entities are the source of all evil in creation. Humanity faces a simple choice: defeat these abominations and achieve final transcendence, or suffer the fate you have witnessed. There is no middle ground. Guard this new empire well until the era of great fusion arrives. When that day comes, humanity from every universe shall unite against the true ultimate fear." "I understand," Han Sen replied, steel entering his voice despite the tremor of terror. "I will not fail you." After entrusting the new empire to Han Sen's care and sharing the weight of cosmic truth, the emperor had raven open a spatio-temporal passage home. Without temporal anchors to maintain synchronization, the flow of time between realities had begun to drift. Upon his return to the primary universe, 2 months had elapsed. "My lord," a custodian guard reported as the emperor emerged from his sealed chambers, "Primarchs 1st, 6th, 12th, and 16th have all sought audience during your absence. The 16th has inquired about your status every few days. Additionally, the 7th, 8th, and 9th Primarchs have been located and are expected to rendezvous with our forces within a fortnight. Terra has transmitted priority documents requiring your immediate review and response by order of the Sigillite." The Great Crusade awaited its master's return. Chapter 53, The Wager of Fates. Is this a manner of jest? The emperor's voice carried the weight of 10,000 years as he perused the report regarding the Imperium's first celestial computer. Twice he read the document, his golden eyes scanning each line with divine precision. The hardware facilities for the inaugural celestial computer had been completed with extensive resource allocation. B. A SIC code compilation proceeded according to imperial specifications. All had progressed without impediment, save for a singular aberration in nomenclature. The intended Terra celestial computer had been designated the Terra Bar celestial computer. "This error stems from your imprecise articulation," the Raven observed, its voice carrying an echo of remembrance as it replayed the emperor's previous words. "All of humanity's glory began upon Terra, therefore the first-generation celestial computer shall bear the designation Terra Bar. One cannot expect those whose neural matter has been replaced with sacred diodes and blessed cogitators to comprehend the interjections employed in mortal discourse. Subsequent communications, validated the Raven's assessment. Malkador bore countless burdens upon his ancient shoulders: the procurement of supplies for expeditionary fleets, the appointment and dismissal of personnel across 1,000 worlds. The nascent human empire rested upon his wisdom, rendering personal oversight of every matter impossible. Many responsibilities had been delegated to specialized departments. The Astropathic Choir fell under the purview of the Unified Association, recently established for such purposes. Mechanicus Sage Mendel served as its chief, a servant of the Omnissiah whose loyalty remained absolute and whose expertise spanned multiple disciplines. His rank stood second only to the Fabricator General himself. Mendel's competence remained beyond question, yet he had failed to discern the Emperor's casual interjection. His subsequent communication indicated that altering the designation would require complete formatting and recompilation of the underlying code matrix. The programming adepts of the Adeptus Mechanicus had already embedded the nomenclature into the sacred algorithms, integrating it seamlessly into the system's blessed architecture. To format, discard, and recompile would necessitate extended construction periods and additional resource expenditure. Let it stand, the designation matters not. The Emperor dismissed the concern with imperial finality. It remained merely a name, unworthy of further consideration. He transmitted new directives to Malkador, demanding acceleration of the construction schedule to establish the Imperium's first-generation Astropathic Choir with all haste. Perhaps our subsequent Astropathic Choir might bear the designation retard, the Raven suggested with its characteristic irreverence. The Emperor's gaze fixed upon the creature. Absolutely not. Terra constituted merely a minor aberration. Such errors shall not be repeated. The Emperor processed matters of state with divine efficiency, approving documents transmitted from Terra and distant star systems. He maintained regular audiences with each recovered Primarch, monitoring their progress and dispositions. Horus and Lion continued their rivalry for the position of First Son. Currently, Lion held an advantage through the First Legion's unwavering support, though Horus commanded considerable respect through battlefield prowess and natural charisma. Russ remained with his 6th Legion warriors, sharing their ales and engaging in ritual combat. Angron, as ever, dominated the gladiatorial arenas, maintaining his undefeated record. His experiences upon Nuceria had forged him into a passionate advocate against the institution of slavery. He proclaimed his convictions publicly, declaring that the Imperium should reject any world that maintained such practices, regardless of their ruler's willingness to submit. The fleet translated from the warp into real space, emerging within a new star system. Multiple colonies maintained respectable technological advancement, their orbital infrastructure gleaming with communication satellites and transport vessels. The unexpected arrival of the expeditionary fleet initially caused alarm, though the local populations quickly recognized their isolation's end. They conducted grand welcoming ceremonies and readily affixed their signatures to imperial compliance treaties. At that moment, a warship breached the Manville Point and entered real space. 3 recovered Primarchs returned to the Imperium aboard the vessel. Following the compliance ceremonies, the Emperor, accompanied by Primarchs Lion, Russ, Angron, and Horus, proceeded to welcome their newly returned brothers. Upon the landing deck of the Emperor's grand design, a transport shuttle descended with ceremonial precision. High-pressure gases hissed as the heavy hatch cycled open, revealing 3 towering figures. The first possessed a resolute countenance, cold and indifferent, his platinum hair cropped in military fashion. Rogel Dorn of Inwit stood immovable as ancient stone. Behind him emerged a pale figure with melancholic eyes, obsidian black hair falling to his shoulders. An aura of menace emanated from his presence. Those who approached experienced instinctive dread. Conrad Kurz, the night haunter of perpetually shrouded Nostromo, had returned. Last to emerge was Sanguinius of the Baal system. His appearance caused a visible reaction among the assembled throng. This Primarch bore not only features of perfect nobility, but also magnificent white wings, a distinction none of his brothers possessed. Sanguinius's unique nature inspired both awe and envy. The reunion proceeded with appropriate formality. Following introductions, Dorn and Sanguinius adapted quickly to their circumstances, engaging in discourse with their recovered brothers. Kurz, however, displayed no interest, as though nothing could pierce his melancholic contemplation. "You appear troubled, little bat." The raven alighted upon Kurz's shoulder, tilting its head with curious regard. Kurz turned his obsidian gaze upon the creature, eyes narrowing slightly. His gift of foresight revealed all futures save one. Upon the raven, he perceived only void, complete emptiness. After prolonged silence, Kurz replied, "Because all endeavors prove meaningless, the future remains immutable." "You strike me as a pessimist," the raven observed with dark amusement. "I merely state observable fact. Fate has been inscribed since time immemorial." Kurz hesitated, ultimately withholding his visions. All present radiated contentment and purpose, yet he had witnessed their futures, brother turning against brother, the galaxy transformed into an ash-strewn battlefield of mutual slaughter. To speak such truths would invite only hatred and rejection. "Fate proves no more complex than combining sustenance," the raven declared. "You should embrace optimism." "I possess no desire to debate such matters with you, raven." "Debate indeed lacks purpose. How about a wager of skill?" the raven suggested. "Perhaps the outcome might alter your perspective." "A wager? What manner of contest?" Kurz had never encountered such a proposition. "A simple card game," the raven explained. "You may be unfamiliar with it, but instruction can be provided." "You wish to challenge me directly?" Kurz's tone carried its characteristic gloom. No, you may select any opponent present, a custodian, an Astartes, even a mortal," the raven clarified. "I shall explain the rules, then you shall play, one game to determine victory." Kurz lowered his head, displaying continued disinterest. "Selecting random opposition renders such contests meaningless. Victory remains assured." "Play once," the raven proposed. "Should you emerge victorious, you may claim any position of authority, War Master, Regent, any title you desire." "Such terms lack equity," Horus approached, having overheard the exchange. "Raven, your favoritism proves excessive." The other Primarchs gathered, clearly sharing Horus's sentiment regarding the arrangement's fairness. The raven surveyed all assembled Primarchs. "The offer extends to all present. Whoever defeats Kurz's chosen opponent may claim any position within the Imperium." These words successfully ignited enthusiasm among all the Primarchs. A single victory in this Gwent would grant them their heart's desire. Even Sanguinius, who had maintained reserved dignity since his return, displayed unmistakable interest. "You speak without jest," Kurz regarded the raven with evident doubt. "Jest has no place in this offer. Win a single game, and your wishes shall be fulfilled." Chapter 54, Time Reversal. "Father." Horus turned toward the Emperor with respectful deference, his voice carrying the weight of his concern. "Do you acknowledge the raven's promise regarding this card game?" The other Primarchs also turned their heads, their gene-enhanced minds calculating the implications as they awaited their father's judgment. The stakes had been set impossibly high, any position within the Imperium for a single victory. Facing the raven's seemingly absurd proposition, the Emperor's golden features remained serene as he chose unconditional support and divine trust. "The raven possesses authority equal to my own. Everything he promises carries the weight of imperial decree and shall be honored." Upon receiving the Emperor's affirmative answer, a slight smile appeared on Kurz's perpetually gloomy countenance, the first expression of genuine satisfaction anyone had witnessed from the Night Haunter since his recovery. "You will regret this decision, Raven," Kurz declared with dark satisfaction. "I certainly hope so," the raven replied with mysterious confidence. He flapped his wings and took flight, landing gracefully upon Constantin Valdor's ornate shoulder guards. "Golden Guardian, have someone bring me sustenance, fried potatoes with tomato sauce, seaweed flavoring preferred." Kurz surveyed the assembled throng with predatory calculation, his obsidian eyes finally settling upon a mechanicus standing in the periphery. The tech adept had been idly adjusting his cogstaff with a mechadendrite, clearly bored by the proceedings. "Him, that one will suffice," Kurz indicated with a pale finger. "As I stated previously, your choice matters not." The raven preened his dark feathers with his beak, emanating casual indifference. The Mechanicus was escorted before Kurz by Imperial Protocol officers. A bewildered expression crossed his augmetic features. Flesh and blessed steel merged in the sacred union of the Omnissiah's chosen. He had been performing routine maintenance checks and had not observed the Primarch's discussion with proper attention. How had he suddenly been selected for a card game? And why were these demigods regarding him with such intense scrutiny? The raven alighted between Kurz and the miner, tech-adept with theatrical precision. "Now, permit me to explain the sacred rules of Gwent. There exist 5 distinct deck configurations from which to choose. Each deck contains varying combat values, representing armies, individual warriors, legendary heroes, environmental conditions, and other strategic elements. At the commencement of each contest, both participants randomly draw a predetermined number of cards from their selected decks. Cards cannot be reshuffled between rounds. The game concludes after 3 complete rounds, unless one participant actively surrenders or exhausts their hand entirely. Victory belongs to whichever side achieves superior combat points." After hearing the complete explanation, Kurz instantly comprehended the game's mechanics with his superhuman intellect. A chilling smile spread across his pallid features like frost upon a window. "This contest lacks any suspense whatsoever. Raven, prepare the appropriate documentation for my appointment. I find myself particularly interested in the position of Imperial Marshal. It is time to ensure those wretches throughout the galaxy face true fear." Nostromo, the world where Kurz had descended during the Great Scattering, remained a realm of perpetual despair and endless night. Most of the population struggled through grinding poverty and unrelenting misery that crushed hope from their souls. The destitute masses were forced to labor endlessly, day after day, yet could barely obtain sufficient nourishment to fill their stomachs or adequate clothing for warmth. The powerful elites not only lived in obscene abundance, but also actively exploited the already suffering workers with sadistic pleasure. Criminal enterprises ran rampant throughout the planet's sprawling hive cities. Many citizens chose to end their own lives rather than face another day of hopeless existence. A desperate, oppressive atmosphere enveloped all of Nostromo like a suffocating shroud. All of this had changed with Kurz's violent arrival. The infant Primarch, who landed on Nostromo, was not adopted by any family or institution. He survived by hunting vermin in the underhive sewers and feral animals that roamed the ruins of Nostromo Quintus. As he matured, he was constantly plagued by dark and terrifying visions of possible futures, a precognitive curse that tormented his developing mind. This psychic ability proved more burden than blessing, showing him horrors yet to come. When he reached adolescence, he began systematically hunting down and executing those he deemed guilty according to his own twisted moral code, gradually reshaping Nostromo through terror. First came the petty thieves and pickpockets, then the enforcers and crime lords of the underworld hierarchy. Finally, the corrupt noble houses who ruled from their spire-top palaces. Every chosen target was subjected to brutal torture by Kurz, their punishment carefully calibrated to match their perceived crimes. Only after he believed they had suffered adequate atonement were they granted the mercy of death. Within a single solar year, he had dramatically reduced the crime statistics in Nostromo Quintus. The previously stingy elites began redistributing their hoarded wealth, improving welfare conditions for the downtrodden masses. The common people learned to suppress their self-destructive impulses and criminal inclinations. The reason for this miraculous transformation was simple: fear of the phantom lurking in the darkness, the terror of hearing his knock upon their doors. Fear had transformed Nostromo into a model society built upon the foundation of absolute terror. Kurz was already fantasizing about the methods he would employ to torture the guilty throughout the Imperium, spreading his doctrine of fear to every world under imperial rule. Should he slice open their abdomens and slowly extract their internal organs while they remained conscious? or perhaps flay their skin away inch by agonizing inch. The game of Gwent concluded with unexpected swiftness. Observing his opponent's vastly superior final score, the confident smile vanished from Kerr's features. He clutched at his dark hair with both hands, releasing a sound of pure anguish that echoed through the chamber. "This is impossible. How could I suffer defeat?" The mechanicus seated across from him displayed a wry smile beneath his augmetic enhancements. Clearly, he understood the reason for his unexpected victory, though he dared not speak it aloud. "It appears you and the position of Imperial Marshal are not destined for union," the Raven observed with philosophical detachment. "I refuse to accept this outcome. I demand another contest," Kerrs declared with desperate intensity. "Of course, your request is entirely reasonable," the Raven accepted with gracious magnanimity. Shortly thereafter, the second game reached its conclusion. Kerrs had lost again, this time by an even more substantial margin than his previous defeat. "This cannot be reality. How could I lose so catastrophically?" Kerrs exclaimed, his voice cracking with disbelief. He had clearly witnessed his victory in prescient visions. He had followed the foreseen future precisely, completing every calculated move with perfect execution. Yet somehow, inexplicably, defeat had found him regardless. "This is indeed reality," the Raven stated with absolute certainty. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Kerrs shook his head violently, attempting to dispel the contradictory visions flooding his tortured mind. Achieving victory in this simple card game should have been effortless given his supernatural foresight. The question of his defeat defied all logical explanation. It should not have transpired in this manner. Nothing proves impossible in this vast universe. The Raven turned his attention toward the other assembled Primarchs. "The time has come for your attempts." The Primarchs, who had initially radiated supreme confidence, now wore expressions of solemn concern. Although Kerr's personality remained eccentric and disturbing, he was nonetheless a genuine Primarch with all the superhuman capabilities that entailed. And he had just suffered defeat at the hands of an ordinary mortal servant. "I shall serve as the second challenger." Lion L. Johnson stepped forward past his brothers and seated himself at the designated card table with military precision. Kerrs remained standing nearby, his eyes wide with obsessive intensity as he scrutinized every move the mechanicus made, desperately seeking to identify the flaw in the game's construction. The other Primarchs observed the proceedings without blinking, their enhanced vision cataloging every detail. The subsequent game concluded with similar swiftness. Lion also tasted defeat, though by a narrower margin than Kerr's humiliation. "Raven, I request, as Kerrs did before me, the opportunity for a second attempt," Lion stated with controlled dignity. "Of course, equality of opportunity shall be maintained." The Raven did not refuse, treating all participants with identical consideration. Lion's second game ended in an even more decisive defeat than his first attempt. Lion remained silent, though his jaw tightened with frustrated confusion. Something was fundamentally wrong with this entire situation. Subsequently, Lemon Russ, Angron, Rogel Dorn, and Horace each stepped forward to challenge the mysterious tech adept. Despite employing every strategic capability at their disposal, utilizing their superhuman intellects and tactical genius, they could not achieve victory. Every single Primarch suffered defeat. All had lost to a minor mechanicus whose greatest responsibility involved maintaining basic mechanical equipment. The Raven alighted upon Sanguinius's shoulder with gentle grace. "Angel, you alone remain. You must exert maximum effort. Do not bring shame upon your noble lineage." "Oh, Tilda, Raven." Sanguinius displayed a rueful smile that would have moved mortals to tears. By this point, everyone present could perceive that something was fundamentally wrong with this contest. Although none could identify the specific problem, the situation was clearly compromised by forces beyond their understanding. Sanguinius approached the card table and seated himself with angelic dignity. He played with absolute seriousness, considering every decision with meticulous care, but the final result remained unchanged: defeat. The assembled Primarchs appeared bewildered and helpless, their superhuman minds unable to comprehend their collective failure. They could not determine where the fundamental flaw lay. 7 Primarchs had observed every game with perfect attention, eliminating any possibility of conventional cheating. The Mechanicus possessed no gene engine implants or high-computation prosthetics that might provide an unfair advantage. He was merely an ordinary repair priest, responsible for maintaining mechanical equipment throughout the fleet. Why did they continue suffering defeat against such an unremarkable opponent? Horus stepped forward as spokesman for his brothers. Raven, now that we have all experienced defeat, will you reveal the answer to this mystery? Certainly. The reason for your losses is simple. Everything occurred according to fate's immutable design. The Raven returned to his customary perch upon the Emperor's broad shoulder. Now, permit me to analyze how this fate, which you were destined never to overcome, was carefully constructed. Honestly, the process proves simpler than preparing delicious fried potatoes with tomato sauce. Consider Kerr's final game as our example. He played a total of 14,605 separate contests. He achieved victory in 14,603 of those attempts. But every single time he secured triumph, I simply reversed the flow of time itself. His chosen opponent could suffer countless defeats, but winning just once proved sufficient for our purposes. I needed only to preserve the singular timeline where victory occurred. This is fate, a destiny none of you could ever hope to overcome through conventional means. Chapter 55, Dark Eldar. This constitutes dishonorable deception, Raven. What purpose does a contest serve if victory remains perpetually beyond reach? Lion L. Johnson stepped forward, his voice carrying the righteous indignation of the First Legion. This is fate, my noble lion. The Raven tilted its head with philosophical detachment. If it were not sufficiently cruel, how could it truly be called fate? Rogel Dorn stepped forward to support his brother Primarch with characteristic directness. You mock us with these manipulations, Raven. The Raven consumed a portion of fried sustenance before responding with deliberate calm. The game serves as a battlefield, and I fulfill the role of your adversary. Which enemy does not employ every available means to secure victory? I merely perform the duties of a qualified opponent, ruthlessly guiding you toward the predetermined outcome I have orchestrated. In this contest, I merely deprived you of triumph, but true enemies seek far more devastating prizes. The Ravens gaze fixed upon Kerr's with penetrating intensity. Tell them, Night Haunter, in those dark futures your visions revealed, did humanity's enemies not employ similar deceptions? The melancholic Primarch nodded slowly, his obsidian eyes reflecting terrible knowledge. By any reasonable definition, those enemies certainly employed what mortals would consider cheating in their wars against humanity. The Raven shook its feathered head with mock disappointment. I originally intended merely to educate the Night Haunter, but who could have predicted you would all demand participation? Therefore, I possessed no alternative but to demonstrate the crushing power wielded by higher dimensional entities. Temporal manipulation technology possessed initial applications during humanity's golden age, manifesting in fundamental fields such as time dilation and chronological loops. Not exclusively within technological domains, certain unique psychic constructs could also manipulate temporal flow. The future remains complex and ever-changing, perpetually uncertain in its manifestations. The assembled Primarchs maintained contemplative silence. The Ravens' demonstrated abilities transcended their previous understanding of possibility. They forced recognition of their own relative insignificance despite their transhuman capabilities. The intellect and physical prowess possessed by the Primarchs far surpassed ordinary human limitations, yet when measured against the vast cosmos, their power remained insufficient. The Raven continued with growing solemnity. This card game existed simply to demonstrate that abstract concepts like fate should not be mystified or accepted as immutable law. If you acknowledge that fate cannot be altered, it indicates more powerful forces are actively shaping its course. The purpose behind your creation remains leading humanity to defeat such entities and forge a genuine future free from predetermined outcomes. Defeat enemies capable of shaping fate itself. Sanguinius displayed subtle confusion, his perfect features reflecting uncertainty. He also possessed prophetic abilities, though his visions remained frustratingly unclear compared to Kerr's detailed foresight. If we cannot achieve victory in a simple card game, how can we bear responsibility for such a monumental mission? The raven consumed several more pieces of fried sustenance, savoring the flavor before continuing its discourse. When the appropriate time arrives, you shall also receive a precious gift, a blessing that will grant you power to reshape the universe according to your will. What you must accomplish now is proving yourselves worthy of this gift through deed and character. You must always remember, we stand here not for personal honor, political power, or other illusory pursuits, but for a higher calling, the ultimate transcendence and liberation of the human race from all forms of bondage. When you truly comprehend this truth, it signifies your qualification to wield power capable of overturning universal order. The raven spread its wings and took flight, circling the chamber's vaulted dome with graceful precision. As the creature disappeared from direct sight, the Primarch subconsciously began disregarding memories of its presence. Gradually, they ceased focusing on the raven's existence, instead resuming communication amongst themselves as they had before its intervention. They retained memories of the card game and its accompanying revelations. They remembered the profound words spoken during their gathering. Yet they forgot who had organized the contest and who had delivered those transformative truths. In the end, only Kerrs could perceive the raven's voice continuing its private counsel. Night Haunter, when you face an existence capable of constantly reversing temporal flow, do the prophetic visions you witness truly retain their meaning? In this cold universe, where even time itself can be manipulated by sufficiently advanced entities, will the futures you observe necessarily come to pass? Possessing foresight constitutes a unique gift, granting expanded possibilities, but what the future truly holds depends upon every individual who actively creates it. Integrate with your brothers. One day, you will encounter enemies who intend for you to accept a predetermined fate as inevitable. Your fellow Primarchs, who share your genetic origin, will prove your most valuable allies. Only when you achieve true unity will you possess opportunity for victory in the great war approaching. The raven's words brought Kerr's tormented soul its first sense of relief since his awakening. The dark illusions flooding his mind remained terrifying and tragic in their scope. Yet Kerrs no longer experienced the same overwhelming despair as before. Facing illusory futures and manipulated fate, humanity was not without power to resist such influences. One additional matter, Kerrs. The world of Nostromo has been governed exceptionally well under your guidance. Although your methods proved somewhat extreme, the ultimate outcome serves the greater good. However, I offer this suggestion. Fear alone proves insufficient for lasting governance. Those who have lost their way also require hope to sustain them. The arrangements for the 3 newly returned Primarchs followed established protocols identical to those implemented for their recovered brothers. They would attend the Imperial Academy to acquire advanced knowledge of Imperial doctrine and gradually integrate with their respective legions. For the subsequent period, the expeditionary fleet addressed matters concerning the newly compliant star systems. Standard template constructs left behind from humanity's golden age were being copied and researched by the Adeptus Mechanicus, then transferred to the sacred Omnissiah's vault for preservation. After completing these essential tasks, the Grand Army prepared to resume their crusade through the stars. At that moment, the Imperial fleet received an urgent transmission from the depths of space. By the Emperor's grace, the communications officer aboard the Emperor's Grand Design turned pale as he processed the translated message, his augmetic implants whirring with stress-induced activity. He immediately contacted the Adeptus Custodes, instructing them to report this development to the Emperor without delay. Within the laboratory chambers of the Emperor's Grand Design, the Emperor conducted experimental research while discussing future plans with the Raven. The temporal manipulation technology of the Golden Age remained ultimately superficial in its applications, and much knowledge was lost during the Machine Spirit Rebellion and the Age of Strife, leaving our understanding incomplete. The Super Gene universe and Three-Body universe have not delved sufficiently deep into temporal studies. For our next journey, I desire access to a reality where advanced time technology can be acquired. The Raven considered this request carefully. There exists an excellent universe for such purposes, though it carries relatively significant dangers. If all proceeds according to plan, we can acquire profound knowledge of temporal mechanics, allowing us to traverse different points in time with complete freedom. Minor dangers pose no concern, the Emperor replied without hesitation, his divine will undaunted by risk. Then we shall proceed too. The Raven's words were interrupted as Constantin Valdor entered the chamber with obvious urgency, his auramite armor gleaming under the laboratory's illumination. Your Majesty, what transpires? The Emperor inquired without lifting his gaze from his work. The fleet has received a transmission from Battle Group 31. They are suspected to have suffered complete annihilation. Valdor's words caused the Emperor to cease his activities and look up with divine attention, focused entirely upon the report. Explain the circumstances. Valdor's expression remained gravely professional. Analysis of the received message indicates they suffered attack by the Dark Eldar of Komorog. The entire battle group has been destroyed, and the enemy conducted a series of horrific massacres among the civilian populations they encountered. The Emperor's golden eyes burned with cold fury as the implications of this news settled upon the chamber like a shroud of impending retribution.